Hello, everyone. Man, the filters are all blown out here. Hold up. There we go. Welcome, everyone, to the Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissil, and today, let's talk about it! Hope you're all doing well this Sunday. Man, oh man, it's been quite a while here. But we're back. And we got stuff to watch. Oh man. So like, I haven't been wanting to do this for the past several weeks. Just because it's a pain in my ass to talk about Tom Althouse. But I had to get this out of the way. So, we're gonna go through what I have prepped for today's show. We got two different videos to watch. Yeesh. Like I said, I've been putting these off just because of it's just so cringe-worthy, this content we're gonna watch today. But it's going on what we've been covering on this Let's Talk program, which is calling out Tom Althouse for the liar that he is, showing everything that he does to his hosts once he's done with them, and then the continual lies that he puts out there to the world and how he hoodwinks everyone. You know, we're just here calling out the bullshit. That's all. But we do have two different videos to watch today. One of them being the what was it, the Roseanne Barr interview? And another one is post-UFO conference with Tom on Veronica's show. So we're going to watch both of those. Hopefully at 1.5 speed. Because, like, honestly, I can't. This guy's just too much. Alright, so I don't know what day did he go on Roseanne? I forget. Let's look that up real quick. Hey Jason, good to see you here. Texas Learning, I'm glad you got to catch me live here. Yissil brings the shizzle. I like it. I like it. No, there's very little offense here. Oh, so they did drop that second Roseanne Barr interview on July 4th. I'm sure Tom was running around his house going, "Oh, it's my Independence Day." It's like, give me a break, dude. This guy is a slave to the Matrix. And he tries to say that he wrote the Matrix. Can you believe that? Now, he used to be on my show, and he'd go on and say about how other people would say that he's claiming that he wrote the Matrix. But he's straight out claiming he wrote the Matrix. There's no getting around that. Like, he constantly says, "I'm the original writer of the Matrix." No, you're not, dude. You're not the original writer of the Matrix. But I digress. Most of you that are here understand that by now. And as time goes on, you'll see what I've gathered for the documentary that I was supposed to I was assigned to make the documentary, and of course, just like the dozens of other people that he's dropped off of his crew, or whatever you'd like to say, I was the next in line eventually to go. It was just a matter of time. And I'd be kidding myself if I thought otherwise. But yeah. So we're gonna take a look.
Greetings, Earthlings!
I'll get her face off of there for now. Now we need to be able to do this at 1.5 speed, because I don't want to do this. Like I said, I've been like putting this off for the longest time. Let's see here. Well, Steve, if you don't want to do this, why are you doing this? Because it has to be done, okay? It's just the way this goes. Sorry. I know I couldn't hear the levels either, so that probably blasted everything out. I'm sorry. I'll try to be better on this here. Well, you probably heard. That in this part 2 of the Roseanne interviews with Tom straight up crowns Roseanne as like the Jewish queen. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding here. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh yeah, he has a crown and everything for her. And then he also was trying to get on her good side, or whatever you want to call it. Because she was talking about Jewish ancestry, and he was even saying on my channel, like, oh, I might be part Jewish. It's like, dude. Like, the clout chasers will do absolutely anything to, like, get attention. And that's Tom Althouse for you. But then the other half of the time, he's just going on about how he's, like, English blood royalty. And he goes on and on about that, too. But yet he wants to say, like, oh, no, we need to have sympathy for humanity. And then he throws people like me to the curb. So go figure. Alright, we're at 1.5 speed here. Welcome Beyond the Box. Yeah, she smelled the Tom Althouse bullshit. That's what brought her in here. She's like, what's that smell? Oh, Steve's doing a show about Tom. Got it. Yeah. Alright. Well, I guess now is no better time to start this, right? Alright, again, Jason, I'm sorry for blasting the sound here. Gave you a good jump scare, at least, right? I'll try not to do that again. When I cue in the media into OBS, if I don't have it all set up right away, it just starts playing full screen and at full volume. But this will be at 1.5 speed. Because we need to get through this. I'm not going to be here all day covering this stuff. But we're going to try to get through 2 different clips. And by clips, I mean like entire shows. Because like we're going to just break all this down. Oh, that's great, Jason. And I apologize for not doing prayer on Thursday like I said I would while I was on air. It slipped my mind by the end of the show, honestly. So, I apologize for that. You know, before we start, let's say a prayer. Heavenly Father, Creator, thank you for blessing us with this day. Thank you for providing protection to all of us here. And thank you for the successful surgery for Jason's family. And please continue providing protection to all of us, and especially those who have been spiritually attacked this past week. And continue guiding us through faith. In Jesus Christ's name. You won't see that on Tom's show. Alright. So let's get going with this hoo-ha here. Alright.
Greetings, Earthlings and humans and other beings who reside on this planet, in and out of other dimensions now and then. Nephilim, Gaborim, what have you. What's the other ones? Anunnakis.
Iranian bots.
Iranian bots. Not true human beings, but just human parrots who party the deep state party line, which is, of course, all about fucking kids and stealing all the shit women have. Anyway, but more than any of the humans who are corrupt, stupid, and death worshippers, I want to say welcome to animals, who are the highest level of living being on this planet, because for one thing, animals do not need to bullshit themselves with fake theology and blah, 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 just to feel the joy of being alive. Welcome to the fucking Roseanne Barr podcast.
So you see, my patience is growing thin.
I gotta say, she did a pretty good job with the intro. But she throws all that shit out there. Yeah, Conan Highwoods, I am too. Conan says I'm still disappointed about Tom. But he has a reputable look, to be honest. Yeah. Hey, he fooled a lot of us. It's much better to know that you've been fooled instead of continuing going on with the grift. I mean, he's found his niche. He wanted to go to convention halls to go talk about this stuff. But he always wants to do the basic bitch 1 hour, 2 hour interview, going over the same shit over and over and over and over and over. No new information added. Except for, like, the break-ins to his house. Whatever the I don't even know anymore at this point. But it's just over and over and over and over and over. You can go look up every damn interview he's done over the past 5 years, because the stuff before that's been scrubbed, because, you know, he just drops everybody that starts asking questions. But it's the same stuff over and over and over. And we'll probably see that here as well. Beyond Tom kissing Roseanne's ass here. He was talking about possibly marrying her last year when I was over at his house in Texas. Like, he's like, oh, Roseanne and I can get married. It's like, dude, all right, whatever, man. Get another handler for yourself. I don't fucking care. Hey, Jay Wild. Good to see you here. Brenda. Brenda from Beyond the Box says, "It was me, Steve. I put the papers up the step in his room." Fucking hell. You just had to do that, huh? What other scripts you got?
Well, I'm so happy. As you know, I love to talk to geniuses. There are a lot of middling to low-level geniuses in show business and in the creative arts, and, you know, some in politics. Not really, because I don't know what the fuck their problem is. But anyway, I have a premier genius on today. It's his second time on the show. I love him so much. He is so instrumental to everything that's happening today. We're going to break everything down today. We're going to start a whole new fucking world today. Fuck everybody. Fuck your bullshit. Fuck your theology, your genealogy, your, what else? Politics, your fucking bullshit. Fuck all your bullshit. I am so happy to have Tom Althouse here again. Hi, Tom Althouse.
I'm so glad to be here, guys. We are glad to have you back. I just want to say real quick, if you haven't seen episode 1 with Tom Althouse, I will be including it in the bio of this episode.
Must be done.
Highly recommend you watch it. It's
By the way, I believe this is Roseanne's son, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, I don't have to explain any further. Tom's back over here on Roseanne's Ranch. And this was, I want to say in the middle of June is when he recorded this.
most people probably have seen it. So a lot of people tell me that's their favorite episode we've ever done. And we've been talking about doing part 2 for almost a year, and we finally have you back. That's all I wanted to say. And we're honored. And it's also the first time we've ever drank alcohol in an episode.
Not my first
I'm
one.
joking. We're drunk every episode.
But
we're drunk at the
well,
start.
we have that as our goal, for me to get really drunk and
You know, it reminds me of Jim Carrey. Matrix. No, I'm just having fun here. You know, also, I commented on this video that's on YouTube, and I straight up said Tom Althouse is a liar. I had interviewed him for 2.5 years. He dropped me like a sack of potatoes. There was like 2 or 3 people that were getting in there trying to like counter comment me, being like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, stop your crying. Blah, blah, blah. It's eating you alive." And thankfully, Chad was also there to like support me, and he was leaving his own comments as well, because he was another host that Tom dropped.
and then tell the guest exactly what I fucking think of them.
Let it fly.
I feel it's a new kind of a podcast thing.
I think so too. I mean, we got some Hiroshimas to drop.
Yes.
That's right, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah.
But first I have to brag on you a little, because people, I mean, I can't even go into it. But anyways, you wrote The Matrix. Hollywood stole it from you and did a bunch of devilish shit to you using, what's his name? The guy.
Hold on a second. Hold on. So there's already some lies here.
That's right, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah.
But first I have to brag on you a little, because people, I mean, I can't even go into it. But anyways, you wrote The Matrix. Hollywood stole it from you. And
You wrote The Matrix. People stole it from you in Hollywood. No. Tom did not write The Matrix. Capiche? He wrote a script called The Immortals. Has nothing to do with The Matrix. Alright? Alright? Monkey in a pillowcase in the middle of a jungle. Nothing to do with Trinity running on the fucking roofs of buildings and getting to the phone booth, alright? None of that. None of that's in the same spots where it should be. He went to court. He walked out of his own deposition. We covered that on the last few Let's Talks. Awesome, Jason. Jason says, "I've been linking all the conference people to your video whenever they ask about him." That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I have everything up from the time that I first had him on until the day he decided to drop me. And I've been continuing to put out content throughout all of this, including the Like, we've covered interviews he's done after the fallout, after his meltdown with me, where he makes fun of my appearance because he has no, he has nothing, he has absolutely nothing. He can't do anything. All he can do is make fun of me and how I look. That's it. He can't argue any talking points because he's a piece of shit.
Did a bunch of devilish shit to you using what's his name, the guy on the religious shows, Jim,
Pat Robertson.
Pat
Yeah.
Robertson, all them CIA friggin' child sacrificers, and they fucked with you, stole your work, and everything that's been going on as long as I was on TV. We got on at the very same time we became like on the deep state radar the very
Exactly.
same year, right?
Yeah, I think they were very aware of both of us at the same time.
And they don't like neither one of us, even though they used our work to make billions.
That's right. We're unbridled, so we're going to say what we feel and put it into our art and dare through our art, and there's nothing you can do to influence us away from that.
And now it's what, some 30 years later?
33.
33 is a big number, as you know.
Oh wow, I didn't think
Yeah.
of that.
I doubt he will bring up anything about Demolition Man and the fact that he went to court over that in 2000. No, none of that'll come up. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna say that right now. I don't think he's gonna talk about Demolition Man, because we learned about that in the deposition audio that we listened to, which he gave to me. That he said that his lawyer ended up recording, or the other Warner Brothers lawyers, and they swapped the tapes and blah blah blah. He gave me the audio file of that for the documentary. He wanted it put out there to the public, so I showed it on this show several weeks ago. Hey Juan, good to see you. Alright, let's keep going with this.
We were talking about that today.
That's right. And then this huge switch up where all of a sudden the climate has changed 100%. 100%. So they picked the year of 33.
Didn't it go quick? I mean, from where I started, I thought, but I'm always wrong on time. Because my concept of time is,
It's not sequential.
no, it's not sequential. And it's biblical.
Absolutely.
So I'm watching a story unfold.
Yeah.
I'm not watching what the world unfolds.
Absolutely. I felt like
Right?
we were a character in the Dune series and our bio suit just ran out of water. It was like, it couldn't have gone any later. We kept going and going and going and going, like walking through a blinding, blizzard storm, and suddenly it all cleared out.
Didn't it all clear out?
It cleared out.
When did it clear out? I mean, after really satanic torture and loss, and how they have that movie, The Agony and the Ecstasy about, is it Michelangelo, and
Yep.
what it took for him to create
Right.
the art that he created, and the psychic torture of people who pay you and despise you because you're talented.
That's right. And it's
All
interesting,
that.
too, because we started out at the same time, and you're kind of the sun that rose over the horizon when it came to an end, the end of that Job story.
It is Job, isn't it?
It
That's
is.
what we're talking
It is.
about.
Heard it a lot.
It is all Job. I feel like it's Job too. The story of Job, where you're like, what the hell is happening? I tried to walk the right. I tried to show you I was doing the right. And
Right.
I tried to bring a good message of love and unity, and they hate that. And yet you allowed them to scourge me like that.
Well, I think they made, even in Man in the High Castle, they put Juliana as a character where they say that she was always a constant. Any time frame, any different world, she'd be the same.
Alright, so Jason says, forget the Matrix. If I came up with 3 seashells, I'd never let it die. Yeah. Here's the thing. Tom admitted in the deposition audio, but he's never said it on any of these interviews, that he went to the movie theater in 1999 and watched The Matrix, and he said that he did not see any significant ties to his script when he went and watched it in the theater in 99. In fact, he thought Demolition Man was more like his script, The Immortals. So that's why he went after... I want to say it was Warner Brothers. Probably not, though. I'm a little spotty on that as of right now. Hey, Jay, what's NDT? Jay says Lawrence Fishburne had a Matrix-based interview on Star Talk with NDT. I'd like to look at that. That'd be interesting to check out. You see, we're going through a reset here on this channel. I need to rewatch the Matrix trilogy now. I need to get that Smith deep dive character analysis video put together. I need to reframe everything again, back to how I was framing things prior to meeting Tom, since now, I mean, it's all fucking bullshit, honestly. Mr. Hoity-toity, I can't do more than 7 hours of a deposition over 2 days. He walked out of his own deposition for his own case. And if we really want to get into the details, I want to say 2000 he went after Warner Brothers for Demolition Man. Then around 2010, like maybe December 2009, early 2010, he went after Warner Brothers for the Matrix trilogy. That fell through, and then I think this is my interpretation now, because I don't have all the information yet. But I think after that 2010 lawsuit failed, he got countersued by Warner Brothers. And in 2014, that's when he had the deposition that was mysteriously recorded, which he handed off to me. And in that, we learned that he didn't even stay for the entire time that he was supposed to. He just got up and left. And it made the court flip out over it. And then he leaves. Now, please understand this. Everybody at that deposition in the audio, we're all level-headed. But when Tom left, he got on his phone and went on to, like, he was talking to somebody. And he was going on and on about how they were screaming at him, they lost their cool, blah, blah, blah. Tom's the one that lost his cool. He walked out of the deposition. But he was already spinning what happened just moments before. And he's so convincing. If you wouldn't have listened to the prior, 2 hours of deposition, you would have thought that these people were breathing down his neck. But not really. They were asking simple questions, and he couldn't answer them. So his best course of action was to just repeat the question jumbled, and then ask for clarification again. That's a tactic of people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they do this to buy themselves more time. And to try to steer the conversation over in their favor. So all of that happens in the deposition. And I believe it was at least as far back as 2 episodes ago. So probably part 11 or part 12 we covered that. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay. Cool. I'm going to have to check that interview out with Fishburne. Yes, Neil. You see, everything's not what it seems to be. Now, I don't particularly like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I did at first. He did a good job of getting high concepts out to the general public, but he's just too cocky, and his own self is just too cocky. Thank you, Jay. Jay says that was such an amazing window into Tom Althouse. Yeah, you're talking about the deposition, right? You won't get that anywhere else. You'll only get that here. And it's not anything I'm bragging about. It's just the facts. Nobody else is going to be streaming that thing in its entirety like I did. Because they don't have... I'm probably one of the only people that has that deposition audio. Yeah, Texas Learning says the endless clarification tactic is pretty effective for dodging having to answer. Yeah. And we learned that while we were listening to that whole clip. He constantly was reframing the questions. And he was asking for more clarification. And they were very simple questions. So, it is definitely worth checking out if you haven't seen that yet. And again, for the people that are new to watching this, because I know there's going to be a few people that discover this later on, I interviewed Tom Althouse for 2.5 years, over 22 interviews. And by the 23rd interview, he dropped me over a 5-minute window. Sorry, bud. Like, he became too good for us here. Right? He just became too good for all of us. But, yeah, let's continue watching this here. We'll get through this.
Unity, and they hate that. And yet you allowed them to scourge me like that.
Well, I think they made, even in Man in the High Castle, they put Juliana as the character where they say that she was always a constant. Any time frame, any different world, she'd be the same. You're a constant. And I think that, I mean that sincerely. You'll always have the heart you have, and you'll always hold to the line you're holding, and nothing can sway you. So I think you're one of those that people revolve around.
But I'm...
Roseanne was an openly worshipping Satanist for most of her career. How can he possibly say that she is a constant? Unless she still is a Satanist. Jeez, Tom. He has a habit of doing this with people. Like, he meets someone new, and then he dresses them up as something that they're most likely not. Like, if he didn't have interest in marrying this woman, he'd be calling her his sister. Unless, you know, he's kind of into that sick shit.
I mean, they have tried so hard to severely reduce my influence in every specter, in every venue, in every,
That's
everything.
the key. That's the key. When I talk to Hollywood execs, especially Disney ones, Disney attorneys, they said that their real concern, they believed it was all about power. The real concern they had is the influence artists would have. Artists worth their salt. Like yourself. If we're able to create work that will draw the world together, which is our goal in our work often, to draw the world together, then we have influence that can affect that world, and they're very afraid of not having that influence, and instead us having that influence and not being able to control us, and I think that hits it on the dime.
Yeah.
It does hit it on the dime because their worst fear is unity. And that anybody would have an active soul connected to God and unite.
Exactly. I had a pastor way back who I didn't know which direction to go. Into law, when I was in grad school, go to law, or into film, or into Air Force intelligence, can you believe it? A lot of time tap artists and the CIA and things like that. And the pastor said to me, well, pick what you think you will have the most influence in. I thought, well, that would be film. So I did.
It is amazing. Film and, the structure of telling a story, there's nothing more powerful.
Again, Game of Thrones, they did that in-house basically at HBO, even hired J.R. Martin, whatever his name is. He was an in-house employee, so they put it in there. Their best work comes from mocking other artists, and so they bring in-house employees in to do it. Not to step on toes, but just to say the facts.
And what does Tom do this whole time that he's going out interviewing on other people's shows? All he's doing is mocking other people. Conan said the red pill was bad, the blue pill was good. Yeah, that's one of the things, one of his talking points. Honestly, like, I haven't gotten to that part in the Immortal script, but, like, we're gonna get clarification on that one eventually. Even if he did, let's just say he had red pill, blue pill in the script. The script that he submitted to the copyright office was, like, literally a few months before filming wrapped on the first Matrix film. So we can't even go by the one that he's parading around in front of the camera all the time either. And now he has these older drafts that he said someone broke into his house without leaving any evidence of a break-in, and now there was a script on his bed that was from 96, and then another one from 92. Like, it still doesn't go back to, like, 87, when Ghost in the Shell was being made. And he absolutely avoids Ghost in the Shell conversation. And Conan also asked, she is like 20 years older than him, though, right? Not necessarily. Tom is like 60 years old. No, and I'm not kidding here. He's damn near 60. Roseanne is 72. So what? Probably, I'd say 12 or 13 year difference. But he doesn't care. Right? It's either he goes after the 30-year-olds or the 70-year-olds. You know how he talked about, like, oh, Tom, we'll give you starlets and you'll be on a yacht speaking with dignitaries discussing world peace. He said they said those things to him because those are the things that he wanted. And I guess he's truthful with that, right? He likes them young. No, Tom is like, if we're being really honest here, 58, 59. He's like on the cusp of 60.
And in it, they talk about that the greatest thing in the end, the greatest thing that makes a great ruler or binds a kingdom together is a good story. So you see again where that influence factor ties into the arts, and that's why we caught hell for so long. And now those guys are clearing.
Why do you think they're clearing? I feel they're clearing too. Could your health issues be caused by an invisible enemy?
Yikes. Roseanne without makeup is a little rough looking here. Alright. And you know, I don't like talking like that about people's appearances, but Roseanne's a public figure here. Yeah, Beyond the Box says he likes them in what, their 20s or 30s? Yeah. Well, I'm basing this off of Emma from the Imagination podcast. And then Danielle. And I forget her last name. But Brenda from Beyond the Box knows Danielle. I really think you should get her on your show, Brenda. But I know, like Tommy is your contact for that one. Hopefully that follows through. Hopefully you'll be able to get in contact with her eventually, because I think that she's another important piece to all of this. Danielle went and visited Susie's ranch shortly before I went. So like before Tom had me at his place in April of 24, he had Danielle there like a month prior, and he was pushing her to move in and marry him. I'm not making this shit up. He wanted a mother for his son. Blah, blah, blah. Like, I get it, man. I get it. But, like, don't be trying to rope these poor individuals into your crazy-ass world, Tom. Jason says, I heard from Tommy like 2 weeks ago. He's writing a book. That's awesome. And Brenda says, I told Susie to call her. She has her number. Excellent. Yeah, I think you need to have her on your show very soon. Hey Zen, good to see you here. Oh man, you're gonna have to tell me what happened, Zen. Although I think I can assume what happened. There's falling out on all sides of the ring here. Alright, let's get back into this.
plus free shipping. Don't wait. Cleanse your body and take back control today. Because Trump got elected?
So yes, absolutely. Our dear president has done a bang-up job, absolutely, and brought a lot of hope. A lot of people try to misguide him and take him different directions. He's catching on fast, though. He's catching on to certain individuals that were going to mislead him, and he's growing and learning as he goes, which as a screenwriter, to me, makes a better character.
He's talking about Musk. Tom was so conflicted with, like, having Musk in the Trump administration, and now that Musk is out, Tom can go on about, like, oh, yeah, Trump found out who the bad actors were. It's not Musk he needs to worry about. He needs to worry about his son-in-law, Jared. He needs to worry about all these other cabinet members that I don't know why he's bringing the neocons in. He did that his first term. Like, he needs to really wisen up a bit. I wouldn't be going through this bullshit if I was him, but I'm not in his position. Awesome, Zen. Zen says, I was watching your and Susie's show, Brenda, and an hour into it when I saw Steve was live. Well, thank you for hopping over here and catching me. I appreciate that. And make sure to go and finish Brenda's show once we're all done here. I gotta watch that Saturday, like that last live show. I haven't gotten around to that yet. There's just so much content to cover and, like, get through. Like, I'm having a hard time keeping up with the subscriptions that I'm, like, subscribed to. So it just takes a little time to get through everything. That's why I like being there live, because then it gets it out of the way. But I have so many browser tabs open, it's crazy. Oh yeah, there was also, Lerny says, like 12 hours ago, there was a premiere that Brenda put out of a show from, yeah, it was like last week, right? Was it the one with Abe? But yeah, that's up there too. So, both Brenda and I, like, on both of our channels here, we do live shows, and then a little later on, like in the week or several weeks later in some cases, we put the premieres up of the lives. So we re-premiere lives so that it gets to more people, because I think there's still people having trouble finding the lives, and I know there was a time where, like, I didn't even know the live tab was a thing. I don't know if that's something you could find on mobile, but doing a premiere as a general video upload, that gets it in front of more people. So it's a strategic thing. It's just to get more people watching. All right, let's continue on here.
It does make a better show.
If you fish out of water, you catch and grow as you go. You're a more dynamic character.
Well, isn't that kind of the story of Neo?
It is. I was writing
in The Matrix?
Yeah, I was modeling after myself. It's funny they call him Thomas A, because I modeled Neo after myself. As a young writer, I'm trying to flesh the character out. I've got to know how he's going to react.
He's not giving the name of the character he wrote in The Immortals. He is only giving the name of the Wachowski's character, Neo. You notice this? This is just something I need to continually point out. He's going off like Neo is in the Immortal script. No. There is no character named Neo in the Immortals.
So I'm going to model after myself how I'm going to react.
Yeah.
And bring up the situations and try to be honest with those reactions.
Can I interject for one
Yeah.
second? For those of you who aren't going to watch the first episode, because there's a lot of lazy people out there, you wrote a script called The Immortals.
So this
just,
is...
I want to fill people in. I'll do it in the Cliff Notes versions. Okay. And it was stolen by the Wachowski brothers and turned into The Matrix, is what you're claiming, yes?
Yes, and you have to say alleged. I know.
See, even this... You know... Roseanne's son will be the one to tell Roseanne this guy is bullshit. Don't have him on the show anymore. Because this is the type of stuff I would do. Where I'd be correcting Tom. Just to clarify, Tom, to our audience here, you wrote the script The Immortals, which was then stolen and turned into The Matrix, correct? And then he'd be like, yeah, oh yeah. But prior to that, he'd be saying, oh no, my script with Neo and Trinity and Morpheus and The Matrix and... no, none of those words are in his script. Full stop. None of those words are in his script. Not even the word Matrix.
Can I interject for one second? For those of you who aren't going to watch the first episode, because there's a lot of lazy people out there, you wrote a script called The Immortals.
I'll hold it up.
And
So this is...
I want to tell people, and I'll do it in like Cliff Notes versions. You can.
See? I'll never show you it, though.
It was stolen by the Wachowski brothers and turned into The Matrix, is what you're claiming, yes?
Yes, and you have to say alleged. I know.
I do.
Allegedly.
But even
You have to say alleged. Say it.
though we know what's going on.
They
it's
were
like,
allegedly women who allegedly stole your
Yeah,
shit.
but allegedly just happened to get it.
Allegedly, because he doesn't have the fucking proof. I could end the show right here if I wanted to. Good night, everyone. No, but for real, like, you see this? He says he has to say allegedly. Because besides the point that he's been to court 3 different times, he has never proven that they've written it based off of his script.
From Joel Silver, who allegedly just got it from Bonaventura.
Highly recommend the
When
first episode. The
allegedly-
red pill, the blue pill, it's all in there. It's all in this original script you wrote in 93?
93.
93,
Yeah,
and we
sorry,
have,
89.
and he sued, and that's an ongoing legal stuff you'll get into.
That's the funny thing too. Just cap that real quick. Is they brought me their own attorneys to have me sue. I had no intention to sue. I didn't know what was going on. They brought me their own attorneys, in-house defense attorneys, to make sure they handled the whole show. I just-
They did it all to me, and I just rolled with it. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime girl.
statute of limitations. So I had no intention of suing, and we actually won, and they blocked us from claiming the win. So
You know how ridiculous this sounds? He just said I had no intention of suing. What the fuck were you doing this whole time, bud? Jason said should have red pen on the cover. See me after class. Oh, see, this is the new one that he paid $500 for to have it stamped with the little gold stamp and the tassels. And then his sheet music's so long, it's going down past the cover page and shit. Yeah, Zenray says, if you did a documentary on this, Steve, it would be so good. Yeah? Well, hey. You know how long it takes to put stuff together. If I did a documentary, this thing could be like 10 hours long. Like, how can I get this conveyed within like 2 hours? I'd love to get this all down within 2 hours.
That's an ongoing legal stuff you'll get into.
that's the funny thing too. Just cap that real quick. Is they brought me their own attorneys to have me sue. I had no intention to sue. I didn't know what was going on. They brought me their own attorneys, in-house defense attorneys, to make sure they handled the whole show at the statute of limitations. So I had no intention of suing, and we actually won, and they blocked us from claiming the win. So it's much deeper, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah.
But this is the only in existence copyrighted screenplay of the Matrix story, and they actually
Wrong. He has a second copy like that. All right. And there's also other people that contacted me via email saying they also have a copy. Unless that was Tom himself trying to pretend he's somebody else asking to purchase my interviews of Tom. Fucking liar.
the Warner Bros. Copyrighted the Immortals title, not Matrix. Look it up. They assigned to Keanu Reeves.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks, thank you. Tom Hanks was given a copyright entry of...
The reason he doesn't have the Tom Hanks script is because you go to the... So this is something Tom has not said to anybody. You go to the copyright office and you request a copy of any of these materials, you have to get written permission from the author. And we all know Tom Hanks is never going to give Tom Althouse, let alone anyone else, permission to get copies of the 2 total pages that are titled The Immortals that are on the Copyright Office list. So when Tom was claiming before that you could get, anybody can go to the copyright office and get a copy of this script. No, because the copyright office comes back with, you need to have written permission from the author that you can have a copy of this script. That's something Tom left out in all of his interviews, didn't he?
Three pages long, not a screenplay, just saying that he is commissioned and ordered by Warner Brothers and HBO, who did Game of Thrones, to steal this work. So,
It's
Another lie. He has not seen the Tom Hanks 2 pages that are on there. For him to say that it's, oh, I was commissioned to do this by Warner. He has no fucking clue what it looks like. Lerny says it may be useful for people if they can resonate with this in their personal life with, for example, management, etc. Yeah, I mean, if I were to make a documentary right now based off of everything I have, it would be like a personality study on Tom Althouse. Like, where'd he come from? How'd this all start? The problems I'd run into are things like, well, the deposition audio. I'd love to use that in the documentary. But, like, for it to get to Sundance and not have any blocks would be a miracle. Because you know this asshole would try to get it stopped from being screened. I like the idea, though. I do like the idea. Brenda says, hey, let's type one up and sneak it in his house. You know, I'm sure he'd eat that up. Although I think we're at the understanding now that Tom himself left older copies of his script on his bed. And he just thought, the time is now. The time is now to reveal this. So if he was sitting on all those older scripts for this long until, like, he had more fallings out with people, like, it's just so sad. Because, like, the feds are not concerned with this guy. I would have heard something. And the 22 interviews I did over 2.5 years, wouldn't you think somebody would have reached out to me and been like, hey, you need to stop doing these interviews? You know, like the Men in Black shit. None of that happened with me, thankfully. Texas Larney says, good idea, Beyond. Make sure Tom Althouse is the villain without him realizing it. Yeah. Oh, God. Beyond the box. Behave yourself. Alright, let's continue on here. Look at my script. Look at my script that none of you will ever read.
3 pages long, not a screenplay, just saying that he is commissioned and ordered by Warner Brothers and HBO, who did Game of Thrones, to steal this work. So, yeah.
It's all your work. I mean, I see so many things on TV that are stolen directly from me. Like they show hacks. That's my fucking life story. They have no shame of stealing my life, everything about it. They have no fucking shame of theft. They don't have any shame of anything.
It's like they bleed the bear, like in Chinese medicine. What they do is they take the bear and get the vial and stuff to create the medicine. They bleed us, they keep us down. Disney had the audacity to tell me through one of their attorneys, I recorded it, where they said that you're a star player on the bench, which means you're not going to get work. But you're a star player on the bench until you behave yourself, basically.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what it is.
So you hear this? I wonder if he has more audio clips that he just didn't give me. But he might be referring to that one deposition, and it's so jumbled in his head, he thinks he's the savior and the hero in that situation.
medicine. What they do is they take the bear and get the vial and stuff to create the medicine. They bleed us. They keep us down. Disney had the audacity to tell me through one of their attorneys, I recorded it, where they said that you're a star player on the bench, which means you're not going to get work, but you're a star player on the bench until you behave yourself, basically.
I don't remember hearing that in the deposition audio.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what it is. If we stand up for our audiences and for humanity to create work as a gift
We're
and offer to
finished.
them, right? Then we're the ones that have to go down. The ones that are celebrated, the ones that cash in, don't care about audiences, like Spielberg, and you get away with it, and you make yourself a fortune while you mock them in your work. So
Meanwhile, Tom is here mocking everyone under the sun.
there's a difference.
Spielberg to me is one of the most evil people who've ever lived.
Oh yeah, I can think of one other, but yes, indeed, yes, indeed.
What about Elon Musk? He's a fucking retard too, isn't he?
Neon,
He's a fucking evil
right into
retard.
it,
aren't we?
I was wondering what the fuck was going on. I was hoping that Trump was going to expose him because a mutual ex-friend of ours said that he was raised in the satanic ritual occult that she was raised
Remember
in.
we talked about that last time I was up? We didn't put it on the air, but we talked about it.
Wait, who's this friend? We can't say.
No, she's not our friend.
Yeah,
No.
I call him
She's
Neon.
a Jew hater,
Yeah,
like
I
they
call,
all are
yeah,
now.
she's burned me too. But I call.
Oh, you see? The moment people start questioning Israel and the Jews, they all become a Jew hater, and then they're banished. They're banished. Do not question. You're gone.
Last time I was up, we didn't put it on the air, but we talked about it.
Wait, who's this friend? We can't say.
No, she's not our friend
Yeah,
anymore.
I call him
She's
Neon.
a Jew hater,
Yeah,
like they all are
yeah,
now.
she's burned me too. But I call him Neon Husk because there's nothing in the middle. There's nothing there.
So you're
It's just
saying
going-
Elon's not a good guy?
Yeah, I was sorry. I didn't mean that wasn't a mockery sound. That was like
He
a,
stole all his shit.
producing.
Elon Musk stole all his shit
all
too.
of it. And that's what I want to get into too, is how they. It's not just the story. When you do your work right, like you do, you also come up with revolutionary new tech, like Gene Roddenberry and others. They come up.
I just want to comment on Tom's little. Yeah. He says that multiple times in this. It's actually, there was one clip I put up on for short where he says that. I spliced it together. Just showing that he drops people whenever he's done using them. He just moves on to the next person.
With revolutionary new tech and ideas, and that's how a lot of times the engineers and the scientific community will go off the art. Art leads the way often.
No, it's the other way. I found this out because you know the Marvel comics. Those people that draw the graphics for Marvel comics, they're in the CIA, and they only draw what weapons have already been 3D'd or developed. So
cool.
they're allowed by the CIA to show that in Marvel comics.
See, layer that in.
It
now.
all comes from the CIA,
It's
doesn't
perfect.
it?
Yes, it does. Which is so wild because you just segued right into something so important. If you come up with tech they didn't think about,
They own
that
it.
can influence and check the world, then you have another layer where they're going to be very, very interested in that particular individual and try to recruit them first, or her, and then destroy them if they don't acquiesce. And it's like, that's exactly what happened.
I'm going to get in front of Tom here before he says it. Tom didn't make the jacks in the neck thing. He didn't invent that. It was in Ghost in the Shell. And it's probably in earlier science fiction as well that we're not recollecting at the present time. Texas Learning says, now the classy lady, quote unquote, is having the same issue as Tom Althouse has. LOL. Yeah. Well, this was something we brought up before where it's like they have that like symbiotic relationship if it has to do with schizophrenia. But like, whatever. I think here she's just trying to relate to him. But like, yeah, isn't that interesting? They both had stuff stolen. I had shots stolen, like cinematic shots stolen from me. I showed the evidence in one of the interviews that I did with Tom here. That was an actual thing. Like a year and a half after the fact. Same exact shot. In the TV show that everyone was comparing my short film to, which I had not even watched that show at the time. And Jason says, LOL, it's like, how can you drop more people than you've met? Well, Tom's trying to make up for that now by going to all these conferences and having so many people meet him that he can't even recall or thank one damn person. on his Twitter, he goes and he talks about how, oh, I met so many people, I can't remember them all. Thank you, everyone. What the fuck? You'd at least remember, like, 3, 7 at most. Shout them out, tag them. Something. No, he likes the attention. You see. Look at Tom. Look at Tom on the stage talking about his script. At a UFO conference of all things. Give me a break.
And they end up saying that we're crazy, stupid, we mumble, we
Mentally
can't put
ill.
sentences together. They use that card to justify taking
Religious
the work.
fanatic.
Yeah, take the work,
Isn't
justify.
that what you do to me?
Well, yeah, but
Mumble.
in this case, it's true.
No, but sorry,
But
back
yeah,
on track.
so if they see work they haven't seen before,
Well,
they
she's
want
saying
it.
just that this is fascinating. You're saying the stuff that's put through art is already invented, and you're saying they
Yeah,
invented
it
it
is.
after the art. Could
Well,
both
that's
be
what-
true?
No, they
Yeah,
invent
yeah.
it when they see something
Let's
new.
see, I'm
They invent it.
Well, see, that's well, yes.
They steal
or
it and
reinvent
invent it,
Yes, because
yeah.
Disney said to me on the phone, and that attorney that was on the phone said, "Are we still in the air?" Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
they said on the phone, everything's been done under the sun, which I've heard teachers say, which is you don't say that to kids. Everything's been done under the sun. There's nothing new. And I said, well, how come there's 190 new concepts in the Matrix story, The Immortals? It's like including tech. And they're like, okay, I guess so. Okay. So yes,
190 concepts. That would be more than 2 concepts per page. You understand this? This dude is writing about penis leeches in the Amazon in his first 10 pages. I'm not making that shit up.
Because they don't have a fucking idea of anything.
no. Well, who's smarter than them? God. And if God gives the material through us that will be faithful and true in our work and wanting to make a difference in the world, I think the CIA's trumped on new material that they didn't think of.
Well, there is no God. Didn't you know that? There's no God. There's only enlightenment through Lucifer. How come you don't know that?
Well, I didn't say exactly what I believe, but I am actually viewing the world. This is really fun, by the way, because you're a firecracker. I love it.
Sarcasm.
It's like, no, you're good. I like the idea that that there is a universe above us, and that there's a whole family of beings or whatever that created this. They're our God.
I don't know if Roseanne was being sarcastic here, but Tom ate all of that up. And he's already trying to conform to what she just presented. In fact, you know what? We can just fucking say it. They don't believe in God. They believe in Satan. Motherfuckers.
There are parents. There are.
Yeah.
I call them others, parentals. You name it.
Anunnaki, Tom? Is it the Anunnaki? Because that's the Jews' god. You know, I love having such a small channel. There's like no demonetization happening. There's no there's no sponsors being pulled because I say something wrong about the Middle East. Like, fuck all that. Just fuck it all. I should be able to speak about what I want to. Zen. Oh, Zen. Okay. So Zen says he probably knows them by the color of their hair, purple, green, or red. He's talking about the conference people. Yeah. And then Zen says, or which costume they have to be wearing. Yeah, because Tom was a stage director for quite a while. And then Zen says, I'm pretty sure Tom only has his eyes set on one thing other than fame. And that was Veronica's knockers. Whew. And you're coming with the heavy artillery here. And Texas Learning says, damn right, Steve. Thank you. I'm glad you agree with me.
But I kept getting the imagery given to me, and I saw imagery while I got.
Okay, we're going to go over this little 20-second thing one more time. just to confirm. Like, okay, Roseanne's kind of like saying this off the cuff, but she just straight up said, like, no, there is no God, there's only Lucifer. Like, she's fucking said that, and like, it almost feels unironic at this point.
Through Lucifer.
Smarter than them, God. And if God gives the material through us that will be faithful and true in our work and wanting to make a difference in the world, I think the CIA's trumped on new material that they didn't think of.
Well, there is no God. Didn't you know that? There's no God. There's only enlightenment through Lucifer. How come you don't know that?
Well, I didn't say exactly what I believe, but I am actually
So, I want to say that Roseanne was being sarcastic here, and that's giving her a lot of slack. She shouldn't be joking like this. But Tom fed right into it and took her literally. And now he's trying to reframe it.
Oh, I didn't really say who I believe in, but I think there's a bunch of families of gods up there watching over it. Like, fuck!
the world. This is really fun, by the way, because you're a firecracker and I love it.
Sarcasm.
It's like, no, you're good. I like the idea that that there is a universe above us and that there's a whole family of beings or whatever that created this. There are God, there are parents, there are, I call them others, parentals, you name it. But I kept getting the imagery given to me, and I saw imagery while I got it, and I feel that the only reason I was able to...
You see her face? She's like, oh, fuck, I didn't think he'd take me seriously.
Of beings or whatever that created this. There are God, there are parents.
Watch her face.
Yeah.
I call them others, parentals, you name it. But I kept getting the imagery given to me, and I saw imagery while I got it, and I feel that the only reason I was able to create what I created, which Wachowski stole, and they did so many different takes on it, they got drunk on it in Hollywood.
Yeah, they did.
Is because I had a heart of humility. And I think that's why they counter it so much, that humility and compassion is key to great creativity. And I tried...
You know, if Tom did have humility, he would be able to give me a phone call and be like, hey, Steve, I realize I overreacted a little bit on that 5-minute window that I blew up on you over. Let's talk. But no, he's like, oh, Steve's just like my sister, trying to say I'm schizophrenic and I belong in a mental institution and I didn't wreck the Matrix and telling people I'm suicidal. This dude is saying that he might not have a fucking life anymore by the time I leave. Essentially. Giving me all these notes and the audio clips, and it's like, if anything happens to me, Steve.
They tell Disney this. They say it's all about power. I said, if you want great creativity, you got to serve your audience.
That's what I said in my show too. I'm not here to make the audience feel like fat, stupid sloths.
No.
I know that's important to you in order to, because all the commercials they put on my show, which was a mind blower and horrifying for me to see, was all a bunch of really kind of butch women and their stupid feminized husbands.
Wachowski style?
Yeah, Wachowski style. Yeah, they did the trans thing, the Baphomet thing with it. And the woman, she'd be a big fat bitch, and she's sitting there going, oh, I have to do everything around here. That's what they took from Roseanne.
And what do they do to
disgusted
femininity?
me.
What do they do to the strong female woman? What do they do to the woman warrior? What do they do to them through Hollywood? It's a male boy business, right?
Well, what they do is they work it around. They chew on it. They chew the fat of their child victim that they already ate their heart. Then they're chewing the fat and going around and around. And they're like, you know what? Here's how I think it works. It's the shortcut, the low-hanging fruit. Well, she is a Jew. So that means, hence, she is a Jew, hence, that means she's a racist. What they've done to God's people. God's people are racist colonizers of their own land, Judea. And
she's letting the Palestinian conflict get into this conversation. You see that? She just can't help herself. Man. Flawless Jew. Don't criticize me whatsoever, right?
So that means, hence, she is a Jew, hence, that means she's a racist. What they've done to God's people. God's people are racist colonizers of their own land, Judea. And
so pompous. You see that? Even her son's like, oh, yeah, those goyim, you know, they love to hate the Jews. I don't know why. I just don't know why. You know, it's just the way they say we're the racists, but really they're the racists. You know, like, get over your fucking selves.
What are several of the other things? In control of everything. A cabal that eats children, sacrifices children. When obviously,
what were the tunnels in New York for then? Tell me. They took out shit-stained mattresses. Why do you think they were shit-stained? It's because the bowels falling out of the children that they were abusing down there. Sorry to say that.
Abraham put an end to child sacrifice, and we never went back to it like some religions and their sacrificial gods that are men. No, Judaism didn't do that, so it has to be destroyed. And if the Jewish people go back to their homeland, Judea, Samaria, Israel, then the Bible is true.
You know what's wild?
And then God exists. And we can't have that because we're way smarter than God.
These Hasidic Jews, these Ashkenazi Jews, are not the Jews of the Bible. And I know I don't have to explain this to all of you here. Most of the Jews today came from Russia. Look into the Bolsheviks. They killed tens of millions, possibly hundreds of millions of people prior to World War II.
Anyway, Lucifer tells us that. We believe in the devil, but we don't believe in God.
Right. In the original work, Smith draws a Jewish...
Smith.
Yeah, Agent Smith draws a Jewish star in the original work.
Agent Smith's not in his original Immortal script. Again, he's a liar.
When Neo, the Neo counterpart, is explaining about the Ghost program and what he's seen, he's mocking it, mocking the Jewish people by drawing a Jewish star.
Yeah.
In the beginning, you have what they used for Outbreak, right? And Forever Young with Mel Gibson.
Oh, he's so royal. He's so Ninth Circle.
Yeah.
I mean, he's completely Ninth Circle.
Joel
Hello.
Silver brought
Ninth
in Mel
Circle.
Gibson to
Ninth
take
Circle.
the work, and they did Forever Young right away. It pisses me off because then he celebrated. The only time Mel Gibson I saw him really do an honest moment that I can conceive of or witness that I can say I can witness was when he was inebriated.
Yeah, when he called
when he was real.
When he called it, then he got to get back on air.
Remember when Mel Gibson was drunk and he said bad things about Jews? Get the fuck over yourselves already.
Apologize.
No, he shouldn't have. That was the
No,
coolest
you did
moment.
the right thing even if you're inebriated. You finally did the right thing. If that's how it works for you and you did the right thing, then
Let
good.
yourself
Let's set.
Yep.
Don't go back on the
No, that's
He's one of the only people that made a feature film in Hollywood about Jesus Christ. And look what they did to him.
who you are.
Yeah, it's like you might as well say, I'm going to beg for anything to get the work, so I'll do whatever you want. Where's your strength?
Yeah.
You know, playing those characters.
By the way, Forever Young is another film that Tom loves to bring up and trying to say like, oh, they used the shot of the picture in the hand falling, and that was in the Immortals. Again, that's like a 1994 film. He's saying like 93 was his script. No. Just no, Tom. Enough.
Well, he was right to say that the Jews start all the wars and do all the bad shit on earth.
He was.
He was completely right with that. Not.
Oh, really? Let's hear Roseanne admit that one more time.
Don't go back and
No, that's
apologize.
who you are.
Yeah, it's like you might as well say, I'm going to beg for anything to get the work, so I'll do whatever you want. Where's your strength?
Yeah.
You know, playing those characters.
Well, he was right to say that the Jews start all the wars and do all the bad shit on earth.
He was.
Roseanne just admitted Mel Gibson was right that Jews start all the wars and do all the bad shit on earth. Oh, is that why people hate them? Hate them? Why did they hate them so much? She just said it. They start all the wars. And quoting Roseanne here, they do all the bad shit on earth.
He was completely right with that. Not.
And he did call the cops.
Oh, she's being sarcastic again. Yeah. Well, if you do look into how all the both world wars started, and you look into these other wars as well, even the Civil War, all of these were started by the bankers. Okay, and it's not just... There was this whole thing I had with Susie. I was talking with her when I visited her last month. And we came to a conclusion here that not only was he trying to save the U.S. bank, keep it away from the world banks, he was trying to bring light to the fact that the world banks are controlling the world. And that's part of why he was assassinated.
Bigger tits, which is one of my favorite things ever. But can we get back on track?
But I love that they're always.
you were
I
hinting
love that
Elon
they're
Musk.
always
Yes.
Catholics, and they go, well, the Catholics. That's a great church. They don't do anything wrong. They've never done anything wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't.
There's not a whole
They
religion.
didn't steal
There is
everything.
no-
They didn't steal everything from the
Yeah.
Jewish temple in Jerusalem and take it to the Vatican and do black magic with it. They didn't do any of that. They're good, and the Jews are bad. They're satanic.
Yeah, it's a
You
riot,
know, they're
yeah.
God.
Look at that projection. You see, this is why I've decided to step out of organized religion. And the Heavenly Father Creator and Jesus Christ. It's all I need. I don't need to go to these Sunday sermons where they're all fucking changed now from the time when I grew up to now. All the hymns are different. They're walking around with the French fry basket asking for money. No. Yeah, Roseanne's going to be really heavy with the sarcasm here. But why not deflect, right? It's easy to pick on the other religions, right? When they're Jewish, they can just blame everyone else.
It's Satan. That's who they are. The synagogue of Satan, the Jews.
Conceptualize. What I conceptualize is that we're in a cave.
It says so in the Bible, the synagogue of Satan. I don't know why she's trying to make it this humorous in any way.
It's that cave idea that's been talked about before by philosophers. Is we're children in a cave trying to get out of a cave, and everybody has their opinion, and no one's actually lighting a candle to get our way out.
That's such a great
That
film.
is so true.
Goddamn.
Yeah.
Real quick, because I want to get back on track.
But we're trying to light a candle
It's gonna be hard.
to go.
I can tell it's going to be hard.
No, shut up, Dick. We're trying to
Say
light a
must.
candle because
I got us.
we want to save children.
Well, we're going to do it, whether they're grabbing our throat.
If they really wanted to save children, Roseanne would be boots on the ground in New York asking, what the fuck are these tunnels about? But you don't see her doing that. She's just sitting here smoking her weed, making jokes. She's a comedian. And she's Jewish. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh, oops, I said it again. Right?
Hanging on our back and using our monkey tails around our head. We're gonna get people out of this cave. We're gonna
we
do
are.
it with other artists, and that's why
That's
what we
right.
do is to bring artists together, people that have different cross-discipline expertise, hearts, and compassion. Let us lead the way. Let us drive the car, and not these pedophiles, and we'll
Yeah.
get our way out of the cave.
Okay,
We're
Elon Musk.
connected
Elon
to
Musk.
God. We know that the thing that God hates the most is hypocrisy and the harming of children.
Wait, I
so,
think- yeah.
right?
I think this is a good moment for this moment. It'll never rise again. So we're gonna go to Musk after I present your mom with the gift I want to give her.
Oh my god, here it is. Here it is. This is what I wanted to show today. So we're going to play this back in regular speed. Oh, man. I'm going to cut the music here briefly. You all need to see and hear this. Because I didn't believe it at first. You ready? Texas Learning says she's as Jewish as she's classy, and she just said God doesn't like hypocrisy. Yeah, well, when Jewish women aren't following the Jewish faith, it really doesn't matter when it comes to generational blood. As long as they're a Jewish female, they can pass on the Jewish ancestry to a new person if they have children. And that's a fact, too. So they don't even have to be practicing. As long as they have the blood, that's what counts in the Jewish religion. All right, so here Tom's about to crown her queen. All right? I'm not making this up. See for yourself.
Children.
Wait, I
so,
think, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think this is a good moment for this moment. It will never rise again. So we're going to go to Musk after I present your mom
Oh.
with the gift I want to
Yes.
give her.
Keep framing in line.
There we
Yeah.
go. So I am
There you go.
presenting my dear.
This is a big mistake because she's already got a huge ego.
I do not have a huge ego.
You're feeding the beast.
I don't have a huge ego. I have a
Oh,
huge
no.
sense of.
This is the birthday
Oh,
present
God.
that
I gotta
feel is
film
right.
this.
Oh, I
And
love
so
it.
it goes to who I consider should be honorary queen of the world for your courage,
Thank you.
brilliance, beauty, compassion, divine feminine, and never say no.
Thank you, baby.
There you are.
I so appreciate
You
that.
have earned that, mother.
Of course, I agree with you.
You are a goddamn icon.
Because I
and a
know, and I'm
legend.
not goddamned. I'm God blessed.
It fits,
and
see?
I am so happy somebody gets me.
If you were queen of the world, honorary, we'd have peace.
Hey, it's Roseanne.
Wow. Yeah, let's do it one more time.
After I present your mom
Oh.
with the gift that I want to
Yes.
give her.
Keep framing in line.
There
Yeah.
we go. So I am
All right, there you go.
presenting my dear.
This is a big mistake because she's already got a huge ego.
I do not have a huge ego.
You're feeding the beast.
I don't have a huge ego. I have a
Oh,
huge
no.
sense of.
This is the birthday
Oh,
present.
God. I gotta
feel is
film
right.
this.
Oh, I
And
love
so
it.
it goes to who I consider should be honorary queen of the world for your courage,
Thank you.
brilliance, beauty, compassion, divine feminine, and never say no.
Thank you, baby.
There you are.
I so appreciate
You
that.
have earned that, mother.
Of course,
You
I
are.
agree with
You are a goddamn icon.
Because I
and a
know, and
legend.
I'm not goddamn.
Sorry.
I'm God blessed.
It fits,
and
see?
I am so happy somebody gets me.
If
Oh, man. Can't make it up. Okay, so we're going to go back to the 1.5 speed. I wanted to play that at its normal speed so you could see that in all of its unbridled glory. Yeah, and you know what? After this show, I'm going to title it Crowning the Beast. Because these shows need titles. I'm going to actually go back at some point and give titles to all of these Let's Talks. This one's going to be called Crowning Beast.
honorary, we'd have peace.
Hey, it's Roseanne. It's like the jump and pushing out at the knuckle. Peace, we'd have justice going today because crazy should not win. You're damn right.
Okay. Texas Learny says, good job, TA. Idol worship. Yep. Beyond the Box says, that was a big wedding ring, lol. That's a damn big wedding ring. Zenray says, I'm speechless. Texas Learny says, divine feminine, quote unquote. LOL. And then Learny says, that insulted like 50% of the human race. Beyond the Box says, I hope someone cleaned that drool. And Learny says, just make sure that people don't read it as you crowning the beast, Steve. Yeah. Alright, I'll put Tom's name in front of it. I'll just put Tom Althouse crowning the beast. Oops, I called Roseanne the beast. Whatever. That whole, like, holding the cigarette while accepting the crown. Oh my god.
We wouldn't. We would not only have peace, we'd have justice. And like I said when I ran for
Thank you, baby.
today because crazy
Oh, man.
should not win. You're damn right we wouldn't. We would not only have peace, we'd have justice. And like I said when I ran for president in 2012, which I see that Zorhan or whatever the fuck his name is, that asshole, he's stealing my whole 2012 campaign for president, just like Trump did, but I forgave Trump. But anyway,
Well, Trump implemented it in an intelligent way, just like
no,
you
he did it better than I could.
Zorhan is a moron.
Zorhan, he's out there. Remember when I was
Or whatever
running
his
for
name is.
president as a socialist, and I'd go out there and I'd say socialism is the only thing that can save America. Now he's fucking doing my
Yeah,
act.
and I'm going to help you. I'm
Fucking
going to help you.
asshole.
Wait, what? What the fuck?
Trump implemented it in an intelligent way, just like
No,
you
he did it better than I could.
Zorhan is a moron.
Zorhan, he's out there. Remember when I was
Or whatever
running
his
for
name is.
president as a socialist, and I'd go out there and I'd say socialism is the only thing that can save America. Now he's fucking doing my
Yeah,
act.
and I'm,
What? I'm so confused. This bitch is here going off about how she's Jewish and everything. She's a supporter of socialism. Get your cards in order, Roseanne. Jesus.
I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you here with the segue lead in. So,
All right, let's go.
And Trump also had the brains to let someone expose themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And who was that guy?
Elon Musk.
That's right. Let's go to
That's
that.
right. Oh my God.
So round and round we go. Round and round we go. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. It just never fails. It's the merry-go-round. New information tries to get it. You can't add any new horses onto the merry-go-round. They're all fixed. All they can do is hop from one horse to the other on the merry-go-round. Trump, Elon Musk, Warner Brothers, Wachowskis, Joel Silver, Disney, Spielberg, Trump, Elon Musk, Warner Brothers, Wachowskis, Joel Silver, Steven Spielberg, Trump. Did he mention Elon Musk? Let's talk about Warner Brothers again. It's just over and over and over and over and over. That's what people said before when they were saying that he's a broken record. No new input is acknowledged, except if it's something that he's bringing in, like the feds dropping off a script on his bed. They picked the lock and everything, right? Give me a fucking break.
I said, Elon, if you start fucking funding the fucking satanic baby blood drinking Democrats now, I'm going to call your ass out, because I think that's what he always intended.
He wasn't given an elected position. He bought his way in with blood money. I'll tell you what. He did not earn what he had, but go ahead.
I just want to set this up because you are going to fill us in on what you've learned about Elon, but
Right.
I am a person
Raising
who
a
loves,
satanic ritual cult.
Well, we talked about that, but I love Elon. He bought Twitter, turned it into X. He's
And
gonna
now it
focus
is
on-
wall-to-wall anti-Semite.
Well, I'm banned from Twitter. So
Oh, good.
let me go.
Welcome to the club. But you're now saying Elon is not a good
It's all
guy.
fake Palestinian
It gets even
fucking
closer.
rewritten
It
history.
ties even closer. When I was at
Jesuit
Pat, when I was
bullshit.
at Pat Robertson's Religious Right,
Wow, she's really getting fucking ruffled on this one, isn't she?
it
Palestinian
gets even
fucking
closer.
rewritten
It
history.
ties even closer. When I was at
Jesuit
Pat, when I
bullshit.
was at Pat Robertson's Religious Right.
Thank you.
All right, can we get to Elon Musk?
Yeah, I was going to say Pat Robertson was grooming me.
Roseanne's son is like, can we please get back to Elon Musk? He's going on in Palestine again. Please, just go, move on to Elon Musk, please.
To be the face of the Christian coalition.
Right,
He insisted
episode
I go to it, right? So, what does that mean? To help him, since he lost his president...
I'm the Christian Coalition. And then the son goes, yes, the Christian Coalition. Talk about that. Don't talk about the Jews anymore,
He
right?
was running for president in 1988.
Yeah.
I'm being groomed to be the face of the Christian coalition. People are supposed to look at the blue eyes, dimples, and all that stuff, like the magnet attraction I had back then, to follow for Robertson. I'd lead them to Robertson, the guy that took my place, I think was Ralph Reed. Anyway, so I was supposed to mislead the world. And I said no when I heard what their plans were, which I whispered through art in the Matrix story, the Immortals. And so what's interesting is, no wonder they wanted to stop it. But they showed...
Never do I hear Tom say about any particular instance, any memory he's had of an interaction. Now, I understand if there's, like, blocked memories if he was being raped by other males in the organization. But, like, I'd never hear personal one-on-one stories from this guy. It's always this summary. Oh, yeah, I was part of Pat Robertson and the Christian Coalition, and they wanted me to be groomed to be the face of the Christian Coalition. And I said no. And then I wrote my script and it got stolen.
Elon Musk. Warner Brothers, in the cabal, chose Elon Musk. And you're going to see how...
Who runs the cabal, asshole? The Jews. You see how he goes around that? They say the cabal, but they'll never say who runs the cabal.
They chose, groomed, shamed, and then gave him the tech that I was given.
You're saying the Elon Musk we know today
Yes.
is part of an overall larger long plan?
He was brought in as
He's a
failed-
CIA
yeah, he was
construct
brought
like
in as a failed.
Obama
Okay.
and all the rest of their fucking shit, like Zorhan to Zolmarmar.
Do you have evidence of this?
Oh,
Or
yes,
please
yes.
explain.
The fuck is Roseanne talking about? Like, okay, she's right on one thing, that Obama's a CIA asset. That's, like, been documented. That's been known for quite a while. Beyond the Box says he has writer's block. Yeah. Yeah, that's why he's always talking in circles, right?
Yes.
Oh,
So
good.
if you want to see the trail of this, we have, first of all, I think it's a fascinating event happens. The Wachowskis said they failed as writers in '95, right? They failed as writers in '95.
They're as funny as a fucking chapped ass,
Aren't they
like my
wonderful?
dad
So
would
sweet,
say.
so sweet.
He always
Just
said, that's
boys.
funny as a
And
chapped
so yeah,
ass.
they in 1995 said they failed as assassins, and that other writers had to be brought in. So he said they'd have to pack their bags and leave unless they were given a science project.
And you failed in 1993 with the Immortals, right, Tom? That's why it was never made. And now you're claiming like over 190 matchups and probably just as many films stole your work, including Kung Fu Panda and Ratatouille, right? Give me a fucking break.
Which they codenamed my work. They didn't create it. So they didn't have a title for it yet because they didn't get given the rights to use it yet by Warner Bros. They weren't given...
So this is probably one of the only things that's truthful that comes out of all the interviews I did with Tom. I do still believe that the Wachowskis named their film The Matrix in '99 because of Carrie-Anne Moss's TV series, also titled Matrix. And you could look that up. It's on IMDb. You can't find the whole show, by the way. It was made by a Canadian director. There's only like, I think 2 episodes out there on YouTube. I think there's 10 episodes total. And this fuckhead director's just sitting on all the material. So it was broadcast once. I got a comment from someone on YouTube saying that they might have it recorded. This was some guy in the UK. That's where it was broadcast, was in the UK. So I'm hoping that at some point someone will come forward with all 10 of those episodes. And I'm sure there's going to be material in there where you can see the connective tissue of Carrie-Anne Moss being a star in this TV series called Matrix in '93, and how that eventually led to the titling of the Wachowskis' project, The Matrix. Now, as far as the Wachowskis stealing this dude's work, Tom's making himself out to be much more important than he actually is. I'm sorry to say it. He's making fun of the Wachowskis, saying they were failed writers in '95. This dude was a failed writer in '93. So how are you any different, Tom?
The go-ahead, there were other candidates. We find out that, like we said, Tom Hanks is in the Copyright Office, along with
He's
Wendy
a
Wasserstein.
fucking monster.
Yeah, not a great guy. And so, yeah, so he's in the Copyright Office under commissioned and ordered by Warner Brothers. This is a recap. Commissioned and ordered by Warner Brothers to write
Tom
The
Hanks
Immortals.
is a fucking middle-range comic. He's a middle act. And I mean, no, he's a fucking middle act.
There you go. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, so he's given this to commissioned and ordered to write it and given certificate of authorship of my work with a 3-page entry. Okay. All right. So now,
Why?
Because they wanted him to steal the work. They wanted somebody in-house to take it. So if you're ordered and commissioned, an employee for hire, they put it on the copyright. Employee for hire. So they're bringing people in-house at Warner Brothers so they can launder the work in-house. You get more out of it if it's in-house. You can claim it on taxes, things like that.
Yeah, you can say you own it.
That's right. So, and also you can control those that you're giving it to. Same thing with Wachowskis. Now, Joel Silver, when I pitched it to Bonaventura, there's a wonderful Lenny Coco tape of who's friends with Bonaventura. I pitched it at his house. I have a tape of him when he's older, remembering everything. It's huge.
That's awesome.
Blow away.
Yeah, and the tape, he showed this, I think, on Chantel's show. I believe that's where he showed it at. It was an audio tape. But it's him, like, calling Lenny Coco, and Lenny Coco being like, oh yeah, I remember meeting you once. And Tom just, like, bursts into, like, I don't want to say tears. He was like fake cry. He was like, oh yes, yes. Like, this was the pinnacle. Like, what he was saying, he's been saying this whole time. We're on the precipice. We're right about at the point where we're going to win. Not like he thought that was it. And this is now more than 10 years ago.
Attorneys are going like, you're vindicated. That's good for the 2.1 billion suit. And so what happens is,
2.1 billion. Guess what? He was trying to settle out of court with 90 grand between Warner Brothers and himself when Warner Brothers countersued him after he lost his case in 2010. Okay? So if he really thought he was worth 2.1 billion, then he would have been going for more than 90K. And I know at the time, the 90K number was a very low number for him. He wanted more money than that. But he was saying he just wanted to cover the court costs. Because he went for so long and he didn't realize how much this would cost him to go to court. And he was just like, he just wants to break even. That's what he was saying in the deposition tape. You can go back and listen to it for yourself. Now this new 2.1 billion number, this is something he's basing off of one line in an online article of the head of Miramax talking about their warehouse, and Tom's trying to frame it as, oh, the warehouse is code word for my script, The Immortals. But get the fuck out of here, dude. You know how many movie studios have in a warehouse? Thousands. Miramax is a subsidiary of Disney? Think about how many films are in those two companies alone.
Onto the work in-house. You can get more out of it if it's in-house. You claim it on taxes, things like that. It's
Yeah,
in-house.
you can say you own it.
That's right. So, and also you can control those that you're giving it to. Same thing with Wachowski's. Now, Joel Silver, when I pitched it to Bonaventura, and there's a wonderful Lenny Coco tape of who's friends with Bonaventura. I pitched it at his house. I have a tape of him when he's older, remembering everything. It's huge.
That's
Blow
awesome.
away. Their attorneys are going like, "You're vindicated. You're vindicated." That's good for the 2.1 billion suit. And so what happens is, Joel Silver says he bought.
The suit that he's never going to file. He's never going to file it. He's probably betting on just coasting through all these conventions, talking out of his ass, until he dies. He's never going to go to court. And that's not a challenge. That's the reality of all this. He's always on the precipice. He'll never get to that Act 3. He'll never get to the climax of Act 2. He does it to himself. He had me at his house. I flew to his house to film the documentary. I showed up with all my film equipment. By the time I got there, he's like, no, let's not do the documentary. The fuck, dude? Oh, I want to do a book. Oh, I want to do 4 books. By the time I'm leaving, he says, I want to do 4 books. He doesn't know what he wants. Okay?
Audit, the executive who claims the Matrix franchise, says he bought it with his spec money from Bonaventura, who I pitched it to, in 94, okay? Now in 95, the Wachowskis aren't even in the picture yet. But in Assassins, De Laurentiis, who wined and dined the Wachowskis from Warner Brothers, the exec who claims he got the copyright on Immortals, did not include the Wachowskis in the
I tried to
copyright.
stop him, De Laurentiis.
I'm glad you tried.
They brought me in to try to stop him.
Well, he's a goofer. He's dead now.
Yeah.
God deal with his
Well,
soul
I
as he
stopped
wishes.
him. Let's
So,
just
yeah.
put it that way.
Yeah, anyway. So you have De Laurentiis, wines and dines the Wachowskis, promising them women, fortune, and fame when they failed at everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't it seem like that's what Tom wants? Well, but like the women is like a beard thing for him. But fortune and fame? I don't even know how to frame this. He's going after 20 and 30-year-old women. He's claiming he has a $2.1 billion lawsuit that's ready to go, but no one will take it. And he's claiming he's the mastermind behind The Matrix and 100+ other films that A-list Hollywood people have put out. Sure sounds like women, fortune, and fame to me. Those are the things that he wants.
De Laurentiis.
I'm glad you tried.
They brought me in to try to stop him.
Well, he's a goofer. He's dead now.
Yeah.
God deal with his
Well,
soul
I
as he
stopped
wishes.
him. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, anyway. So you have De Laurentiis, wines and dines the Wachowskis.
Is that how people are going to talk about Tom? Oh yeah, he claimed he wrote The Matrix. He's dead now. Anyways, you're setting yourself up for a bad future, Tom. Very bad future. The way you talk about others, Tom, that's how they're going to talk about you.
It's promising them women, fortune, and fame when they failed at everything.
Yeah.
They
Mel
don't want
Gibson.
women. They want boy ass. All of them wants boy ass.
Well, especially the Wachowskis.
Yeah, the Wachowskis, they probably don't differentiate.
That's probably why
between
the deal
butt
went
cheeks.
so bad, because they
Yeah.
were like,
Oh,
we
they're
don't
in
it's all
trouble
just
now. They're in
ass.
trouble now.
Women.
Yeah, they'll
But-
take any ass, boy or girl.
Yeah, so Warner Brothers uses Mel Gibson to be the conduit. They use Mel Gibson to claim that he brought the Wachowskis in. Why? Why would Mel Gibson meet the Wachowskis when they failed at everything they did? Pay
Boy
his
ass?
contract. Yeah, there you go. Maybe that's it. He's a pretty ugly guy. So Mel Gibson is the conduit to bring him in. Joel Silver gives Mel Gibson Forever Young, which is the opening of this piece. An insurance film, does it badly. Mel Gibson's in the fold, in the theft. He's in the theft.
Yeah, they're all in the
They're in
gang.
the theft, that's right.
They're in the gang.
That's right.
That's how they get
right.
jumped in.
So here we have Mel Gibson tied with Joel Silver, tied with Bonaventura, tied with the Wachowskis. So the Wachowskis then are given the work after they failed Assassins because Joel Silver wants to placate them. They're threatening to go. They went all the way to the Writers Guild. They went out. They're angry. They're pissed off that they didn't get to be the authors and assassins. They want their name off the Warner Brothers tag.
I happen
So-
to know this, that Joel Silver on his deathbed, because my friend's friend was his assistant, and said that on his deathbed, you know what he said, Joel Silver? I shouldn't even say.
It's probably a curse word. He's pretty famous for that.
You have to say it now, and look in the camera and say it.
He said, Roseanne Barr is the only one who's figured this shit out.
Did
That's
he?
what he said, yeah.
Allegedly. So
Allegedly.
family, yeah.
Allegedly, with a nice
I believe
big
that,
egg in it.
though.
I would believe it too. I think
So
he's probably.
I have to like him, even though he's a baby blood drinking Democrat donor.
Well, he's responsible for the theft of the Matrix. He's the one who helped orchestrate this. He bought it with his spec money. They say at the Story Department, Teresa Wayne at the Story Department says that only Joel Silver entered it, not the Wachowskis, in '94, and in sworn testimony. And then in '95, the Wachowskis are given it to placate them, as I said.
So if they bought the Immortals, there would be a paper trail that somebody would be able to find, and nobody's been able to find it to this day. So again, more bullshit. They're not talking about Tom's script. Whatever he's trying to conflate.
Because they're so upset about being taken off Assassins because they can't write. And they said in the article, we hope to give them the science project. We have to at least prove we can direct if we're going to stay in Hollywood because we proven as they can't write. So they're given Bound. In Bound, they put the grandmother's name as the main lady's name is my grandmother's name, Violet. And they are starting a theft roll. They're starting a theft roll. And so they show they can direct at least, which wasn't really well done. And they get away with it where they're then handed the project. Tom Hanks is out, Wachowskis are in, but they still can't explain it. They can't explain the work. And so what you have is the Wachowskis then are in position. Wachowskis get greedy. As soon as they're given the work in '95, what do? They go on the air and try to force Warner Brothers' hands. And I want the public to understand this, and because fans are going to understand this phrase. They said, we want to do Jackson Neck for real. What are they saying? We don't just want the story, we want the tech. We don't just want the fame of the story, we want the worth and money that you can get from the tech in it.
The tech that is also in Ghost in the Shell, which predates what you're holding up, asshole.
Neuralink.
The intellectual property.
Neuralink, right.
No.
No. Again, he's conflating Jackson the Neck with Neuralink. They're two different concepts. But you see, Elon Musk is front and center. And Tom sees him as an easy punching bag. Like, he's punching up. Alright? Whatever. But his claims are false. Tom Althouse's claims are false. He did not come up with Jackson the Neck. We covered that on this series.
The neck. So they said that. Now Warner Brothers slaps them back and says you can't have the tech. We choose who gets the tech. And they can figure out who they gave it to. Now, Warner Brothers, yeah.
They gave it to Elon.
That's right. Warner Brothers, by controlling the tech, by establishing that they have Jackson Neck for real first, that means whoever then gets the tech later, they can pull that string if you don't do their bidding, the cabal's bidding. And so Elon, when he comes into position next to the president, which was intended, buy your way in, if he doesn't do the dance that they're telling them to do, they can pull that tech away from him. And with his failed rockets, he doesn't have much to hold on to.
No, he doesn't.
So that's right.
I highly doubt that anybody's going to take what Elon Musk has away from him. Especially considering his parents are satanic and he's involved in the satanic shit. He's good. He's covered. Or he's not necessarily good, but he's covered. He's well insured by the system. Musk's not going anywhere.
He's not that smart.
No, he isn't smart at
Wachowski's
all.
failed. Elon Musk
Well,
has
he's
failed.
smart, but he's like autistic smart.
He has an English accent, a South African accent, which makes him sound smart. But actually, he's not smart. If you get him talking to me, talking about Neuralink, he'll be diapers for dollars. He's not going to be able to understand anything about it. He still gets it wrong.
Wait,
Where'd you get the...
We still haven't heard a single, explanation from Tom of what Neuralink is. Or what Musk's Neuralink is versus what Tom wrote in the script. And we're never going to get that. Because this bullshit is the only thing that Tom cares about. Getting on other people's shows and pushing the agenda. He's not going to get into the nitty-gritty with it.
idea for Neuralink? Yeah, God.
That's right.
What
And
did
why
he
we give
tell
it?
you? What did he
Because
tell you?
that way we can control its dissemination.
Alright, again, here's Tom saying that God gave him the idea for Neuralink. So, Tom calls these other people failed writers. Tom's not a writer. Especially if he said he got channel, and it's not necessarily saying the one high mighty Father. The Heavenly Father Creator. He's just saying God gave it to him. That God used him as a vessel to make this script. And then once God was done using him, they can't write for shit, right? So who was really influencing him at this time when he was being abused and potentially raped? What was going on here? What entity was influencing Tom to write the script, The Immortals? These are good questions, which I'm sure we could find answers to, but we won't hear them directly from this dude.
For Neuralink. Yeah, God.
That's right.
What
And why
did
would
he tell
give it?
you? What
He
did-
didn't know anything about it. He still gets it wrong.
Wait,
Where'd you get the idea for Neuralink? Yeah, God.
That's right.
What
And why
did he
we give
tell
it?
you? What did he
Because
tell you?
that way we can control its dissemination. We can control it. It is a loose cannon that can bind every man,
So
woman,
you're really
and child.
talking about artificial intelligence.
We're talking about slavery. The whole human race enslaved. Neuralink will enslave you. And you know what's wild? He also didn't just give me the idea. He illustrates it through the whole script. He gave me the downloads on exactly all the evil things this thing will do. Neuralink, oh my God. Neuralink.
Is it the mark of the beast?
It is the mark of the beast. If you have Neuralink, you want a scenario now, or you want to go into the reveals on Elon?
Both.
Both. Which one first?
The
Whatever you
Neuralink
think,
reveal.
baby.
You call it.
Neuralink reveal.
Neuralink reveal. Here's the scenario, and it happens in the screenplay. And they carried it over to Matrix. With the jacks to the neck, we can all agree it's in the Matrix, right? They got it off my 93 script. It was submitted fully through Bonaventura, through his directions. Receipt, tracking number, our main guy had it, our submitting attorney Boyd, all the way in.
So they saw this script and they went, oh my God, this is futuristic.
Yep.
It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
absolutely holy.
Bonaventura called it revolutionary. That's why I call it
Revolutionary and holy and I can't think of the word,
Divine?
but yeah, divine.
So they
We
stole
got to get a hold of this and fuck it up.
Well, that's the huge thing. Can I tell you about the mistake? Okay, we got so many layers.
I know.
We have, you're going to choose. It's like, guess your course.
We're gonna get it
all right,
all
guess your
in.
course. We can either go in the Elon Musk reveal, which is just blow away. We can go into the nasty things about the Neuralink, right? Or we can go into how they are going to be caught in the $2.1 billion suit that will be upcoming.
Choose one of the horses on the carousel to jump on for me to talk about. That's what Tom is saying here. Choose the talking point that I'm presenting.
I tell you about the mistake. Okay, we got so many layers.
I know.
We have, you're going to choose. It's like, guess your course.
We're gonna get it
all right,
all
guess
in.
your course. We can either go in the Elon Musk reveal, which is just blow away. We can go into the nasty things about the Neuralink, right? Or we can go into how they are going to be caught in the $2.1 billion suit that will be upcoming, where we have all the proof, where they never let us claim Matrix 1, Warner Brothers, Disney. You never let us claim Matrix 1 by your own supplied attorneys addressing you right now. So that means we can claim it. And by your own accusations of me, how I am mentally, there's no statute of limitations, baby. So we're coming for you.
So he's he's betting on his condition of, being schizophrenic and everything else under the sun, that gives him a free pass with the statute of limitations, and that he'll still be able to get the rights back. It's not gonna happen. Texas Learning says it's all abstract. Not the same God we have, Steve. The one Tom Althouse is worshiping, I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. They do a good job trying to fool us, though. But you see, he's throwing around this 2.1 number. It's just... Oh, my... Alright. I want to pull up more music here. We went through the whole soundtrack. Again, this music that I'm playing here is from the YouTube channel White Bat Audio. And they do a lot of royalty-free music, which I highly appreciate. But White Bat Audio. Oh, we're still going. I thought it was done. Alright, I'll get this queued up for when we do have to change over. Alright. Let's get back to this.
All right.
Okay, so here, I'm gonna get
That is God.
That is great. So
that is
you
God.
have a lawsuit coming.
That is God unfolding an incredibly divine story.
And we're going internationally, not single.
Again, you write the script Immortals. I just want to say one thing and then I'll back off.
No, backing off,
You
stay
both
with it.
claim The CIA and Hollywood
They're
are
the same
they're
thing.
the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
And they
yeah.
pick, when they get a script, they take art.
They have a film department.
They have a film department at the CIA. And a lot of this is documented
CIA
and true.
is a CIA.
Yeah, a lot of this is a verifiable fact.
It's all facts.
So you're saying when you came up with an idea, you present to them, they go, oh my God, we got to get this, we got to get this. to
We're
Elon,
stealing
we
this.
gotta-
Hey,
yeah.
look what Satan gave us.
The CIA was trying to recruit me. They were trying to recruit me.
So this is fascinating.
Yeah,
Okay, so Elon Musk,
Very interesting.
not single.
again, you write the script Immortals. I just want to say one thing and then I'll back off.
No, backing
claim,
off,
you
stay
both
with it.
claim the CIA and Hollywood
They're
are
the same
they're
thing.
the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
And they
yeah.
pick, when they get a script, they take art.
They have a film department.
They have a film department at the CIA. And a lot of this is documented
CIA
and true.
is a CIA.
Yeah, a lot of this is a verifiable fact.
It's all facts.
So you're saying when you came up with an idea, you present to them, they go, oh my God, we got to get this, we got to get this. to
We're
Elon,
stealing
we
this.
gotta-
Hey,
yeah.
look what Satan gave us.
Yeah.
Freudian slip there by Roseanne. And that goes right back into what we were saying. Tom is worshiping a different god than what he's letting on. And Roseanne just spills the beans here.
The CIA was trying to recruit me. They were trying to recruit me.
So this is fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elon Musk was given technology that you created.
Boom. But first, you have to have the grooming,
Mm-hmm.
the shaming.
And the patent, which Tom doesn't have. Right? He could say that the patent's in the script, but he's not showing anyone the script. I highly doubt that a script that's written like a stage play is going to have an explanation in there what technology is being used in it. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. So for him to say that the patent is in the script, like, no, that's not how that works.
To make sure the ownership is established by the studios, then give it to them.
Is that part of SRA, the kind of ritual use, or what is the grooming?
Well, it's
I'm sure it has
exactly.
threads in there.
It is exactly like everybody's talking now. The whole Diddy thing,
Yeah.
Yes,
where
and
they
now-
steal from artists, they crush the artists.
Yep, Texas Learning says, Tom said God gave it, and Roseanne says, look what Satan gave us. Yeah, that's loud and clear, isn't it?
They end up owning the artist song, and the artist is dead penniless.
That's right. Now we tell audiences too, if you feel like you're having despair or you feel like the world hasn't been good, there's no hope, it's because the idiots have been driving the car. Daddy and mommy are going to drive the car now. The real artists are going to drive the car. We'll be able to have everything right by claiming our ownership back. We'll be able to set this world right along with great presidents like Trump. And I'm going to say also Putin. I'm tired of him getting a bad name.
Yeah, me too.
He's trying to protect his people. He's doing his job.
That's right.
Wow, we're gonna.
It's trying to suck up the Putin now. Hey, no, we were talking about Putin being a good guy here already. You just go back and listen to all of his English translated speeches, and he's actually talking about what they're bashing. Catholicism, Christianity, that's the majority of Russia anyways. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, because we're at the 2-hour mark, and I do need to use the facilities. So, we will go to intermission. I will be back here. So just give me about 5 minutes, and we will be right back. Alright, we are back, everyone. I'll give you guys a few minutes to get back here. It's gonna be another long one, unfortunately, but it's how this goes. We have to dissect everything. And Beyond the Box says, oh no, Steve left us unattended. Yeah. And us, Sandy, says, thank you for your show. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. We're here seeking truth. And yes, everyone make sure to hit the like button. And share this to people you know, or people that you know are currently under the spell of Tom Althouse. Because they need to see both sides of these things. See, I put off doing this show for weeks. I went on vacation to Texas. This time I went to Fort Worth. And when I got back, I started the deep dive series again. But I wasn't quite ready to do this show again. But now, today, I'm ready to continue diving into all this. So, I thank you all for your patience. Because we have this. I think what we're going to do today is just finish this Roseanne Barr interview. Because doing 2 different video clips, like, that's going to take more than 5 hours probably. Because, well, we're not even we're not even halfway through this one. But it's at 1.5 speed, so it's going to keep going a little faster than normal. Texas Learning said, did you behave, Beyond? Beyond the Box said, I did, Tex. Thank you for behaving. Alright, let's continue on, shall we? So, I guess that first, we'll call what this show has been so far the first half. And the first half, we covered 38 minutes of this interview. It took us 2 hours. Because we're pausing and analyzing and reviewing, sharing our thoughts. And if you have a thought to share, throw it in the comments. I'll read it out here. But, yeah, we'll get through this. So I also know that some of my viewers here were waiting to watch this Roseanne Barr interview until I sat down here to do this show and review it. And I don't blame you guys. Like, I only wanted to go through this once, and I haven't watched this yet in its entirety myself. I did watch the part when he gifted the crown to Roseanne. That was wild. And I went on the YouTube page where this video is at, and I left a comment on there. And this is downloaded off of YouTube, so today's show, it's not giving them a view. So there's that as well. They already got the view counted when I clicked the link to go and download the video. Because I don't want to perpetuate their algorithm. But we are here to disprove these claims that are being brought up. Since we were so coldly left behind here. And again, this isn't eating me up. I've gone over a month without talking about any of this stuff, really. I've been doing the deep dives with Coral Castle, with Bermuda Triangle. I started the Great Lakes Triangle deep dive, which that'll become public at some point, but that's for members only. And, yeah, consider becoming a member if you can afford it. Because I'm trying to do this on a very regular basis. I have 2 different tiers right now for membership on the YouTube channel, $10 and $20 per month. But what I think I will eventually do is move those tier memberships over to Patreon. And then YouTube will be more accessible in terms of membership. I will probably lower the monthly cost on YouTube. And as I develop more content, I will offer that on the Patreon. But I'm nowhere near getting started on launching the Patreon yet. But that'll have more content on there as well. I'm just trying to diversify my reach and getting support from all you out there, because really, I'm not making that much money on this. This is not something I'm like relying on to pay my bills or anything. So when you guys are members of this channel, like Jay Wild and Zenray, you guys are helping me afford other things that normally I wouldn't. Like, I spent years not getting books. But then I started picking up stuff for the channel. Like, we're going through this one right now. I have over 20 books I picked up after I got back from Texas. Some of them I can't read verbatim. Some of them are very rare books. And I want to get that information out to all of you. But it's going to take time. Yeah, I can't even begin to talk about some of this stuff. Well, I'll cover more on a members only stream, like the other books I've picked up, but I got this one called Incredible Coincidence by Alan Vaughn. I'm going to start reading that in my spare time. Whatever spare time I have left at this point. But like, I have so many books I want to get to, and it's going to take me a while. It's like the same thing with the video games. Like, I'm not playing any video games right now. I just don't have the time. But I'm able to do these deep dives, and I'm reading these books through the deep dives. But there's high concepts that really not a lot of people have access to. And a lot of it's been scrubbed off the internet. Jay Wild says, I can't wait for YM Uncensored. And yeah, Learning, don't worry about it. Learning says, I'd love to, but money is tight. I understand it. It's tight over here, too. But, yeah, that's why I'm considering, like, lowering the monthly memberships on YouTube. Like, I'm going to figure something out where I can give everybody, according to, like, different membership tiers, quality content. Because I don't want to just put everything out there for free and whoever watches it. Like, there's going to be important concepts that I'm going to be presenting. And some of the stuff probably won't be allowed on YouTube. Like, the only way I'm going to find out is if they hit the channel. But thankfully, they haven't done that yet. But we're getting into some bizarre stuff with the Great Lakes Triangle. It's actually a lot more. There's a lot more accounts of Great Lakes than Bermuda. You know that? And I got a second book of this. I got like 3 more books after this on the Bermuda Triangle. So like those series are going to run for quite a while. And I'm trying to stay within 2 hours for those shows. This show is going to run it's going to be like an Abe Cias show where we're going 6-7 hours. But I'm going to try to keep this hopefully to 4 hours today. I hope we don't go too long. But we're going to finish this video for today. And then next week we'll do the Veronica Codebreakers video where Veronica and Tom are back from the convention. So it's just stuff I'm keeping. Like, I don't want to just put all this out today. My whole day is going to be gone if I do both videos. Thank you, Jay. Jay says money is tight. That is why this is the only channel I support financially. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. And you know, I'll be doing different types of videos. So these live streams, these reviews, the deep dives, I want to do different videos from those formats, if you understand me with that. Like highly edited critiques I'd also like to do, like the character analysis for Smith. And I know I keep talking about that one. I want to do it right. And I want to have it be concise and to the point. And members are going to get that video. It might stay that way for quite a while. The Great Lakes Triangle series, that'll probably be public sooner than what the Smith video would be. But it's all there just to help encourage others to support the channel. Because really, it's tough. It's tough having to choose what creators to support. So I'm glad that you think this channel is worthy of that. I appreciate that. Oh, and by the way, I do need to mention my childhood friend that got me into the Matrix franchise just reconnected with me about I want to say like 2 weeks, about 2 weeks ago. I can't wait to I want to have him on this show and just have him and I shoot the shit on the Matrix franchise, because this dude's hilarious. His name's Mike, but he's the one that got me into the Matrix franchise when the Reloaded and Revolutions were coming out, when they were still being filmed. That's when I got into all of this. And without him, all of this wouldn't be happening. I'll tell you that much. So I'll have Mike on this channel eventually. He's a good dude. But it's wild, he's out of the blue. We had a bit of a falling out in the past. Things happen, you know. But all is well now. And again, you won't hear Tom Althouse talking that way. Once he's done with you, he's done with you. There is no cooling off period, grace period. All right, Jay. I'll do a review video of the of the Fishburne interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson. In fact, I'll watch it off screen, and then I'll do a video sharing my thoughts on it, and I'll release that as members only. Sound good? I'm really I have so much to watch, but I'll make that a priority. I also have videos from Zenray to watch on photograph manipulation, thoughtography, some real high concepts here. I'll be getting to all that, but I'll do the review of the Fishburne for EJ. That way, it's better than doing sending an email out. So I'll just do a setup like this, and I'll talk about it. I'll talk about my thoughts on that interview. And if there's any clips I want to show, I'll show them. But I won't do an entire thing like this. Awesome, Jay. Alright, so... Oh, one more thing. I want to thank Zenray also for being a member here. So you can see in their... both of their usernames are in green. And that's because they are members of the channel. So, I appreciate that, guys. And as time goes on, like I said, I'll be expanding what members get in terms of content. And it keeps me going. Because the whole thing of, like, I have 2,000 subs on here, but, like, I'm lucky if I get 10 live viewers. That's been a consistent thing. So, I know a lot of subscribers watch after the fact, but we're not even hitting in the hundreds for most of the videos these days. Hopefully that'll change. The reels really get more traction than these lives or the regular uploads do. But hopefully the tides will change. You know, I'm going to be cross-referencing on my other socials all of this content, so that'll bring people in. I got a shout out on Substack by Gregory Manarino, which was really unexpected. I didn't even know what happened until like a week after the fact. But that's bringing in subscriptions and follows on Substack, and I'm using that as just like an announcement board, like, hey, I'm going live Tuesdays and Thursdays. Like, that's what I've been using that for lately. And I have some of the Althouse videos up on there and the other interviews I did. But I think right now, using that as like an announcement platform is the best way to go, and then have everyone funnel over here. I think that'd be the best way. So, alright, let's get back into this, shall we? Got a hell of a long video here. It always happens this way, though. Just gotta expect like 2 minutes for every minute. So there's going to be a minute of commentary for every minute. That's roughly how it's shaking out to be. All right, let's continue.
He's standing against NATO, a fascist Nazi organization.
No, the world is clear when you simplify down what's really going on and get rid of the smoke and mirrors and mud that this other side's been throwing. Yeah. The cabal and I'm saying the cabal and the media, the mainstream media, and the Hollywood studios, your time has passed. Your time has passed.
Time's
Even
up.
the paparazzi are saying it's a new Hollywood. Everything's forming, and they're attributing to authors like ourselves. Do you know that Disney formed Miramax Films under Mike Lang at Disney? And his whole purpose of forming Miramax Films was to have a library of hard copy scripts that Disney didn't own, and the strategy he was in charge of was to come up with a strategy for the acquisition of intellectual property they didn't own. And they came up with the final solution that they'll either destroy the authors or have them killed, and they'll just lift what they want after they're dead to the courts and venues of their choice.
So what other authors did they steal from? You don't hear Tom talking about any of these other authors. It's just him. Me. Again, it breaks down a lot of his claims when you look into it this much in depth.
That's
That's
Jay-Z.
it. There it is. I
Jay-Z
spelled
and,
this out.
and Diddy. But it all runs like that. But, my friend, they're really stupid.
They are dumb as doornails dipped in manure. They really can't think their way out of toilet paper, out of
And Diddy.
or have them
Like that. But, my friend, they're really stupid.
They are dumb as doornails dipped in manure.
Calling her friend stupid. See that? Although she's calling her a friend, it's more of like an ex-friend. All because she questioned the Jews. Come on. Like, grow up already.
Manure. They really can't think their way out of toilet paper, out of out of the bathroom, wrapped around their ankles. They don't know how to get it off.
For
They're so
instance,
idiots.
I'm going to just say this on this show. For instance, my friends, Jews, who saw what Disney was up to with China, their
Deals.
WEF, UN Agenda 30, UN Agenda 30, their one world government, that's the cabal. They just use the word cabal because it conjures up Jew things. But it's...
Tom uses the word cabal. Come on. Like, Roseanne's not catching on to this?
For instance, my friends, Jews, who saw what Disney was up to with China, They're
Deals.
WEF, UN Agenda 30, UN.
See all the buzzwords she's just throwing out there? Man.
Agenda 30. They're one world government. That's the cabal. They just use the word cabal because it conjures up Jew things. But it's
They just use the word cabal because it conjures up Jew things. Well, Tom's been sitting here saying the cabal, the cabal, the cabal. And that hasn't thrown any red flags off for you, Roseanne? See, when I talked with Tom, he was kind of moving towards that idea of like, yeah, the cabal is ran by Jews, but he would never say it. And here she is going and admitting that.
it's that's the wrong word for it. But anyway, they think it's okay to steal from artists.
They brag about it. The
They
attorneys
do.
for Warner Brothers, Linda Burrow of Caldwell, Leslie and Proctor, and her team bragged about how much I was screwed, how much money I was worth, how much they got away with. They cheated
Yeah.
all the way. No discovery given to us at all. And they say on tape they have no working drafts whatsoever. And they forced it by denying me and blocking me by a planted attorney who was classmates of theirs, a defense attorney named Tony Rankin, with a suspended license to make sure I didn't claim Matrix 1. That's going to come around and bite them now, because I always wanted to claim Matrix 1, and it infuriates me they blocked me. Now we can claim it. And he just said about the One World Order, that's a centerpiece of this. What God had me download, and I give the glory to God, credit to him. This was for
Yeah,
his
of
glory.
course.
That the One World Order was inevitable at this point. And in it, Operation Paperclip, Operation
Monarch.
Garden, yeah, Rising Sun, whatever it is, yeah, all in there. And what happens is our character, our main character, which they call Thomas A, right, Anderson, is trying to make it, if there's a one world order inevitable, then let's make it one that's going to be good. And that's the whole thing. Now, that's a complexity that Wachowskis didn't understand. I often get hit with, he doesn't even know the whole Matrix, he doesn't know the Matrix story. Yes, I do. I know completely the Matrix story, the original Immortals, and all the intricate layers and details that go with it.
What about the monkey in the pillowcase? What about the penis-sucking leeches in the Amazon? What about the Jewish cryogenic chambers? That's all in the Immortals, by the way. That's not in the Matrix. I'm not lying.
The stolen work is kindergarten, nursery school. That's like, it's really badly done as
No,
far as
and
content.
They've
connected.
proven that they can't write.
I can't write.
No, because
What I like about Disney is my friend who just passed away, which is sad, Billy Phillips. We had him on the show, but he and his friends who understood technology, they went to China and were able to trademark all the Disney movies.
Right.
And I told you I paid for it.
Right.
They trademarked all the Disney movies that Disney stole. That just came out of like, what do you call it, Jake? It just eminent domain.
Right.
Yeah.
And I put my name on them. And I'm about to, in the next few years, I'll release I'll release some movies about Disney
Good.
princesses.
The way it works is the other side, when they know they're wrong and brag about doing the
It
wrong.
didn't even occur to them
Yeah.
to protect their trademark in China.
Of course not. They did the same thing with the Matrix. They're not claiming the Matrix title. They're not claiming the trademark or the title because they're claiming the Immortals title. It's like so
Okay.
stupid. But what they do is they're so busy trying to bury
Nope.
everything and
Yeah.
cover everything up, where all we have to do is reveal everything, which we'll be doing about Elon Musk in seconds.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
All right, Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. So what you have is the Wachowskis
Round and round we go.
recap. Wachowskis are given the work to steal. The green light. Tom Hanks is out. Well, he's kept in the wings as a possibility.
And this is the CIA and Hollywood working together.
That's right. That's right. Now, you got to
Well, the
imagine.
CIA is Hollywood. Just do the shorthand.
Okay, well, here you go. So the Wachowskis get the green light from the execs, the suits at Warner Brothers, to go ahead and get the work. Joel Silver's relieved. That keeps them from fussing. So they're going to get the work. They announce that thing about, when you Jackson F for real, they're pulled slap back. So the next thing what they do is Warner Brothers is now going to take their candidate for the tech. And this is so important for people to realize. So in 2010, I believe it is, Iron Man 2 comes out. And we can show that clip. In Iron Man 2, you see Elon Musk being featured at the raceways.
It can be.
They actually showed it.
How are you?
Congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you.
right. That's Merlin Angels. Fantastic. Good idea for an electric jet. You do. Then we'll make it work.
It doesn't fit the story. It doesn't propel the story at all. It doesn't belong there. I could almost see the character, who plays Tony
It's
Stark.
them rewarding him with your intellectual property.
Grooming. That's right. That's right. Grooming. You're right, Roseanne. So they're grooming Elon Musk. First the groom, then the shame. The grooming is you'll appear with Tony Stark on Iron Man 2, our property, and you'll get to be seen as introduced as up and coming.
This is what Tom wanted. He's envious of Musk having that cameo in Iron Man 2. And it's been 15 years. Still won't get over it.
They say. So we do it. So he's on there going, and one of the things he says is just ridiculous. He wasn't even smart enough to catch it. He goes like this. I have an idea for a electric jet. Does that sound smart? Doing the South African accent best I can? So it's electric jet. Are you kidding me? Electric jet is not revolutionary. Battery power would be a real problem. It's going to be loaded down with that. It has more trouble situations that could occur than original fuel. If you got an electric plane, that's a real problem. So many
Yeah,
things can
there's
go wrong.
nowhere to charge it in the sky.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Park at big charging terminals and all that batteries that are going to load it down
Yeah,
with? Anyway,
what's
Roseanne's thought process here is really not there, is it? Now, I know you could refuel jets in the sky, but you have to have another plane, like, fly up beside it. It's just the holes in the logic give me a headache.
100 jets in front of it.
So he doesn't even know
and
they're
the
mocking him.
jet don't work.
They didn't know he's mocking him. They're showing they're dumb, basically. So anyway, that's the grooming, 2010. Now, jump to young Sheldon. Warner Brothers, right? Young Sheldon. What
No,
happens?
let's.
Young Sheldon is a spin-off of Big Bang Theory. Again, I don't know why Tom is trying to say that they're putting stuff in a Big Bang Theory spin-off that's related to himself. But here he is, claiming that.
Talk about Chuck Lorre, who learned to write on my show from me.
Okay.
He does Young Sheldon.
All right. You want to jump to that now, or you want to
No,
continue
I'm
on
just
train?
throwing that
He's
in.
got slides here, so Young Sheldon's next.
Okay, so young Sheldon. We'll get back to you on this. We'll get back.
No, I'm just throwing that in.
Okay, we'll do it. Young Sheldon. What you have is Elon Musk again. Are these guys really smart?
No.
The ones they're giving it to? They want dumb people to give it to because they can control them easier,
right.
and they're supposed to feel more beholden to their masters.
So the CIA gave tech to Elon Musk.
Warner Brothers did. CIA had Warner Brothers do it. Yeah, so Warner Brothers gives it to them. Right, so here's what happens. Elon Musk, get this. I mean, can you imagine being approached with this? You're going to play yourself, Roseanne, stealing work on TV. You. Playing yourself stealing work. That's what Elon does.
Yeah.
He plays himself looking at young Sheldon's notebook, and the announcer says, stealing the rocket technology from young Sheldon.
Create a landing rocket only due to Sheldon's notebook.
Elon, the CNN reporter's here to talk to you. Hang on.
I'm sorry. That's the shaming ritual. So now we've had grooming and shaming through the company's shows. And even in that clip with the young Sheldon part, they say CNN is on the line. CNN's owned by Warner Brothers.
What is Tom doing watching Young Sheldon is my question. What is he doing watching that show? All I'd say is somebody pointed out that Elon Musk was on as a cameo, and now he's eating all that up as like, oh, this is somehow related to me.
So, caps down. What they're saying is, we own Neuralink.
So in the comments here, Lerny says it's either me, or me. Yeah. And Lerny also says now he knows about rockets. Yeah, apparently Tom invented everything here. Soon he's going to be talking about the light bulb, right? And then Zenray says she's too drunk to hear for listening. Yeah. I mean, who's going to say that Roseanne's not drinking during this interview? Especially after the first one.
We own Jackson.
That is what they're saying,
That's
yeah.
what they're saying. So whoever we give it to,
They're building
is
the
ours.
narrative.
Right, and control. They're putting on the harnesses. What's the thing you put around the horse's mouth? The bit.
So
Stuff like that.
Neuralink technology was given to Elon as long as he plays along.
Yes. So if he's standing next to the president, he has to say certain things and influence certain things. And I
That's
know what the
mark
tactic
of
was.
beast, in your opinion.
Absolutely. Well, he was groomed to do what I was doing. Basically, if you look at the shorthand of it, I was being groomed to do evil. I was being groomed to be the face of the Christian coalition. Doesn't say much of my talent.
And you're doing a good job of it, Tom. Spreading lies, hoodwinking people. Yeah, you're doing evil right now.
Basically, if you look at the shorthand of it, I was being groomed to do evil. I was being groomed to be the face of the Christian coalition. Doesn't say much of my talents. Face. So, I'm to mislead the public into supporting
About
a bad
what?
agenda to make a one-world society, which is also going to be theocracy,
Right.
where Robert's going to be the head, not the tail, he said. So I was in meetings with that. So I'm saying, I said no. I said no. And did I pay a price?
Did you
Elon
pay a
said
price?
yes. Did he pay a price? No. No, he had to follow himself, didn't he? So what you have is Elon Musk is given the tech, my tech, God's tech, really. I'm just to make
Neuralink.
sure it's contained.
Yeah.
It's a Pandora's box.
What is Neuralink?
My tech, God's tech, Satan's tech, right? That's what he's talking about. He said that his God is not Heavenly Father Creator. It's a conglomeration of parental beings, right? The Anunnaki. The same one that Roseanne is probably worshipping.
Neuralink is the attachment to the back of the neck, and it's so funny what they put in the trademark office. You can write on my pages. Back of the neck, where you connect to the veins. You have a sort of a association where it's not stabbed in. They're trying to do a stab-in thing with like filaments. It's supposed to be just harmonic,
the
where
battery,
it's like
isn't
just touching on.
Okay.
It's
Isn't
not-
it the battery charger?
Well, Neuralink is a interface with your mind. It also allows
It's just supposed to be touching to the back. You see, he can't even explain his concept.
I have to fill in the blanks here in my own head, saying like, oh, he must be talking about some magnetic thing under the skin where it just sits. Like, how could a device like that just sit on the back of the neck? It has to be held up by something. He's not going into detail on it. And he never will. Yeah, Lerny. You caught that too. You said my tech. God's tech. Yeah. He conflates the two.
What is Neuralink?
Neuralink is the attachment to the back of the neck, and it's so funny what they put in the trademark office. You could write on my pages. Back of the neck, where you can connect to the veins. You have a.
Has he seen the videos of Neuralink today, where they cut out a square of the skull and embed it into the brain itself, and then put the skull piece back on? Because that's not a jack in the back of the neck, dude.
Or sort of a association where it's not stabbed in. They're trying to do a stab-in thing with like filaments. It's supposed to be just harmonic,
the
where
battery,
it's like
isn't
just
it?
touching on.
Okay. Isn't it the battery charger?
Well, Neuralink is a interface with your mind.
He's trying to say it has to do with harmonics. This guy will never give a clear answer to anything. So how would it stay on the back of the neck through harmonics? You would need a device on either side of it vibrating to make it weightless, and also how would you have it stick to the skin? He's not saying it because he's just talking out of his ass.
It also allows telepathy. What happens is you will be able to share memories.
Isn't it the battery charger?
Well, Neuralink is a interface with your mind. It also allows telepathy.
Right.
What happens is you will be able to share memories, download memories,
Right.
log your memories on your computer, attach to your, it even says in here, your home terminal, connect to it. We have that one
Yeah.
slide, connect to the home terminal, and you can download, delete memories.
Not doing it.
Yeah. And good luck having any kind of faith, because it'll have ways
you
to
don't
buffer
need-
and block. And in this, it shows that when Neo is going to, go to the dome in the Cortex building,
Yeah.
he has 3 days to adapt to Smith's Neuralink in this original story. Sound cool? And he needs Trinity's help. That's why Trinity goes with him. Because he's going to suffer the feelings. He's going to lose his own memories. He has to adapt to Smith's memories, which includes raping his wife and murdering his daughter. They took that out. They put it in Inception. No, Elysium. They put it in Elysium. The very thing.
How many movies did they make out of your script?
We're up to about 100.
No,
They're going off. They're going off. And that's why they put the copyright.
How is this going to hold up in court? Oh, it was Inception. Oh, no, wait. Elysium. Those are two very different movies, dude.
Memories. He has to adapt to Smith's memories, which includes raping his wife and murdering his daughter. They took that out. They put it in Inception. No, Elysium. They put it in Elysium. The very thing.
How many movies did they make out of your script?
We're up to about 100.
Wow,
They're going off. They're going off. And that's why they put the copyright. Remember I said Tom Hanks copyright? Not to diverge, but Tom Hanks copyright includes 346 other subtitles. Each
God.
subtitle then could accommodate other studios that wanted it. That's how they made peace among the studios, because they'd be fighting over it, I was told, when he said it.
The other subtitles are all publicly available, but Tom Althouse, as well as everyone else, cannot get their hands on that copyright of Tom Hanks of the 2 pages titled The Immortals, because you need to have permission of the author to get those copies. Something that Tom left out when he was saying on my show that he knows anybody can go to the copyright office and get any script. It's blatantly not true. So again, another lie of Tom Althouse. Not just anyone can go get a copy. You have to get written permission from the author. A very key detail that Tom left out of all of that.
Revolutionary. So each of them then can take a subtitle and enter that in the copyright office and have the Immortals work under it, so they have a slot.
Wow.
The Wachowskis, to get back at
It's a prop, it's a shield. He will never fold it open page by page and show what's in there. Because it'll dissolve everything he's talking about.
Warner Brothers for putting another writer in for Assassins didn't take a subtitle. They had 346 choices. They didn't take one. They want to get back at Warner Brothers. So they take the letters of the Immortals, switch it around to Matrix, and add an X.
No. I'll do this right now on the screen. So we're going to move these letters around. And you tell me if this makes sense. We're gonna take one M. We're gonna take one A. We're gonna take a T. We're gonna take an R. We're gonna take an I, right? Almost has it. So he's claiming they added an X. And you get left with those letters on the side. Watch, I'm giving Tom content here. He, Tom, LS. I can have fun too. She, Tom. You still have all of this left. I guess it's like Shelton, right? Oh no. Don't tell Tom. But you have all these letters left on the right side. And he's saying somehow putting all of this together and rearranging the words and putting an X over there gives some credibility, right? Jeez. So Elysium has the it has a giant like clunker type of thing that's on the back, and there's a device on the back of the head. But Joel Silver's the one that produced it, so that's what that came from, is from the Wachowskis' Matrix. But they based the Matrix head jack off of Ghost in the Shell. It's very publicly known about that. If you go and look into the interviews, they openly talk about it.
Going off. And that's why they put the copyright. Remember I said Tom Hanks copyright? Not to diverge, but Tom Hanks copyright includes 346 other subtitles. Each subtitle then could accommodate other studios that wanted it. That's how they made peace among the studios, because they'd be fighting over it, I was told, when he said it was revolutionary. So each of them then can take a subtitle and enter that in the Copyright Office and have the Immortals work under it, so they have a slot.
Wow.
The Wachowskis, to get back at Warner Brothers for putting another writer in for Assassins, didn't take a subtitle. They had 346 choices. They didn't take one. They want to get back at Warner Brothers. So they take the letters of the Immortals, switch it around to Matrix, and add an X. Very clever. Why they add an X?
What about Shell Tom?
So what happens is you've got the whole thing. What does X actually mean, by the way? What does X mean?
You mean
Isn't it supposed to stand for cross? I mean,
See, my whole like thing that I think contradicts all of this is 7 letters are left. SHEL, TOM. What do you do with those other 7 letters from the Immortals? Besides just adding in the X like he's holding up right now.
It's this way. It's not this way. It's this way. It means the final solution. That finally they're going to get it right. To reduce the world's population and have the 1% have a utopian Earth, a sustainable Earth. Bill Gates is in on it. They're all in on it over the rest.
I knew that to be Degeneration X in my time.
Have a sustainable Earth, and that's the only solution they've come up with. And so X means we finish the job by getting rid of the fat of society, the undesirables of society, and that includes certain ethnic groups.
yeah, Jews are
Jews included.
undesirable.
Unless they're subcategorizing, like they're doing categorizations,
Yeah.
so it's like they're gray.
To the Jews, the Goyim are undesirable. And the only reason they keep them here is for them to be slaves to the Jews. There's people that have read the Talmud, and you're supposed to be killed if you read the Talmud and you're not Jewish. But they talk about Jesus boiling in shit in hell. Alright? So while they don't even believe in the concept of heaven and hell, they say that Jesus is in hell, boiling in his own shit. That's what the Talmud says.
Yeah, so it's not just if you're a Jew, it's if you're a certain
Kind of Jew.
kind of Jew.
Well, I'm okay.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm
So
kidding.
apparently I'm on the
Jake, I
list.
need more booze.
I was on the list to go in. I was told that that's why they were grooming me. They know I have Jewish blood, but I was going to be going.
There it is! There it is! They know I have Jewish blood. Then why do they persecute you if you're their own?
Apparently, I'm on the
Jake, I
list.
need more booze.
I was on the list to go in. I was told that that's why they were grooming me. They know I have Jewish blood, but I was going to be going in because of the creative abilities. They're fascinated by the work. So we've got the shaming, grooming, shaming, and then it gets worse. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we go to Star Trek Discovery. The head of legal at Warner Brothers, what was her name? Pamela Kirsch. She ends up going to Paramount. As soon as the case is thrown, Paramount. And incidentally, with that case I'm talking about in the future, Joel Silver got all our Discovery direct access. According to the courts, if you get direct access, that means they took it. It's called the inverse ratio rule. It's assumed you took it if you have direct access. You cannot get better direct access. Disney and Warner Brothers, again, we'll address them. Your attorneys, especially, that are bragging. You can't get better access, Joel Silver, your client, than having him court orders given to receive through Discovery all the original authors, drafts, works, and everything else that you took and didn't get back. So that's complete access. And to be so stupid to steal it immediately by putting your Kate Chilton, who was at my deposition, in charge of Netflix, where they then launder Alder Carbon.
Oh, they launder everything at Netflix.
Yep,
Allegedly.
Sense8, and the rest, allegedly with a capital A and all rest capitals, laundering it through there immediately. They don't have patience. And so they launder it there. Direct access, you can't get better than that, than a defendant having all the information handed to him.
I feel bad for the people who created Altered Carbon, because they're being roped into this now too because of Joel Silver producing that. Now, I watched the first season in its entirety of Altered Carbon when it came out, and I thought it was a great concept. It borrowed from Vanilla Sky, it borrowed from The Matrix. That first season's really on point. I watched it all the way through. One of the few things I've binge watched. I don't believe you, Tom.
We're claiming Matrix 1 very soon. Just so you know. Heads up. Twinkle in the eye.
May God will it so.
Very soon. It's been 26 years, Tom. Maybe if you focused more on actually going to court than getting on people's shows, then maybe you'd get somewhere. But then again, you've also gone to court 3 different times, and you weren't the winner on any of them.
May God will it so.
Elon,
the worst one.
Yeah.
Star Trek Discovery. So the lady Pamela Kirsch, who was sending letters to me saying we received her stuff, we'll look into it, goes to Paramount. At Paramount, they do Star Trek Discovery, and that's where these slides will be very interesting. You're going to see, because in it you have the mention of neuroenhancer. Then the character, I think it's episode 6 of season 1, episode 6, Star Trek.
He didn't use the term neural link, neural anything in his scripts. Neural refers to the neurons in the brain, right? Neural pathways. It's a very common word. It's like saying he came up with green energy. Oh, see, they use the word green. It's no different in my mind.
Discovery, they say neuroenhancer. Neuroenhancer. Well, neuroenhancer is what I called it. In the original work done in 93, right? And where's Elon Musk in 93?
Oh my gosh. So, that was a Netflix still. I guarantee you that was Tom's still that he provided to them to show on air. And these other clips that they showed from Iron Man, this was all Tom playing it off of YouTube and recording it with his phone.
Failing in everything he does, and rockets going sideways. So what you got in the original work done in 93, right? And where's Elon Musk in 93? Failing in everything he does, and rockets going sideways. So what you got is, okay, so...
What a piece of work Tom Althouse is. You can't say that Elon Musk is failing at what he does. He acquired PayPal. He acquired Tesla. From those investments he made SpaceX. You can't say he's a failure. And I'm not here defending Elon Musk. It's just fucking silly. You can't say he's a fucking failure. He was right next to Trump in the White House. You can't say he's a failure. He ended U.S. aid. Look at all these things that are closing down now because they don't have U.S. aid money. He's a failure. Yeah, okay, Tom. Whatever you say, Tom.
Neuralink is mentioned twice. Then you get neural enhancer twice, then it's Warner Brothers and Paramount that coins the very phrase Neuralink. Not Elon Musk. Neuralink comes from the studios,
And
and
it's
from the
given to
agencies.
Elon Musk.
And why'd they change it? Think of it. Before we finish on him on this, because there's much more of this Star Trek Discovery. Why do you think they changed Neural Enhancer, which is about what we talk about, artists bringing people together, enhancing, bringing together, quality of life? Why'd they change enhancing to link, to enslave us all, to hook us all up?
That's right.
That's right. And that can lead us right into, remind me, please, Jake, Roseanne, too, about getting into the bad things about Neuralink. If we're going to be on this, we need to hammer this home.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
so Star Trek Discovery. Good. So with Star Trek Discovery, we got Neural Enhancer, they're rubbing it in. They're claiming we own it. That way, sideways come hell or heaven. They're saying we own this. Whatever you call it, whether it's sliced bread, chopped bread,
Not hell or high water. Hell or heaven.
tickled bread, it's ours.
It's a CIA.
Neural Enhancer, Neuralink. Right. So now what they
Which
do
means
is...
the Nazis.
That's what I've been saying. Yep. And so what you got is...
What?
Neural heaven.
What is she? Can't get past any of this crap. Why can't she get past any of it?
They're saying we own this. Whatever you call it, whether it's sliced bread, chopped bread, tickled bread, it's ours.
It's a CIA.
Neural Enhancer, Neuralink. Right. So now what they
Which
do
means
is...
the Nazis.
That's what I've been saying. Yep. And so what you got is...
So why isn't she out there exposing all of the people who were brought over here from Germany after World War II? Why isn't she just exposing everyone? It's not worth her time. No, she'd rather shit on Palestine, right?
Neuralink is then said, and then we have something very interesting. Then they announce, the captain, I must have been crazy to say this line, must have felt weird. He says, like the greatest minds in history, Sethrin Cochran, Elon Musk.
How do you want to be remembered in history? Alongside Wright brothers, Elon Musk, Stephen Cochran.
Wow, that's called super grooming.
What year is this?
This is in 2019. All right? So in 2019. So I think it's 2019, 2018, 2019. So what you have then is they also have the main character, the other main character, she calls up a screen to show where she went to school. Musk Junior High. So
Yeah, it's called neuronal link because they're talking about Musk. We'll find out eventually if his concept that's in the Immortals is called the neural enhancer. But even so, if it's named that, it's a it's a generic name. No, but his patent is in the script, you see.
Star Trek Discovery is the final part of it. Groom, Iron Man 2. Can't get better grooming than that. Shame, Young Sheldon. Can't get better than that. Shaming process. Well done. A+ for the Corrupt Studios. Then Star Trek Discovery, send your head over to Paramount, and let's spell it out. Neural Enhancer, Neuralink, and then give the praise. Praise your failed people you bring in, so they're not looking at the other hand. Praise Elon Musk, while we control under the table. Now we're going to buy your way in next to the president. Somewhat supposition, allegedly. And you do what we say.
Yep.
Ease him, guide him. Did you know there was a plan in place that I was made party to?
What was that?
Remember the fights they were going to? The
Yeah.
fights and everything?
I wondered about that.
You know what was setting it up to?
theatrical.
Boys' Night Out, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what Boys' Night was going to end up as. I'm sure a lot of the audience can figure it
Where
out.
they dress up like girls and butt
What
fuck
is
each other.
Trump's Achilles heel? What is
His
he
ego?
being pinned for in the past? What's
Epstein.
haunting him?
Epstein.
Women.
Oh,
Yeah, women.
Okay.
Oh, that's haunting
so
all of
Elon
us.
Musk was going to take him to the fights, take him to events. Suddenly there's young women there. And Elon Musk, hey, don't worry about it, no cameras.
Sorry to burst your bubble here, Tom. But Donald Trump has been involved in the fight scene since the 80s, at least. If you're talking about fights. He hosted WrestleMania 3, I believe. Right? And he's gone to plenty of UFC fights. I likened it to the rich going to the opera. All right?
Oh my God.
How
The president
old?
is compromised.
How old are we talking? Like 16, 17?
I would say at least around 17.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on. So then, why is Elon Musk right next to the president? Wasn't elected. So the popular opinion, the prize of the public will be, please, Elon, lead us. That's what Robertson told me was the plans for me as the face of the Christian Coalition. Get in position so the public wants you really badly. They're going to like you. And your boyish features at the time, will have the ladies excuse you for anything you're caught doing wrong. They're going to say he seems like such a nice guy. They think,
At the time. So do you guys think that Tom Althouse still has boyish features? If you guys didn't realize, this guy is nearly 60, if not already 60 as of this year. You know, at least he didn't do the split hair thing like he did on the first interview at Roseanne. At least he's being a little more realistic about his widow's peak there. And I do think he dyes his hair a lot. You could see here. See right here, he's gray. So I do think he dyes his hair aggressively. Maybe that's why his like hair was wet on many of my interviews. Like, you gotta ask these things. Besides him just jumping out of the shower and hopping on a live stream to do a show, like, people also let their hair stay wet so that the dye would sit in. See, I don't dye my hair. Kidding me? And I'm like nearly half his age.
They have ladies figured out, do they?
Yeah, actually,
Yeah,
they do.
sadly they
Yeah,
do.
That's pretty accurate.
Okay, well, that was what they told me.
Yeah, women write letters to
As they told
murderers in
me.
prison.
So see how it works?
Yeah.
So Elon Musk replaces me. And what is Elon Musk doing? Repopulating the world with his seed? That's pretty gross. I'm sorry, he's not the most handsome man in the world. If you look at his figure. I don't know what the women are doing there. But anyway, so
Well, he's rich.
who does he give the Neuralink to, by the way? Okay, if you have the Neuralink, what?
His ex-wife.
That's right. Does that make sense?
No.
No. The reason you do that is it's stolen tech.
Right.
Keep it in the family. Just like Warner Bros. Did. I hope this makes sense to audiences.
I never
This is
thought
what we're
about
looking
this
at.
before. You're
Yes,
onto it.
there we are. Well, even TMZ, owned by Warner Brothers, the lead attorney that was throwing this case with all these ploys and fraud on court, named Linda Burrows, classmates with Rankin from University of Berkeley, all defense attorneys, handoff Rio's Associates. Yeah. They spelled it out also.
Who's the one that hosts TMZ? And what religion is he? Oh, yeah. That's right. I'm not supposed to talk about it. Right.
TMZ said to me, the correspondent from TMZ said, Tom, you were fans of your work. You were smart enough to write The Matrix. You were smart enough to follow every trail they had. Oh, yeah, they just didn't listen to their own correspondents.
Yeah.
They never do.
And now that we're all coming together, which is partly why I wrote the piece, and what an honor it is to be here right now, because this is what I wrote for. I wrote to bring together the great hearts, the great minds with compassion and humility that can last the gauntlet. And at this time, when the sky's clear, just like the end of the Matrix, we can make a better world. And I ask everybody to join us on that. Let's do it. Let's let the artists lead the way. And President Trump, help us finish this job. You're a great man. Your family's amazing. I love Eric and the rest. Help us finish this job. Let us get our rights back too. And let's make the courts fair with justice again. And Mel
For
Gibson.
artists.
Yeah, Mel Gibson.
For artists and dreamers
Artists
and
and
people
dreamers,
who
visionaries.
come up with the
Yeah.
ideas
And Mel Gibson,
that aren't
not good.
free.
Really?
They
Elon
Elon
actually,
Musk, not
I like
good.
Mel.
you know,
Mel
they,
is good on camera.
It actually takes some blood, sweat, and tears to create ideas.
And like my son said, never give up. If you are truly the artists that did the work, you're not going to give up.
Right.
If you kill our sons and daughters, we're going to do it in their memory.
Right.
Their strategies are not sound. Mike Lang, you failed at Disney. But the other
He hasn't named his 2 dead sons yet. They're an hour in. Has not named them. Hey, Rain, good to see you here. All right. We're getting there.
side, what keeps them going? What
The
keeps them
devil.
going?
Money, sex,
So when the money starts to
perversion.
precipitate, when it's not so popular to be that, now enter the CIA. What's happening with the CIA and what happened recently? You want to go there?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened 2 days before Easter? I go down to Tampa, I do the event, and it's a changeover there too. God bless them all. So I'm doing the event, I'm speaking out. I even said about the red pill, blue pill being switched. 3 other speakers, I'm sure they weren't aware of it or didn't compute, were so indoctrinated with the red pill, blue pill. The red is based on the blood of the children to make an immortal program with the adrenochrome. That's what it's about.
Well, Ma, we've been traveling. We've been in Texas for a little while now, like a few months, and we've been relying on. And I'm fine with it. You participate.
Yeah, it is. Fox, just
The red pill. And
have to subscribe.
they made the red pill the good pill. The red pill is not the good pill. The red pill is Smith is ordered by the architect to force Neo to take the red pill in the interrogation scene. But they want to do Alice in Wonderland. Doesn't make sense. Morpheus comes in later, offering the blue pill when Neo's cut from the program. Then he's offered the pill so he can get back in, not based on the blood of children, with painful side effects, and you still age slowly and painfully. That's the price. So, the blue pill's the good pill, the red pill's the bad pill. And even Elon recently said about being red pilled and brings up the Matrix a lot because he's profited off the theft of it. So, CIA. 2 days at, keep in mind the CIA said, or the operatives said, not the operatives, Hollywood attorneys are saying that I can't keep track of any thoughts, that I can't even put a sentence out, that all I do is mumble. I'm multi-tracking right now. So let's go to that final track. So the CIA, 2 days before Easter, there's a break in.
You see, he's trying to cover his tracks here.
multi-tracking right now. A lot, because he's profited off the theft of it. So, the CIA. 2 days after, keep in mind the CIA said, or the operatives said, not the operatives, Hollywood attorneys are saying that I can't keep track of any thoughts, that I can't even put a sentence out, that all I do is mumble. I'm multi-track.
He can't keep track of any thoughts. I spent 2.5 years trying to map out a timeline of what happened to this dude. And I didn't even scratch the surface. Yeah, Lerny says, and this guy claims to have written The Matrix. He does. And then backtracks and says, oh no, that's not what I meant. No, he says that. I went to Texas Roadhouse with this dude. He practically harassed the hostess with his phone. See this picture? See the animatrix still of the clock? You see that? You see that? I wrote The Matrix. He straight up... I can't make this shit up. I wish I wasn't right about this. I wish this wasn't true. But this is where we're at. He's claiming to have written The Matrix. He starts out with that. And then he backtracks it and be like, oh, well, no, they actually stole my script, The Immortals. No, but you're leading people on here, Tom. You make conversation starters by saying you wrote The Matrix. It's not true. You yourself did not write The Matrix. The thing that turned out to be the feature film from Warner Brothers, you did not make that. None of your characters in your script were named Neo, Morpheus, Trinity, Agent Smith. None of them were named those in your script. Neo didn't have an alias. Like, he wasn't Thomas Anderson in your script. His alias wasn't Neo. You're not being forthcoming. But this is all by design by Tom. Because he sees what talking points work and then he runs with it. And then that's also why he's on this carousel of talking points that he has. Because he knows that they work. He knows that they're attention getters. Okay? Again, I wish I was wrong in this. But unfortunately, this is where we're at.
Right now. So let's go to that final track. So the CIA, 2 days before Easter, there's a break into my home. Warner Brothers had stolen, through their planet attorneys, Tony Rankin of Maui had a suspended license since like 1982. Allegedly, with capital letters and exclamation marks and underlined a couple times. Took my work, took my drafts. They disappeared. My son's art box was at our dining room table. He came over on a Saturday and claims he's representing us, and on a Saturday comes over and says, is this everything? It's like Kevin Spacey in Pulp Fiction, you know, when he says, boyo, you know, did you tell anybody? I just told you. So he's there at the dining room table going, is this everything? Is this all your evidence? Yeah. Pager goes off. I have a phone call coming, I gotta take this. Okay, yeah, you can take me 1,000 times. I didn't realize what was going on.
Did he just say Kevin Spacey was in Pulp Fiction? No. You see? Just that alone wouldn't hold up in a court of law. Kevin Spacey wasn't in Pulp Fiction. The fuck? I'm gonna check one more time. Like that, what the fuck? No. It's these little things. You know that meme of Ben Affleck, like, taking a drag off of his cigarette? Oh, God, this guy. That's how I feel right now. Alright, top cat. There's 58 top cast. I'll read you the names of the 18 that are listed on IMDb as the top cast. John Travolta, Uma Thurman, Samuel L. Jackson, Bruce Willis, Tim Roth, Amanda Plummer, Laura Lovelace, Phil Lamar, Frank Whaley, Burr Steers, Ving Rhames, Paul Calderon, Brano Gallagher, Rosanna Arquette, Eric Stoltz, Jerome Patrick Holden, Michael Gilden, Gary Shorell. Where's Kevin Spacey? Unless he meant to say The Usual Suspects, which I assume that's what he's trying to say. What the fuck, Tom? Harvey Keitel. No, he's not. Kevin Spacey was not in here. Not even as a producer. You ready for this? Bender, DeVito, Gladstein, Schamberg, Schur, Weinstein, and Weinstein. Jeez, Tom.
On a Saturday, and claims he's representing us, and on a Saturday comes over and says, "Is this everything?" It's like Kevin Spacey in Pulp Fiction, when he says, "Boyo, did you tell anybody? I just told you."
I assume he's talking about The Usual Suspects, and this is me just not having a clear memory on that as well. But he wasn't in Pulp Fiction, you fucking kidding me? Rain says the guy tries to distract you with minor details that don't matter so he can say his lie while you're still focused in on a bigger picture. Yep. Hit right on the head, Rain.
So he's there at the dining room table going, "Is this everything? Is this all your evidence?" Yeah. Pager goes off. I have a phone call coming. I gotta take this. Okay, yeah, you can kick me 1,000 times. I didn't realize what was going on at the time. I thought you were supposed to trust your attorney, right? Didn't know you had to spend license at this point. So he does. He says, "We have to leave the room. You gotta leave the room. I gotta take this call." On a Saturday in my dining room? What about the...
I think okay. He went to court 3 times. The attorney he used for the first time in 2000, he didn't use the second time. And if this is that second attorney from the second court case, this guy may have been assigned by the courts because he couldn't afford an attorney. Okay? Tom just missteps everywhere here. I don't know anymore. And then there's the third court case where Warner Brothers countersued him. And that's where we have that deposition audio that he gave me for the documentary. All right.
Greek thing about eating, and not betraying your friends and over dinner. Isn't that kind of the worst thing?
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, you turn into a rat, the rat king or whatever, rat cooks. Anyway, so what happens is, he has to leave. He altered everything. He took the drafts out of the poor man's patent and badly ripped it apart. And he did a big mistake. When he took out the full script, he took out the first page of the story treatment inadvertently because he was trying to rip out the notarized statement. But on the back of the notarized statement is the first page of the story treatment. He shoves down the title page of a work that shows 95 clearly written on it, the script, takes the script from the poor man's patent. You don't see it again. This is in 2012. All right? My poor boy's art box, he showed it to me before a deposition. He came up and said, "Dad, is this yours?" Tony Rankin, squashed it down that box, destroying my boy's work, ripping the silhouette of him, and everything else, and all his artwork, scrunched up things like that, putting it down there. Aiden found it, gave it to me. It had been tampered with badly.
Yeah, Rain, this is all going right into what you're saying here. Like, he's trying to have us feel a certain way about his kid's artwork being destroyed by this attorney that, like, what he apparently put his trust in. This dude can't discern anything. He had 2 wives. He calls them both honeypots. He'd have 4 wives by now if he married Penny and Roseanne. And again, talk about having handlers, I tried to tell him Penny was a handler, and that's what set him off with me. Like, he decided to cut me off because I tried to give him a heads up. People were controlling him. But, maybe they're working in conjunction. And that's like, oh, the gig's up. Steve knows. Shut it down. cut Steve out of the whole thing. Don't worry about it. I told him all this stuff's staying up in perpetuity. Hell, we might even review the interviews I already did with him at some point. I can make a documentary just based off of the 22 interviews I have with him already and just take the best bits out. But, like, it would be a completely different documentary now, with all things considered, with the way that he just carried on, right? No, and not only that, but he painted me in a bad light too, which is why I'm allowed to defend myself, and we're allowed to review all of this content here and give our opinions on all this bullshit.
Now, here's the deal, and I want to spell this out really clearly. Warner Bros. Attorneys tried to say that the work wasn't tampered with. When the poor man Patton shows up at deposition, my deposition, you hear Rankin on the tape, and I do talk about a tape recorder, because Tony Rankin, I walked in with the deposition, my deposition in their building in LA, and I say, can I tape this? No, you can't, it's illegal. He takes my tape recorder, which matches his. He turns his on, records all 7.5 hours, all of it, records it all illegally, and gives the wrong tape recorder back at the end.
Of course.
Gave him mine, or gave him his,
Oh my God, is that
I have
perfect?
everything. I have them on the off record saying, we have no working draft, it's a mute point for asking for any discovery.
So, what Tom gave me, that's like, I forget how many hours that was, but it was the second day of deposition. Yeah, I don't even know where it would be. Audio? No. Second deposition by Sohal. 2 hours, 39 minutes. But he, like, first 10 minutes of that is just him walking in, and the last 5 minutes is him walking out and talking crap about everybody. He walked out of his own deposition for a court case where he was looking for, I don't know how much money back then, but now he's claiming $2.1 billion. And he says in the deposition that he'd like to settle for $90,000 just to cover court costs and to take care of what other costs he incurred there in the time. These are the facts, and you won't hear them anywhere else, because I don't know anybody else talking about this like me. I was supposed to just go away, remove all the content, sell it off to people for money, right? For all we know, that was Tom emailing me asking to purchase the interviews so that I could pull them off the internet. Because they were talking about documentary and financially compensating me and having me be a part of the names in the credits and shit. You know how many dozens of times I've heard that from people? I'm in the film industry. You know how many low budget films I've worked on? You know how I started doing all this? I was in a ripoff of Bad News Bears as a preteen. I was, 11 years old. The director's claim to fame was knowing Spike Jonze, alright? And that motherfucker was a bad dude too. The guy that claimed to know Spike Jonze, but Spike Jonze is a whole different story in itself. All I'll say is Tom should have known better, being at a position where he was. And he continually gets deceived. Like, we know he had 2 wives, and he talks badly about both of them. Especially calls the second wife a honeypot. He was talking that way while the son of that woman was upstairs. So imagine you're that kid. You're Aiden listening to this motherfucker here going on about about his mom. Like, I wouldn't want to be around this dude either. Oh, your mother's a piece of crap, blah, 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 blah. Like, would you want to hear that from your dad? And then he reframes it and says, like, oh, Aiden told me to keep going. Don't give up. The dude, Aiden sits in his room all day. And this was last year. Now Aiden's in college. Probably enjoys being away from Tom for long periods of time. Hey, Juan, good to see you here. All right, we're getting through this. We got an hour left to watch. So I'll try to not talk as much. But there's so much to deconstruct from this. We've only gotten an hour in. I shouldn't look at it that way. We're covering a lot of good, like, topics here. We're addressing everything they're bringing up. Alright, let's just carry on here.
We gave him his.
Oh my God, is that
I have
perfect.
everything. I have them on the off record saying, we have no working draft. It's a new point for Ask Any Discovery. But you also hear...
Yeah, go back a few Let's Talk episodes. I go through the entire deposition here live. Like, we listened to the whole audio thing that I got. Which he gave me. He willingly gave me it for the documentary. It's like after he said that we're not doing the documentary anymore once I arrived down in Texas, then he proceeds to want to give me all these things to somehow do a documentary still after I leave. Like, why? Explain that one.
On that tape. When it comes up, the poor man's patent surfaces. He goes like this to the Warner Bros. Attorney, his classmate. Let's get it out of my client's hands before he has a chance to go through it. Let's go ahead and, why don't you go make copies of it, Linda? Go ahead and make copies of it. That means reinsert the notarized statement that I forgot to pull out that you're angry that I get it. You know, because it's in their offices.
This is your lawyer.
No, yeah, the lawyer's supposed to represent me. But his defense attorney, classmates of their attorney from University of Berkeley, working for them and being completely nasty the whole time and on a suspended license. So
Lawfare.
yeah, that's what it is. And so what happens is Linda Burrows comes back with the poor man patent, right? What did she? We first put it on record. We did. She messed up. She had me put it on record. That the pages are missing. We're going through it. It's all there. Missing pages. And so I'm like distraught. I'm showing that they're missing. I'm upset. It goes on the record. And then she goes to copy it. She comes back and says this after a long time because they're trying to reinsert it, right? She comes back and goes, you know, I used to make fun of people that couldn't work copy machines. I copied the first few pages and forgot how to work the copier. She got to the notarized statement. She got to the notarized statement, and she stops there because they're going to reinsert later. Later on, here's what happens. I'm glad I get to say this on the air. I'm going to get this. Really, this is great, guys. This is the first ever talked about. So what happens is,
no, lie. He's talked about this before. Fucking liar.
I copied the first few pages and forgot how to work the copier. She got to the notarized statement. She got to the notarized statement, and she stops there because they're going to reinsert later. Later on, here's what happens. I'm glad I get to say this on the air. I'm going to get this. Really, this is great, guys. This is the first ever talked about.
First time! Every fucking interview is the first time with this guy.
So what happens is, at the end of the sessions, you hear Burrow on the tape go, I only have a couple minutes left. I got to get something really important from my office, so I'll need to go. Feel free to, whatever. Tony Rankin says to me, I'm going to go stretch my legs. Oh, you stay here. Follows her out. What do you think's happening? Their pagers had both gone off. So she goes off, he goes off. She sends him back in. 7 minutes later, the notarized statement's reinserted. He starts arguing right away. Did you notice that this was here? And argues and argues and argues. This is what Boyd sent. This is what the submitting attorney sent. It's here. I'm trying to understand what it is. Just yelling at me. And this is after calling me schizoid and everything else during the deposition.
Gaslight.
All the time. All the time. So what happens is this. Burrow falls.
He didn't. So I don't believe in those 2 hours and 39 minutes of deposition that he did provide me. I don't think he did. I don't think they said that at all. And they weren't yelling at him. They were saying, no, we're just trying to get you to answer this simple question instead of you regurgitating it back to us and adding different words to it and making us have to repeat our question the proper way instead of you trying to repackage it so that you can go off on a tangent like you always do. And he's like, well, I don't understand the question. I don't understand the question. I'm out of time. I gotta go. Who the fuck does that?
Yelling at me. And this is after calling me schizoid and everything else during the deposition.
Gaslight.
All the time. All the time. So what happens is this. Burrow follows in then next. Understand you'd like to make a change? What was so important you had to get from your office? What about that? No. But she forgets to put anything on record. She forgets in her manipulations. So what happens is we're done with the deposition after all the arguing. Rankin goes, when we're done, we're off record. Hold it. My client needs to go on and correct his statement about...
When he was done, you go back and watch that deposition video we covered. He decided they were done, and they're like, whoa, what the fuck? Why are you leaving? You have to be here. And then the deposition, the guy running the deposition's like, I'd like it to be on record, Judge, that he is willfully leaving in the middle of the deposition. Please take note of that. And here he's saying when we were done. No, Tom was done. Everyone else still wanted answers from him because he wasn't providing them. Oh, I don't think I understand the question. Were you saying this? No, we were asking this. Oh, you mean this? No, this.
So important you had to get from your office. What about that? No. But she forgets to put anything on record. She forgets in her manipulations. So what happens is, we're done with the deposition after all the arguing. Rankin goes, when we're done, we're off record. Hold it. My client needs to go on and correct his statement about the poor man's patent. To say that that was what was in it. I've got the flu, I'm exhausted, my thoughts are starting to blur, and he's pushing me to get back on record.
All of his lies were starting to blend together. I clarified that for you, Tom.
We're done with the deposition after all the arguing.
Again, Tom was done, not all. Everyone else wanted to keep questioning him, and he's like, I hit the 7-hour time limit, I'm leaving. And keep in mind, again, this was over the course of 2 days. Back in 2014. And this is the information we know. Who knows about everything else that happened? And then he proceeded to get on the phone without... Like, he forgot to shut the recorder off. So it's funny. He tries to blame the other people for recording the deposition when he knew the recorder was in his pocket. They didn't swap anything out. You understand this? Like, he leaves the deposition, calls on the phone someone, tells them, oh, they were chewing me out. They were so mad. Oh my God. Oh, hold on a minute. I'm crossing the street. I got to do something. And he turns off the recorder. So he knew it was in there the whole time. And how did it get swapped out at all? Or when did that occur? The truth here, I really believe this. He walked in there with his own tape recorder, recorded it, walked out, found out that that was illegal, and then proceeded to say that, oh no, the other people were recording and they somehow swapped it out of my pocket. It was in his coat pocket. You can tell the way that it's recorded and everything, the rustling and shit. Texas Learning says someone who can't be honest does that, Steve. Yeah, the repeating of the question back and mixing up the words. Yeah, they do that to buy more time.
No, but she forgets to put anything on record. She forgets in her manipulations. So what happens is, we're done with the deposition after all the arguing. Rankin goes, when we're done, we're off record. Hold it. My client needs to go on and correct his statement about the poor man's patent. To say that that was what was in it. I've got the flu, I'm exhausted, my thoughts are starting to blur, and he's pushing me to get back on record. So I get back on record. They thought they had me. I'm like, well, if it wasn't tampered with, then I guess that's what it was. Here's the catch, guys. They hang their hat on this to say there's no evidence, no working drafts, no anything. Okay, here's the catch. The poor man's patent, they're saying that's what was sent by Boyd. Rankin says, I'll contact Boyd. He says, I contacted Boyd. He has nothing. So don't call him. He has nothing. I contact Boyd, Smith attorney. He had everything. Script, notarized statements. He had the music, the character breakdown, the story treatment, the tracking number, the receipt, the letter to Warner Brothers. He had it all.
Why wasn't it presented in that fashion then? It wasn't. This guy's trying to hoodwink everyone. He's going out to different conventions and doing this shit on a consistent basis. He's constantly trying to get new people to fall for his grift. And if he tries selling Matrix ornaments again this winter, don't buy them. Because all it's doing is funding, I don't know what the fuck he's spending his money on these days.
And here's the beauty. Those materials went in before the poor man's patent was made.
Wow.
So we've got you, Warner Brothers. We've got you on tampering with evidence, and also with the evidence that's going to kill Boyd's own files, which you said didn't exist.
So-
Plus, we got you on record saying you don't have any working drafts. See you in court.
So, skip ahead and I'll get you more champagne right now. Get it, because they're not answering.
Isn't this wild?
It's very wild. Is it time to talk about the home invasion? You've
Yes,
had
I'm sorry.
recently?
You're good. Yes.
I'm the best.
Yes. Okay, so here we go.
This is fast.
So I've had CIA.
The home invasion, the break-in without a break-in. Here, we came to the conclusion that he forgot that he put the script on his bed before he left for Florida. And then when he came back home, the script was on his bed, and he's like, oh my god, someone must have broken in. No evidence of a break-in. This guy has no security cameras in his house, like, even though he says that like the feds are watching him all the time. His excuses with a VPN, for instance, is that, oh, it won't matter because they're going to be watching me anyway. Okay.
Agents tell me before. It's really weird. It comes in like the movie. They'll appear and they'll help me if I'm out of the job or something, or job taken away. And they're always telling me the stuff. They're fans of the work. So I go down to Tampa, do the conference, the wonderful American Tour conference. I get back and I see in my bedroom, on my bed, the missing pages of notes and drafts that I had, where it had Neuralink in it and it had the Trinity, where her mind was altered by Smith.
These were missing.
Missing. They were
you
gone.
had a break-in before.
Gone. Yeah. Remember I was telling you about the dinner?
Yeah. You gotta
with
I'm
20,
setting you
2012.
up to tell me this. Yeah.
2012 dinner at my house on
Yeah,
Saturday
with
with the
Rankin.
planted attorney Rankin.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he says I got to take this call and nothing disappears. That's important. You just knew where to look.
Right.
So anyway, so it's laid out right on the table, basically right in front of him. So
your
now we're
handler
talking.
steals your shit.
Yeah, steals my shit.
And
See
then-
why Kanye hates Pasternak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
then recently, there's
there
been
we
a
go.
break
So
in your
that's
house.
2012 in
Return.
time context. You're absolutely right. 2012.
The fuck is Roseanne even talking about?
Now jump to present day.
Wow.
So this
What
year,
happened?
I get back from Tampa. I think it was this year. Yeah. And on my bed is those missing scenes with
Wow.
Neuralink in it. That's not all. 2 days before Easter, a second break-in. All right. So a second break-in. Now this is what's
2
fascinating.
days before
2
Easter?
days before Easter.
This year.
Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it. If you
Hold on. So he's saying no. 2012 is when the attorney was at dinner at his house, and he's counting that as a break-in. And now he's saying the second break-in is this most recent one, where the script ended up on his bed. Give me a fucking break, dude. It's not, the first break-in's not a break-in if you invited him over for fucking dinner and he was representing you in court. And that's going off the basis that maybe he got the evidence, destroyed it, whatever the fuck he's claiming he's doing. I don't know what... I'm trying to make sense of all this here along with all of you. Rain says the only script that guy wrote is the one he's acting out right now lying. Yeah. Yeah, this is his biggest story, is that he went through all this bullshit. Oh, yeah. And Rain asks, where's the police reports of this break-in? Yeah, exactly. He'll probably give you the answer, oh, well, you know, it was feds, so they knew how to break in without giving any evidence that they broke in, and it would look like I'm crazy if I went and filed a police report saying there was a break-in with no evidence, except a script that was on my bed that I may have left there before I left for Florida.
so it was laid out right on the table, basically right in front of him. So
So your
now we're
handler
talking.
steals your shit.
Yeah, steals my shit.
And
See
then-
why Kanye hates Pasternak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
then recently, there's
there
been
we
a
go.
break
So
in your
that's
house.
2012 in
Return.
time context. You're absolutely right. 2012. Now jump to present day.
Wow.
So this
What
year,
happened?
I get back from Tampa. I think it was this year. Yeah. And on my bed is those missing scenes with
Wow.
Neuralink in it. That's not all. 2 days before Easter, a second break-in. All right. So a second break-in. Now this is what's
2
fascinating.
days before Easter?
Okay. So he's saying the first break-in was 2 days before Easter, and then the second break-in is more recent? Oh my god.
Before Easter.
This year.
Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it. If break-in.
Hold
This
on.
year.
Recently, there's
There
been
we
a
go.
break
So
in your
that's
house.
2012 in
Return.
time context. You're absolutely right. 2012. Now jump to present day.
Wow.
So this
What
year,
happened?
I get back from Tampa. I think it was this year. Yeah. And on my bed is those missing scenes with Neuralink
Wow.
in it.
Okay. First break-in, right? I'm trying to follow this.
That's not all. 2 days before Easter, this year, I get back from Tampa. I think it was this year. Yeah. And on my bed is those missing scenes with Neuralink
Wow.
in it. That's not all. 2 days before Easter, a second break-in. All right.
So this year was the first break-in, and then 2 days before Easter this year was the second. What the fuck is he talking about? When was what happened there in the first one?
So a second break-in. Now this is what's
2
fascinating.
days before
2
Easter?
days before Easter.
This year.
Yeah, it makes sense.
This is where this is exactly what I think Lerny was saying earlier. Because they're getting lost in the details now. You notice this? Like, this is... Or Rain said this. Rain said the guy tries to distract you with minor details that don't matter so he can say his lie while you're still focused on a bigger picture.
You think about it, this year.
What is that date?
April 17th or 18th.
There you go, okay.
You see, even Roseanne is getting confused at this point. Because they're talking about 2 break-ins, and he alluded like the 2012 incident was the first one. But no, he's saying this year 2 break-ins, with the second one being 2 days before Easter. What a clusterfuck, man.
Day.
Wow.
So this year,
happened?
I get back from Tampa. I think it was this year, yeah. And on my bed is those missing scenes. With no
Wow.
getting. That's not all. 2 days before Easter, a second break-in. All right? So a second break-in. Now this is what's
2
fascinating.
days before
2
Easter?
days before Easter.
This year.
Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it. This year.
What is that date?
April 17th or 18th.
There you go, okay. So here's the deal.
Is that
If
in
they-
any way Passover?
It's close, yeah.
That's a good question, because they are doing these things on holidays, aren't they?
No, they
Religious
do it
holidays.
all by holy Jewish holidays.
There you go. We should check it
They
out.
reverse and inverse for satanic power.
That makes sense. So what happens
Of
is...
Torah.
Yep. So what happens is, I get back from...
I'm surprised Tom's not saying that, like, I did what I did where I questioned him and it was on a Saturday. I did it on Shabbat or whatever the fuck. I'm surprised he's not saying that shit, you know?
So here's the deal.
Is that
If
in
they-
any way Passover?
It's close, yeah.
That's a good question, because they are doing these things on holidays, aren't they?
No, they
Religious
do it
holidays.
all by holy Jewish holidays.
There you go. We should check it
They
out.
reverse and inverse for satanic power.
That makes sense. So what happens
Of
is...
Torah.
Yep. So what happens is, I get back from
So what happens is...
Tampa 2 days before Easter, and I realized they can't do it on Easter. I'm at the house. We're celebrating Easter. You're not going to show up on Easter. You got to be at a time where I'm out shopping or something.
Right.
So 2 days before Easter, what shows up on my bed in my bedroom? Remember I told you about Warner Brothers saying they wanted all working drafts before,
Yeah.
especially 93?
Yeah.
Gone?
Wow. In your bed.
On my
in
bed.
your house.
What I'm holding up right now, it says on it, right here. And on the back, you'll see all the notes on it. It says Draft 1, March 21st, 1993. The very first draft of the Matrix story. What would that be worth now when we get the credit back?
Billions?
Yeah.
What does this mean? I got to cut in here because I'm getting drunk and I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
Oh! Class act, Roseanne. You can't even fucking host anyone with drinking yourself to smithereens. What the fuck?
All the notes on it. It says Draft 1, March 21st, 1993. The very first draft of the Matrix story. What would that be worth now when we get the credit back?
Billions?
Yeah.
What does this mean? I got to cut in here because I'm getting drunk and I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
I love to be drunk and elevated.
No problem.
But now, what does this mean? And I would pose it, I would say somebody in the CIA is having your back.
Now they do. What I'm told...
Now they do. Now they do. They killed my kids, but now they got my back. Fucking psycho. Fucking psycho shit.
Billions?
Yeah.
What does this mean? I got to cut in here because I'm getting drunk and I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
I love to be drunk and elevated.
No problem.
But now, what does this mean? And I would pose it, I would say somebody in the CIA is having your back.
Now they do. What I'm told is there's good people in the CIA that have been waiting for the right moment. They wanted to see if somebody or some of us, including people out there, would do the right thing.
Yeah, I
Were we-
think that's
was
God.
it worth them risking their families to intercede? It better be.
You know how many times on this podcast and in my life in general, I've been praying to retrieve the sparks of the light of God's intelligence that sit dormant in powerful people.
Yeah.
But because of blackmail or many other unfortunate things that they're under by the Satanists, the satanic world powers, I've prayed that God would set those sparks on fire and that they would come back to the human element and realize that you cannot stamp out creativity and artistry.
I believe he's doing just that. I believe what's been happening.
She's setting him up for his next talking point. Alright, let me catch up on the chat here. Lerny says, covering lies with lies. Yep. Rain says, Lerny, right? LOL, liars always get tangled in the web of lies they made. And also, liars think that if they give a lot of details that it makes their lies more believable, but eventually they can't keep up with the details and slip up. Yeah. Lerny says, exactly, Rain. If you let them keep talking, anyone sensible would pick them off or pick it up. Yeah, I'll go back and listen to that again, Lerny. Lerny says, hang on, what did she say? Something godly and powerful people. Like we said earlier, not the same God as us. Yeah. She's almost saying, like, I don't know.
What does this mean? I got to cut in here because I'm getting drunk and I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
I love to be drunk and elevated.
No problem.
But now, what does this mean? And I would pose it. I would say somebody in the CIA is having your back.
Now they do. What I'm told is there's good people in the CIA that have been waiting for the right moment. They wanted to see if somebody or some of us, including people out there, would do the right thing.
Yeah, I think that's
was
God.
it worth them risking their families to intercede? It better be.
You know how many times on this podcast and in my life in general, I've been praying to retrieve the sparks of the light of God's intelligence that sit dormant in powerful people.
Yeah.
But because of blackmail or
There-
you
there
know
it
how
is.
many times on this podcast and in my life in general, I've been praying to retrieve the sparks of the light of God's intelligence that sit dormant in powerful people.
There. That's what she was saying. Praying to receive the sparks that lie dormant in powerful people.
Families to intercede. It better be.
You know how many times on this podcast and in my life in general, I've been praying to retrieve the sparks of the light of God's intelligence that
The light
sit
of God's
dormant
intelligence.
in powerful people.
Yeah.
But because of blackmail or many other unfortunate things that they're under by the Satanists, the satanic world powers.
Yeah, Rain. Rain says Roseanne is Jewish. Roseanne admits it here. Tom also says he has Jewish blood. It's only when it's convenient for Tom he brings it up. And he's trying to relate to Roseanne here. Yep, Texas Learning. He says that's false light she is after. Yep.
To intercede. It better be.
You know how many times on this
We'll listen
I
to
would
it once
say-
more.
somebody in the CIA. And
First draft of the Matrix story. What would that be worth, when we get the credit back?
Billions?
Yeah.
what does this mean? I got to cut in here because
She's trying to reframe all of this as if the Jewish God is not satanic. She's trying to separate that as its own thing.
I'm getting drunk and I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
I love to be drunk and elevated.
No problem.
But now, what does this mean? And I would pose it. I would say somebody in the CIA is having your back.
Now they do. What I'm told is there's good people in the CIA that have been waiting for the right moment. They wanted to see if somebody or some of us, including people out there, would do the right thing.
Yeah, I think that's
was
God.
it worth them risking their families to intercede? It better be.
You know how many times on this podcast and in my life in general, I've been praying to retrieve the sparks of the light of God's intelligence that sit dormant in powerful people.
Yeah.
But because of blackmail or many other unfortunate things that they're under by the Satanists, the satanic world powers, I've prayed that God would set those sparks on fire and that they would come back to the human element and realize that you cannot stamp out creativity and artistry.
I believe he's doing just that. I believe what's been happening too on the earthly level is that if you have people that, like Joel Silver said, he doesn't make art, he acquires it. If you have people that failed at what they did,
Vampires.
People who failed at what they did, the Wachowskis, Elon Musk, failed at what they did. His rockets are still going sideways. But the thing is, like, if they failed at what they did, do you want them, as far as the CIA is thinking, would they want to support failures and let them still work? Or if you're fans of the actual creators of the work, that are the ones that have the smarts and the geniuses of it, genius of it,
What the hell are you doing?
if you have the people
Getting
that are
the sound
actually
out.
smart,
Thanks, baby.
eventually to support failures and let them still work, or if you're fans of the actual creators of the work, that are the ones that have the smarts and the geniuses of it, genius of it,
What the hell are you doing?
if you have the people
getting
that
the
are
sound
actually
out.
smart,
Thanks, baby.
eventually they're going to want to be, I would surmise, on their side.
Yeah.
They're going to get tired
Well, they
of
always
working
want
with
to be
So is she getting drunk on wine here? Or she got crackers?
on the
Schleppers,
winning side, so they have to redo their dogma to fit into that.
That's true. The winning side is a big thing about it. Absolutely, absolutely. Also, it becomes tiresome to support braggart pedophiles that have no brain cells.
Real brash
for creativity and getting all the praise. As Wachowski said, everyone buys them drinks everywhere they go. In fact, Larry says he got married to his dominatrix because she said she would never marry a client, but he wrote The Matrix, so she's in for a shock. The thing is, like, think of it. Marriage based on that. So the thing is, if you have to be around somebody bragging all the time, let's say the people in the studio, bragging all the time for what they didn't earn, and watching that, it starts to wear at your humanity.
Yep.
So do you think Tom's earned the title of writer for these 100+ films? I don't think that.
Marry a client, but he wrote The Matrix, so she's in for a shock. The thing is, like, think of it. Marriage based on that. So the thing is, if you have to be around somebody bragging all the time, let's say the people in the studio, bragging all the time for what they didn't earn, and watching that, it starts to wear at your humanity.
Yeah.
It's the best gift they could have ever given to the people.
Yeah, and they ruined it. The work
They
was
always
written.
ruin. The Torah says, let me just break in here with this. Torah and Zohar tell us that arrogance and ignorance are inextricably bound. They're two sides of the same coin. And the beauty of it is that whoever holds the arrogant, ignorant thing will undo themselves. And you don't have to do nothing and get none of their karma on you to take them down.
Yeah, you could undo yourself, Tom. You're doing it now. You're undoing yourself from your own arrogance and ignorance. Congratulations.
They'll do it themselves. All you have to do is witness it.
And wait.
And watch. And what you just raised is so important, because then we go to the CIA on this.
Yeah, Texas Learning, she said that she's drunk. Yeah, she admitted that she's drunk here. Texas Learning says apparently she does realize it's satanic powers. Interesting. And you see her face movements, she's drunk. Yeah. And it's unfortunate because, she could have gone into this sober and really hammered him with questions. But she doesn't want to face it. That's why a lot of people drink like that too. Like she's trying to do this professional podcast drunk. What the fuck? And instead of being with all of her mental facilities, she instead is like, she's just getting into that state now. It sucks for her, because she could be questioning him in a much better way, and she's not.
And the agents that have been waiting for the right thing to be done, the right timing, they step in because now they are heroes.
That's right.
And in the screenplay, the CIA...
And they always were.
Yeah.
They were hiding in the shadows till God electrified the soul, the sparks of God's soul that he put in us.
Yep.
It's been so wiped out by all this fucking
That's
Nazi
right.
bullshit and Islamicism to take us away.
Oh my God. 80 years later and still doing this bullshit. Right? Talk about two people that can't let shit go. There's two people right here.
And the agents that have been waiting for the right thing to be done, the right timing, they step in because now they are heroes.
That's right.
And in the screenplay, the CIA...
And they always were.
Yeah.
They were hiding in the shadows till God electrified the soul, the sparks of God's soul that he put in us.
Yep.
It's been so wiped out by all this fucking
That's
Nazi
right.
bullshit and Islamicism to take us away from our connection and our desire for God.
Yeah, they shout us down. They steal the evidence. They block us from speaking. They mock us. Right now, I'm doing a show with two most wonderful people I know. And they can't cross-examine. They can't shout us down. They must be breaking.
Man, if I were just to clip that quote, I'm doing a show with two of the most whatever people I know. They can't cross-examine. It's a very unfortunate series of words there. Well, she can't cross-examine him right now because she's fucking drunk.
And our desire for God.
Yeah, they shout us down. They steal the evidence. They block us from speaking. They mock us. Right now, I'm doing a show with two most wonderful people I know. And they can't cross-examine. They can't shout us down. They must be breaking the furniture against the wall and spewing their
They're
food
freaking
out
out.
their guts.
Yeah.
Tom, I believe... So he's projecting here. I believe he's the type of person that punches holes in walls, that vomits over someone making a negative Twitter post about him. He ups and leaves Brenda's Beyond the Box show. Tells me to tag in for him. Worst tag partner in history. I can't deal with this anymore. But that's how I met Brenda. So thank God for that. Thank Heavenly Father Creator for that. And through Brenda, I met Abe and all of you here that are in the chat right now. Thank you. But this guy couldn't even stomach listening to some secret soldier, whatever you want to call him. Because they talked to... This dude watches movies all the time. He watches Ancient Rome, where they're fucking killing people left and right. He promotes Gladiator like it's a good story about, like, perseverance, and it's all killing. And they say this in the deposition. It's like, how could you, like, not stomach The Matrix? You're watching it in the theater in 1999, Tom. How come you had to keep walking out because it was too violent, but yet, like, you could watch Gladiator and Avatar and see that as movies for hope? But, like, they're all fucking killing people. They killed the Tree of Life in Avatar. Come on.
This fucking
That's
Nazi
right.
bullshit and Islamicism to take us away from our connection and our desire for God.
Yeah, they shout us down. They steal the evidence. They block us from speaking. They mock us. Right now, I'm doing a show with two most wonderful people I know, and they can't cross-examine. They can't shout us down. They must be breaking the furniture against the wall and spewing their
They're
food
freaking
out their
out.
guts because they can't do anything about the truth being laid out logically right
Well,
now.
they can demonetize.
Oh my God. That's why they're doing all these things.
They steal the evidence. They block us from speaking. They mock us. Right now, I'm doing a show with two most wonderful people I know, and they can't cross-examine. They can't shout us down. They must be breaking the furniture against the wall and spewing their
They're
food
freaking
out
out.
their guts because they can't do anything about the truth being laid out logically right
Well,
now.
they can demonetize.
Oh my God. That's why they're doing all these things that they're doing to put people in positions who are such excellent liars.
Yes, indeed.
Right?
That have a price and want to be famous. What's interesting, though, what you also said with the CIA, in the original work, and this is the first draft right here. First draft. This is the 93, March 21st, 93. First draft. Wow.
Why don't you read it, Tom? You'll never do it. That was probably in a box in his house for many years, and he just forgot where it was.
That means we can now prove before Ghost in the Shell.
Texas Learning says he couldn't watch the movie, quote, he made, end quote. The guy is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, he straight up admits in the deposition he couldn't watch The Matrix. And that there were no substantial connections. So, like, he didn't see the 190 matchups that he claims now. But, again, he couldn't sit through just one screening of The Matrix. He had to he had to go to the lobby while the film was playing in 99. And he saw it with his friends, or friend, whatever. Someone had said that, I think it was Zenray, said that he probably was on a date with some girl. He's leaving the girl in the movie theater. He's running out, and she's like, what the fuck's he doing? What, does he not like me? Like, you got to think about all these things, too. Like, he can't stomach watching an action movie, but, like, he'll sit upstairs all day watching Netflix, watching Ancient Rome shit. And Game of Thrones. I couldn't get past the first episode. I haven't watched any of that series besides that first episode. I'm like, this is slop. Like, I didn't care for it, so I didn't watch it. And Texas Learning says, classy lady is just eating while talking. Yeah. And hey, Jason, welcome back. We're getting some good coverage here. Dissecting everything they're talking about. Like, we got some good content. You should go back and rewatch this later. Or maybe when we re-upload it. But yeah. Let's carry on here.
Laid out logically right
Well,
now.
they can demonetize.
Oh my God. That's why they're doing all these things that they're doing to put people in positions who are such excellent liars.
Yes, indeed.
Right?
That have a price and want to be famous. What's interesting, though, what you also said with the CIA, in the original work, and this is the first draft right here. First draft. This is the 93, March 21st, 93. First draft. Wow. That means we can now prove before Ghost in the Shell, before Matrix all the way, that before the Wachowskis in 96.
No, Ghost in the Shell was 1987, you motherfucker. That's when Ghost in the Shell was being written. You're saying your script's 93? 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. That's 6 years prior to what you're holding up, asshole. You can't get past that. 88 is when Ghost in the Shell became an, at least a graphic novel. Let's look that up again real quick. This motherfucker. The anime film of Ghost in the Shell, released in 1995. I believe. Oh no. March 29th, 1996. So it was being made in 95. But the manga it was based off of ran from 1989 to 1991. Which means it was being written in 88. Possibly 87 as well. I'm just going to show it on the screen here. Can't see shit. Alright, I'll make it as big as I can. Primarily set in the mid-21st century, the fictional Japanese city of Nahama. So, we get down here. The main character of Ghost in the Shell is such a cyborg, having had a terrible accident befall her as a child that ultimately required her to use a full-body prosthesis. I was having trouble trying to pronounce that word in my head. To house her cyber brain. There's your Neuralink, asshole. The original Ghost in the Shell manga ran in Japan from April 1989 to November 1990. And was released in a volume in 91. And then Ghost in the Shell 2 followed in 97 for 9 issues. And then it was put in a compilation box December 2000. Okay. So him claiming that his 1993 script came before Ghost in the Shell is complete bullshit. Bullshit. Alright?
Assigned Matrix title when they finally get to set.
You are such excellent liars.
Yes, indeed.
Right?
That one that have
You're such an excellent liar. I know that's not what she was saying.
price and want to be famous. What's interesting, though, what you also said with the CIA in the original work, and this is the first draft right here. First draft. This is the 93, March 21st, 93. First draft. Wow. That means we can now prove before Ghost in the Shell, before Matrix all the way.
No, you can't, Tom. I wonder if he knows. Look at those eyes. Real quick. I'm trying not to break down the facial movements of people, but like, just look at him. It's like, you motherfucker. It's like, you know that the Ghost in the Shell was before 93. The anime film was released in 95. The manga was 89. And think of all the time it takes to create a manga, so definitely was being worked on in 88, if not also 87. Which is 6 years before.
That before the Wachowskis in 96
little
assigned
thing here.
Matrix title, when they finally get to set a saying science project or given the work and pick a title, we're here. It's going to be a real chagrin for the...
It is a
We're
real
gonna
chagrin
continue
for him
your legal
because
case.
We're going to, yes.
Yeah,
I
right,
think somehow
right.
we're interconnected, all of us.
Yeah,
So what
we're
happens
suing.
is, I think
No
we're
suing.
interconnected.
Yeah.
Wachowskis and Wow, that means we can now prove before Ghost in the Shell, before Matrix all the way,
Nope.
that before the Wachowskis in 96 assigned Matrix title, when they finally get to instead of saying Science Project or given the work and pick a title, we're here. It's going to be a real chagrin for the...
It is
You're
a real chagrin
continuing
for him
your legal
because
case.
We're going to, yes.
Yeah,
And I think somehow we're...
You hear what he asked? You're continuing to release this, right? Like, you're gonna release this. And he's like, yeah, we're going to.
Prove before Ghost in the Shell, before Matrix all the way, that before the Wachowskis in 96 assigned Matrix title, when they finally get to instead of saying Science Project or given the work and pick a title, we're here. It's going to be a real chagrin for the...
it is a real
You're
chagrin
continuing
for him
your legal
because
case.
We're going to, yes.
Oh,
I think
you're continuing your legal case. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to. So that'll be attempt number 4, him going to court. And if you look at what the past 3 did, you can pretty much guess what this 4th one's going to do. He's not going to win this one. Sorry, dude. You can't even keep your thoughts together. You can't keep your story straight. And the moment I say Ghost in the Shell was released in 89, what, he's going to say I'm lying? He's going off of the 1995 anime. The movie. Not the source material, which the source material was 89.
how we're interconnected, all of us.
Yeah,
So what
we're
happens
doing
is, I think we're
also
interconnected.
Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is God's doing here. I'm here.
And he's saying that they're interconnected because he believes Roseanne's going to help him with the court case, probably. Jeez. Yeah. It just sucks because none of it's going to happen for him. Like, he continually just burns his own bridges so that he remains right before the climax of Act 2 in his story. He's always right before the precipice. Jason says that I kind of want to take bets on when Roseanne's son will jump ship. Yeah, and it's not a matter of if, it's when. You're right. Roseanne's son is going to be the one that tells Roseanne, hey, like, some of this stuff I'm looking into with Tom doesn't check out. We should really look into this and follow up. Because if Roseanne was as great of a host as she claims to be, she would have had on hand that, yes, Ghost in the Shell, manga, 1989. Explain that, please. He'll probably say, oh, well, I was writing the idea in 87 when I was with Pat Robertson and blah, blah, blah. No, that was more like 91, 92. And that's, again, after the publication of Ghost in the Shell.
You're
Chagrin
continuing
for him
your legal
because-
case.
We're going to, yes.
Yeah,
I
great.
think somehow we're interconnected, all of us.
Yeah,
So what
because we're
happens is, I think
also
we're
Disney.
interconnected. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is God's doing here. I'm here because I'm to be here.
Yeah.
It's God's the orchestrator. He's the architect. And so what we
God's
have,
the author of all life.
the Queen said it, it's the author. I agree.
He called her the queen. Not lying when he's when I said that she's the queen. All right, let's keep going.
So what we have is the CIA, in the original work, Neo is in a lower echelon department as its head in the CIA. Smith is an upper echelon department. And that's the backstory. And what happens is CIA...
It's a class war.
Yeah, and Central Intelligence Agency becomes Central in the original work in the future. So Smith is always part of Central Intelligence Agency. I called the Cortex building the Central building. So they call it Cortex building, just playing off of it.
I love the guy
Seamless
that
thing.
plays Smith, though, in the movie
Hugo
because he is,
Hugo Weaving,
Weaving
yeah.
is his name. Brilliant.
his monotone devoid of... I love the,
Central Intelligence Agency. I called the Cortex building the Central building. So they call it Cortex building, just playing off of it.
I love the guy
Seamless
that
thing.
plays Smith, though, in the movie
Hugo
because he is,
Hugo Weaving, yeah.
is his name. Brilliant.
his monotone devoid of all humanity
well,
and
he
emotion.
doesn't like that.
You don't like
No,
that?
he talked about the
Well,
first
no,
episode.
what I'm saying, yeah.
He didn't think that was good.
He got it off the
but
scripture.
I liked
He
it.
did it. It's not really his fault. From what I understand from my
You don't
sources.
like that monotone,
I like it.
non-human thing?
Well, from the sources I have.
How is it supposed to be?
I'll read it to you.
Hold on.
He talked about this in the first
Yeah,
episode.
yeah, so I'll just lay it out real quick.
But I love Hugo Weaving, and I'm sorry, I know you're gonna get mad at me. I love him
no,
in the Matrix.
He does a good job.
He
but
does
the
a
thing is, he
great
was
job.
screwed by the Wachowskis.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make this clear to you that it's not his fault.
No.
What was
But-
that character supposed to...
It's because Agent Smith is not the same character as what's in Tom's script. That's simply all it is. But we already know from the Matrix franchise that Smith is a program written by the machines. Therefore, it is AI. It doesn't have a soul. So they are devoid of sympathy, devoid of humanity. And once Smith writes over Neo, and at the end of the first Matrix, if you're thinking of it as a trilogy still, that's when Smith's code gets corrupted. And then the next two films, you see the results of that corruption. He gets elements of Neo's humanity, but it's just written onto his code. It's not that Smith became sentient and has a soul. No, it's just he got upgraded, or not upgraded. His code got updated with corrupt information, and some information that carried over was Neo's personality. And potentially curiosity. I'll get into all of that with the character analysis on Smith, because it's that's going to be a really good standalone video I'm planning to release in the near future. And we'll go over different scenes. I'll show screen matchups and stuff and everything. I think that'll be a really good presentation.
Well, here it is. I'm going to show you. He did what he's supposed to.
But Tom's script, it's two friends. And Neo and Smith are not friends. It's two humans in the Immortals. And it's a program and a human in the Matrix. And they are definitely not friends in the Matrix. Neo and Smith are not friends. Sorry.
He did what he's supposed to do as an actor, okay?
Uh-huh.
Now let me say this. Let me just see.
I hate actors.
Again, watch
all they
episode
are
one.
is chronic masturbators that somebody tells them they don't even think or feel. They just,
That's why they're actors.
you know, that is why they're actors.
You're an actor! Look at these hypocrites. Look at these hypocrites. Roseanne's only famous because she had a show with John Goodman. Right? At least I think that's who that was. I'm not going to spend time looking that up. She was on a TV show. She's an actor herself. What a hypocrite. You know, even as a film director here, myself, I've also done acting. You can't say that, like, chronic masturbator and soulless and all that shit.
What was it that character supposed to do?
Well, here it is. I'm going to show you. He did what he's supposed to. He did what he's supposed to do as an actor, okay?
Uh-huh.
Now let me say this. Let me just see.
I hate actors.
Again, watch
all they
episode
are
one.
is chronic masturbators that somebody tells them they don't even think or feel. They just,
That's why they're actors.
you know, that is why they're actors. And
here
there's
you go.
nothing there.
Actors, that's all they do is project thoughts and feelings. She's so full of shit. Just trying to dehumanize actors. And I'm not even trying to go to bat for actors here. Especially the A-list Hollywood actors. Like, I grew up with real people that wanted to be actors and got into the industry. I would not talk down like that about them. Sorry. Even if I have different political views than them, it's a very shitty thing to do. Like, these people have hopes and dreams. They're under the illusion that Hollywood's this grandiose thing. I was under the illusion too at one point. But I never wanted to go to Los Angeles. I wanted to stay in Chicago. Build here. Although, really, I think it would be a better idea to open a studio down south. Be a lot less taxes doing that. Alright. We'll talk more about my personal stuff later, but I still have goals to do my own studio and teach the next generation how to make films. And to not make it all corrupted and everything. Alright, let's continue.
Tells them they don't even think or feel. They just,
That's why they're actors.
you know, that is why they're actors. and
here
there's
you go.
nothing there.
The CIA
All right.
sociopathic weapons.
I'm holding up the original screenplay used on set, the 1998 version used on set in 1999. This is what they went off of. So here's what Hugo Weaving was allowed to see when they.
No. This script was copywritten several months before they wrapped filming. It was copywritten while they were filming The Matrix. So his claim that this is the script that they used is, again, a far cry.
Think or feel. They just,
That's why they're actors.
that is why they're actors. And
here
there's
you go.
nothing there.
The CIA sociopathic weapons.
I'm holding up the original screenplay used on set, the 1998 version used on set in 1999. This is what they went off of. So here's what Hugo Weaving was allowed to see when they broke the 20-foot rule for him to see the character description, or they read it to him, was this. A stern-looking man in his upper 50s is among them. He is meticulously groomed and moves with a calculated grace. Sounds robot-like, doesn't it? In fact, the agents are described as robot-like. Robot-like agents. So he knows that. He knows his Shakespeare.
I mean,
he
that's
knows,
what agent means.
Well, he knows his Shakespeare. He knows that you go off the descriptions that the authors laid before you. That's your first source of forming your character that you go off of, your prime source.
Correct.
And so
As
reading
an
that,
actor.
reading that, you can see where Hugo Weaving would take his take for the first offer.
But they go and they talk shit about actors, and so they lump Hugo Weaving in with that whole thing, or they have no thoughts, they have no feelings. You're really going to say that about Hugo Weaving? Probably one of the best people to come out of the industry? Jason H. says, winter is hard on film production in Chicago. Yes, that's true. That's actually why this didn't become the hub. Like, part of it was because they could film all year long out west. But I cover that in my deep dive of the 1900s Chicago film industry series. If you haven't watched all that, really interesting stuff there. But yeah, while they the weather was a factor, but it wasn't everything. It was more of I think also people wanting to get away from Edison and all of his extra laws he was getting put in. He was making sure nobody would use products that weren't his, especially at movie theaters projecting the feature films. But yeah. So just to wrap my little part up here, I wanted to do a film studio here in Chicago, but realistically, going down to Texas or some other southern state would be more ideal, just based off of taxes and the weather, because Illinois is one of the worst taxed states besides California. And again, I don't know how California is so backwards as it is now, but that's where we're at, right? But I want to do my own film studio. I want to do it down in the southern states. I think that would be the best place to go. And we'll see what happens with that, because that's still a goal and a dream of mine. Yeah, Rain says, come to Texas. And Jason says, Texas sounds like a good pick. Yeah, I've been there twice. In the past 2 years, I've gone the past 2 years. I've really enjoyed both times going. We'll see.
Off of your prime source.
Correct.
And so
As
reading
an
that,
actor.
reading that, you can see where Hugo Weaving would take his take for the first offer. The actors are responsible for doing a first. I won awards in performance too, where
Yeah,
you do your
I
first.
understand.
You understand what I'm talking about? Your first offer.
They are not creators and they're not writers. They're not
So,
authors.
they're parents.
What they kind of
Responsible.
are is just a bunch of circus ponies.
Yeah.
Well, and smart ones, some smart ones too.
They're
But
parents.
you're responsible for making that offer of the character's the interpretation of the character. It is the director's response to form and mold you from that, and you are supposed to go through a process of give and take. Where I'll try this now, adding what the director gave, adding what the director gave. It didn't happen.
Because the
Wachowskis
Wachowskis suck.
They
They're like,
suck.
great,
Thank you.
yeah.
Well, they're girls.
Which is why they suck.
Yeah, well, not touching it. But what happened was,
I mean,
Which is also why they
girls,
suck.
girls are not, girls are not like, I mean,
They can't parallel park.
the most creative force is, no, the creative force in art is a male force, and these guys are girls. They
Okay.
want to be girls, and that's not the creative force. It takes the,
I'll say this much. I think the Wachowskis were coerced, and their punishment for fame was to transition. Or cross-dress. They didn't even transition. I still think they got all their junk. But there is something there with, like, Keanu and his significant other, like, she died in a car crash. Are there sacrifices happening? Absolutely. But again, we don't have solid proof of any of this stuff. But I think the Wachowskis were given this fame and fortune, and that's their punishment for gaining that fame and fortune. And they were really wishy-washy with what they wanted. So I'll agree here. In a very few parts, I actually agree with any of these people on the screen today. That the Wachowskis weren't good directors. They didn't have that leadership quality to them. They weren't decisive. As a director, you need to be decisive. You're making decisions in the moment, live on set. Everyone's looking to you for answers. And if you can't easily provide those answers as a director, then the entire production falls apart. And one of the key things as a director on set is you are working with the actors. In the best case scenario, you have an assistant director that's talking to all the crew. And meanwhile, as a director yourself, you're going there talking to your actors, breaking down the scenes line by line, making sure the actors understand your vision. And I don't think the Wachowskis were doing that too much. Rain says, John Travolta goes to a private film studio in Las Colinas. I think she's a co-owner. It's in Dallas, Fort Worth. I'll have to look that up. Just for my own research here. All right, let's continue on.
Erect humping force of the phallus to create
Well, that
something.
inch of anatomy is still hangling from each of them. Hangling means dangle and hang. So,
Well, yeah, but
hangling.
I mean, they're girls.
They still have their
A
anatomy.
lot of women
They still
have.
have their penises?
Yes, they do.
No, but a lot
They were
of.
told by Warner Bros. To do this.
Huh?
Episode 1,
Yeah,
check it
they're
out.
pushing the agenda. They're pushing the
We
agenda.
talked about it.
This is where their conversation devolved into. This is all for the memory of his two sons, right? You're talking about the Wachowskis' penises.
Yeah. But let me tell you this, though.
But you know what that agenda is?
Yeah, we know. We know. It's destroy the whole family structure, everything else. And
Women.
yeah.
Destroy women because men
Replace
can be.
them. Yeah.
Also, you notice how easily he's able to converse with this topic compared to questions on his own material, where he's jumping from topic to topic. Here, he's laser focused, and he's very quick with answers. But in the deposition, you hear him going like, I don't understand the question. Was it this? It'd almost be like him here saying like, well, what are you trying to say? The which I don't even know. I'm not even going to speculate on it. But you see, there's a clear difference between the different topics he talks about. He can easily carry conversation here, but then it gets all disjointed when it comes to his own story.
Yes, they do.
No, but a lot
They were
of.
told by Warner Bros. To do this.
Huh?
Episode 1,
Yeah,
check it
they're
out.
pushing the agenda. They're pushing the
We
agenda.
talked about this in
Yeah.
episode 1.
But let me tell you this, though.
But you know what that agenda is?
Yeah, we know. We know. It's destroy the whole family structure, everything else. And
Women.
yeah.
Destroy women because men
Replace
can be.
them. Yeah,
men
future.
can be way better women than women.
We got a whole show on this. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Right.
know. But what pisses me off is that they never let me say, I've got a bigger dick than most men in the world.
Say it right
That's
now.
what they
Tell
don't
him,
want
tell
me to say.
him. Say it right
I've
now.
got,
Say it, tell him.
I'm a woman, and my cock is fucking 19 inches long, hard and erect, always ready to go.
That explains
And
that
that's
Could you
why
just
they.
face me a little more? Face me a little more.
That's why they don't like me because my cock,
Okay.
because my cock is too hard and long for them. You see what I'm saying?
I wouldn't get a cockfight with you. Absolutely.
Hell no, you wouldn't.
I would be crawling out, tail
Okay.
between the legs.
Okay.
All right, so listen. So first take, second
I
take,
love that you
third
can
take.
go
Didn't
anywhere.
happen. We can go round. We can go.
Do you know he's telling the truth there?
That was good. Round for round. This is
He's
good.
sharp, he's
This is
quick.
good. Yeah.
Isn't he sharp?
Yeah, I
love
think
Tom.
they took some of your skin cells and made me.
It's
so
the
anyway,
nerve
yeah,
link.
so-
You guys have nerve links.
yeah.
No, I think they made me from you.
No.
Yeah, from your rib.
How can the queen be made from my
No,
rib?
because they made me from your rib. You know, we're supposed to be married, but you didn't even remember
Yeah,
that.
let's talk
Well, I
about
didn't think
how-
it was official. So, I mean, it has to be official, right? And plus, a man can't ask the queen.
No, I told you we're going to be married because we're such kindred
All right.
souls, especially because
Mom
You know,
wants
Walter
us-
we
Raleigh
have
couldn't
the
ask.
fire of being authors.
I know.
And we both been like held down and screwed and stole our shit.
But you know the rules of engagement according to royalty.
What?
The queen has to ask.
Well, I did ask. I said, well, we're married. I feel
Well,
you're
how
my
can I say no to
soulmate.
the queen? So yes.
You can't, but
I
then you
know.
didn't even remember it today when
Because
you came over here. I said,
he's
you know, we're
dealing with the
married.
CIA
I put on
breaking into his
red
house,
lipstick
Mother.
and tried to look real cute for
I'm
you.
trying to weather down the palace.
Mom, the CIA broke into the guy's house. He can't remember everything that you asked him.
Honey, everything I have in my life and my soul, I'm giving to you because
Wow. Oh, so sweet.
you are my soulmate in so many ways. I love you so much.
You're
You know
sweet.
that.
I'm so-
I know. We're gonna do the
We're
work.
gonna heal this world up.
We're gonna do the work that we're put here to do, and
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
great to be sharing this age of Aquarius with you.
Yeah.
This is drunk Roseanne, by the way. Oh, and they still got 40 minutes left. Unreal. So I guess Tom and Roseanne are verbally married at this point. What the? And Roseanne gave everything she owns to Tom. She just said, whether they're joking or not, that's still kind of messed up.
But,
The queen has to ask.
well, I did ask. I said, well, we're married. I feel
Well,
you're
how
my
can I say no to
soulmate.
the queen? So yes.
You can't, but
I
then you
know.
didn't even remember it today when
Because
you came over here. I said,
he's
you know, we're
dealing with the
married.
CIA
I put on
breaking into his
red
house,
lipstick
Mother.
and tried to look real cute for
I'm
you.
trying to weather down the palace.
Mom, the CIA broke into the guy's house. He can't remember everything that you asked him.
Honey, everything I have in my life and my soul, I'm giving to you because
Wow.
you
Oh, so
are
sweet.
you are my soulmate in so many ways. I love you so much.
You're
You know
sweet.
that.
I'm so-
I know. We're gonna do the
We're
work.
gonna heal this world up.
We're gonna do the work that we're put here to do, and
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
great to be sharing this age of Aquarius with you.
Yeah.
My dear
I
brother.
love it. I love it. I'll tell you
Brother,
what.
son, father, whatever.
Warner Bros. and Disney's
Male
are-
thing, whatever.
are-
Brother, son, father, husband too, right? How messed up is that? Texas Learning says the son must be grossed out with hearing this crap. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild for sure. So I'd say right now this is their honeymoon period. Once that wears off, that's when Roseanne will drop Tom. And you know what? I won't even say that she'll come on here as another show in the future saying that Tom lied. I don't even think she'll do that. I think she'll just drop the whole subject and move on. Honestly. I mean, if she did have the genitals that she says she does, she would straight up call him out on all this bullshit. But she's pissed drunk here at this point. She already admitted like 20 minutes ago in this that she's drunk. And so we're going to see her continue to fall apart here as we get close towards the end.
You are.
I hope
both suing
Warner-
Well, I'm really the milk.
Warner Bros. and Disney better have their brown pants on right now.
Huh?
They better have their brown pants on. They're gonna get it.
When I didn't even get a chance to tell you what Warner Brothers did to me, but continue.
Warner Brothers did something to
Ow, girl. I mean, boy.
What did Warner
Can I
Brothers
just say
do?
hi to
No,
Warner
I'm not
Brothers?
even-
I just heard it, Warner Brothers.
She let it slip there again. She called him girl. This is so he goes onto all of these different shows that are hosted by women. Tom just likes to be a gossip girl. He's not really doing too much for his case by just talking bad about everybody that's around him. You know? Yeah, Rain says she doesn't need him, he needs her. Absolutely right. And then Rain also says, Lerny, right, that's why the son tries to move the conversation to a different topic. Yeah. Yeah, he's probably really uncomfortable right now.
It's great to be sharing this age of Aquarius with you.
Yeah.
My dear brother.
I love it. I love it. I'll tell you
Brother,
what.
son, father, whatever.
Warner Bros. and
Male
Disney's
thing, whatever you are.
I hope
both suing
Warner,
Well, I'm really the milk.
Warner Bros. and
bigger
Disney better have their
penis.
brown pants on right now.
Huh?
They better have their brown pants on. They're gonna get it.
When I didn't even get a chance to tell you what Warner Brothers did to me, but continue.
Warner Brothers did something to
Ow, girl. I mean, boy.
What did Warner
Can I
Brothers
just say
do?
hi to
No,
Warner
I'm not
Brothers?
even-
I just heard it, Warner Brothers. Yeah.
What did they do? I can cut it out.
They're just vicious, horrible
Well, like the
women that are
CIA.
dressed up like men. It's the lesbian witch
Linda
thing.
Burroughs, the attorney that was doing all the screw job on me, transgender firm.
Of course.
Of course.
Fucking Baphomet.
It's Baphomet.
Child
is.
sacrifice.
It is.
Neuralink, Mark of the Beast. CIA.
Go.
Jews. Oh, they're not going to say it. They're not going to say it. Who runs Hollywood? Who runs everything else in the world? They'll just say the cabal. That's the furthest they'll go. Rain says he's just riding this roller coaster till it hits the wall. His 15 minutes of fame. Yeah. Well, think about it. He's been doing this since, oh man. I want to say at least 20... That has to be like a few years after the court case. So, I'll say like 2016, 2017. He's been doing this almost 10 years running this grift. Going on shows. But the furthest back I could find an interview of him was like 2020. And even that looked like he had long hair at that point. He was looking like that guy from The Room. I'm not kidding. Tom's actually a lot like that guy from The Room. In many ways.
Of course.
Of course.
Fucking Baphomet.
It's Baphomet.
Child
is.
sacrifice.
It is.
Neuralink, Mark of the Beast.
All related to what? JEWS. I'm not wrong. They'll tiptoe around this conversation as much as possible.
CIA.
Go
They
back
break
to
in
the-
your house. They give the shit back.
Okay, so
What is Neuralink?
so the good guys in the CIA, whatever it is.
They break into your house and give you the shit back. You hear this? If you just stepped back, and if any of these people just stepped back and objectively looked at this, they would realize how obscene all of this is. Yes, Tommy Wiseau. Or Tommy Wiseau. That's what I was thinking. Thanks, Texas Learning. Yeah, he has, like, I'll have to try to dig that out, because I have this folder on Tom Althouse here, and I tried saving as many older interviews as I could while I was interviewing him, because I was trying to get, like, because he'd have, like, these little nuggets of information within every interview. There'd be something where, like, oh, that stands out. That's a good point to keep and clip and put into something. But one of the oldest interviews that I found on him, Tom has long hair, like, down to here, and it's like that, it's just straight, straggly hair. I don't know. But anyways.
The lesbian witch thing.
Linda Burrows, the attorney that was doing all the screw job on me, transgender firm.
Of course.
Of course.
Fucking Baphomet.
It's Baphomet.
Child
is.
sacrifice.
It is.
Neuralink, Mark of the Beast. CIA.
Go
They
back
break
to
in
the-
your house. They give the shit back.
Okay, so
What is Neuralink?
so the good guys in the CIA, whatever it is,
Yeah,
Why
they
did
broke
they-
in the house.
why
You
did
they
they
broke
choose
in the
to-
house
hold
and
on.
gave you back your shit.
want to go weaving or?
I want to know why the CIA chose now to break in your house
Uh-huh.
and give you the information.
Well,
Because
what
Trump-
just happened to Elon Musk?
Well, him and Trump got in a fight.
Uh-huh.
Mhm,
And
he was
they-
exposed.
Yeah.
And he exposed
He showed
himself,
who he was.
And he has my tech, which belongs to God.
Neuralink.
And all of us.
It is
And
God's.
he lost the subsidies for the electric cars.
Didn't
so
get his
it's
payoff
a big
buddies
deal, yeah.
benefit. So everything's going downhill. Who's the winning side now? If there's two people that own the
Trump.
actually came up with it, yeah.
Who?
So and us.
And us.
And us.
Trump and us.
Yeah.
Same thing.
How much you love Trump? I mean, can you believe all that we've been through? But look what they fucking did to him. They tried to put him in prison for 900 years.
Well, somebody just said recently that Trump is the Neo, and I'm willing to share that
Trump
with
is
them.
Neo.
I'm willing
I
to
think
share
so
it with
too.
them, but the thing is, like, I modeled the character after myself. I'm willing to
That's a
share it and hand it
stretch.
over somewhat, but Neo.
That's a stretch. I don't think I would say that Trump is Neo. If I had to put Trump in as a character in the Matrix trilogy, I would say he'd be the Chancellor of Zion. That's his actual role, if he were to be in the Matrix. Jason asks, what does he claim Elon stole? Tom is claiming that Elon stole the Neuralink technology from his script. That's what he's trying to claim. Texas Learning says Trump isn't some savior like some folks have you believe. Yeah. He's compromised. There's good things he does, but like, I don't worship the guy. Just like everyone else that is in the public eye. You can't fully put your trust into any of these figures. But yeah, I would say if Trump was a character in the Matrix, he'd be the Chancellor of Zion. Let's see. Or Counselor. Counselor Hammond. Well. This dude. I'd say that's Trump in the Matrix trilogy. All right.
Actually came up with it? Yeah.
Who?
So, and us.
And us.
And us. Well,
because
what
Trump-
just happened to Elon Musk?
Well, him and Trump got in a fight.
Uh-huh.
Mhm, he was exposed.
And he exposed
He showed
himself,
who he was.
And he has my tech, which belongs to God.
Neuralink.
And all of us.
It is
And
God's.
he lost the subsidies for the electric cars.
Didn't
which
get his
is
payoff,
the big
buddies.
bill, yeah.
Benefit. So everything's going downhill. Who's the winning side now? If there's two people that own the
Trump.
actually came up with it, yeah.
Who?
So and us.
And us.
And us.
Trump and us.
Yeah.
Same thing.
How much you love Trump? I mean, can you believe all that we've been through? But look what they fucking did to him. They tried to put him in prison for 900 years.
Well, somebody just said recently that Trump is the Neo, and I'm willing to share that
Trump
with
is
them.
Neo.
I'm willing
I
to
think
share
so
it with
too.
them, but the thing is, like, I modeled the character after myself. I'm willing to share it and hand it over somewhat. But I mean, they even named the character Thomas A. So I mean, if Trump wants to take the Neo title, that's okay. But I have to have some of the Neo left over for me because that's what I
You
created.
can
I
be
thought Trump
Neo,
was Morpheus.
but let's say
I would say Trump was more Morpheus.
I would
Trump is
agree
more
with you.
Morpheus.
Morpheus can
That's what I
save
think.
Neo's ass,
Yeah.
and I'm the Neo getting put under.
Okay.
Then you're the Neoette.
You're
So-
the Oracle.
I think I'm the Oracle.
I'll give you
When
that.
I
I'll
watched
give you
it,
the
I was
Oracle.
like,
You're even
I'll give you the Oracle.
I'm the Oracle.
I'll give you the Oracle.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Who am
They
I?
should have cast me in that when I was watching it last night. I'm like,
Hey, we own it. In the end, we own it. Yeah.
It wasn't Tom saying I was Morpheus? And this is before he knew I had the glasses. You see? But I'm not Morpheus anymore. I'm, I'm Cypher. He couldn't even get the name right. He was calling me Bane. And I'm like, Bane, you sir. But he gets it all mixed up. Because Bane in the Matrix is actually Smith in human flesh form. That's why he's cutting himself, because he never felt pain before. Again, something we'll cover in the Smith character analysis.
I'll give you
when
that.
I
I'll
watched
give you
it,
the
I was
Oracle.
like,
I'll give you the Oracle.
I'm the Oracle.
I'll give you the Oracle.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Who am
They
I?
should have cast me in that when I was watching it last night. I'm like,
Hey, we own it. In the end, we own it. They had to cheat, do all fraud to get it. So
that woman was
no working
great,
drafts.
though.
They have no working drafts.
how good was that woman? I was like, she's doing a Roseanne thing.
She's brilliant.
Yeah.
She
I'm
was
sorry,
doing
I
a
know you don't
Roseanne
like to hear
thing.
it, but she was
Wait till I'm
I'm
the
not
Oracle.
against the actors.
No,
It's not
she's
their fault.
brilliant. The Oracle in the original Matrix is one of the greatest.
No, the actors were
That whole
fabulous.
scene
We
was
have no.
Well,
The Oracle
We
did
have
calm
no-
really well. She did calm well. I mean, she did
not
calm.
just calm. She was.
I mean, that's one layer she did well.
No, but
I
even
like
she
when
was
she goes like
you know what,
this.
really
You've got
cook your
two
noodle.
choices.
Yeah. No, she's brilliant.
Here's how I would have did it if if they didn't steal.
That crown was wobbly. It was about to fall off. Hopefully it stays on before the end of the show here.
We're gonna remake it.
I know we
That's
are.
right. We will.
Here's
you
how
know
I'm
what?
gonna
They said they're gonna put injunctions on us. They can't put an injunction on us because we have the copyright.
No, we're gonna
put
make
an
it more-
injunction
They don't
on my
have
fat
copyright.
ass. But listen, here's how I'm gonna do it. Okay, you're Neo. Okay, and I'm the. What's your name?
Jingo
Oracle.
does the immortal.
We're gonna do it.
Okay. Sorry, you're the Oracle.
Here's how. I know we are.
That's right. We will.
Here's
you
how
know
I'm
what?
gonna.
They said they're gonna put injunctions on us. They can't put an injunction on us because we have the copyright.
No, we're gonna
Put
make
an
the immortal.
injunction
They
on
don't
my
have copyright.
fat ass. But listen, here's how I'm gonna do it. Okay, you're Neo. Okay, and I'm the. What's your name?
Jingo
Oracle.
does the immortal.
We're gonna do it.
Okay. Sorry, you're the Oracle.
Here's how I say it. You're Neo, right?
I sure am. But I have a brother named Trump.
You do?
Well, Neo. They said he's Neo, so I have to have
No,
it.
he's Neo. Trump is Morpheus. You're the
Morpheus,
Oracle.
yes.
Okay,
Hope
and
Trump
I'm the,
obviously.
what's her name?
The Oracle.
The
Oracle.
Oracle.
You're the
There's
Oracle.
What the fuck is going on? I can't even follow what they're talking about anymore. He said Trump is his brother.
if you was doing, if they didn't steal
We're gonna remake it.
I know we are.
That's right. We will.
Here's
Get,
how
you know
I'm
what?
gonna
They said they're gonna put injunctions on us. They can't put an injunction on us because we have a copyright.
No, we're gonna
put
make
an
it more.
injunction
They
on
don't
my
have
fat ass. But listen, here's how I'm gonna do it. Okay, you're Neo. Okay, and I'm the, what's her name?
Jingo
Oracle.
does the Immortals.
We're gonna do it.
Okay. Sorry. You're the Oracle.
Here's how I say it. You're Neo, right?
I sure am. But I have a brother named Trump.
You do?
Well, Neo. They said he's Neo, so I have to have it.
No, he's Neo. Trump is Morpheus.
Morpheus,
You're the
yes.
Oracle.
Okay,
Hope
and
Trump
I'm the,
obviously.
what's her name?
The Oracle.
The Oracle.
You're the
Here's what I
Oracle.
say. According to the script, I don't know if you wrote it or they fucked it up, but
All they're doing right now is projecting themselves in the Wachowskis film. Using all the Wachowski names and none of Tom Althouse's names from the Immortals. If Tom really believed in what he's talking about, from the get-go, he would have said Neo is so-and-so, Trinity is so-and-so, Morpheus is so-and-so, Smith is so-and-so. And then from that point on, he would refer to every character as his character before the Wachowskis. As in, so-and-so, a.k.a. Neo, so-and-so, a.k.a. Morpheus, so-and-so, a.k.a. Smith. You understand my thought process here? If he really is claiming this work that he says got ripped off, then he would be speaking from that perspective. Not just sitting around spitballing being like, oh yeah. I'm Neo and so-and-so is Morpheus and you're Smith and they're all referencing the Wachowskis' characters. They're all referencing their characters, not Tom's. It's like a water cooler conversation.
Yes.
okay,
Hope
and
Trump
I'm the,
obviously.
what's her name?
The Oracle.
The Oracle.
You're the
Here's what I
Oracle.
say. According to the script, I don't know if you wrote it or they fucked it up, but here's
No,
what.
I got the Oracle person.
The
in there.
original Matrix is not a bad movie. I gotta be honest.
Well, it's the lifted images are cool.
but it's
like
a-
the suits that Warner Brothers said, the lifted images are cool.
but
we know
the,
it's really cool.
the AI and the
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. It's all there.
We didn't even get into AI.
And he refers to these as lifted images because there's no matchups. He's saying they're stealing concepts from like this page and scenes of this is like reorganized into other scenes in different movies, and he's saying there's 100 movies that use this one script. He's no Joseph Campbell, hero with 1,000 faces. Come on, man. He hasn't even brought that up once. You'd think he'd bring that up. Because The Matrix, Star Wars, Harry Potter all follow the hero with 1,000 faces concept. Yeah, I have it right here. Joseph Campbell, the hero with 1,000 faces. Look into this book if you haven't yet. But that disproves a lot of what Tom's talking about here. As if we needed more to disprove. And I don't know where to put this thing. Alright.
because that's
But
what
wait
it's
till it all
really
ties
about.
together.
That's
So
what
yes,
we're
go
gonna
ahead.
wrap it up with.
But no, here's what I'm doing as the Oracle.
Yeah, you're the Oracle.
Because I love this part of her act where she goes, "You got two choices, basically."
Yeah.
Wait, do the cigarette thing. That's a prop.
And the
Yeah.
cookies.
You have two choices, basically. Let me fix my crown.
No.
You got two choices, basically. One, you die, or two, Morpheus dies. Decide which.
You nailed it. And your crown took on a sassy angle when you did that. It was perfect. Did you
My
intend
favorite
that?
part is when she's like, "What a really cook your noodle is." If I had not mentioned that plant, would you have knocked it over?
I love that
part.
too.
But anyway, we're digressing.
Yeah. Anyway,
So
when they
CIA
broke
breaks
in
in your house, yes.
Yeah, they break in.
Where's that in your script, Tom? Open the script. You have it right there. You have two versions of your script. Open it up and show where the Oracle's saying that. It's because he can't. Because it's not there.
Okay. Oh wait,
This
Hugo
episode
Weaving,
is
real quick.
wild.
Hugo, I'm gonna leave people that are fans of Hugo
Yeah,
Weaving
real
hanging. So Hugo Weaving did his first take and said, "Did that take right?" And the Wachowskis went, "Keep it, keep it." He didn't get a chance to develop it,
Yeah.
so he was stuck with his first choice, which was sort of like the actor's nightmare.
Yeah,
But he
it is
made
the-
it work, and
it is
Hugo,
the
you did it
actor's
well.
nightmare.
You did it well.
Let's hear for Hugo.
Did it well.
Let's hear
Like
for
to see you do
Hugo.
it with more
Brilliant
direction,
acting.
too.
And
Okay,
did
go.
the
And he
Wachowskis-
stayed.
They shit on all actors en masse. But now they're trying to be, oh no, but not you, Hugo. Everyone but Hugo. You're the only good one, Hugo. Right? Like, what the They were just trash-talking actors, like, 20 minutes ago in this interview.
In
V for
character
Vendetta?
the
You know what
entire
you're-
time.
Yeah, yeah.
Which was
Even
also
if-
stolen work.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you
yeah,
know that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
Even
That's the-
when-
did
Huh?
the
And he
Wachowskis
stayed
do
in
V for Vendetta?
character the
You know what
entire
you're-
time.
Yeah, yeah.
Which was
Even
also
if-
stolen work.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. That's a
Even
brilliant
when
movie, too.
his character.
V for Vendetta is not stolen work. It's an adaptation. Just like Speed Racer's an adaptation. They didn't create Speed Racer. Kidding me? This is beyond the point. So this is where they get lost in the details. They're not talking about the good stuff here. The meat and potatoes. They're not doing it. It's just more water cooler talk.
Character's actions were incongruent with the core of the character. He still.
You know what?
But he showed the flaw.
Hugo was human and classy at the same time. He had
Yeah.
class. A villain with class.
He's a
Yeah.
great actor. And
brilliant.
V for Vendetta, which was Hugo Weaving. I don't know if you know
I
that.
didn't know he was in
Yeah.
that.
That's Hugo Weaving in the mouse.
Yeah. And V for Vendetta.
That's him.
Come on. You'd think if this guy is claiming that the Wachowskis stole his work, he wouldn't be watching everything the Wachowskis put out. He didn't know that Hugo Weaving was in V for Vendetta. He's the one behind the mask in that movie. If anyone else didn't know.
He still.
You know what?
But he showed the flaw.
Hugo was human and classy at the same time. He had
Yeah.
class. A villain with class.
He's a
Yeah.
great actor. And
He's
V for Vendetta, which was Hugo Weaving. I don't know if you know
I
that.
didn't know he was in
Yeah.
that.
That's Hugo Weaving in the mouse.
Yeah. And V for Vendetta.
That's him.
He didn't know Hugo Weaving was in V for Vendetta. Give me a fucking break.
And that was a stolen work the Wachowskis stole, which was also brilliant. But that was a
That
script
probably
written in
stole
the-
that off your shit.
No, they stole that.
V for Vendetta
No,
is
there's
his
look
shit.
this up. There's a writer that claimed it was stolen from an English writer from the 80s.
Oh, would be surprised at all.
No, I forgot to tell you that. I meant to tell you this last
Yeah, I
time.
mean, back to the gunpowder plot.
I
So,
can't
yeah.
even begin to tell you how they feed their fucking asses off than me.
Well, we're getting into that.
I've
nice
just
if they stole
released
from me.
it because I said, God, if I have to bear this and feel it, I won't survive.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to just let it go.
You know, it's funny. My mom kept asking me too. She went through this. My son went through this. We've gone all.
Huh?
Begin to tell
Claimed it was stolen from an English writer from the 80s.
Oh, would be surprised at all.
No, I forgot to tell you that. I meant to tell you this last
Yeah, I
time.
mean, back to the gunpowder plot.
I
So,
can't
yeah.
even begin to tell you how they feed their fucking asses off than me.
Well, we're getting
I've
into that.
just
So he can quote V for Vendetta back to Gunpowder Plot. But he can't recall that Hugo Weaving was in the fucking movie? Hold on. I know we're getting a little sidetracked here. We'll get back to watching this. Just trying to clarify everything they're going over. It is based on the 1988-89 Vertigo comics. It says it right here. Of the same name by Alan Moore and David Lloyd. I knew it was an adaptation. I didn't even have to look it up. saying it was stolen. No, see, now they're fucking straight up lying here. This motherfucker here. Oh, Hugo Weaving's in that, huh? What?
I didn't know he was in
Yeah.
that.
That's Hugo Weaving in the mask.
Yeah, and V for Vendetta.
That's him. And that was a stolen work the Warshawski stole, which was also brilliant.
So
But that was
fake.
a
They
script
probably
written in
stole
the-
that off your shit.
No, they stole that.
V for Vendetta
No,
is
there's
his shit.
look this up. There's a writer that claimed it was stolen from a English writer from the 80s.
Oh, would be surprised.
No. It's well known that it's an Alan Moore adaptation. These people are so foolish.
That's all.
No, I forgot to tell you that. I meant to tell you this last
Yeah, I
time.
mean, back to the gunpowder plot.
I
So,
can't
yeah.
even begin to tell you how they thieved their fucking asses off of me.
Well, we're gonna
I
get into
just I
nice
just
they sold
released
to me.
it because I said, God, if I have to bear this and feel it, I won't survive.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to just let it go.
You know, it's funny. My mom kept asking me too. She went through this. My son went through this. We've gone all through this. And she said, "Where are we in the script?" Because Warner Bros. said, you know, we put you in your own script, which is pretty nasty to say.
It is.
My mom's like, "What page are we on? You know, where are we?" Bless her heart. And I said, "I think we're at the end. We're near the end, and it gets good." And I told her it's actually a woman that saves the day. It's a woman that saves the day. Yeah.
So why
I
did
believe
this-
it's a woman too. But we didn't even get into the horror of what they put you through. They killed 2 of your children.
Yes, they did.
Alleged.
Allegedly. You see this bullshit? An hour and 32 minutes in of a 2-hour interview, and this is the first time that his 2 sons are brought up. The mysterious 2 sons, which he never names. He's named them, but like, you'd think he'd name them more often. He didn't even have photos up of them in his house. Like, how? How? I'm still trying to figure that one out. But it's probably because there's nothing to it.
Allegedly, with capital A's underlined.
But you have
And,
lost 2 sons.
That's terrible.
2 sons.
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Yeah. And I was told by studio connections, including one lady that claims she wrote The Matrix, they were killed.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Was that to punish you,
They're trying to.
or did they back you up and they were removed
Well, remember
as
about the
witnesses?
crazy card they keep trying to play?
Yeah.
When they take your stuff, they try to, quote, destroy you.
Yeah.
And one of the ways they.
I want to see how Sophia Stewart fits into all of this, because Sophia Stewart and Tom Althouse have talked. Okay? And he tries to say that Warner Brothers assigned Sophia Stewart. Sophia Stewart might be another one of the ones that don't have all their marbles up there. But, like, that's all she does is go on Twitter saying, Matrix. And that's it. And there's people that have read her book that she released based on all of that. And it's nothing like The Matrix. And we'd be saying the same thing if Tom ever were to release The Immortals.
Do that is try to agitate you. If they can agitate you and make you look agitated in public,
Yes.
then they can
Yes.
push you away. If they
Yes,
can put you
that's
away,
right. Yes.
then they
That's
can
what
just take your
Kanye
word.
talks about.
Yeah, it's their strategy.
That is
And who
what
came up with
Kanye
it?
says.
Disney. Disney came up with that. Mike
Yes.
Lang of Disney, under Michael Eisner, came up with that
Yes,
strategy.
Eisner. Jake used to hang out
Yeah.
at the
I
Eisner's
was
house.
good friends with Michael Eisner's son.
Rain says in the comments here, V for Vendetta has some aspects of a book, The Giver. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. It's been a long time since I read The Giver. That was one of those books that everyone around me in school was reading when it came out. Yeah, alright. We'll carry on here.
Isn't that incredible?
I've had dinner with Michael.
I
That's
used to
wild.
pray for Jake every time he went over there. Like,
Anders was a cool kid, and Michael was always nice to me, but I'm not surprised.
Well, I would encourage Bob Iger.
Mhm.
If I'm being told by your assistant that you're going to make that call and do the right thing, make your call and do the right thing for us. Make your call.
Yeah.
I'm calling you out on the air.
You owe us.
Yeah, Bob Iger, just do the right thing.
I tell Bob Iger all the time in my secret connections with him through
Right.
prayer, and the fact that there is something in him that cares about the Jewish people, even though he's
Well, that's what I'm saying. We
all
got-
twisted in it.
16, now 17 other screenplays better than The Matrix, and Warner Bros. Can't touch you.
I
Why
think-
doesn't Disney do the right thing and lead the way for the kids?
Why don't
Right.
you do that?
See, he's up to 17 different screenplays now that are better than The Matrix, but he's buried them all without bindings in an undisclosed location, probably in Pennsylvania, and he said he's going to destroy them all if anything happens to his last son. Why doesn't he use 1 or 2 of them? 3 of them. Release them. Sell them. You're trying to get money for your son. Do it now. He's waiting because he doesn't have them. Or he's too embarrassed to show them. Yeah, Rain says that guy is a legend in his own mind. That's what Tom Althouse is.
But there is something in him that cares about the Jewish people, even though he's
Well, that's what I'm saying.
all
But,
twisted in it.
16, now 17 other screenplays better than The Matrix, and Warner Bros. Can't touch you.
I
Why
think-
doesn't Disney do the right thing and lead the way for the kids?
Why don't
right?
you do that, Bob? It's in your power.
Yeah.
It's no big
And
thing
you'll be
for you
remembered for that.
I think he
that
had-
you can remove the brainwashing of American
We
youth,
could.
And since-
you
yeah.
can help them return and connect to God if you'll just shut the fuck up
Yeah,
and
just
get
tell
out of the way
DreamWorks. Yeah.
with your
Tell
goddamn
DreamWorks and Spielberg to
greed.
take a hike.
Do you remember when he was basically in Trump's cabinet?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, and then Michelle, like SRA raped him or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
like butt raped him, and then he would turn against Trump. But Trump and Iger were buds.
What is going on? Do you know what happened to
That's
him?
why.
Disgusting. Alright, we gotta get more music rolling here. Which one did I just do? I'm gonna try to link in the comments here, or in the description when I'm done, these playlists I'm playing. If you guys are interested in listening to them. I'm just trying to keep good background music going. I should have played the 4-hour one, but we're already past 4 hours. All right. Atmospheric retro synth. We'll do this one. Okay. Rain says, if you told that guy you were a toy maker, he would say he's Santa Claus. Yeah. You know, he also claimed that Inception was stolen off of one of his other scripts that he mentions here, the 17 scripts. He said one of them was the Dream movie. And he says there was a scene where, like, the person was going to, like, jump out of a window to go fly. And that's why it's connected to Inception. And he said the hospital scene in The Dark Knight, that was taken from The Immortals, too. You know, these are really big claims to make. And, like, Nolan would crush him in court just for those two things alone. But these people probably just think that it's not worth their time to go after him. Just let him spout whatever he's doing here. But, like, I wouldn't let it slide. But they know he has no money. Like, they'd be like, why am I going to punish this dude?
Tell
Out of the way
DreamWorks, yeah.
with your
Tell
goddamn
DreamWorks and Spielberg to
greed.
take a hike.
Do you remember when he was basically in Trump's cabinet?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, and then Michelle, like SRA raped him or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
like butt raped him, and then he would turn against Trump. But Trump and Iger were buds.
What is going on? Do you know what happened to
That's
him?
why
after-
Iger asked me to come
Yeah.
to ABC.
I think
But they
Michelle
got
already
got- know
Iger.
that.
No, the BLM got him
Well,
because he
Michelle.
didn't want to be called a
Well,
racist.
remember he was going. I told you
He
about.
did not want to be called a racist, but he was surrounded by BLM
Did I
Jew
tell you too
haters.
about how his associate said that we had a tape call where he said that he was going to have about like a 15, 17 minute silence on hold. He must have been talking to a number of people. His office guy. And he's like, Bob's going to call you tomorrow. Then Bob got fired.
Yeah,
Because
he
you're going to talk
did
to Tom
get
Althouse, the
fired.
real author. So with us together, all, I think Bob could make a good choice here. He could go down
Bob
in history. They're
Iger,
worried
let
about
me
the
tell you
legacies.
this. You still have the ability to rejoin the human race and to be for your people, the Jews, that are being sacrificed by death cults and Satanists everywhere on earth
That's
that
right.
you've ignored, and you let them take me down, a Jew.
And yeah.
But Bob,
What a word salad. Who's going to tell Roseanne who's running the death cults and the Satanists? Anyone going to clue her in? Or does she know and she's just trying to separate the two. Or the three, for that matter, since she's trying to say... really roundabout way of talking about what's really going on without naming what's going on.
For your people, the Jews, that are being sacrificed by death cults and Satanists everywhere on earth, that you've ignored, and you let them take me down, a Jew.
And
But, Bob, I'm praying that God gets to you and elevates those sparks in you, because I know I've seen them. I've known you for a long time. I know you have righteous sparks in you, and there is a human being in there. And Bob, I'm praying that God gets to you and ignites your soul for righteousness, and you are in a position of power, and you're able to do it. And like King David, when they come to you, you have to say yes. When God comes to you, you have to say yes. You have to.
I'm told he has a good heart.
I want to say to you, Bob, we will protect you from Michelle Obama, because that's who he's afraid of.
Okay.
I really believe that.
I'll tell him too. There's 16 to 17 other screenplays better than this that are buried in a trash bag.
Well, he's back at Disney now, right?
Yeah, he came back. So I'm saying,
in a trash bag. Do I dare say that's where it belongs? This is a case of someone smelling his own farts.
He can lift Disney, but like I say, what he's got to do is put me on a fire, Whoopi Goldberg, the fake Jew, and put me on I'm a real Jew, Bob, remember? And let me fucking rock their world. I want $50 million a year.
Right, and Warner Bros. Doesn't have a copyright at all. They don't have the copyright. They admit it on tape. We got everything. We hold the copyright. So Disney could do the right thing and have the Matrix story as their property.
I think the chef that Obama and Michelle killed was to
absolutely.
Allegedly.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure it was.
Is that to say allegedly?
Yeah, you think they allegedly killed him?
Underlined and exclamation
I know they
You know, Hillary lost her chef to drowning too.
Yeah, because the chef.
And look at Joel Silver's associate, taken down to the Caribbean and killed.
You know, there's no point in them saying allegedly at this point, because he's gone on saying these things without putting that word allegedly after everything. So people can take him to court for all of these false statements where he wasn't saying allegedly after everything like he is here. The pooch has already been screwed, so to speak.
Yep. Apparently she was going to talk and spill the beans on this stuff. So both Joel Silver and
the
Mike
Matrix
left
is, listen, shut up both of you, I'm sick of your shit. I'm drunk now and I'm going to say, where's my booze? I'm out of booze. The Matrix is a fucking Matrix. The Matrix is the fucking Matrix. Am I right?
You're right.
And Neuralink is the mark of the beast.
That's right. That's 100%.
No, I got to tell you what my...
The Matrix is the Matrix? Well, and water is what? What's new, Roseanne?
Now I'm going to say, where's my booze? I'm out of booze. The Matrix is a fucking Matrix. The Matrix is the fucking Matrix. Am I right?
You're right.
And Neuralink is the mark.
And the Immortals is the Immortals, and they're not the same thing. There, I finished her sentence.
The Matrix is, listen, shut up both of you, I'm sick of your shit. I'm drunk now and I'm going to say, where's my booze? I'm out of booze. The Matrix is a fucking Matrix. The Matrix is the fucking Matrix. Am I right?
You're right.
And Neuralink is the mark of the beast.
That's right. That's 100%.
No,
And God gave it to Tom to write into his script? Oh my. For betterment of humanity? I get why he's saying like it's supposed to be a warning to everyone. No. What? The divine inspiration he speaks of is not divine whatsoever. He was in a situation... Let's just take with a grain of salt that he was at Pat Robertson's thing and he was a part of that whole thing. And that he was a serious member of that group. He was going through ritualistic abuse, opening up spiritual pathways for attack. And then he starts writing a script. And then something is telling him what to write. You don't think that it could be demonic in nature that's going and telling him what to write? Especially since like he doesn't have any other content to show for himself. The 17 other scripts, he admits it's in a garbage bag. Rain says no money, he's judgment proof. Yeah. Texas Learning says, what a wisdom. Yeah, in reference to Roseanne saying the Matrix is the Matrix. And Texas Learning says, reminds me of Andrew Tate. Quote, the Matrix has attacked me. End quote. I'm thinking here. Sorry. I'm lost in thought here. The world is a matrix in the sense that our thoughts and words get projected into our reality. That's why they talk about manifestation and the power of manifestation. That's why you should always be talking positively about yourself and others. And while there may be negative things that are factual, you can't be sitting here beating yourself up saying, oh, I'm this, I'm that, talking negatively about yourself. You need to be positive about what you want and not where you're at, so that you can make what you want a reality. And that's the power of manifestation. And that's the matrix we're dealing with. It's a malleable construct that's really determined by what we do here. That's my understanding of it. And every action has a reaction. Texas Learning saying, also making it very clear not a Tate fan. Yeah, it's alright, man. It's okay to reference people we disagree with or don't fully support. Some of these internet personalities really, they do go off the deep end when they get fame and fortune. And I know Andrew Tate's a launching pad for a lot of these younger people just learning about the reality of our world here. But definitely not someone to look up to in many cases. Believe in yourself. That's my advice. Believe in yourself and you so shall be.
I gotta tell you what my rabbi told me about Neuralink in 1990.
Okay.
But no, you go on first.
That's all right.
I need to get more drunk.
Let me just
Jake,
say
where's
that.
my
Let's-
booze?
We're gonna go break. Let's wrap this up. Yeah.
Remember, no
Shannon!
1993 4 or 5 scripts are supposed to be had. They ripped them off, and they were held by...
So they're just going to gloss over that Roseanne just said a rabbi told her in 1990 about Neuralink? That predates what Tom's saying. But it fits into the timeline of the manga for Ghost in the Shell in 89. Did she just make an Ozzy joke too? Man, that's right before he passed too.
Sick of your shit. I'm drunk now and I'm gonna say, where's my booze? I'm out of booze. The Matrix is the fucking Matrix. The Matrix is the fuck. 1990.
Sorry.
Okay.
But no, you.
Hey,
And Neuralink is the mark of the beast.
that's right. That is
Elon
100%.
No, I gotta tell you what my rabbi told me about Neuralink in 1990.
Okay.
But no, you go on first.
That's all right.
I need to get more drunk.
let me just
we're
say
Jake,
that.
where's
No,
my
let's-
booze?
We're gonna go break. Let's wrap this up. Yeah.
Remember, no
Shannon!
1993 4 or 5 scripts are supposed to be had. They ripped them off, and they were held by Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This shows up, the
You mean
1993 draft. One
Wagner?
returned on the set.
Wagner Brothers.
Notated everything on it. Also, this shows up in the stack. The
These are all on
very
your bed?
script where,
These are all on your bed?
on the bed.
Yeah.
2 days before Easter this year. And
Praise God.
remember I told you
Praise
about the
God.
art box of my son? It was stuffed down in the art box for
Oh,
Tony
fuck
Idiot
him.
Rankin.
Praise God.
This is returned. This is what was taken, where the cover page was stuffed down the art box. This is what Tony Rankin, his scummy fingers were all over.
Hold on, I gotta go back.
One
Wagner.
returned on the set.
Wagner Brothers.
Notated everything on it. Also, this shows up in the stack.
Man, she's really obsessed with Nazis, isn't she? She's the one talking about it. Lerny says, seeing this guy getting arrested after all his shenanigans, he cries about the Matrix. Andrew Tate? Yeah. And then Rain says, yes, the Liver King guy really went off the deep end, another fraud. Yeah. Yeah, see how that... he was supposed to be this all-natural type of dude, and then here he is. What was the last thing he did as of late? He was, like, publicly threatening Joe Rogan. Lerny says, LOL, classy lady is feeling it. Yeah, she's feeling the booze for sure. And Tom couldn't wait to change the subject off the rabbi with Neuralink in 1990. You see that?
The
These are all on
very
your bed?
script where- remember-
These are all on your bed?
on the bed.
Yeah.
2 days before Easter this year.
Praise
And
God,
remember I told
praise
you about
God.
the art box of my son? It was stuffed down at the art box for
Baruch
Tony
Hashem.
Idiot Rankin.
Praise God.
This is returned. This is what was taken, where the cover page was stuffed down the art box. This is what Tony Rankin and his scummy fingers were all over. And it says, read
Ew,
it,
it's
read
got
the comment.
DNA all
It's
over it.
gross.
Jizz.
It's gross.
Jizz and butt juice.
And commented by Trisha Fike, October 7, commented on by Trisha Fike, October 7, 1995. Notated all the way through. This is another
Tom is trying so hard here to be serious, and Roseanne is just making this all a mockery. It's kind of sad, honestly. Yeah. Someone on their set say, let's wrap this up.
So my son, it was stuffed down in the art box for
Baruch
Tony
Hashem.
Idiot Rankin.
Praise God.
This is returned. This is what was taken, where the cover page was stuffed down the art box. This is what Tony Rankin and his scummy fingers were all over. And it says, read
Ew,
it,
it's
read
got
the comment.
DNA all
It's
over it.
gross.
Jizz.
It's gross.
Jizz and butt juice.
And commented by Trisha Fike, October 7, commented on by Trisha Fike, October 7, 1995. Notated all the way through. This is another
This showed up in his bed.
on my bed. Here's the screenplay from Greg Mason.
just
that
was
taken
laying there in your
off
bed?
the table. Yep, off the table. It says notations. They even included, thank you agency, the actual notation page from Greg to me that was taken.
We're gonna make every one of these on
Now, I'm going to tell you what. Let me tell you what. They got
This showed up in your bed? What? Yeah, it's that ridiculous. It's that fucking ridiculous. No one broke into his house and gave him his scripts back. He found them, put them on his bed, forgot about them, went to Florida, came back, saw him on his bed, made up this bullshit story about someone breaking in and giving him his scripts back. Yeah, Lerny said that son must be so embarrassed you even see him face palming. Yeah. Yeah, like, she's just totally degrading this entire interview right at this peak moment when Tom is trying to be like, oh, look at this script and look at this script. And I got this one from this year and this one from this year. And meanwhile, she's saying, Jizz, this is in your bed? What?
The screenplay from Greg Mason
just
was
was
taken
laying there in your
off
bed?
the table. Yep, off the table. It says notations. They even included, thank you agency, the actual notation page from Greg to me that was taken.
We're gonna make every one of these on
Now, I'm going to tell you what. Let me tell you what.
We make any
That
what?
was taken.
We're gonna make every one of these on
Now, I'm going to tell you what. Let me tell you what. They got a lot of fucking...
No, they're not going to get any of that. Like, they're not going to be able to. Let's say that Tom lets them photocopy all of this. You really think he'd let them do that? Yeah, Texas Lerny. He says it's her own show, and she acts like this. Yeah. And she's drunk. She's drunk on her own show.
fucked up Nazis and shit going on. And a lot of people are fucked up, but there are good people.
Yeah, well,
and
the CIA
there's
is
good
back.
people everywhere.
The Nazis are gone, you dumb bitch. It's all in your head. Fucking retarded.
I'm saying
What's this?
Mossad, there's good fucking people in Mossad.
I'm glad.
Wrong. Fucking wrong. There she's ass kicking the Israeli government now.
You said that.
There's
I'm glad
so
you
many
said
good
that. I need
people
to
in
think that
Mossad,
through, yeah.
and Mossad are like,
Tom's like, oh yeah, I agree. There's a bunch of bumbling fucks at this point.
Off the
bad?
table, yep, off the table. It says notations. They even included, thank you agency, the actual notation page from Greg to me that was taken.
We're gonna make every one of these on
now I'm gonna tell you what. Let me tell you what. They got a lot of fucking fucked up Nazis and shit going on, and a lot of people are fucked up, but there are good people,
Yeah, well,
and
the CIA
there's
gives us
good
back.
people everywhere. I'm saying
What's this?
Mossad, there's good fucking people in Mossad.
I'm glad you said that.
Is she trying to say that the Nazis are in Mossad? I don't know what the fuck she's saying anymore.
There's
Glad
so
you
many
said
good
that. I need
people in
to think that
Mossad,
through, yeah.
and Mossad are like, they can break in anybody's house and leave anything, and they do.
Then maybe so.
What's
It's interesting. Joel Silver hires other Mossad, so it'd be Mossad dealing with Mossad. Interesting. What a
Well,
story.
there's a civil war in
Oh,
Mossad,
there you go.
just like there is in the CIA, a big ass civil war.
Right.
What's that?
Okay. Remember I told you about the poor man's patent?
I don't know
Script
what
is
that
ripped
means,
out.
yeah.
Poor man's patent is when
Yeah.
when poor man's patent is you write a
You
letter
mail
to
it to
yourself, put it in a mailer,
yourself, yeah.
and it remains sealed,
Certified
and it proves that you created at least
Yeah.
Do you
before
have
that
that?
date.
That's what all
Well, I
writers
have it,
do.
with Rankin ripping it all apart, and remember he pulled out the notarized statement and everything like that, and she comes back and inserts it. Here's the interior of the poor man's patent.
Wow.
Baruch
Returned
Hashem,
on my
thank you,
bed.
Lord.
This is what was taken out of the poor man's patent.
freshly printed, it looks like, too, huh? Why is the other one so damaged and this looks brand fucking new? See, anybody can go after the fact and write down dates and everything. Like, you'd need some forensics to figure out if this was written 30 years ago or not. And most likely, you wouldn't be able to prove it, would you? You just have to go based off of what he's saying. Just look into his eyes. Can't you see it? Can't you see it? He's a liar. We're almost done with this.
By Stinkin' Rankin.
Wow.
Stankin' Rankin.
That's
Yeah.
redundant.
Yeah.
Wow. So you are
Somebody
taking it to him.
knew. Check this out. Somebody is aware.
Somebody
and
is a
aided
hero.
you.
A hero.
They aided the
Yeah.
people. They aided the artists. They aided justice in the righteous way.
Restoring the gift for humanity. This was meant
Oh
as a
my
gift
God.
for humanity from God.
You know how I'd like to
It
wrap
is.
this up? I'd like you to thank that CIA or Mossad agent that's not
Yes,
in your house.
Mossad agent, CIA agent, whoever you are, you're a freaking hero. And that comes from the guy who actually wrote The Immortals Matrix.
Wow.
So thank you from the bottom of my...
You see how he... Oh, God.
In the righteous way.
Restoring...
Watch Roseanne's son, when he says that the Mossad agent is a hero. He's like...
the gift for humanity. This was meant
Oh
as a
my
gift
God.
for humanity
Just watch
from God.
this.
You know how I'd like to
It
wrap
is.
this up? I'd like you to thank that CIA or Mossad agent that's not in your
Yes,
house.
Mossad agent,
Watch.
CIA agent, whoever you are, you're a freaking hero. And that comes from the guy who actually wrote The Immortals
Yeah.
Matrix. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for my
There's
sons.
righteous
all
souls
of us.
everywhere,
Yes.
even in like decrepit people.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
can still rise too.
Even in Hollywood, there might be some good people.
Yeah, and
One
I'd
or
say,
two.
yeah, I'd say President Trump too.
Yeah.
Use this.
Indecent.
Oh, yeah, there's good people on Epstein Island. Yeah. Yeah, there's good people living in the sewers in New York. Yeah. Yeah. Those people abducting the children. Yeah, there's good people within them too. Yeah. But they're not doing shit. Are they? Bunch of fucking lies. Gee, were the people that killed your sons good people too? You're saying everyone that did bad to you is good now. Fucking retard. He's gonna come full circle and say I'm a good person again, right? He's saying I'm the most. I'm as bad as his sister in terms of. I don't know what the fuck. It's all baseless. It's based off of me trying to tell him that there are handlers around him. But he just let his ego inflate. He went to Roseanne's and now he just doesn't need anyone else. He thinks this is his ticket.
Use this to protect yourself from that schmuck. So go ahead and use this because it's not his work.
He's
It's ours.
basically just a little
A whiner.
So don't get the Neuralink or something.
Don't ever get the Neuralink. We didn't get into the bad stuff about it.
What is the bad stuff?
Oh my God.
I know.
Okay, one scenario real quick about
Is
bad.
Neuralink all artificial intelligence or just a
No.
particular sort of artificial
Neuralink
intelligence?
is basically this. Remember I called it originally neural enhancer? Enhancing your cognitive abilities, your
Yeah.
memories. It also
So it's
allows...
like Adderall?
Yeah, in the same way. But listen to this. What you have for the good side first.
It's flowers for
Library
algebra.
of memories. You can live your relatives' memories from the past. You don't have to even... You can step in their shoes without words spoken.
I certainly
and feel
don't
their
want to
finest
relive
moments.
the
All right.
Holocaust.
He never developed this tech. Tom Althouse does not have the Neuralink technology. No matter how much he wants to go on that neuro enhancer was in his script, like, he doesn't have the technical papers behind any of this.
And the whole
All right.
Medor.
Well, here's
and the
more. Here's
fucking
more.
Bolshevik
Alzheimer's can be
revolution.
healed. They knew that from the screenplay. Alzheimer's is addressed.
Oh, is he talking about she's talking about the Bolsheviks? Yeah, guess what religion the Bolsheviks were in Russia. Just guess. And look up how many people they killed.
In the same way. But listen to this. What you have for the good side first.
It's flowers for
Library
algebra.
of memories. You can live your relatives' memories from the past. You don't have to even... You can step in their shoes without words spoken.
I certainly
and feel
don't
their
want to
finest
relive
moments.
the
All right.
Holocaust and the whole
All right.
Medor.
Well, here's
and
more.
the
Here's
fucking
more.
Bolshevik
Alzheimer's can be
revolution.
healed. They knew that from the screenplay. Alzheimer's is addressed.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you can also save your...
Wouldn't that be something if we were able to go back in time and relive the past and we saw that the camps were all just that, holding camps to be sent out to another country. All well-fed, not starving, plays being performed like a community. That's a topic for another day.
Child's life if they're depressed and suicidal.
You're
You can put the neural link, their neural link, and link with it, and you can understand and feel what they feel, and they know that you feel what they feel, like a Spock mind blend. And so what happens
That
is
sounds great.
you can that understanding.
No,
for a
but
child
then it
who's
can also
suicidal,
do the opposite. It has a negative
We'll get to that in a
side.
second. You're absolutely right. But in that instant, you as a parent, think of the desperation of
understand
parents.
how your child
Can
feels.
you just look at the child's eyes? They know you feel, and you feel, and you have that moment where you're connected. They're not alone. They're not suffering alone, and you understand everything they've been feeling.
Then how is this bad? That sounds great.
It sounds good so far.
Right.
Also, another good one.
It
Let's
has
do
a
another
good
one.
application.
Now, Elon hasn't touched this good one yet, but listen to this one. Medical Neuralink. So what you have
No, I
is,
know all about
you know
that.
this one? Neuralink that you keep in your first aid kit in the car. Basically, if you have an accident, let's say your child's injured, and this is intentions I had too that God gave me. Your child's injured. It's a massive injury. You don't have the medical knowledge. You plug in. Remember from the Matrix and the helicopter? They stole it, didn't they? You plug in the Neuralink, which I have in the
Whoa,
back of the
I know
neck.
Kung Fu.
You now have the knowledge of a John Hopkins surgeon.
Wow.
Yeah. So these are the good things. What's the bad things?
Control.
Yes.
Well, you
Bad
can.
thing.
The bad things are the things that exist, like you can pay parents to broadcast the sexual abuse of their children.
You're tapping into it. Let me give you the worst case scenarios. You ready?
Yeah.
You know how expensive that technology would be? To have the knowledge of a lifelong medic just in a chip ready to go if you need to use it? That'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not attainable for the common person. That's why none of this stuff's gonna launch off the way anybody imagines it. It's gonna make a lot of people nuts. You're cutting the skull off and putting a chip directly onto the brain tissue. It's gonna make people go nuts. And what happens with the misfires? You see phones that catch on fire. What if these chips overheat? It destroys the section of the brain it's sitting on. It fries it like a burger. Just sizzle away. It'll be the new lobotomies. And that's not even to mention the thought control that would come along with Neuralink. And all the ads. Think about it. You have to pay for ad-free Neuralink. Just like Netflix, right? It's not going to come to fruition. There's just too much that's unattainable for the common individual to even have this luxury, if you even want to call it that.
Okay, let's say that the pedophiles are working for the FBI.
Which they do.
Now, what they do is one of their plans, and I've seen this time and time again, is they have agents pose as homeless people. And that way, if you're able to succeed in getting away, or you kill one of them by accident or whatever, then you die as an inglorious death. You took on a homeless person, big deal.
Which is
The
great
thing-
in John Wick.
Oh,
They bring that.
unbelievable,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah, they stole John Wick from
yeah,
them
they had to
too.
brag about, didn't they?
Well, they have a whole homeless network.
There you go. See, that's
And
what they
it's
do.
Lawrence Fishburne's
And it's real life.
Netflix.
It's real life.
Holy
The
shit.
same players in same place. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Or you die as an inglorious death. You took on a homeless person, big deal.
Which is
The
great
thing-
in John Wick.
Oh,
They bring that.
unbelievable,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah, they stole John
so,
Wick from
yeah,
them
they had to
too.
brag about, didn't they?
Well, they have a whole
So, yeah.
homeless network.
Alright. Rain, I don't want to go against what you're saying. I believe that you can't get that smell of burning human flesh out of your nose, but at the same time, I don't believe the narrative that we've been told about World War II. There's too much evidence going against all of it. But I respect you and your grandfather's account of what he saw. Only thing is that I'll say on this. There was a lot of disease. So real briefly, the Civil War had a lot of death due to disease. And the gassing agent that was used in World War II, that was a delousing agent. That was to get rid of bugs out of clothes. That's why there's piles of clothes and shoes. And I'll say if they were burning bodies, It was getting rid of those that were diseased, and it wasn't. You see, I'm looking at this at a perspective where it wasn't as horrible as everyone's making it out to be. I don't think that they were tortured the way that we've been told. There were cremation buildings, but not to the volume that they needed for this narrative of the 6 million. And you can go back to the 1910s, and that narrative of the 6 million is still being pushed back then, well before World War II. That's why these things don't match up for me. But it's also a subject I need to research more before I can talk fully on this. But I'll agree with you that you can't get the smell of burning flesh out of your... It's like the same thing like with the powder that's in the airbags in a vehicle. I can never get that smell out of my head. It's traumatizing. But I'll say this, we're all entitled to our own opinions, and I'm not a sympathizer one way or another with this war. And then, you know, I'm trying to stress this, that, like, I don't know enough about World War II. I just don't. And a lot of other people are in the same boat as me, at different varying levels. But the majority of the public's very in the dark about everything. But the main narrative that we're being pushed to this day about everything that happened during that time, I can't believe it. Especially if we're saying that we went to the moon. I don't believe that one bit. You look at the press conferences of these astronauts just sitting there. They look like they went to the moon. They look all depressed as fuck, like they were told, don't you speak about a damn thing. And as time goes on, we're going to lose more and more of our history. Which really, from what I've learned recently, Europeans were slaves for hundreds of years, much longer than the slave trade of the 1800s, which were perpetuated by the JEWS. There's a quote that I hear often. It's like, for no reason at all whatsoever, that these people were all treated the way they were during World War II. No, something kicked it off. There's tipping points. There's stuff that are mirroring today with the corruption of our children. And it's going so far in one direction that it's going to be a bad recorrection, because people are not willing to do what's necessary now. We're pushing things off. We're having this whole generation of children that are growing up believing all these lies. Even going down to the individual level, like we're being told that we can be whatever we want to be. Like, as a concept, that's great. Dream. But don't lie about biology. Don't lie about the reality of things. There's a lot of mental illness that's in this world right now, and it's not being addressed. And we're all supposed to go along with it. And then the only people that get punished, get demonetized, get deplatformed, are the ones going against the narrative of World War II. And something that happened over 80 years ago. Yeah, Rain, thank you. Yeah, like, because I don't want to fight. It's no intention of mine to. I humbly disagree with what you brought up, or what you might have been implying. But I will say that you are entitled to your opinion, and I do respect that your family served in the war. Okay? My uncle was in the Air Force in the 80s and 90s. So that was for a whole different reason. But it was all for the love of our country. And a lot of our military personnel were tricked into doing things and going and serving in wars that were started for different reasons than they were told. Man, I'm getting really philosophical here with this music here too. But I'm just saying, we have a lot to look at that's unifying for us, and really it's not productive here, like listening to Roseanne just constantly saying Jews, Nazis, Jews, Nazis, Jews, not like it's programming. It's what it is. It's programming. They're trying to get us to think a certain way. Nobody's perfect. Everyone has flaws. In the Bible it says, though, I'm paraphrasing here, but those who have no sin cast the first stone. But I do know that there's atrocities that our military personnel have seen that they're going to live with forever. Like, it's a memory that will stay with them. Yeah. Texas Learning says, we have been told so much. Much is true, much is false. It's basically hard to tell. It is. And it's, I see it more divisive than anything. That's why I like looking at, like, solid reports of things. You got military reports, which could be fabricated, but like I'm talking about just like the planes and ships that are disappearing and stuff. These are people that disappear too. I'm here trying to figure things out just like everyone else. So I'll criticize everyone, but at the same time, I know that everyone is flawed as beings here. And there are aliens living among us, pretending to be us too. And those are the ones that are soulless, but it's very hard to tell. We can't tell who's who anymore. You have these videos, the people with the eye slits and shit. The reptilian people. It's out there. There's more than what meets the eye. I guess that's all I'll say on all of this. We're rediscovering our own history. And the sooner we realize that we've been deceived and we find who the deceivers are or what they are, then the sooner everyone will be better off. And I see Hollywood as a brainwashing mechanism. So that's why, like, I haven't watched movies lately. For many years now. Like, I've just stepped back. I have it written in my logbook, like, the last movie I watched at the theater. Like, I'd have to dig that out and see. It might have been Tenet or Joker. But, like... yeah. Alright. So does anyone want to bet how many more times Roseanne's going to bring up World War II? We got 20 minutes left. Yeah, thank you for sharing, Rain. I appreciate that. Rain said we did have a foreign exchange student from Germany who, when asked, denied the hollow. So she said it's not true what the U.S. says about it. And yes, Europe had indentured servants, aka slaves, yeah. Yeah, well, Roseanne said it here in the interview. Mossad's here, working in conjunction with the CIA. Some people say Israel's the 51st state. Which it kind of is. The only thing is, like, us U.S. citizens can't go there and claim citizenship. But, like, I personally wouldn't go. And really, just all the war needs to stop. And who's perpetuating the wars right now? It's everything in the Middle East. It's not just the Islamic military. There's no way you could tell me you bombed an entire city on a coast saying you're looking for a few people hiding in a building or two. The entire place is leveled. It's ground zero. It's worse. It's like if you were to go... it would be like if New York was just flattened. That's what Gaza looks like right now. I can't sympathize with that. The wars need to end, and we're as a country, we're funding them all over the place. That's the problem a lot of these Islamic cultures have with the U.S. is that we're so embedded all over the world with our military bases, our embassies. We have so many bases everywhere. All they were asking was for us to leave those bases, to just go home. It's foreign intervention that we don't need to do. It's something that Ron Paul would talk about a lot, which I supported him. I voted. That was my first vote. Was voting for Ron Paul for president. He was a non-interventionalist. And he understood the fiat currency, the financial system we're in now. And that's the current form of slavery, is that. And Texas Learning said, I got enough on my plate trying to figure out what's relevant for me. Yeah. And it's still odd how many leaders are going to Israel and kiss that wall. Yeah. Well, it's like you're ostracized if you don't, and they go and they say you're a Nazi, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Even Christians and Catholics going and doing that, saying they're doing it for, like, good rapport or whatever. Like, I don't think that's like a practice or like a representation of an olive branch. Like, there's many other ways to go about doing that. Yeah, Lerny says it's baffling how we just let ourselves get guilt tripped like that. Yeah, like one day I'll address all of this in its own video, but I don't see it happening in the near future. But there's things with history that people just don't want to face the truth of, and we don't even know what the truth is. Like that's what muddies it up so much, is that we don't know the truth of everything that's happened. So it's difficult to take a stance in a debate, and like there's not even debate anymore. It's just if you don't go along with the program, then you're ostracized. Or like the Joker says in The Dark Knight, cast out like a leper. You get demonetized, you get debanked. And you have people saying, oh yeah, they deserve it. They deserve not to have a life. They deserve not to have financial stability. Jeez. Alright. If that's how you feel. And Lerny says, or maybe they know what they're doing and that wall is more malevolent than we thought. Yeah. Well, they're waiting for the return of the real Christ, and that is dependent on the third temple being built. And they're all stories. These are all stories. We need to learn from these stories. Alright, let's finish this interview here. This is going to be the longest let's talk about it yet. So, alright, we'll jump back in here. Thanks for bringing that up, though, Rain. I appreciate you.
Which is greater than John Wick. Bigger than that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they stole John Wick from
yeah,
it,
they had to
too.
brag about it, didn't they?
Well, they have a whole homeless network.
There you go. See, that's
And
what
it's
they do.
Lawrence Fishburne.
And it's real life. It's real life.
Holy
Same
shit.
players in, same players in. You
Yeah,
got it. Well,
Morpheus.
tie
Morpheus,
it.
yeah.
So yeah. So what happens is,
Fuck, I don't want to listen to him anymore.
you've got the idea like this. You, your loved one, your child, you're walking on the street. They say your child's 8 years old, young Jake. And what happens is, up comes an agent. They accost you like they're doing an armed robbery. First thing they're going to steal is your neural link. You got your identity, you got your intellectual property, you got everything, including, like you said, your intimate moments. For a pedophile, that's golden.
Yeah.
They just patch
Oh,
that in,
yeah.
and they're enjoying bath time. They're enjoying moments of intimacy with you and your loved ones. It's all theirs. It's all theirs.
Wow.
Neuralink is bad. Also,
You know, I had this thought about Neuralink with Elon Musk's thing. So, like, let's say somebody gets it installed in their head. What's not to say that, like, your neural pathways in your brain start integrating with it and then become dependent on it, so that if it were ever removed again, would it also take part of you from, like, the time that you got it installed to when you remove it? I just think it'll make everyone psychotic. People will have major portions of their life that they can't remember anymore. Like, if you have to go in there and upgrade it and they take it out and put a new one in. Like, it's like a corrupted hard drive. Like, what? You're removing a hard drive and then you're putting a new one in. Like, it's just bad news all around. Rain says, well, the Wailing Wall kind of does have a negative connotation. Yeah, and Lerny says there is a risk of giving up your free will. Yeah, with the Neuralink. Yeah, because it could control your mind. Essentially. And Rain says also someone could hack in and introduce false memories. Yes. That's a scary concept, too. Let's hope we don't have to live out those nightmares. Or experience others living out those nightmares. If they could limit it, like this would be a best case scenario. There's limiters on the technology where it would help someone who has, let's say, like lost their limb or limbs, and they can get a prosthetic that can get controlled by that Neuralink. That'd be awesome. Or if it cures ailments like Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, but again, it goes back to the memory hole thing. It could do more harm than good. In concept, it's great, but implementation's gonna be a rough ride. Been YouTubing says, great show, Mr. Yissilmissil. I've had you on my TV, so I've been lurking, but wanted to say to you and everyone in chat, hey, good to see you here. And that's fine. I like that you guys are just listening in. We're doing sort of a super show tonight. I guess it's like making up for what the time that I took off. But see, like, I wanted to do 2 different videos today, like reviewing 2 different ones, but we're only gonna get through this one because we're already maxing out here. I can keep going, it's all right, but no, we're talking about a lot of good topics here. Yeah, Learning says they will use the best case scenario for marketing. Of course, yeah. They'll play to our sympathies. They'll try to make us be like, oh, like, we should let these people have it, even though it might ruin their lives. And then anyone who goes against it, it would be like, oh, what, do you hate the disabled? Do you not want them to have better lives? Like, that's the line of questioning they'll go down if you refuse the Neuralink. And really, we're not that far away. Like, we already got that chip in the hand with the... So, like, you know the credit cards? You could just tap it now? That chip, that's basically what would be wrapped up in that little, like, rice grain type of device that's put into people's palms now. It works the same way. We're that close to it. But that's where I say no. Like, keep it on the card. Don't put it in my body. Because I could always get rid of the card. Yeah. Lerny says 5 hours. It's like an SCE show. Yeah. It's like we've influenced each other. He started having longer shows. I got on there, and then with Jesse being gone, he was more of a timekeeper over there. And now they've been running longer, which is fine. I mean, I prefer having meaningful conversations like this. Like the time, there is no time limit here for me, so it's preferable we get everything out that we need to. Oh, this is like I used to do long distance running, and so I'd start, like, the days that I did, there was 2 times I did 10-mile runs. And each time that I did those 10-mile runs, I didn't set out thinking I'd do the 10 miles. But I was like, oh, I'll just do, like, the 2 or 4 miles. And I kept adding a mile or 2 on as I went. So, like, by the 3rd mile, I'm like, oh, I could probably go 5 miles. And then at 5 miles, I'm like, I might as well do 6. And so then when I'm near the end of the 10th mile, that's where I feel we're at now. We're like on that quarter stretch. And I'm like, I do not want to finish this, but I know we have to. Energy-wise, I'm good. But, like, listening to this dude talk is getting really exhausting. It's probably why I took a break just to chat with all you here. Yeah, Lerny says, I hope Jesse comes back soon. He's a gem. I miss him, man. I miss his laugh. He's a good guy. Yeah, I've been YouTubing. I think that is Texas Lerny. He just shortened his name. I saw that change happen a few days ago. Alright, let's finish watching this. We're almost done.
In the major screenplay, and yes, I'm passionate about this. You're going to hear my voice elevating here. Yeah, so what happens is, you've got him being trained by Trinity and the doctors of Underground, got 3 days to learn how to adapt to Behringer's or Smith's enhancer, because they need to find the cortex in the dome. And
first time he's mentioned his actual character name, Behringer. Very first time, and he's almost 2 hours in. They should have already been done, according to Roseanne's son here. See how that ekes out over time? Eventually he gets around to naming his own characters. But he relies on the Wachowskis' character names.
You've got him being trained by Trinity and the doctors of Underground, got 3 days to learn how to adapt to Behringer's or Smith's enhancer, because they need to find the cortex in the dome, and through the barrier to the dome. So what you've got is him only having 3 days. He's told he has to give up his enhancer because it's been diseased by the architect. It's a tracking device, it's been diseased, he's starting to age, which is another thing that can be tampered with. Yeah. So he has to pick 3 memories to remember by. And there's one line in there where he says to Trinity, after one of the sessions goes bad, he's having these terrible nightmares. The thing in the notes, too, it says that he has lucid dreaming, and the doctors are telling him that's interfering with him interfacing, because it affects him having to absorb, be able to deal with his memories. Anyway.
So, like, the concept's good. Tom's execution in script format, not so good. So he was saying about... Let's just listen to that one more time. It's so fucking confusing.
Of Underground got 3 days to learn how to adapt to Behringer's or Smith's enhancer, because they need to find the cortex in the dome, and through the barrier to the dome. So what you've got is him only having 3 days. He's told he has to give up his enhancer because it's been diseased by the architect. It's a tracking device, it's been diseased, he's starting to age, which is another thing that can be tampered with. Yeah. So he has to pick 3 memories to remember by. And there's one line in there where he says to Trinity, after one of the sessions goes bad, he's having these terrible nightmares. The thing in the notes, too, it says that he has lucid dreaming, and the doctors are telling him that's interfering with him interfacing, because it affects him having to absorb, be able to deal with his memories. Anyway, he's told by Trinity...
That is the hope of humanity.
It is the hope of humanity.
And God told me the other day, that's what you've got to teach is lucid dreaming and self-reflection.
You know it, and layered thinking. Because what happens is the agencies can't control you if they try to focus you in on one thing so they can basically Manchurian candidate you.
Yes.
But if you have layered thinking, you can be aware like an artist on stage, like when you do a performance, you're aware of the audience, you're aware of the script, you're aware of your character, you're aware of yourself. You have to be all at the same time. That's layered thinking. So if you're layered thinking, you can be aware of what they're trying to do, who you are, what the tactic is, something else is a memory, and they can never get you to focus in and control you. You never lose touch.
All the Nazis' experiments were about memory.
Much of it. Much,
destroying.
So let's go back to it, okay? We're good. So we're like this. So what happens is you've got the Neuralink where they come and take it, and they can then steal your loved one's memories, intellectual property, bank accounts. You
keep in mind Roseanne's pissed drunk right here.
Name it. Enter that movie.
Identity.
Yeah.
Okay. Boss. And they weren't shown a script.
I love that movie.
They were shown the storyboard from The Matrix.
Right. Wow.
What else he's lifted? Okay, now here's a bad scenario. Okay.
I'll address the storyboard thing again. The Wachowskis hired a storyboard artist, and the content that the storyboard artist produced for them, they just said, oh yes, that's exactly what was in our heads. That's what we envisioned. And then they published it into a graphic novel. Man, look at Tom's face. I didn't mean to do that. And yeah, Lerny, Texas Lerny, you could keep your name the way you had it. Don't let anyone bully you. People told me to change Yissilmissil because it was like too confusing and they didn't know how to spell it. People have trouble spelling my real last name anyways. And Yissilmissil Productions, I've stuck with that since I've started making films. Which was... it's like 22 years ago now. Maybe a little more than that. But 03 definitely. Alright. Well, I'm still gonna call you Tex. It's all good. Yeah, people in the film industry, they told me to change Yissilmissil. They're like, don't use that. Use something a little more simple. It's like, this is the... It's what differentiates me from everyone else. There's only one Yissilmissil. Yeah, and I don't mind you just say Yissil, missile, one of the, like half of the word. It doesn't matter. I used to have it as 2 words, and now early on I combined them into 1 word. But yeah, I agree with Rain. Whatever suits you. It's all good. Just think of, like, missile. Just missile. And then Yissil is the same. Like, Yissilmissil. People have a hard time because they want to, like, pronounce it correctly. It's just supposed to roll off the tongue. It's the alliteration. It was based off of a joke from childhood I had with my group of friends here. Yissilmissil for shizzle. Thanks, Lerny and Rain. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, the people that helped inspire Yissilmissil, the name. One of them still lives around here in the same town as me, and he has a family with. He married one of the classmates that we had going to middle school, so he has a family here in town. And then my other friend, he moved to Fort Lauderdale, and he has a family out there, so they're both doing well. Alright, let's finish this up. And we're gonna have Mike on the show here soon. The friend that introduced me to the Matrix. He's a good guy. I love talking with him. But it's been quite a long time, and we haven't talked Matrix in such a long time. So it'll be pretty cool to have him on. Alright, we're gonna keep going.
Interrogation scene. The first scene I wrote, the first scene I did, right? Modeled after what happened to me at Religious Right, Robertson's organization. Interrogation scene, they call the president's meeting, what I went through. That's what I modeled after. Now, here we go.
Right. Wow.
What else he's lifted? Okay, now, here's the bad scenario. Okay, interrogation scene. The first scene I wrote, the first scene I did.
Yeah. So Tom's consistent with saying this. That the first scene he wrote is the first scene they shot. But that first scene is not until much later in the Matrix by the Wachowskis, and it isn't in the first 12 pages of The Immortals. I can tell you that much.
Right? Modeled after what happened to me at Religious Right, Robertson's organization. Interrogation scene, they call the president's meeting, what I went through. That's what I modeled after. Now, here we go. You and your child are brought in.
Man, he's saying so much here. I'll be going back a few times over this.
Now, here's the bad scenario. Okay. Interrogation scene. The first scene I wrote, the first scene they did, right? Modeled after what happened to me at Religious Right, Robertson's organization. Interrogation scene, they call the president's meeting, what I went through. That's what I modeled after. Now, here we go. You and your child are brought in to be interrogated. They use the language that I'm very familiar with. We're concerned for you and your child.
Of course.
Oh, it sounds so nice, doesn't it? We're so concerned. And so what happens is they say in front of your child, we're going to pull her Neuralink, your daughter's Neuralink. We're going to take it because, we're concerned for her. Don't worry, a nurse will take care of her. She'll be fine. And we'll just pull it. You watch your child with the Neuralink pulled, and as in the screenplay in the original, the Wachowskis botched up, she loses bodily functions in front of you. She doesn't recognize you anymore.
You know what's funny? To me, not once during this interview has he mentioned that he wrote The Immortals about him being reunited with his daughter. Not once mentioned here. Really makes you wonder.
Pulled, and as in the screenplay in the original, the Wachowskis botched up, she loses bodily functions in front of you. She doesn't recognize you anymore because she's dependent on it for thinking, which is a bad thing about the Neuralink, and she's scared of you. And she's ushered away at that moment. They want you to see that, just like they want
That's
me to
just
know
like
about
the
this
teachers
myself.
in LA that if you don't think your kid's
Trans, they take 'em.
wants his dick cut off, they take him away
That's
from
right.
him.
Now it gets worse. You're right. So your child's just been taken away. Now you're told they're going to take your Neuralink
Oh God.
for your safety. They don't want you hurting yourself.
Uh-huh.
Who said you're going to hurt yourself? Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
They're
because you're
concerned.
insane.
Yeah, they're concerned. So they're going to take your Neuralink now. You just saw your child taken away. You're never going to see the same one back. And this was going to happen to me and Aiden. They even used my sister to try to make false claims with the FBI guy to make sure my child was taken. I was told that if I was put away for life, I would only see my child if I behaved myself or if I gave up certain rights. See the tactic that Mike Lang and Michael Eisner came up
It's
with?
Nazi.
It's Nazi. That's right. They're drunk.
Dang! She just can't get off of this topic. But again, remember, Rosanna's pissed drunk here. Okay? She's pissed drunk and she's talking like this.
Try to make false claims with the FBI guy to make sure my child was taken. I was told that if I was put away for life, I would only see my child if I behaved myself or if I gave up certain rights. See the tactic that Mike Lang and Michael Eisner came up with?
It's Nazi.
It's Nazi. That's right. They're drunk on the Nazi tactics. So they're going to get it right this time, apparently, with the final solution. Thank you very much, Elon Musk, for flashing it all the time. So what you have now is, not a good guy. You have yourself left in the interrogation, and now you know you're going to lose your Neuralink, which means you're going to lose all your valued memories, and they're going to be in their hands.
Yeah.
You're going to run through your mind intimate moments, everything else. What are they going to have? Everything.
They already
Everything.
do.
And in the original work, you see Smith in a van, in the original, before we get in the Matrix future. We have the backstory in the present time. They didn't know what to do with it. In a van, listening to him, Neo and his wife, because that's the part of the Trinity, was married to him in the original part. So they want to go back and use that. Lusting over the intimate talk while he's bugged. Remember that Molech device? Yeah, taking it all in. So what does the real Smith do in the original work? He has Trinity's memories erased and marries her.
Oh, wow.
What did Mike Lang do in real life? The honeypot wife that I was married to for 11 years was called back by him on my birthday. When Aiden and I were waiting in Canada for her to return, on my birthday, he sends an email, which we have, Ziet Zion, Mike Lang from Southern California in Spokane, Washington at the time, saying, move in with me for 60 days, showing his bed with his shaving kit on it at their newly appropriated property, the most expensive historic property, Lang's on Howard now, next to the Chase Bank in Spokane, Washington.
Apparently this dude had an email that had the word Zion in it, like the .com, that he worked at a place called Zion. They're trying to say that the... I wouldn't be surprised if the guy's actual name is Mike Langowitz or something. But, Roseanne wouldn't have you believe that.
On my birthday, he sends an email, which we have, Ziet Zion, Mike Lang from Southern California in Spokane, Washington at the time, saying, move in with me for 60 days, showing his bed with his shaving kit on it at their newly appropriated property, the most expensive historic property, Lang's on Howard now, next to the Chase Bank in Spokane, Washington. He also slept with her.
Why would he need to reference the Chase Bank right next to the Why? Why is that relevant? Again, it's all these little details just to get you lost in them so that you don't question directly what he's presenting here.
My birthday, he sends an email, which we have, Ziet Zion, Mike Lang from Southern California in Spokane, Washington at the time, saying, move in with me for 60 days, showing his bed with his shaving kit on it at their newly appropriated property, the most expensive historic property, Lang's on Howard now, next to the Chase Bank in Spokane, Washington. He also slept with her.
In Spokane, Washington. See, he's... What's the word? He's relishing in all of this. It's almost like he's getting a kick out of it that he was hoodwinked.
he sends an email, which we have, Z at Zion, Mike Lang from Southern California in Spokane, Washington at the time, saying, move in with me for 60 days, showing his bed with his shaving kit on it at their newly appropriated property, the most expensive historic property, Lang's on Howard now, next to the Chase Bank in Spokane, Washington. He also slept with her. Move in for 60 days was that, claiming he would be her personal masseuse, and he bragged about it. I asked the Disney contact that contacted me on the phone, the attorney, why he did that. She said his ego. So Mike Lang of Disney, because of his ego, took the honeypot wife home, the one he instilled, part of his strategy. He can have her. I'll be with a good person.
And because of your ego, Tom, all of this happened to you. Allegedly. Right? Allegedly. All of this happened to you. I don't know what to believe anymore.
I'll be with the smart one. I'll be with the real Trinity.
Fucking Disney, man.
They go all the way to break you. But if you don't break, you're like the cockroach that won't squash. And they get frustrated. And what do next? They turn on each other. And what happens next? CIA operatives enter your home, restore the work, they can bring them down. Because when they turn on each other, they have little bones to pick with each other. And they decide to help who's not there, who's not. What is that phrase about the friend and the enemy? If you're the enemy of my enemy, you're my friend?
Yeah.
Yep.
CIA returned our stuff.
Wow. Well, good luck in your lawsuit.
That
And yours
is
too.
very deep.
Wow.
Well,
That's
it's a
God.
rabbit hole. It's God all the way.
Follow
I
that
was
rabbit-
simply.
Yep, we hit the 6-hour mark. I did not think we'd do that today. It's not quite the end yet. We're getting there, though.
Who's not. What is that phrase about the friend and the enemy? If you're the enemy of my enemy, you're my friend?
Yeah.
Yep.
CIA returned our stuff.
Wow. Well, good luck in your lawsuit.
That
And yours
is
too.
very deep.
Wow.
Well,
That's
it's a rabbit
God.
hole. It's God all the way.
Follow
I
that
was
rabbit-
simply his instrument, and I did it. I was to be faithful, and the reason I was picked, I believe, because I got that, I looked for someone, found no one, is because humility and compassion. I had to learn that from God, and I got a crash course on that, and none of us really know it from where we originally come from. We don't.
Where is Tom's humility and compassion? Where is it? You see it anywhere? Rain says, learning, I'm not easily offended either, always willing to learn a different perspective. Yeah, it's a good way to approach everything, really. I'll go back to what I was saying about visiting Susie in Texas last month. I had basically an all-nighter just talking with her about Civil War. And we're pulling stuff up on the TV, showing different YouTube videos and stuff, but really we were talking about President Lincoln's role and who he was influenced by and how it went down and why. And I entered that conversation with conviction with some of my ideas, and she was challenging these ideas that I had been formulating for quite a long time. And it took a while for me to distinguish what Lincoln was really meaning with certain things, like wanting to keep the U.S. Bank and to push away the World Bank. Like, that was a concept that it kind of blended together. I just thought he was trying to keep the World Bank here. The U.S. Bank was separate from it. I didn't realize that until after I had that conversation with Susie. And then everything else seemed to fall into place with what we were talking about. And we came to an agreement on things. Lerny says Tom is full of humility and compassion. He even says so himself. Yeah, as long as he says so, right? Lerny says the only thing I can't stand is dishonest tactics in a debate. Yeah. And just dropping the J word every other sentence isn't going to help anyone come to your side on things. It's just... Like, again, I said, like, Roseanne's drunk here. She even says it. She's drunk. So she can't even formulate cohesive thoughts at this point. She's just kind of along for the ride, waiting for her son to end the podcast. We're almost finished here. Let's try to wrap
It's because
this
of humility and compassion. I had to learn that from God, and I got a crash course on that, and none of us really know it from where we originally come from. We don't know it. It's a discipline. We got to learn it. We got to really take it to heart. Once you have it, then you can have these kind of works. And that's what I told Disney and Bob Iger, mull it over. You heard it. Let's do the right thing. You can make Disney lead the way where the children are protected, not exploited.
Wow.
And you could rejoin the human race and be the biggest hero that ever was. Bob.
Give it to you from Neo and Neo Web.
Yeah, well, on that note,
I was just getting started.
Oh.
I need more booze. I was going to say who.
We can sign off and do a part 2.
Well, we could do that. But I was going to go, who is the Cabal?
We can talk about that because I was told who the Cabal is.
Who are they?
Do you want to take a break first?
They're so close. They're so close.
well, just tell us. I want to hear.
I'll take a
A
break and
gentleman
get more
called me
booze.
from Hollywood. He called me from Hollywood and said that, because they're fans of the work, they know all about it.
He called me from Hollywood. That's a clue. Who's the Cabal? They called me from Hollywood.
Like I said about the Batman stuntman who did the questioning for Warner Brothers, and he said everybody knows. Yep, that's it. Isn't that synchronistic? And he said that,
This stuntman that he talks about, like... So many missed opportunities here. You could have this guy talking on different shows with him. If they had enough courage to reach out to Tom and say like, "Oh, I believe what you're saying," they didn't use their own script or whatever. Why not bring this dude on to different shows with him? You have first-hand accounts from crew. Like, that's what I've been asking for this whole time. And he gave the name of this dude a long time ago. I probably have it written down somewhere.
the Cabal is.
Who are they?
Do you want to take a break first?
Well, just tell us. I want to hear.
I'll take a
A
break and
gentleman
get more
called me
booze.
from Hollywood. He called me from Hollywood and said that, because they're fans of the work, they know all about it. Like I said about the Batman stuntman who did the questioning for Warner Brothers, and he said everybody knows. Yep, that's it. Isn't that synchronistic? And he said that, everybody knows. We're not supposed to talk about you or Diane Bellis, who my submitting attorney Boyd sent the information to Diane Bellis, who Bonaventura had instructed to send to through his friend Elizabeth, and that's on the letterhead. Care of Elizabeth to Diane Bellis. Well, Diane Bellis was replaced.
How can anyone follow this crap? He's name dropping. It's good that he's name dropping, but he's doing a smear campaign is what he's really doing here.
Right away after she received the materials, and it talked to me by Teresa Wayne, who still is in position to cover it up at the story department. So, who is Cabal? A gentleman calls me and he says, "Whoops, I was able to track that. Sorry, FBI." Anyway, they don't think I can track things. So what we have is the Cabal. I was told by a gentleman who called me, and he said, when I asked his name, he said, "Call me," and it was I looked it up. It's a Latin term for friend. What is the Latin word for friend? Ask Suri. Latin word for friend.
Dumb
come
shit.
on, Suri.
I'll just Google it.
I wrote Suri into my screenplay. That's where she comes from. She doesn't know that, but she's actually.
You know
from
they
Matrix.
offered me to be the voice of Siri.
I looked it up. It's a Latin term for friend.
Hold
What is
on.
the Latin word for friend? Ask Suri. Latin word for friend.
Dumb
come
shit.
on, Suri.
I'll just Google it.
I wrote Suri into my screenplay. That's where she comes from. She doesn't know that, but she's.
And you see, he's characterizing Siri as an actual person, and that's the wrong way to approach this as well. But they just asked Siri, the AI program, what's the Latin word for friend? And they're like, sorry, I can't translate that. It's by design.
Actually
You know
from
they
Matrix.
offered me to be the voice of Siri.
They're just messing with us because Suri's in here because our character Neo, our Neo character,
Could you imagine Siri being the voice of Roseanne? That would be insufferable.
Dumb
come
shit.
on, Suri.
I'll just Google it.
I wrote Suri into my screenplay. That's where she comes from. She doesn't know that, but she's actually.
You know
from
they
Matrix.
offered me to be the voice of Siri.
They're just messing with us because Suri's in here because our character Neo, our Neo character, is so obsessed about losing his wife that he
Amicus.
reprograms his house and all his devices with her voice's mannerisms, so you can feel like she's still there. That's
Well,
Suri. That's where it came from. What?
The Latin word for friend is amicus.
Yes.
Amicus
Isn't that a cool
brief.
name?
Amicus. So we're an hour and 54 minutes into this particular interview, and this is the first time that Tom is referencing that also Siri was stolen from him as a concept or idea. And from the other interviews I did with him, he mentions that Windows operating system was stolen from him. Why isn't he going after Gates? Why isn't he going after Apple?
The
there it is.
amicus brief.
He said that I'm supposed to use that term to reference him. He wouldn't give me his full name. He doesn't just use that.
Amicus.
And so he explained to me. He said, you would think it's the Hollywood moguls. It's not. This is why he's promising me that I can bring 10 people to Hollywood, stay at a resort, and get tours of the studios, and be a script doctor where I'd be laundering other people's work, and teach other writers my concepts for creating in layers. Okay, tempting, but I don't want to launder other people's work. I don't want to be a script. He said I'd be the wealthiest man in Hollywood because the script doctors are the wealthiest, the ones that appropriate the other people's work.
That's what Carrie Fisher did, and she was paid really well.
You get
but it tortured her.
Right. I can't do it. So he said that, he said, it's not the Hollywood moguls. They're on the low end of it.
Yeah.
As far as the cabal. They're on the low end. They're not. He was talking about Bank of England.
That's
he was
it,
talking
period.
about royalty.
Why didn't I say
he was
that?
talking, and he said something very cryptic. And as a writer, I still get the response in my head on this lobe from it, like a boom, like a hit with a baseball bat. He said that it is a woman at the top that really runs the show. And she's somewhere in England.
I just feel like pressure.
Oh, he said, it's not the Hollywood moguls. They're on the low end of it.
Yeah.
As far as the cabal. They're on the low end. They're not. He was talking about Bank of England.
That's
he was
it,
talking
period.
about
Why
royalty.
didn't I say
He was
that?
talking, and he said something very cryptic. And as a writer, I still get the response in my head on this lobe from it, like a boom, like a hit with a baseball bat. He said that it is a woman at the top that really runs the show. And she's somewhere in England.
The Queen?
You didn't say the Queen. Somebody you do
Meghan
not
Markle?
know of that never appears and that she's in charge. Pretty cool. In the fact of a writer standpoint.
Yeah.
Oh, Lerny says Tom is responsible for relative generality, but Einstein stole it and renamed it. Oh man, that is the quote of the night. Tom is responsible for relative generality, but Einstein stole it and renamed it. That's clever. Holy crap.
We made some progress here because we're good at what we do, and God has rendered us to be good at what we do because of faith and humility and compassion. Okay, so he throws
I've
in there a
always
piece.
known it was a woman.
I didn't.
Of
But you know what came to mind right away?
Margaret Thatcher.
Lord of the Rings. Not to stomp on that. Margaret Thatcher's a good call. Lord of the Rings, you have the Elven Queen who puts on the ring. And would you rather have a woman who's terrible and beautiful? That kind of thing, right? Not to get too dramatic.
Kate
I think
Blanchett.
they're playing off that.
Yeah.
They're playing off because Warner Bros. Even cited Lord of the Rings against me, saying it's the other way around. What they embellished into Tolkien's novel, which didn't need embellishing, was drawn from that. They let me know that. And Harry Potter. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, I knew Harry
Yeah,
Potter
and
was.
Hunger Games.
Yeah, Hunger Games.
Hunger Games off the charts. Some other time, if we ever do another one of these,
Yeah.
Hunger Games, let's go over Hunger Games, and wait till you see the original notes for Hunger Games.
We're definitely
Yeah.
doing another one of these.
Wait till you see. Then
Now
we'll do
I know
it.
all about Hunger Games.
Oh my gosh. When you read the original notes, I have them prepared for you when the next time comes.
Okay,
Can't wait for the next one. And you only live 3 hours? He's in Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
So
You got to come down sometime too.
I will.
All right? Everybody loves you.
I will
Everybody loves
come
you. My
down
God. Like remember I said, the planet, no one in the world can imagine a world without you. I can't imagine a world without you.
That's so sweet.
No,
Can't.
can't
We
either.
can't.
Well, I love it down.
If Roseanne visits Tom, she'll go through the same experience I had. She'll witness him talking to himself while doing things around the house. Hey, welcome back, Beyond the Box. Rain says, Lerny, he also made a time machine and went back and invented the wheel. Yeah. And he wrote the Bible, too, you know that? Tom Althouse wrote the Bible. Beyond the Box says, so I fell asleep and here I am. Welcome back. I didn't think I'd still be on here. You see how long it takes to dissect these things? And then we're also having conversation in between, but I think I could knock out 2 different videos that are 3-4 hours at most, and here we're going 6 hours on here.
I will
Everybody loves
come
you. My
down
God. Like remember I said, the planet, no one in the world can imagine a world without you. I can't imagine a world without you.
there. That's so sweet.
No,
Can't.
can't
We
either.
can't.
Well, I love it down there in
You have
Dallas.
helped shape our comfort.
Yeah.
Our what do you say? How do you phrase that? Our vision of the world, as we understand it, includes you in a large degree.
Yeah.
And you're a comforting factor in that world.
Well, I've tried to be,
That's true.
and I've tried to, take the brunt of what it takes to be a truth teller.
You've been a
which
mama bear. You have
I
taken the
have,
blows.
because
You have been the face
I'm
of the
not
cave.
going to let them win.
Yeah. And you know the way out of the cave, too. And the children are fighting in the cave.
Yep.
They're blowing each other's candles out
Yeah.
instead of just using them to walk out.
Yeah.
Bob Iger, do the right thing. Let's get out of the caves.
All right.
Yeah. Let's
I love it.
do the right thing for the children of this world.
And Elon Musk, find a good woman if you can. Learn what it is like to fall in love and be faithful and loyal. And see how magical it is to have compassion, humility, and as a family.
Yeah.
All right? Just try it out, okay?
Tom's tried it twice, and he's calling them honeypot wives. That they hoodwinked him, right? I'm using that word a lot tonight. Yeah, we started in the morning, and now it's evening. Oh, shoot. Beyond the Box says, I bet he says he walks on water, too. Yeah. And Learn, he says he turned Roseanne's water into wine. Rain says, good conversation. I've got all my laundry done, cleaned my saltwater aquarium, cooking dinner, and have had great company. Thanks, Chatters and Steve, for the live. Oh, you're welcome, Rain. Yeah, this has been a good show. And you guys make it what it is here, too, because without you guys here, I'm just talking to myself. So I appreciate you being here. And I wouldn't run these this long if I didn't have an audience here. But I like having people here to talk with. Even though I'm, like, on my own on this side of the screen. Like, your interactions here help form this show and get it to where it's at. So thank you.
It is like to fall in love and be faithful and loyal. And see how magical it is to have compassion, humility, and as a family.
Yeah.
All right? Just try.
He's talking like he's standing from a place where he is in a healthy relationship with a significant other. He's not. What a hypocrite.
Get out of the caves.
All right.
Yeah. Let's
I love it.
do the right thing for the children of this world.
And Elon Musk, find a good woman if you can. Learn what it is like to fall in love and be faithful and loyal. And see how magical it is to have compassion, humility, and
Hold on. One more thing.
Help shape
You mentioned the caves.
comfort. Our what do you say? How do you phrase that? Our vision of the world, as we understand it, includes you in a large degree.
Yeah.
And you're a comforting factor in that world.
Well, I've tried to be,
That's true.
and I've tried to, take the brunt of what it takes to be a truth teller.
You've been a
which
mama bear. You have
I
taken
have,
the blows. You
because
have been the face
I'm
of the
not
cave.
gonna let 'em win.
Yeah. And you know the way out of the cave, too. And the children are fighting in the cave.
Yeah.
They're blowing each other's candles out
Yeah.
instead of just using them to walk out.
Yeah.
Bob Iger, do the right thing. Let's get out of the caves.
All right.
Yeah. Let's
I love it.
do the right thing for the children of this world.
And Elon Musk,
She's thinking like, holy crap, he brought up the caves.
Yeah.
Bob Iger, do the right thing. Let's get out of the caves.
All right.
See how she's blinking there?
Yeah. Let's
I love it.
do the right thing for the children of this world.
And Elon Musk, find a good woman if you can. Learn what it is like to fall in love and be faithful and loyal. And see how magical it is to have compassion, humility, and as a family.
Yeah.
All right? Just try it out, okay?
Well said. He loves being a dad, but he hates being a father.
He wants to be a Genghis Khan and repopulate
Yeah,
the
which
world.
is creepy
He's a
as
Attila the Hun.
fuck.
That was like Epstein too.
Yeah.
His whole thing was
Baby
getting these girls to, have babies for him, and
It's
that other
eugenics,
guy.
isn't it?
Well,
it is eugenics.
What you're doing is spreading pieces of all you are is you're fracturing your soul. You're having pieces of yourself out there because you're breaking other women's lives.
Yeah.
If you want to be a whole person, be with one person, love them,
Yeah.
and be a whole with them. That's what you need. He needs,
Well,
he needs to actually discover divine feminine.
Well, Tom's tried 2 different women, and he's trying to find a third, and he hasn't had luck since then.
Not objectify
It's
them.
absolutely about lifting up the divinity of the female,
Yes.
which they are so afraid of because
They're afraid of it. Yeah.
there's no worse fear and loathing on this
You know
planet.
what Pat Robertson's team said to me?
What?
They said that Pat Robertson hates women. He's afraid of women. He's afraid of women. He's afraid that women will put him down
Yeah.
when he was alive because it would destroy his image.
Pedophiles are afraid of women.
Yeah. Which
That's why
means
they
he's
like
afraid.
kids.
He's insecure of who he is.
100%.
Yeah.
That's why pedophiles
Well-
like kids. No one ever talks about that. They're afraid
There's
of
nothing at
women.
risk. There's no risk.
There's no kids aren't
As far
gonna
as
tell
your
you you're
personal
allowed to
integrity.
Well,
They're not
we
gonna
have to
feel
get
it.
into really dark shit to go into this.
Okay, so
which
next
I
time
think
is-
we'll
Episode
wait
3.
That's right.
because we really have to talk about what women do to
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
And we have
that.
to be
We're gonna-
honest
So we got
about
a
it.
huge session coming up then.
When
We're
we
going to
get
talk
back,
about,
we'll
yeah,
come
back we'll do Hunger Games.
Yep.
So much good stuff coming.
Michelle Obama raping Bob Iger,
That blows
No,
me away.
that's only allegedly.
allegedly raping.
Allegedly with capital letters or allegedly with small letters?
I think she raped Bob Iger, and I think
So it's
that's
italicized capital letters.
That's my theory,
Okay, all
but
right.
that's just my theory. Allegedly.
All right. We need
I
a new-
She or he? Beyond the Box says he is trying to woo her. Yeah, and Lerny says Beyond earlier on she was falling for it. Yep. Yep, we're all in agreement here on that.
I don't think she raped Bob Iger, but I do
Right in
think
the
she
butt.
raped Allie Willis, because Allie Willis says she did.
Who's Allie Willis?
That girl with Jaguar, right, that's talking
Oh,
about Diddy and the
yeah.
parties, and said that, you know,
Did she-
Michelle Obama was one of them that did it.
Does Michelle still have her penis?
It showed up in the workout
No, I
routine.
know. That's what I think she raped Bob Iger with. It's all about boy allegedly.
All right.
Even Tom knows.
I mean, I don't really know the story there. Well, I do. I've heard so many things, but
I'll cut that out.
women
It doesn't matter to me.
are the worst enemy of women when they work for men against
I
women.
know, that's what I'm saying. That women, like I've been saying so much like you do, it's like women need to stop supporting the boys club. You know, they need to stop doing that, 100%.
Well, that's the only way women are rewarded, though, so
That's
they
true,
have
to
to
fit
do
into the boys' system.
it.
But
I
they've
wanted
got
to say
the
this about Candace Owens, but Jake never wants me to talk about her.
Okay.
But it is amazing that everything she says was said previously by David Duke.
You see this? She just frames everyone she disagrees with as a Nazi, even though Candace Owens is black. That's funny.
Candace Owens, but Jake never wants me to talk about her.
Okay.
But it is amazing that everything she says was said previously by David Duke. That's pretty cool when you think about it. But I said, now that she's a royal, because her husband is an English lord,
Okay.
boy, they really used her to clean up their shit. They used her as their maid to clean up that Ninth Circle British. You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
She's doing their laundry for them.
You know the beauty of all this, though?
What?
Say Warner Brothers, Disney, or anything. I think Bob Iger might make a good choice. I feel it. I think he might make a good. He's got a good heart. You know, people that know
You
him.
know, he has showed a good heart to me, and I've tried to show a good heart to him, and I was devastated that he could be Satanized so
He
easily.
could. Make the call, Bob. I was going to say it again. Warner Brothers attorneys, Disney attorney, whatever, they can't make a move on us because if they do, all the evidence goes on record. So everything goes on record. All the drafts, all the screenplays, all the proofs. That's why they can't touch us. That's why
Well,
they
I've been
moved.
talking a lot of shit hoping Disney sues me so I can get everybody
Everything goes on
into,
record. Yeah.
you know, what do you call those things where you have to testify under oath?
Deposition.
Yeah, I really would love
Joel
that.
Silver is so afraid of deposition.
The one that you walked out of, Tom, you say that Joel Silver is afraid of depositions, but you walked out of your own deposition, bud. Actually, you're not even a bud to me. I don't know what you are. You're a narcissist.
Joel Silver does not want.
Yeah, Lerny, like, Roseanne's just talking out of her ass right now. I don't know what she's going on with that. I just know that Candace Owens challenged the mainstream narrative, and then she got attacked for it. And now they're trying to say she's aligning with the white supremacists and the Nazis, right?
Screenplays, all the proofs. That's why they can't touch us. That's why.
Well,
they
I've been
moved.
talking a lot of shit hoping Disney sues me so I can get everybody
Everything goes on
into,
record. Yeah.
you know, what do you call those things where you have to testify under oath?
Deposition.
Yeah, I really would love
Joel
that.
Silver is so afraid of depositions. Joel Silver does not want any depositions being done. In fact, that's what he instructed Rankin. We heard Rankin was supposed to stop anything with Joel Silver happening. And he did. He worked very hard to stop his own client from being able to successfully
Well,
get Joel Silver.
from, you know, testifying under oath, which that's the whole fucking government doesn't want to testify
Well,
under oath.
when we do our suits, I'm going to call for the full 7 hours of Joel Silver on camera for the public to see in his deposition. There you go, Joel. And we'll see what really happens
I
here.
thought he died.
No, he's still around.
Oh, maybe it's not Joel Silver I'm thinking of. It's the
De
one
Laurentiis died.
Yeah, I know he died. I got him. But there was another one I got too. Anyway, I just pray on these people. I pray against them for the benefit of humanity.
She preys on these people. P-R-E-Y?
Because they're really evil, horrible people.
They're very evil. And you know what? I used to think that I had that bleeding heart where I thought everybody could be saved, everybody could be good, everybody has it. And that's not true. Some people have put their feelings in the freezer so much.
Wow. So he doesn't believe in redemption for all. Redemption for all souls. He doesn't believe it's possible. That's fascinating.
That there's no redeeming them. My sister's one of those.
Yeah.
I can't believe what she became. So there's just
Well,
no
they
redeeming them.
delight in trying to humiliate God.
They're on the
don't they?
run from being caught. They're on.
But if they were to show up on his doorstep saying, I was wrong, I'm sorry, he'll let them in. He'll be like, oh, you turned, I'm so glad you're back. He's a hypocrite. He says they're irredeemable, but the moment that they apologize to him, he'll be like, oh, it's okay, come on in.
On the run from being revealed. And when you have to live that way, that's why it's not right to live outside the truth. Because you're going to be on the run. You're going to harm the ones you love.
Tom's on the run from being revealed. That's why he's not on this channel anymore.
in the end. There's no way around it. The best thing is just be real, be honest. So, and that makes for great creators too. Thanks guys for doing
Thank
that.
you for
Oh my God.
coming
Every
here
time
and
you come on,
letting
it's-
us talk to you and be with you. You know we love you so much.
I love you guys too.
Absolutely.
You're amazing. You're my queen.
You're my king. And we
Aw.
are married. I know you don't remember it,
Well,
but we are.
We are.
That makes you my stepfather.
Yay!
You're number 3 or 4?
5.
Fifth stepfather. So this dude's had 6 dads. Did I hear that right?
For,
Oh my
for
God.
coming
Every
here
time
and
you come on,
letting
it's-
us talk to you and be with you. You know we love you so much.
I love you guys too.
Absolutely.
You're amazing. You're my queen.
You're my king. And we
Aw.
are married. I know you don't remember it,
Well,
but we are.
We are.
That makes you my stepfather.
Yay!
You're number 3 or 4?
5.
Who was the 4th?
Johnny.
That was the 3rd.
Wow. Let's see Tom's yay one more time. That was I'm your stepfather? Yay!
You know we love you so much.
I love you guys too.
Absolutely.
You're amazing. You're my queen.
You're my king. And we
Aw.
are married. I know you don't remember it,
Well,
but we are.
We are.
That makes you my stepfather.
Yay!
No genuinity here whatsoever.
Hey.
You're number 3 or 4?
5.
I want
We
to
are
hear it
married.
once
I know
more.
you don't remember it,
Well,
but we are.
We are.
That makes you my stepfather.
Yay!
You're number 3 or 4?
5.
Who was the 4th?
Johnny.
That was the 3rd.
No.
Tom and Johnny.
Your dad.
Double down on
Well,
Tom?
I meant
Double down
four-
on the Toms?
I meant 4 stepfather, not 4
No.
father figure.
Oh.
All right.
Well, you're amazing, Jake. I really
you're-
gotta say.
you're
I
a
say
Isn't
everybody.
Jake the best? He just turned
You could do your
47.
own, like, you have that presence for on air. You both are so great with your banter.
We're a good team, aren't we?
I
Good team.
want him to do his own thing so he doesn't have to try to harness or whatever you call it
Here we
me
go.
because I'm too crazy and I don't give a fuck.
No, harnessing
But
you is
Jake
why
is-
people like me.
So you see, my fucking pasted
How am I
running
editing this,
thin
Tom? There's
I
no way.
love it. I love it. I
with
think
this bullshit
it's raw and beautiful. It's raw and
satanic
beautiful. We got it out there.
fucking
We're gonna be killed.
upside down UN
There-
agenda
look, this guy is
30
pulling on right now.
Hey, there's torches and pitchforks. Come
of
on.
one world religion called Chrislam,
Thank
which
you.
Candace is the mascot for. Fuck you!
Oh, you see, my patience is growing thin.
That devolved really quickly. Why doesn't she have Candace Owens on her podcast? Would she just get too temperamental and cancel her own show? All right. So I wanted to show 2 videos today, but really this one filled up the whole day. I'm glad you guys stuck around, and you know, it's good. I enjoy doing this. So next week we will cover the Veronica Codebreaker show that was post UFO convention, which has Tom on the panel of it's like 6 people on here on Veronica's show. That one's an hour and 26 minutes, but knowing us here, the Let's Talk About It show will probably run 3 hours, maybe 4. Just based on how today went, since we're breaking down everything. You want to do 12 hours? I've never done it before. I've never done it. I mean, honestly, I could keep going. You guys are all still here. You know? You have me considering just keep going. I won't be shamed for long streams, you hear me? Hey, that's the amount of time we needed to dissect all of that stuff, and I'm probably never watching that again. Unless I'm re-watching this show. Yeah, Brenda's awake now, I guess. Whatever. Zenray's probably gonna be like, what? And he'll watch this twice. Zenray's awesome. And I know some of you are still here from earlier. I can see you guys are still here. Lerny says, Beyond can take over if the Sandman hits. Yeah, really, I can keep going. Since we only do this once a week, and it's been well over a month since the last one. This Roseanne Part 2, this was always the plan for the next show to dissect these videos. And then the one from the 23rd of July popped up. Oh, you're here, Zen. Alright. Well, dude, if you're here... If you're here, we can go over this now. This was the next video I had planned. So when I started today, I said I wanted to watch 2 video clips. This is the second video clip. But it's the whole show. We can do this. I'm willing to go. Oh, we don't want it 2 times speed. See, as long as I keep it at 1.5 speed, I think we'll be alright. .2. Yeah, we might as well just keep going. I really don't care about, like, the time on this. It's more about getting this out. Because then we could talk about other stuff, move on to other videos next week. Andreas? Yeah, I could do open lines. I could create a Zoom link. If you guys want to hop on here, we could do some talking before we start watching this one. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I could do that. Alright. Alright, hold on. I'll prep that. This is cool. Oh. Alright. Yeah, Andreas, put your email in the chat. I'll email you the Zoom link. And I'll send it over to Chad, too. Or you know what? I could just put the Zoom link in the chat here. Why not? It would be just like joining a restream. I know who you guys are. Oh. See, now I haven't done this with more than one person yet, but I think we can make this work. Hold on. I see you here, Chad. It's an app. I think you just need to have an email attached to it. Give me a second here, because I'm trying to get this. I think we can make this work. It reminded me of Caravan of Midnight. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can get this rolling. Hold on, Chad.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna have to see. Chat, tell us if you could hear Chad here.
Hi, everyone.
Hopefully, we hear you. I'm gonna get this audio turned down here a bit. All right. Speak for me again, please. Just a test.
Oh yeah, sure. I have not seen this video yet of Veronica's, so
Awesome.
this will be my first time watching it.
Very cool. All right, everyone hears you. So I've done this on the Madness Hour. We've streamed the WrestleMania 3 match with Hogan and Macho Man. So had the 2 cameras, and then we had the feed of the video playing. So hopefully all of this will work out. I'm kind of pushing my boundaries here. Yeah, see.
If not, I'll hop off. I just hopped on with everyone else. So
no, this is cool. Thank you for being here. So, you caught everything we went over today so far?
yes.
Oh man, you're a champ. You guys all stayed in here. I appreciate that.
I was fertilizing my plants and doing different things, but I was here.
Very
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
All right.
There's just a small delay for me, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
There's a lot of elements going into just getting this running the way it is. It's smooth, but it's kind of a chore at times. Yeah, it's gonna repeat. That's not good.
Oh, who's on that panel?
There's like 6 different people, so hold on.
How many handlers will we count? I will tell you.
Let me reorganize this. We'll get this in a good format. We can see everything. There we go.
Very nice.
How does that look? Oh, Lerny's here too. All right.
I'm not recognizing these other people. They're new. You know, it was... I don't know. These people,
Hello.
Hey, Texas.
Oh, hi.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. First time.
Yeah, this is a lot of firsts here today.
Let's see if Beyond and Anders gonna jump in. Or Rain.
Yeah, the link's in the chat, so if you guys want to hop in, I'll see that you join. But
Yeah.
it's awesome. Yeah,
You need to.
No, go ahead.
So you don't need to download the Zoom thingy first, but if you got that sorted, it should work. At least it does on mine.
Nice. Yeah, so the Roseanne show was July 4th, and it dropped like maybe a day or 2 after I put the short reel up, showing how Chad here basically introduced the whole idea of Roseanne bringing Tom on to her show through the comments and just getting that idea out there. And Tom admitted it. Like, he agreed with it. He's like, oh, wow, really? And then he brought up about Chantel from Aquarius Rising Africa, that she had also been talking about Roseanne. Both Chad and Chantel are no longer affiliated with Tom. Tom just... Firstly, Tom said about Chantel that she called him up on the phone screaming and shouting at him. The same thing that he was saying about the deposition lawyer that we heard. They didn't do that. So that happened, and then I don't know, earlier this year there was a whole thing when I started doing the Let's Talk series here. Chad had noticed that I was streaming those, and he reached out to me, and we started talking about the plans that Tom had for him. And we're sitting there thinking, like, maybe we should give it more thought because of the new information that we got, like the way that he treated me and just canceled everything. even though 2.5 years of built up trust and relationship and 22 interviews. Like, Roseanne has quite a while to reach 22 interviews. She's done 2 in a year. Oh, I don't hear you right now, Chad. Your microphone's off.
Yeah, I had myself muted. And now at the time, I was in full momentum. I was all absorbed into Tom, and then watched your show, and everything crashed. I mean, that was a big day that day. It was all our worlds changed.
Yeah. Well, I said it on the show. I was hurt.
Yeah.
Like, I've shared this plenty of times, but I waited until I think that day to share that.
Yeah.
Like the first interview I did with Tom, he had me waiting backstage in Zoom for over an hour, and then I just left. I left. I literally took down all of my equipment and stuff, and then he gets back to me saying, "Oh, I guess like the CIA was messing with my internet or something." It's like, come on. Like, in retrospect, it's just like, no, he was just being absent-minded and probably forgot about the show.
Yeah. Well, I will say all of our worlds crashed except for Veronica's.
Yeah.
Yeah. She chose not to. She actually instigated. We went over that, but for those that haven't, she instigated. She's instigated this because she was going to invite Tom on with Steve, and they were going to reconcile, and then they cut Steve out and attacked instead. You know. So she chose her path and I chose mine, and we split ways because I used to co-host for her. And so she went to the convention, and she went to the convention with a book I helped her on. I do not take any credit in there. I have an alias as a name, Zenray, in there. So I want no credit from that book because it's trash. I'm just letting you know that she published it premature, and people are buying nothing when they get it because there's no story there. So no middle, no beginning, no end. Just a bunch of dreams and psychic stuff and probably imagination. So
yeah, and she had initially, I think, wanted to have me on her show as well as Tom to talk things out. And then she like backtracked on it. I think she wanted you to be on there too, right? Because you guys were still talking at the time.
I believe so. I don't remember if I was going to be on it. Oh, I might have been. Yeah, I might have been going to be on it. I don't recall.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of time.
But I do remember that she was going to do it with you and Tom, and I believe I was supposed to do it as well, but it canceled, so it didn't happen. And then she went forward and did it with Tom without us. And she has her group of friends now. She has Penny Shepherd, she has Tom Althouse, and she's got Brian to sing. I did leave a message to Brian to sing on my Facebook wall, letting him know that he hangs out with too many black witches for me to please lose my information out of his lexicon, because I don't want to be reached out or communicated with him. And it also posted a video of him getting mafioso with somebody behind the scenes, protecting one of these black witches. So I don't want to go to the conference anyways. Let me just put it out that way. I mean, I didn't go to the conference, but I don't know. I heard Tom and Penny Shepherd all skip down that yellow brick road all the way to the conference to go swim with the dolphins.
They like literally skipped?
Down the yellow brick road, yes. Arm in arm.
they're having fun, right? As long as they're having fun. But the moment they start, like, trashing us, after, like, all the work that we've put into, like, give them exposure to get their message out and everything. Even Penny, at least she was up front with, like, oh, she has no proof of anything she was claiming. She was claiming, like, stranger things was made about her. But she has absolutely no proof of that. And she's now known to have made up a lot of other things based off of the journals she left behind at Susie's. So there was a lot of weird things going on with that. But if not for her and Tom, then I wouldn't be connected with Brenda. And like, that's a fact. Because like, that was all happening around my visit last year down to Tom's. So also because of Tom getting cold feet on Brenda's show one night, because a guest was sharing like mafia stories. I got hit in the back of a... It was like some driver drove into a garage and like the driver got sniped or something like that. And that's what set Tom off. He got up, he walked away from the show, and then he asked me to sit in for him. And so that's when I saw Brenda for the first time. And I'm not sure if Susie was on that show. But eventually I got to meet Susie too, and then in person actually. Like about a week after that. And she tried to kill Brenda, yeah. With rat poison. Which is untraceable. So there's that too.
Like I said, black witches, yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome, Rain. Rain says thank you for your honesty. Yeah, they're practicing something. She was bringing witches over to Susie's property. It was like one of the last things she did was bring a no-name, and they were calling her sister and laughing and love bombing, like doing all these different things. And when Brenda eventually visited, and I think that was like end of June of last year, I know that Brenda said she took some water or something. It must have been water. Put rat poison in the water, and she may have taken like a drink or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit. That was enough to engorge her organs and send her to the hospital days later. And yeah, she definitely has guardian angels watching over her, and they visited her too at the hospital. The angels.
So
Like, I don't...
anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I was asking if anything legally happened to her for attempted murder.
No. Unfortunately not. Because you'd think like with anything else, you'd be able to like find in a piece of hair or something, you do like a test on it, you'll find everything somebody's eaten. Well, rat poison doesn't show up in there. But like all other sorts of drugs and like cannabis and mushrooms, all of that is stored in the hair follicles. But rat poison's not. And there really wasn't any way for Brenda to prove that. But I do believe her, considering there were a lot, like after Penny left.
Penny admits to poisoning before.
Yes. Like there's elements here where it's like you connect the dots and it makes sense. There were dead rats in the house, in the cupboards, in the food cupboards. And Susie's son, Joel, said he found a carton of black eggs. Like, how do you let that go for so long? Like, that's months of neglect. So, and there's just so much
there's so much. I would start sounding like Tom if I started listing off all the different things here. But like packages showing up to the house all the time. Where'd she keep everything? It's like she left so many bags of garbage, but like the garbage, some of it had the journals in them. It was just like a bunch of things put into garbage bags. It wasn't necessarily waste. But yeah, Rain says, what goes around comes around, and Penny's afterlife doesn't sound pretty. Yeah. And Beyond the Box says, nope, by the time we figured it out, it was too late. Yeah. Because, like, Brenda has health issues, different things going on, so I'm sure it just kind of blended all in, and it was just these questions of, like, why'd this happen now this way? And then after enough of reviewing all of this stuff, it's like, oh, that must have been it. Because she was being offered food and stuff. And thankfully, when I was visiting last year and Penny was still there, I didn't accept any food from her. In fact, I went out to eat with Susie and Joel, and then I also had snacks in the Gladiator that I was renting. But it's just wild. Like, if I hadn't gotten the rental car, I would have just flown back home. I wouldn't have even visited Susie's. I might not have visited Susie for the first time until last month. But thankfully, like, last month was the second time. And, yeah, there's activity up in the sky over there. And she had another person that, like, basically took Penny's spot. They just moved themselves in. That was so bizarre, too. And thankfully, due to my visit, that helped Susie make the decision to get Roger to ask the dude to leave. Because he just made himself at home there in the same house, on the same couch that Penny was using. And he said he was a friend of Penny's. And he introduced himself to me as a secret agent. Just a bombardment of information. It's like, how do you sort all of this out? Just like, well, just make the guy go. Just get him out of there. And then we could sit back and reflect on it later. But it was interesting for sure. A little bit scary. But we got zero miedo here. No fear. We don't let these people influence our choices and decisions here going forward. And Susie actually was saying she thinks Penny was trying to take her identity. That she was trying to learn all this stuff about her, and then what if she was to just off Susie at one point? Bury her on the property and then start pretending she's Susie. Like, that's a scary thought. But
that's a really small what if, or is it a really big what? I mean, I'm pretty sure she would. I mean, that's what
she would do it on the property. It's a pretty expansive with the forest there. Although she got rid of a lot of the trees, there's still a lot of brush. Overall, like, there's forest there still. Where
I'm sure that's what Penny was up to.
Yeah, Beyond the Box says, yeah, now he's gone. He's gone. I'm glad. Because then he was there asking about the journals. Susie said that he told her, yeah, give those journals to me. So what do you need her personal journals for, Penny's journals? Unless you're going to do something with them. And then when I shared this over on Abe's show, it turned out that some of the other people on the show were saying it might have been like energy that's attached to the journals that they wanted to keep and bring with them. Like negative energy that is influential on other people. And I'm just like, I didn't even think about that. But it was just a wild thing.
Well, that reminds me of something, and it's not, I mean, not related exactly to the story, but when Abe on SCE was showing what a certain Dana was saying, it was also, if you read the text, I could actually feel some, energy coming from the text.
Yeah.
But it may also be.
Well, you consider when people write physically into book and onto paper and stuff, you're expending energy and intention into whatever you're writing. So by doing that, it's not far-fetched for me to think that's what is in those journals, is the negative intentions, negative energies. I mean, if they're practicing witchcraft, absolutely that's in there. And as far as like the influence it has on other people, I have no idea. But it was a new concept to me when I was told about it at the time.
You know what? The black eggs throw me off because energetically, what I do when I go to someone's house, if I'm staying there for a while, I'll set lemons around, and I try and figure out if any of the lemons start to rot, then I know there's like a negative energy in the house. There wasn't in this one place because she had a ton of jewels. She had like she did a lot of jewelry making, so she had a lot of crystals and everything around, and all the lemons stayed. And I was like, I'm convinced there's some demon in this place, but all my lemons are not rotting. Now, if she's doing magic in there and if she's inviting demons, or she's doing, imagine what that would do. It has to suck the life out of the plants around her and her eggs, the ovary or whatever. It just makes sense to me that she was probably doing something in that house even. That
had an effect on it.
Because for eggs to go black, I mean, that takes a long damn time.
It does, and like, why? How could you not smell that?
Yeah.
Unless you're not even opening the fridge.
Yeah. And it smells strong. I mean, my dog used to bury eggs and let them rot and then eat them.
Oh.
And let me tell you, they're potent. It's like burnt rubber or something. You don't forget it.
Awesome. Brenda's saying she'll join us shortly.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah, when Brenda gets here, I guess we'll chat a little more and then we'll watch this video, I guess. This is officially my longest stream. By like an hour and a half. It's good stuff, though. I appreciate you being here.
It's so good, man. I'm really enjoying this. It's a good way to spend your Sunday.
It is. Yeah, I like reserving this on Sundays because it's a good day to just decompress and think about things. And then that way I'm not overwhelming myself during the week with any of this. Because, like, just covering the Tom Althouse stuff, it's energy draining. And the same thing goes for, like, when I used to go to Village Hall and give public comment. Like, just being... Whenever I entered Village Hall, the main meeting room, I feel energy shift happening. And it's like that saying, you can cut tension with a knife. Like, when I entered that room, like, you could feel the shift in energy. Like, there was negative energy in there, and then I'm going in and I'm kind of equaling it out. And speaking truth to power, like, you get those like eyes like daggers on you. You could feel people staring at you. And when you get close to 100 people in a boardroom, most of them are in the crowd. It's like they're all looking at the back of your head. They're all watching you. And it takes the cojones to do that. But also you need to make sure that you're protected and that you're not zapped of energy before you go in there, because then you'll really have problems like potential like fainting at the podium, lock up your knees. So there's a lot of elements to that, and I've stayed away from it for 2 years now.
Yeah,
You were there, though.
You definitely need to protect your own energy, otherwise, like you said, you'll just faint and get all kinds of shit going on.
Yeah.
You were also going during highly charged times.
Yes.
I mean, people emotions were at their highest. You know, this was in the last administration, and
yeah, from 2021 to 2023.
And parents were not happy.
Yeah. And
the iciness of the people holding it, man, that was just so unnerving. Even to listen to it from my position, I had to protect my energy.
Yeah. And that's also why I've stopped this channel has hundreds of public comment videos. If you go back far enough in the uploads, you'll find them. But I also have playlists of different like school districts and libraries and city and village hall meetings. I was collecting them from all over the country because I was trying to focus on the inappropriate book topic, and that actually got the channel in trouble. I did get a strike on the channel because YouTube said that what the mothers were talking about, saying this is a book that's like at eye level for my children at their school, and they're saying it's okay, but YouTube was saying no, it's not okay. They hit me with a strike. Hey, Brenda.
Hi.
Oh, look who's there.
Good to see you.
How you doing?
Doing well. I'm really happy you guys are here. Thank you.
Sorry, I fell asleep earlier. You know, I had to take those afternoon meds and they just kind of kicked me in the butt. Always. So, did I hear right? Did you say that Penny went to the conference also?
Chad, you're muted, Chad.
You know, I don't know if she did.
Okay.
Were you just saying?
I'll find out. I don't know if she did.
So was the Yellow Brick Road more of like just in jest? Like they're like metaphorically,
you know,
skipping on it.
Yeah.
And if you go through them, I can bet who didn't have any brain, who didn't have any heart. You know.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just saying. That is one wicked group.
And welcome, Isaac. Good to have you here.
Isaac's here?
Isaac said, I checked out Abe's interview on your show. It was awesome. And he says, hi, Texas Lerny, Rain, Beyond, Andres. My first time here. Good to have you here.
We're all up here.
We're here. We're in the chat.
Yeah. Those people are a mess.
You see, I'm so glad that I got to do this today, because, again, I was an hour before the show, I'm thinking like, oh man, I really don't want to do this. And really, I think it's like, I don't want to listen to Tom anymore. I'm sick of him. But I'm like, I have to cover the Roseanne show.
Yeah.
And then also the Veronica show after the UFO conference. Because I prepped both of those. I I sniped them off the internet. I made sure that I had a copy so that we're not watching their YouTube channel while the stream's going. So I have my own file that we're watching this from. And I needed to get the Roseanne interview covered because it's been a little over a month now. And I never covered the first one. I watched maybe 6 minutes of that first interview and that's it.
Wow.
So there's probably stuff in there that I probably need to hear. Who knows? But I didn't expect to go this long today. I'm okay with it though. Because when we're talking about getting truth out to people, this happens. We go for quite a long time, especially on Abe's show.
Yeah.
Going 6-7 hours.
I woke up and I was like, Jack was in the kitchen cooking dinner. And, he laughs at me and says, one of these days you're going to fall asleep in that chair and fall out on the floor. I'm like, you better get pictures. But, yeah. And I was like, oh. And I still had the stream running and I was like, oh, this dude's still here.
Yeah. It was a 2-hour Roseanne show, and I'm like, oh yeah, I could probably do 4 hours. But then with like all the stopping and starting and talking about different things unrelated to that,
6.
Yeah, it went up real quick.
Yep.
It was very interesting to watch.
Yeah.
The host of the own show just goes out and be drunk and just
that's
what
wild.
the hell? It's your show.
That's Roseanne. That's what she does.
So I just checked, Brenda. She was not on that list of speakers.
Well,
yeah, she's
I know her and David took a lot of time off, and she was off, so she might have just went just to hang out. What was she going to speak about? Well,
it's weird that she wouldn't go because her and Brian speak on a daily basis, and so do her and Tom, and they were both. It's his convention, and Tom was there. But you're right, she was not there. I did not see her.
Unless she was hanging like a groupie with them. Maybe went to the convention but didn't speak.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
she didn't go. She didn't go last year either. So
okay.
Probably good for her, anyways, not to go.
Yeah.
And Penny Bradley was there, and she doesn't care for Penny. She would have said something to Susie and I if she had gone. She would have been like, "Oh."
Is David Hatcher Childress on that list? Was he one of the main speakers?
Who?
There's this guy called David Hatcher Childress.
Oh.
And he was at the previous convention, I believe. Yeah, but he wrote the next book that I'm going to be covering on Coral Castle. Or he edited the book on anti-gravity in the world grid.
Oh. Okay.
And so he's more into the UFO stuff, which is why it's a UFO conference, of course. Yeah, he'll be speaking there. But Tom was part of the panel. Like he was scheduled to speak during his own time. And Tom now, like we've seen in the Roseanne interview, he has these certain talking points. Like he's had this developed. I'm sure Brian Singh has helped him put some of this together. And other people behind the scenes, that Jen girl probably. The one that's supposedly running his website that has nothing on it. Like,
yeah.
He's happy that it's up, but I recommended him using TomAlthouse.com. He said that was too egotistical. And now he's using it. It's like, but that's the way that everything's going now, especially YouTube channels of, like, even the pro wrestlers, they're doing their own names as YouTube channels. And it's more of a thing where people are following individuals because they want to hear what they have to say. And it's not necessarily a big conglomeration of a podcast or anything like what Penny's doing, which has 20 people on the screen.
God, I know.
It's like, how you ever going to hear from them? There's not enough time in the day to hear like 20, 30 minutes from each of them. Or it'll be a show like tonight's where it's like 7 hours. But they have a strict 1 hour, 2 hour window, and I don't know why they don't have advertisers. Like they're not committed to.
They do their own commercials for their what do you call that? Like they have people that invest in the show and pay them to put out their stuff.
They do. Okay.
Yeah. Not that I watch them or anything, but I just know how they tick.
Yeah, there's no advertisers here. Yeah. It's just me running this thing and having you guys on here, and I use this as a creative outlet, and I don't have people above me telling me what to do. And it's a Capricorn way. Right, Brenda?
It is. It is. Unfortunately, we are stubborn people, and it is. Definitely.
Yeah, otherwise I'd be like on a dozen shows that I'd leave because I'd disagree with them or something. But I'm not that divisive. I just like being the one that's like in charge of things. It's not an egotistical thing at all. It's more of it's a leadership role. Like naturally as Capricorns, we're leaders. We like being in that position where people are confused, they come to us and we help guide them. At least that's the way that I look at it.
Yep. That's the way it works. So, I hadn't seen this video either. Well, I don't watch Veronica's channel. She does go on my Facebook an awful lot. I don't know what she's looking for, but she goes on it a lot. Because when you get people that pop up, people you may know, that means they've been lurking on your Facebook. So, yeah, she pops up an awful lot of mine. I thought about sending her a message saying, "Can I help you with something?" I mean,
you know, I would, Brenda, because she can do magic.
Yeah.
What is she doing around on your site? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm being serious. She can do magic. So that's what she's known for. Dark magic, too, if she wanted to, or sex magic. So.
Oh, well, she'd hit a dry well this way.
Just make sure you gotta. I'm not scared of her.
No. Me neither. She's a lost little child. She doesn't strike me when I see her. She doesn't strike me as powerful as she lets on she is. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I think that she is more of a big talker than anything.
Okay.
So, but yeah, she's.
Penny Bradley has concerns about her.
Yeah.
You know, in that way too. So that's the reason I mention it. Just
well, she's
caution as she's creeping around on your website. She's clearly not having positive thoughts.
And she's a very manipulative person. So.
Okay. And that image that I got in my head of them all skipping down the yellow brick road isn't very accurate, because her and Penny Shepherd would not be arm in arm skipping to get down no yellow brick road. I think yeah, one of them would be offed.
Penny is very, and I don't even know why, but Penny is very jealous with Tom.
Yes.
She does not allow other women in Tom's life.
Oh, I sense that.
She does not like that at all. Yeah.
Don't tell Tom that.
Well, I don't know why she just doesn't dye her hair back to the natural color it's supposed to be, because Tom doesn't even like blondes. He likes brunettes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. She might have a chance. Who knows?
Well, there's an alternate timeline where she moved in with Tom. I wonder how that went. Probably not good for Tom. But...
No. I don't see Tom living. He's too much of a girly guy. I can't see him living with dead rats in his cupboards and,
Oh, he would get
whatnot.
disgusted by her, yeah.
Yeah.
And, like, even the kitchen, like, he was so particular about things. So, even just bringing her on board would have been a big mistake on his part. So at least he avoided that, but he's...
Because in a restaurant, I mean, if your bathrooms are messy, your kitchen's messy, I'm sure it's the reverse with her.
Oh.
If her kitchen was that bad, I can only imagine her toilet. Sorry she left that behind.
Well, the thing of it is that with that, Joel used to clean it, but around the bottom and in the back, there was a crap load of spiders everywhere. Wow. Yeah, everywhere. I know.
I mean, spiders, dead rats, that's an energy. Yeah. Black eggs.
Poor Joel.
Yeah.
He was going to make eggs, and he goes in there, and he's like, oh, nope, black eggs. Black eggs. Ooh.
And that's not something to just easily dismiss either. That's like a serious problem.
Yeah, and eggs, they had to have been there a very long time.
Or something was feeding off of them, yeah.
Oh, that's true, too.
Yeah. I've never heard of demons feeding off of eggs. I've heard of it like flowers and fruit going rotten in your home when there's a negative energy around.
Oh, I have stories about plants just turning black.
Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, I have a...
And plants don't like negative energy either.
I saved a plant that was like on its deathbed. And then a second one that it was a... So the first one, it's just like a leafy green plant. Hasn't made flowers yet, but it's supposed to at some point. There was one leaf left, and it was half shriveled. And I'm like, I'm gonna save you. I brought it to the front of the house, and I just kept taking care of it every day. Now it has like 9-10 leaves, 3 different sprouts, a 4th sprout coming up. But
I was out washing all my leaves while I was listening to you on my plants. I had cinnamon water and aloe, and I was misting them, getting all the dust off of them. Yeah, we take care of our plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a red Thai chili plant. I have multiple ones, but the main one that I have, that's been growing since last May. And it's in a period of shedding some of its old leaves. Like, I can tell when it's, like, just shedding or when it's not doing well.
Well, they say, too, they can hear, see, sense, move, feel, even see. I mean, I threw that in there because I just watched a scientific program on this on Sliced Earth. And they showed all their science backing it up, too. Plants are pretty incredible. What they can sense around them. And it would make sense that they would die if they were in a negative energy.
All right.
I got them.
Yeah, I didn't want to share this because I don't want to, like, share too much about my situation here, but there's someone I live with that's, like, he's more negative than positive, all right? It's one of my family members. But we had a rose. It was like 3 different roses in a planter. And we had them up on the windowsill right in front of the kitchen sink. And they like to, like, they do get enjoyment out of doing the dishes, but there's a few times when, like, they're upset in doing the dishes. And that happened 2 different occasions
And both times that happened, the roses all wilted. And the leaves were fine, but the roses wilted and just dried up and died. And it was just the rose, just the bloom.
Wow.
And there were some that were budding that they were supposed to open up eventually, but those went too. They just like drooped down, turned black. So I cut them off. I put the plant in the front room by the other plants that I'm taking care of. And I started doing my usual, like, my rehabilitation to it. And I was able to save one of the 3 rooted roses. So 2 others, eventually the black got all the way down the stem into the roots. And I kept trying to cut it off to stop it. But it was like that plant absorbed that negative energy and just didn't let it go. And I don't know why. And this is all new stuff to me. I don't know what it's, like how that is all interacting, but I did know that like it needed to be rehabilitated and taken away from being in front of someone being upset.
Yeah.
So
yep, they feel, you're in a bad mood, they droop. If they're in a good mood, they're happy. Plants cry. They do all kinds of things. People don't ever really think about that, but they do. They're living, breathing,
They
its
do
own
make sound.
being. Yeah.
They make sounds when they're dying, so they do cry. You're right. They make clicking sounds.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They're also very good for grounding.
Yeah.
When you feel like you need to ground, you can also just grab a plant. Preferably one that's not polled, but just one that's outside. You can use a tree. They will just absorb it. And let Mother Nature recycle everything. So they're very handy. And I actually believe that Mother Nature cares for all its creatures. That's why for everything we have, if there's like a physical explanation, nature will have a way. It's just up to us to figure it out. But it's there.
Yeah, I tell my plants I love them. I say I love you. But like I say that constantly to them. And at first when I was doing it, it felt kind of weird, But I have very healthy plants, and they're continually producing the peppers for me. That's mostly what I'm growing indoors is peppers. And yeah, it's a very interesting journey. Because really, I'm just a little over a year into doing this for indoor plants, and keeping an eye on them every day and giving them the water they need. Like they go through almost a gallon of water a day now, if not more.
Yeah, I'm taking a foundation where there used to be a house. It was like a meth house, I'm pretty sure. Because when I tore it down, it had dead rats and poop, and it had all the signs of them cooking meth in it, But in that foundation, and we called it Stinky House because it was so smelly, with all the mold and everything. And now I'm planting in its foundation, I'm doing an herb and fragrance garden. So, energetically, it's going to fix that energy, I think. And it's just kind of ironic that that the universe had me put it there. So it's a rose, herb, and fragrance garden. That's what I've been working on, spraying the leaves and doing all that kind of stuff, getting it going. And that'll be a special place on the property for people to come and visit, and hang out in.
Yeah, that's good. And I know the work you're doing on all of the plants, that's helping it return back to how it was before all of the negative.
Because I'm working on rooting, like for myself personally, I'm working on rooting. So now I'm taking snippets of the plant and rooting them. I got that going on right behind me over here. and out on the porch, you know. So it does. It's metaphoric. Everything. That's what I was saying. Like, it used to be in the place where they did meth, and now I'm growing a garden there, a fragrance garden, to counteract the energy. And it's been showing up even in my dreams, you know, just and in my meditations, the process of rooting. So it's interesting, you know. Plants and us do coincide, like Lerny was saying. You know, they're quite grounding. That's what I've been using them for. I think is my therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're good therapy.
Yeah.
And I have a lemon plant that's getting a lot of foliage now. It's like,
oh wow,
maybe like this tall now. But it sat like stagnant for a few months, and now since I've gotten back from Texas, it just started making new buds, and it's growing. So I'm gonna have to repot that one. And then I had a different plant that I had repotted before I left for Texas, and I had my mom taking care of the plants while I was gone, and one of them, I guess, got stressed out that I was gone because it lost most of its leaves, and that was one that should have taken off and expanded and grew really big because it was in a growth spurt. But now it's more. It has one pepper on it, and it's starting to get its leaves back now. But it's been like almost 3 weeks now that I've been back.
Pretty bad, Steve. When you go away on vacation, you have to load all your plants in the back seat of the car and take them with you.
Yeah.
Strap them in like kids.
Well, I got this, I don't know, but it's a snake plant, ladyfinger plant. I could show it.
Yeah. That big one?
I've shown it a few times.
How's that going? Oh my goodness, look at that.
It's getting up there.
Oh yes.
So it made 3 new sprouts, and so that's what you're seeing on the, like in the middle.
Yeah.
So there's like a little thing on the left side. The one higher up, that's a new sprout.
Mine's doing pretty good too, and it's a miracle because I like to nurture things to death. So not enjoy it, you know. I just have a tendency to nurture things to death sometimes. So that plant you can't overwater. You have to let it likes its roots dry a little bit. So I've had to learn that to love it best, I got to not nurture it. I wash its leaves though. That's part of the cinnamon and aloe. I spray it on the snake plant as well.
I haven't done that. I should make a point to do that.
It's fun. You just slice up some aloe and put in a teaspoon of cinnamon in boiling water for like a half an hour, and then you just let it cool down, and then you drain it out. Then you put it in a mister, you know, and you can just mist all your leaves, and they love it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that. I'd have to try that.
Andreas said, "Did you say sorry and explain why you were gone to the plant?" No, I haven't.
Yeah.
But I think I will. I'll
You
do
should.
that. I'll do that tomorrow when I water them again.
Because it's a female plant. She's very emotional and very sensitive.
Yeah, the other ones are pretty rugged. I got one jalapeno plant going. It produced 3 peppers so far, and it has, I think, 3 more coming in, if not more, because there's flowers that have they have pollen on them. So I'm just making sure they do their thing. And then I also have a habanero plant that's grown. That produced 7 peppers this year. Last year it only produced 1.
Makes my favorite chicken soup right there. You got to float it in the chicken soup, but you can't pop it. You pop that habanero, forget about it. Otherwise, it gives it gives it a great heat and a great flavor. It's my favorite pepper.
And Lerny with the jokes.
What? What do you do?
Said, last
What do you
plant
say?
I told that I loved it, it replied, let's just be friends.
You had a plant put you on a friend on the friend category? Oh my god,
Yeah, I
that's
got friend
terrible.
zoned by plant.
Yes.
It's a new low.
That's. It sounds like a
Friend zone.
diva, though. It might turn out to be pretty.
Yeah, a diva. Maybe it was jealous, Lermy, because I keep following you around.
Oh, so you may have been the cause. I should
Yeah.
have blamed you instead.
Gee, thanks, buddy.
I have a question
Thanks
for
a
you,
lot.
Brendan.
What's that?
So you said he can't eat hot peppers. What's the hottest pepper you can have if you had to have one?
I can't even have jalapenos.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about banana peppers?
Now I can eat banana peppers.
Okay.
I can eat like bell peppers, but it stops at jalapeno and goes up. Yeah. I used to when I was younger, man. I used to eat all kinds of hot crap. Didn't even bother me, but now it's like I've grown an allergy to them, and boy, I'll tell you, life is a vicious circle. So apparently, I think I'm not supposed to be eating them. When you eat something and your mouth swells up, you're not supposed to eat it anymore.
No.
Yeah, that's a good sign that you shouldn't.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think I wake up every day to see what I'm allergic to, what I'm going to be allergic to that day next. And it's terrible because once you have an allergic reaction to something, they say your body chemicals change every 7 years, and that's what happens. But what they don't tell you is every 7 years when your body chemicals change and you're allergic to something, you can't ever go back because you're always allergic to the rest of the stuff you were allergic to before. So why doesn't that change? I don't understand.
I think it's because they changed the shot.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
I think they changed the shot.
Yeah. I thought I had a ghost pepper. I had a ghost pepper plant last year, and that didn't carry over to this year because it was outside. But I tried putting my plants outside, and they got stunted in their growth, and they didn't produce any peppers. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. But
Do they spray your air like they do here? Yeah.
Heavy spray. It's Chicagoland.
Yeah.
It's
That's
like I
why
saw
Susie
that
and I-
over. I saw that in
Yeah.
Dallas.
Yeah, that's why Susie and I are talking about just doing a greenhouse. And
That'd
then that way
probably be
we can
best.
grow, vegetables and fruits and stuff in the greenhouse. Yep.
Yeah, because the strawberry plants didn't come back this year, and those are sitting outside in a planter, like in a stacked one. They didn't come back.
Mine was outside, and mine got really big and was. I picked a couple of strawberries off of it, and oh my goodness, they were so good. And I left it out there one day, and it died. It was like, I'm done. What happened?
Yeah, the tomato plants are doing well. The green peas, they're kind of hanging in there. They look like they're dying off pretty quickly, though. And then the cucumbers are doing well. The green peppers, red peppers, non-hot ones, those are doing well. And the jalapenos.
I did small watermelons. I grew watermelons too. Lettuce, tomatoes, watermelon, cucumbers.
Carrot,
I haven't done carrots yet.
potato.
Yeah,
Or
we have some
potatoes.
carrots going. Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't do potatoes this year. We tried it last year.
But at Susie's, we've got to put everything in a greenhouse because if we don't, between the horses and the cows, they'll have a field day.
Yeah.
They'll be like, ooh, there's something good over here. So, yeah, it's got to be in a greenhouse. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, the
But,
first year of doing that would be fun. Just seeing what is possible, and then you expand on it the next year.
Yeah. Now, she's got her fruit trees out there, and those are safe. Those are pretty safe. They don't really mess with those. You know, who wants to stretch your neck out to try to get fruit off a tree? Because the cows sure don't. And the horses are just like that. They like to eat down. Plant their heads in the grass. But
Yeah, they like it when the apples fall off and rot, and then they like to eat.
Yes, yes. They like
They
apples.
get drunk.
They like apples, anyways. So I told her yeah.
They do.
I told her I'm gonna get big bags of apples and big bags of carrots when I go out there. That way, I've got Jack can fight me over the carrots for the horses. He'll take carrots and he likes to shred them up, put them in salad, but I'll have to have them for the horses, you know.
Yeah, they love the carrots. You can't feed them too many carrots because then they get it. Yeah, but they do love it. I got to know some horses about a year ago for the first time. I was on some property with horses and I was taking care of them. Really neat, interesting creatures.
Yeah.
Or beast, I should say. I mean, they're impressive. It's like, it says it's an interesting creature to get to know.
Yeah, Steve, did you know that Susie lost Athena?
Oh no. The mother of all the puppies?
Athena was out there messing with the horses and she thinks one of them kicked her and got her real good. Yeah. But they're dogs. They like to nip at those horses' heels, and the horses were like, not today. So, yeah. And she's still got Lily, who still has puppies, but...
I wonder if it happened at night.
Yeah, it did, because they found her in the morning.
They chase those horses in the middle of the night.
Yes, they do. They're a little trouble. But, you know, I mean, she's got herds that basically her dogs they're a pack because she's got so many.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it was just one or two dogs, you know, they would probably not care less. But she has herding dogs and they're a pack. So, you know, that's what they do. They think, oh, look, it's time to go and play. Yeah. So she was pretty upset about that because Athena was her, you know, Athena used to get on the four-wheeler with her and want to go everywhere with Susie and was always hanging out by the house. And, you know, that was her dog. But, yeah, it was terrible. But, so when did this video that you were going to show, when did they do that? Was that before the conference or after?
It was after, and it's from July 23rd.
Huh. So it looked like they picked up a few more people?
Yeah, I want to say it was right after that. So that weekend of the 19th and 20th of July. And then that Wednesday, they had this show. They'll probably talk about what day it was. But, yeah, let me step away real quick, because I have been here for 5 hours straight. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break.
No, you got one of those chairs that has the potty in it. Oh.
If only.
Yeah.
Then I'd never stop streaming.
My daughter says she's going to get one for her husband. I'm like, oh no.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, we'll be right here. So, Chad, how have you been? Did you mute yourself again? I think you're muted, Chad.
I am. I'm totally muted.
I do that to myself too.
I'm doing pretty good. I've been working on rooting, grounding, focusing in on my plants, putting things in that way because, like my mother even said to me the other day, you know, because I parted ways with Rocco as well, and she just said, "I feel like you got two soul suckers out of your life," you know.
Yeah.
And so I've just been finding time, stuff to do with my free time now, you know, which is really quite nice.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have anti-Diddy and pro-Diddy and anti-Trump rants going on in my ear every single day.
Yeah.
So,
you know, he's, let me tell you a little something about him. Hey, Jack, put that water down just a little bit. It's overrunning my mic. I had Jason popped up in Abe's chat, and he says, he starts laughing. He says, I got accused of being you, and then I got blocked. I said, oh, let me guess, Rocco? And he started laughing. And I'm like, why does he think I go in there and sit in there and try to get in his chat?
I was there that night. Yes.
Were you?
I was there that night. And I knew Jay, and I just couldn't think of the last name. I was like, this could be him. This could not. I'm like, or is it a Jason? I'm like, I'm getting confused now. Jason. So I don't know if I know him, because there's both Jason and Jay. And
yeah, he thought it was kind of funny. And, you know, I don't have time to
I felt bad.
Yeah.
Because Rocco was pretty rude.
Yeah. Oh, well, he is rude. Yeah. But I don't have time to sit and make up all kinds of YouTube things and all that. I don't have time for that. You know, if I'm going to go in there and say something to him, I'm going to go undermine, and he'll know it right away that it's me, and he'll block me.
Yep.
So, you know.
Yep.
I just had to. He sucks your energy. I told you that a while ago. I had to walk away from him because I just couldn't anymore with him. He was just draining everything I had. Yeah, sure, he can be a little entertaining sometimes, but you gotta weigh the fact that uh-oh.
Yes.
I have cat food in my hand. So we're jumping up here any minute, clawing at me, trying to get to her food. But sometimes you just have to cut your losses. I mean, I just couldn't. Susie and I kind of stopped with the SSP program because a lot of them were just draining, and I could not let them do that to me anymore. I was done with it.
Yeah. I kind of went through the community as well. And even Penny Bradley pointed out, she says, I've always had respect for you, but you have interesting friends. I said, I chose the abusive route. You know, this is Penny Bradley, not Shepard.
Right.
But I said, yeah, Penny, I choose the abusive route, apparently. But, you know, I did get to know the community, the insides and out through those two, you know, and I got to know what I wanted to know, who's making what up and how they're doing it, because there is validity to it. I mean, I have my own experiences, you know, that validate it for me. But it was really hard. It's just really hard to come forward with that when you got these people, you know, murky. It's like a romper room is the way I put it. You know, you okay?
Yeah.
I saw that. Your mommy is not.
That thing is so wicked. I'm telling you. I had some claws in the back. That's exactly what I needed.
Oh boy. Yeah, she let you know.
Yeah, she's like, my food's up here. I gotta hurry.
But it is a romper room, you know, and it's unfortunate because even at this convention, there are a few speakers I wouldn't mind listening to. You know, would have gotten a lot out of, but I'm not going to support something like that financially. Just to get to see those few people, you know, I wish he would weed out some of the muck in there.
Yeah. And Bradley says she won't be going back again next year.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's mentioned that to me as well. She said she may do it virtually, but not going to do it physically and in person. It's just too much.
Right. I wouldn't trust it.
And even I had an interview with her like a week ago, and I've been getting a lot of earrings ever since. So I know she has, you know, stuff that goes on around her. And that's the most I've experienced is just ear ringing. Really sharp, high-pitched ear ringing.
Steve is back.
Yes.
Oh, you snuck in. I
Did
just
you
happened
eat
to look up
something?
and see you.
Did you get a chance to eat something?
I ate during my intermission at
Oh, good. Okay.
well,
I was
it
gonna
was like
say
1 o'clock.
you're gonna need something.
Yeah, I got
That's
my
an
water. Here.
interesting. That's an interesting point about you getting these earrings or these tinnitus. Because I remember a while ago, I used to have like tinnitus every time I went to sleep, but for some reason, nowadays I don't have it anymore.
Okay.
I used to have this constant ringing.
Mm-hmm.
That could be advanced technology being used on us, you know. From who's to say from where, you know, government or extraterrestrial type of thing or interdimensional, you know, but definitely I feel like there's some kind of higher technology being used on us then. Whether it's to do like a scan on you and figure out your vitals and what you're up to, or if it's to implant information or an idea in your head, you know, I'm not sure. But for me, it was happening when I was out working in the garden or in that area. And so I would just be walking, doing something. All of a sudden I get a high pitched ear, you know, in my left ear, I believe it was. Wasn't even both ears. And it would just be a high pitched sound. And it would just be like a bell that would eventually just fade out, you know, start out high pitched and then fade out a little bit.
Yeah.
But real acute, I will say that, and it happened after my interviews with Penny Bradley, and she told me to be aware that, you know, things may shift in my, you know, around, and I may get visitations from, you know, alphabet soup, but I have not.
Yeah, that happens. That happened to me.
Okay, no, I'm kind of off grid. I'm like hidden, So if they're going to find me, there may be a delay, but eventually they may show up, but so far, no. And I got cameras all over the property, so.
They showed up and I'm like, you know, they were asking questions about her. I'm like, well, you know, I'm pretty sure you know more about her than I do. This is the first time I had her on the show. So I have no idea what she's talking about. Why don't you go talk to her yourself?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, get out of here. But yeah, she says, you know how many people won't have me back on the show because of that? Yeah. And I said, they're chicken shit. I've had her on there several times. I don't care.
That's good.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I've had them parked outside my door, and I was down a few doors down one night, and a car pulled in, and see where I live, it's a roundabout street, but my apartment and other was down here, you have to drive up in this driveway and there's no exit on the other side. So one way in, one way out. So this car pulls up and it turns and it's sitting directly across from my apartment.
Wow.
And I'm like looking at it and the lights were off. And I'm out here and I'm talking to somebody. She said, who is that? What are they doing? I said, well, it doesn't belong here. I said, hang on. So I start going towards the car and they took off real fast. I was like, what are you doing over here? I don't care. I live in a small street. They cannot get in and out without us seeing them. So
yeah, I've had a few of those instances, but
I haven't had many. But I will say that it does happen. But then there are those people like Veronica, who I met up with down in Bisbee or down in Tucson, and we went to Bisbee and we went to dinner, and every single person that was walking around us, she's like, I think that's CIA. I think they're watching us. And I'm like, I think they're just dining. I don't know. I think they're just walking around.
You're paranoid.
You know, so there are the two extremes, but absolutely, I think they will send cars and stuff. I have not experienced that, luckily. And I'm not sure how I would react to that, because I'm the kind that would grab a baseball bat and come straight for your car, you know. So I don't have fear when it comes to confronting those.
They'll leave before you get to them.
You know.
But you know, you see more when you are not panicked and paranoid, and if you just don't care, you're more open to it.
Okay.
Like, you know, there's somebody watching you. Like, there was one night I'd gone to dinner someplace, and there were these two men in the restaurant, and they were kind of whispering, and they kept looking over at us. And so when I went by the table, I could hear them, and they were speaking Arabic. And I used to date somebody that was Arabic, so they taught me some keywords, and I'm like, huh. So I just kept going, and they seemed a little out of place where they were, especially here in Texas. And I'm like, okay, yeah, we gotta go. Let's go. It's time to leave. I'm not having any more to eat. Let's go. It's a buffet. Who cares? We only had one plate. Time to leave. So, but yeah, I mean, if you're panic stricken about everything,
Paranoid about it, yeah.
and paranoid about it, then yeah, you misconstrue everything. Yeah, you screw it all up because you think everybody's out to get you, and you miss the key factors that are there. So it's just best to know that, you know, if you think you're being followed, stay around where there's people. You know, don't go walking down an alley all by yourself. So that's all you got to do. Go home, lock your door.
And I'm lucky too, because I live like kind of in the country, but we have a very strong neighborhood watch. Everybody's got private property. We're watching you signs up, you know, because we've had people come down our road before with cameras and taking pictures and scope, you know, casing the place. So everybody's on guard here, and we got cameras up all around the property as well. So.
Well, they're stupid to come here. I live in the ghetto. These people around here, they don't care. They'll shoot you as you drive by. So, you know, I'm pretty protected in the ghetto.
Yep. I like the ghetto. I've lived in them before myself. Very colorful.
Yes,
you know,
definitely.
as far as you never a dull moment.
I used to laugh because, you know, you'd be sitting outside and all of a sudden somebody down the road starts shooting and you're like, oh, time to go inside.
Oh, yeah.
Don't want to catch a stray.
I lived in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, I think. And I was the only white guy in the neighborhood.
You were their token. They took care of you.
Yeah, I had some guy walk up to me sucking on a pacifier one time and ask me what's up. I was like, how's it going? You know, I don't. Yes, on a pacifier. It was something to do with something. Yeah, I don't know, but he was a lot taller than me too, and I just said, "What's up? How's it going? I live here."
Is that good?
You know, and he said, "Well, okay."
Can I try that? I mean, what's going on?
It might have been a gang thing or something. I'm not even sure. But this is back in the day, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, something like that.
See, now, according to Steve, I like to take everything home and feed it. So I would have looked at him and said, do you want me to make you a baba?
See, they would take that. They would accept it because you're giving them crack back. But I'm telling you that if I would have shown any fear, you know, and I didn't have any, so I was comfortable where I was.
You need mama make you baba.
See, then they would accept you. They'd be like, okay, this is from the neighborhood. She's throwing it right back.
Where do you think I get my smart mouth? It's the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. I lived where I got called Mighty Whitey, and my sister got called Snow Whitey and all that kind of fun stuff when she'd come to visit, you know, but you just overlook it. And they're fun neighborhoods to live in, let me say. They're but I used to go because I used to smoke loosies. I guess I didn't smoke, but I would go buy a loose cigarette from the corner store.
Right.
And I would do that at 3 a.m, and I'd have a group of people there looking at me like, you must be a cop. And they would say that you must be a cop. You just must be a cop. I said, no, I'm here for a loosie. I'm just here to buy a Lucy. And they're
I don't
like,
smoke enough to.
where's
I
your
don't
gun?
smoke
You
enough
must
to
be
buy
a
a
cop.
pack.
And I'm like, no, I'm just a white guy walking through the neighborhood.
Oh, see, now in our ghetto, everybody carries. So whether, and you know,
Okay.
the funny thing of it is the neighborhood I lived in before was worse than this one. And every time I left my house and I was in uniform, leave to go to work, they'd be like, there she go. Never had a problem though.
No,
You know,
yeah.
so it was okay because when I wasn't in uniform, I was outside talking to them all, so it was okay.
Uh-huh.
I did warn them all though, so they weren't like surprised. You know, you don't want to jump out of your house in uniform and the drug dealer down the streets ducking and bobbing and weaving, you know.
Well, sometimes I'd pass another white person because they'd be there visiting someone, you know, and they wouldn't look at me and they wouldn't make eye contact and they wouldn't acknowledge me. And I'm like, oh, you're scared. I'm like, you're going to get it right around the corner. You're just beelining it to the subway. I can tell, you know.
Oh, God.
I knew better. I didn't come home carrying Gap bags or Banana Republic, you know, or whatever it was in back then.
Oh, that's a big target on your back doing that.
Yeah, no.
Right.
I would put it in a backpack or something, or put it in another bag to carry it home.
Oh, not me.
Yeah,
We're allowed to carry out here, so we just carry open.
Okay.
No big deal. That's a little harder for me now, so now I usually put it in, like I have a I have a bag that sits on my left side that I usually put it in. Or if I'm carrying a backpack, I'll put it in there because it's harder with me in the wheelchair because the holster goes right up against where the arm is. And a lot of times if I were to try to draw that out, I would hit the arm, drop it on the floor. That's just what I need to do, you know?
Yeah. Oops.
So, hey, can you get that for me?
I accidentally dropped my gun.
That would suck. No.
Shall we
What are you
start?
looking at? Yeah.
All right. So again, everyone who's watching, this is the second video of 2 for the day that I wanted to show, and I'm glad you guys encouraged me to stay on longer, so we'll get it done. But this is from July 23rd, and this is what, like 19 days after the last one we just watched, and this is post the UFO convention that Tom Althouse had went to with Veronica, and this is on Veronica's channel. So we'll be seeing what they have to say. I have not watched this at all, so I prepped it just so that we can watch it here. And we'll probably be pausing a lot, going back and forth, but it should be interesting having you guys here too with me.
And how that all happened. Okay, so Siren, if you'd like to introduce yourself and then go ahead and start your toning or whatever you'd like to do. Thank you for being on Code Breaker Real Talk. Here we go.
Okay. So, this is my first time looking at these people here. I don't know who Siren is, or Divine connections with Susan or Aaron. Michael Kopp looks familiar. And Tom Althouse looks like he's ready for the beach. So he is in Florida, right? And he's in that spare room that he had me stay in.
That might be Susan Long then. I can't tell from this photo.
Yeah, here, I'll play it again.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me on the show. Hi, everyone. I work with frequency, sound, tone, and energy, which through light, sound, tone, and vibration changes and transforms energy. So the intention of this brief toning is to harmonize and open the space. So I'm happy to do that. And
Are we
I'm
supposed
grateful
to be
here
hearing
with,
this?
with your show.
Can you not hear it?
I can't. No.
Okay.
Sometimes I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Huh. Let me see what I can do. Because I think you guys are looking at... Oh, hold on. Just bear with me. Are you hearing any music, by the way?
No.
No? Okay.
Nothing from the video.
Okay. Yeah, how can I get this to...
Is it because we're on here?
Yeah, because if we need to pop off, we can pop off.
Are you seeing this now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I see Beyond.
And how that all happened. Okay.
Can you
So
hear
Siren, if you'd like to introduce yourself and...
No.
No.
Interesting.
Where
Maybe
did I
should
go?
keep going to Brenda. Or is it just on my screen?
I can't find the...
No, it does, yeah.
Where did I go? Dun, dun, dun.
Am I gonna have to do this?
I think.
Oh, okay.
I think that may work.
I think that is Susan Long, though. She's pretty cool.
So you can see it now, but now I got...
I
I got
see
the
name tags.
Mr. Hammond here on the other side. Let me see what I can do. I think I know what I need to do. It's the first time me trying this out. So we're gonna make this large.
Yes, figure it out as we go. It's fine.
Whew. Okay. We should be good now.
Oh, is he also on Discord? I just see name
And
tag.
how that all
Oh,
happened.
there,
Okay.
yeah.
So Siren,
Can you
if
hear
you'd
it?
like to introduce yourself and
No.
then go ahead and start your toning or whatever you'd like to do. Thank you for being on Codebreaker Real Talk. Here we go.
No, you couldn't hear it?
Nope.
I gotta adjust the setting on it then.
So who are all these people?
People from that conference. They're people who do psychic stuff and UFO stuff and all that.
Oh.
And one of them that I see on there that may be quite legit is Susan.
Can you hear the music now?
Yes.
Okay, I figured out what I need to do. Okay. Okay, I think we figured it out. Forgive the infinity window here. We are in space.
Do. Oh.
It's a setting with Zoom where I have to go in and yeah. Perfect.
We may just get there.
I'm learning here. This is me trying
I'm
with
learning.
Zoom, and I know I need to go and do some of these other streaming services. I want to do a multi-stream at some point where I could have it on TikTok, Facebook, and hopefully Twitter too. I'll get 4 different locations. But
Are you using OBS?
Yeah.
You should be able to do it with OBS.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it more because I haven't figured it out quite yet.
Mine stream like that. Mine stream on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Kick, and I don't even know what else.
Oh man, I just can't click on anything, can I? Look at that. Okay. I need a third screen. That's my problem.
I have 2 and a TV.
Yeah, it's cool having the two, but I'm seeing the limitations now.
Yeah.
It's like I need at least 6 screens.
Holy cow.
Going vertical all the way up.
You need a bigger room.
No, I mean, I got the wall space back because one of my cars fell off the wall from the hook. It actually broke the blister pack on the car. I'm like, son of a bitch. So I took the rest of them down. And I'm going to put a more permanent thing up to hang them all in. Yeah, I was just laying in my bed and one of the cars fell off the wall. It was like one of those kerplunk things.
Wait a minute, it came off the hook or the hook came off too?
The hook came off the wall. And it's connected by like a sticky tape.
Oh.
It's supposed to hold half a pound. And it wasn't. It was like less than a quarter. It was like 8 ounces.
Wow.
Or less than 8. No, it was like 3 ounces. Those cars are like 3 ounces. Did Chad have to step away real quick?
I don't know, maybe.
Alright, we're just waiting on Chad.
I'm here.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Alright, we'll get this started then.
Veronica.
So Siren,
Super
if you'd like to introduce yourself
Psychonica.
and then go ahead and start your toning or whatever you'd like to do.
Pussy
Thank you for being on
Bionica.
Overseas Possibly.
Thank you for
Iconica.
having me.
Veronica.
Thank you for having me on
Okay,
the
so
show.
I'll
Hi,
stop.
everyone.
That is
I work with frequency, sound, tone, and energy, which through light.
that's my intro to her.
They all need this siren wind intergalactic energy woman here just to balance out all the negative that's currently on the screen. So I don't know. I think this Michael Kopf guy, I want to say he's fairly innocent, but he looks... I swear I saw him on other shows. The pink shirt. I don't know.
Mike.
And Susan I'm familiar with. I'm friends with Susan.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Aaron is new. Yeah, I've seen Susan on Veronica's show a few times.
And Susan's getting pulled into this a little bit too. I mean, don't get me wrong, but she is legit.
That's all part of our journeys. You know, like, even though we're seeing all these people on screen, they're not all 100% affiliated with each other. We need to keep that in mind. But,
they all have their private opinions of each other too.
Yeah.
It's an interesting world. Yeah.
For what we know here, as of now, Veronica and Tom are on the same page. And Veronica's still buying into Tom's whole story. And didn't want to believe what I was saying. Which is strange, because at the time I had like 1 or 2 more interviews than Veronica. And it's like she made it a competition. She like made a point to say, oh, we're on interview 22, now interview 23. Like, she's just started bringing them on every week. Just to get more interviews than me? Well, congratulations, bitch. Now you got it.
How much you want to bet that Tom is focused in on that little Aaron chick?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right?
Just saying.
It fits his starlet template. The template of the starlet. Yeah.
Yep.
Is it just my Zoom, or does it keep going to Brenda or Chad when they're talking?
I see you.
Oh.
Because now I see Chad instead of,
So are you guys seeing the video here or not?
Yes.
I mean, on YouTube, all I see is the panel, but in Zoom, I see whoever is talking.
You could change that in the settings. Like,
Yeah.
there should be some option to show everybody on the screen if you want.
Let me tell you what it is.
But what I'm trying to make it so that, I mean, my camera feed is actually the live stream. So you guys should be seeing.
I'm trying to get that match, but
it's all good.
How do I do this? Pick two. Now I see looking at chat.
And sometimes I think if you swipe the screen, it'll go to the other one.
Oh, what's going on?
It'll swipe over to the panel screen.
Oh, I double click. Maybe that's what keeps it.
Just hang on. If he starts the video, that'll stop doing that.
And I got an option to remove pins, so this should all stop. I should be able to see all these folks now.
Okay. All right, I'll hit play and we'll see what happens.
Sound, tone, and vibration changes and transforms energy. So the intention of this brief toning is to harmonize and open the space. So I'm happy to
no
do that,
sound.
and I'm grateful to be here with your show. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, Siren. Thank you for actually going, and thank you for all the light language that you provided for us in the drawing.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
And you're hearing this?
No.
Aha. Why?
I don't know.
Why is it making me do this? Alright. So I'll have to do a screen share. Just bear with me, everyone. We're going back into infinity. Okay.
Your toning or whatever you'd like to do. Thank you
Yes,
for being on Go
it
Big Go Talk. Here we
works.
go.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me on the show. Hi, everyone. I work with frequency, sound, tone, and energy, which through light, sound, tone, and vibration changes and transforms energy. So the intention of this brief toning is to harmonize and open the space. So I'm happy to do that, and I'm grateful to be here with your show. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, Siren. Thank you for actually going, and thank you for all the light language that you provided for us in the drawing.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so real quick, this is who's talking, and I have it at 1.5 speed, so just so that we can get through it a little faster. But yeah. So what do you think about what Veronica's doing here with the incense?
I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face.
Basically, that, Brenda.
And the divine girl, whoever she is, she looks like she's ready to check out.
Susan Long, yeah. It's Susan Long.
That's good. It shows they have a conscience, at least.
I know
And Susan's real psychic. Susan's pretty psychic. She's...
I'm looking at her face and she's like, this is bullshit.
It looks very
Like I said,
performative.
everybody has their own opinion, even though they're on the panel. Yeah.
Thank you, Simon. Well,
No,
you're
it's very-
Susan's done.
So I'll send you some of those little drawings that I got. That was beautiful. Thank you. So we'll start with Siren. What did you best like about the conference, or the people that you met? Anything special that popped out?
Well, I was really grateful to finally connect with so many people in person, because I feel like many of us have been working so deeply our whole lives in all these different areas. And it's actually my first conference I've ever been to. I've done some fairs, metaphysical fairs.
This is like, she has the worst video stream on this panel. Like, she's just she's like 8 frames a second or something. 4 frames a second.
So it was really lovely to connect in actual real life, you want to say, and and experience the synergy. And I love the dancing because I love to dance, but I love the dancing aspect too because then that's another way of, of connecting with others. So.
Thank you. I did. I had the pleasure of obtaining one of your beautiful light language scenes. I went to your table twice, and I just knew I had to purchase one. Like like maybe. Anyway, and one popped out finally the second time, and it was like I said, "Is this like a siren, like a mermaid?" I said, "Because I'm just like so connected to it," and sure enough, it is. And it was from Sirius, and I'm like, "Ooh, I have connections there." Real quick, iPhone user, who are you, please? Let yourself be known.
What?
Or not.
I'm Sybil.
Yes, I made
it. Jesus. Oh my god.
Made me jump.
Oh. All right, give me a second here. I'm gonna try to show my screen on this live because I am not being shown. All right.
And it's probably pretty bad to say, but this Veronica looks like a trans.
I just saw that message. I'm not very good at Zoom, but I did it.
Hey, thank you for being on. Siren was just letting us know about what her experience at the conference, and then so I'm glad that Siren made it and you made it as well. I know I told you guys kind of like a month out, but I'm glad that Brian was able to make sure we all got there. And then I enjoyed all your pictures, your photography. Your son was so cute. I don't know if you got to meet Tom and Michael and all of us here.
No, maybe not. But I met Siren, and but I didn't hear her speak light language. That's cool. I can't do that as of yet, so I don't know how people learn to do that, or just have it download, because it seems to be that one person speaks it, it sounds like the other person speaking it, so it really is a language. And it's very old. I've heard it's been going on for many centuries.
Yes.
So.
I first learned that in church, when they said we're going to baptize you with the Holy Spirit. And then I always spoke that way in my head anyway, so it was just really easy. And then right now, when she was doing the coding, I saw sigils. Like I just saw what was coming out. It's so cool. So you can learn. But you do great work with your photography and your artwork. And did you get a chance to photograph Tom or paint him yet?
Which Tom Althouse?
He's right here. He's my co-host. And then
hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Yes, we took a photo together, and I heard your presentation, your amazing presentation.
Thank you.
I think you proved that you wrote that.
That means a lot. Thank you. I've been battling that one.
It was actually so.
Sybil is an author and a photographer.
It doesn't take much to convince people, does it?
No. But Sybil is also, she listens to AI and gets her information a lot from AI. So she's part of this, like, I don't know what they're promoting, but it's supposed to be like this intuitive AI or something. So she bases we've had to pull videos with her on it because the AI told her that it was endangering her life. But she is quite naive to this and just kind of jumping into it full force. I noticed, from the pictures that she took of the conference of like Christy and Brian and such. So, but she's hook, line, and sinker.
I wonder, did Tom charge for the photos or no?
And she's professional. I mean, she takes great photos. Yeah, I think she also paints.
This is a good example of somebody who's brand new to the Tom Althouse universe, right?
Yep.
And
they're all...
It is what it is. But here, we're doing this here. We're reviewing this so that those that do find my channel, and those that have been here too for a while, that we're able to discern where all these people are on their like discovery of like who Tom Althouse is, but then also we're analyzing what's currently going on. This was just 2 weeks ago, so it's
energetically what's bothering me is their throats. I don't like Tom's necklace. I don't care for Veronica's, and I don't care for the next thing around Cyrene. But okay.
Now that you mentioned that, I can't even see Cyrene's neck. Looks like it's black.
Yeah.
Since when does
I'm not
Tom
sure if
wear a
Mike
necklace?
even has one.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
It makes it look like their heads are severed. I just don't like that.
I'll tell you something. I don't know if you're seeing this, but the stream should. I have this little pennant of shungite, and I've since wrapped it in copper. But I had an exact like duplicate of this that I got this. I ordered this to arrive at Tom's house, and I gave him another one just like this, and I've been wearing it ever since. I took it off twice to charge in the sun, but I've had this on for well over a year, and I'm sure he took his off the moment I left. But that's to help fight the EMF frequencies of the phones. And I wear it all the time. And you can see clearly Tom's not wearing his. Because he probably got rid of it. He's probably like, stupid Steve. Like, I did all this stuff. If it were any of these other people on the panel that did the things that I did, he would have been like, oh, thank you so much. I gave him carbon C60. He didn't even know what that shit was. I'm like, yeah, Roseanne's taking it too. It just completely went over his head.
But he slapped Michael Jacob's patch right on.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
And I don't trust that guy any.
And I asked him what ingredients were in that patch, and Tom's like, "Oh, I didn't think to ask." It's like, man. All right. All right, so we'll continue here.
So much information that I didn't absorb all of it in the beginning, but then I definitely absorbed enough to, like, yep, he wrote that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's coming out in layers now. I just met with patent attorneys. No, it was international attorneys. International Forum. They're going to be launching our claim into the international forum now. We got these top doctors and attorneys that are doing it. So everything's switching around. So I think all the stories will open up now. And what's funny, I want to share with you real quick. What I walked away from the conference, I'll show you, is I walked away with this, the dragon.
Oh, cool.
And the little duck. So it's like dichotomy. You just have dichotomy. So the little duck.
A dichotomy.
Yeah.
I got a little pink duck.
Yeah. Well, I think that's, we don't lose our childlike. We don't lose our, all the facets that is us. And we keep that harmony in ourselves. And I think they try to tell us that that's crazy. But no, we're to have these different layers in us that I think we embrace them all. We can be in balance. But anyway,
Yeah, he has a different energy about him in this video compared to Roseanne's. Like, he seems a little more relaxed, but, like, different.
That's because he's not trying to hit on anybody here right now. I mean...
It's tough to watch so many people on a screen and just try to figure out what's going on.
It's amazing that I'm really happy to hear that you can still fight for this after all that they did to kind of block your claim.
I'll give him
death of that singer. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I recently learned that to file a lawsuit, you need to put up like a retainer fee, like $2,000 to $4,000. So if it's like, I wonder if he's shopping around trying to find somebody who will pay that fee for him.
I think this. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I think this is a different Sybil than I was talking about, so I may not know this woman.
Okay.
I'll have to look. I'll watch her a little closer.
Yeah, we just know from this video that she met Tom at the conference, and now she's on this panel now with Veronica.
Yeah.
George Michael, beautiful.
Yeah.
So now we can lift him and all those that also were taken. Eva, I don't know if you met Eva, who was doing the clearing work. She worked on me before my presentation, and she was at our table, and she said something amazing about Maui. I don't know, Aaron, if you were there at that moment, but she was talking about, I think you were there. She was talking about how people are, saying how terrible and everything about Maui, but she said that she was there and that people are just sending love on it. And that reminded me about the balance, that sending love on these things they do to us is actually giving us the power back.
Yeah, I keep seeing it in different areas too. I don't know. I feel like my time there was my health was turned around. Not that I was that bad, but I just felt at the time in Florida and getting to use LifeWave patches every day.
Holy crap! So they got her too. See that?
Yep. It might be her. I think it's the double speed that's throwing me off.
Okay. Do you want me to play it at normal speed?
No, not at all. There's no reason to. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not relevant. I don't think yet. No.
What are these LifeWave patches she's on about?
Yeah.
No idea.
Oh.
It's a mystery thing because they don't even know what's in it. Because I asked Tom what was in it, he's like, I don't know. Could be poisoning you.
Could be cocaine. Who knows?
Yeah.
It sounds like a lot of fluff is happening because the first lady that was speaking, that was saying, I don't know what she wanted to do, some ritual, and it all sounds. It's
a siren.
Yes.
A siren language.
It all sounds overly spiritual, like it's all fluff and there's no substance. It's like, oh, look at, and then use some buzzwords like universe or whatever they want to say, but it's just basically peacocking.
And it's technology. It's not a chemical or anything that's in the patch. It's technology is what I just read. So.
Oh God.
Oh. Yeah, let us know what you find if you pull anything else up. Because I'd look for it now, but I'm using enough screens as it is. All right, I'm gonna hit play.
So many amazing doctors. I'm about to order some. I'm gonna do it.
You know what? I'm under Michael Jaco. I didn't know that he did it, and I just, I was talking. Sorry, Tom. I was talking to his nurse, and I'm like, I know Michael Jaco. I'm like, sign me up. So I got him for me. And then my son had been telling me about the X39 patches for a long time. A second person, and it wasn't until the third person, that I went to this conference. I'm like, you know what? The universe is telling me what they get me. I'm like, I'm in. Did you hear about those, Tom? The X39 patches? You were next to them.
I wear them. Like, I do them on my arm. There's actually a scar right there alongside my arm from lipomas.
And I told him that I know Michael Jaco. Did you tell him that you hate him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you talk nothing but crap about him? Or now you're on his side because Tom and him are friends? Jeez. Wow.
So she had a different opinion of Michael Jaco before.
Completely. That's the reason her and I met, is because I didn't care for Michael Jaco. His energy rubbed me wrong, and she called him out on a live panel one time. Wow. And called him like a CIA implant or something like that, basically saying he was infiltrating their program or whatever, the SSP community.
She should have went with her first instincts of him because he is a CIA asset.
Yes, I know. And now she's all about him. Wow. Now that is fake as fake can be. That's why I have to just shake my head to it. Sorry, but yeah, we can continue. Let's listen to her praise him.
All right.
And his patches.
I want to go back 5 seconds.
I wear them. Like, I do it on my arm. There's actually a scar right there alongside my arm from lipomas, and now the lipomas are gone.
I have them. I have one lipoma on my scalp I'd like to get rid of. That would be awesome.
Stuff works. I'm just telling you, it works. That's why I gave it to Roseanne Barr. I passed her, and I was telling this lady on the plane too, about this stuff too. It really works. I want to make sure first, but it does. It works. And
oh my God! So Tom was talking to people on the plane. I wrote the Matrix. I wrote the Matrix. Woo! I feel bad for whoever had to sit next to him like that.
Yep.
He probably didn't shut up the whole flight.
Isn't that wild? Did you catch about the blue pill, red pill?
Yes, I couldn't believe that. Because I've been saying red pill for many years, and now it makes sense what you meant by it. That was.
The term red pill is in our social lexicon now. It's evolved past the movie The Matrix. It is now just a way to say, like, you're looking into the truth of things. And here this asshole is saying it's reversed in his script, which he never shows. He never even showed the scene where it happens, where he has the red and blue pills there. Still have yet to see that. But I'm not going to count on him showing that.
The blood, it's better to be blue pilled.
Right, the blue.
I was in Paris, and you spoke about that artist Yves Klein, who was into that color blue. I was in the 80s, in Paris in the 80s, and he was really popular, and I remember that very well.
Well, see, that's so cool. Our whole, not to hog the air here, but our whole civilization is going to go through something right now where people have been, through religion, supposed to turn off the idea of longevity. But the thing is, in my screenplay that I was given, downloaded with everybody else, it's that longevity program. My character, Thomas A., the Neo, is trying to make sure that longevity is offered to everybody. Because if you live 200 years, you wouldn't cap it off at 100. You live 200. If our lifespan was 300, we live 300. And especially if we live pure health, we wouldn't cut it off. But our religion tells us we're supposed to say, okay, I can't wait to be in heaven. I can't wait to be in heaven. Well, heaven could be right here. And if we have longevity, what's wrong with that? And you know what makes me want to stay on this plane forever? Is you guys. I want to be with family and friends and loved ones. And so I don't want to go. I don't want you to create for me. I want to be here celebrating, creating. We can do it forever. So that's why the way to defeat the cabal is they're using longevity as a playing card, as a leverage card to make a one world society. And we got it now at Stanford and IBM. It's happening right now. That's why the Immortals. So they're now leveraging that, saying like all these different people on different political spheres are going to come together and have longevity. But that means they're going to put the X, which is eliminate the rest of the population. The way you counter that is longevity for all. When Joel Silver took Alder Carbon off my work, it is the premise of the rich in the future have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. Let's not be the pawns. Let's have the longevity also. And let's make sure that we take the lead to make a better world for our kids in the future by having longevity. So that's why I want longevity reclaimed and also the Neuralink reclaimed. And then we can put these guys, like I said, on trial and convict them from their own memories with Neuralink. And that's happening now. The trademark office, we got these attorneys that saw the Roseanne show, and I'll show up in a second. But they called me and they're pushing it through so we can get our patent back, because if you published it, if you have the published proof of Neuralink right there, then we get to post date and enter. We got him. So that's what's happening, is we may just have that 70 years apiece. And bless you guys for having such beautiful hearts. I met you guys, many of you in person. Aaron, you guys, yeah, beautiful. You guys are beautiful. You guys,
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Tom. You know what's funny is right before the show, like maybe 5 minutes before the show, I wrote down, because I have a little chalkboard that I like to write things down, like to hype myself and my kids up. And I'm like, prosperity begins with your thoughts. And I wrote down, abundance begins with your thought. Healing begins with your thought. Love, money, creativity. And you just said longevity. I have a hard time saying that, but how do you say it?
Longevity.
Straight up. Yeah, go longev. Go longev and then add the rest. Longevity. Longev.
Okay.
Hard out.
Not entree, but longev. Okay, got it.
She wants to say longevity. She can't help it.
Michael, I met you for the first time, and what do you do? Like, what do you like to do? And how did you get a hold of like being the MC for the conference? And how did you get involved with this community? And what did you like? So many questions, right? And we'll go around the room. What did you guys like best? And just go ahead and take it away, and then we'll have Aaron.
All right. Well, as you said, my name's Michael. I'm the podcast host of Writing Through the Unknown. I also host The Energy That Surrounds Us. I'm co-host for Paranormal Versus and Beast System. So I'm also a paranormal investigator, but I have been, since I was a kid, interested as like a hobby, looking into the esoterics and just keeping an eye on what's going on in the world, that's like the hidden truths that are out there, and seeking a way to bring the truth about. And in June 2023, my father, who was a big advocate of mine and supported me on this journey, unfortunately passed away. And so to commemorate him in his honor, I started Writing Through the Unknown. And little did I know that that would become my journey into learning that I was in the programs, that I have a whole hidden part of my life that I'm uncovering. And so I was going to speak at the conference, but because I didn't have memory, like Drago and all of them, they were like, well, how about you MC? Because you're a podcast host, you'll be good at MCing. So I was like, all right. So I got to listen to a lot of great talks and presentations and learned a lot. And unfortunately, it kept me from the galactic stage most of the time. So I missed a lot. So looking forward to the links to where we can watch all the presentations that we missed. And the fun for me was, like I told Susan this, is meeting the people who have been on my shows and finding them as authentic as they are on the show in person. That's who they really are. And I appreciate that, because a lot of times you meet people and they're totally different in person than their persona online. So I loved how everybody was authentic and opening and welcoming. So this was my first on-stage disclosure conference to attend. And yeah, my mind has been blown. I've been like trying to piece things together and share what I've learned. And I'm like, yeah, I remember this one. I remember this one. But I'm like, I know there's more, but I can't remember right now. There's just so much to decode.
Said you had like deja vu when we were like getting ready to go on, so that's really cool. Okay, real quick, Aaron, Elizabeth, you made it.
Yeah,
you made it to the conference. You made it here. Or should I call you Rogue? All right, you talk.
So yeah, but I just wanted to say that like I'm super grateful that I got to make it to the conference, and the way that like everything, like Veronica, like everything kept like trying to block it, but it
like
still worked out. So, that was amazing. Yeah, I loved about the conference the most being like, of course to meet everyone, but also to just be in everybody's like shared energy field. That was amazing. And also it was super trippy for me. Like I still am like trying to process everything, because this event like this is something that for my whole life I knew was going to happen, but just I didn't know what it was going to look like. But I always knew that like it would be something just like this, and so and also I think I was receiving like a lot of like downloads, activations the whole time, so it made me like what I didn't like about the conference was just that happening to me. I know like it was all happening for a reason, but that happening to me made me it was like difficult for me to say everything I wanted there, because I was just going through a lot. Like I could feel a lot of shifts, a lot of stuff changing. But I was able to talk to people, like tell my stories. Like I know Sybil, I was talking with you when we were out on the beach, and I shared a lot with her, and that was like, you know, and it's just it was really beautiful. Like I've never experienced anything like this, but it was like a totally new feeling. Like it's like I feel a way that I've never felt before. It was amazing. And a lot happened. A lot's happening now.
Dude, I think the Siren Wind chick is tattooed from the neck down. It's just all tattoo ink.
Oh.
No, it looks like she's wearing a turtleneck.
It
No,
does.
I can see her neck details though. Yeah, you're right. Like it's painted on her flesh.
Yeah.
Like a black.
It looks like tattoo ink. I just noticed that now. I wanted to point that out. But yeah.
Now, you know, but yeah, it feels really good, really positive, but also very different. Like it's very, very different. So I'm like trying to, you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to see how I feel, you know, but yeah, I'm really glad it worked out.
Thank you, Erin. So she was my roommate, and she's like the best roommate.
Speaks light language, but she has her throat blacked
And
out.
one morning, she's up at 3:30, and then I couldn't sleep. And
Ain't that something? Yeah. It's like what the tool that she uses, it's just all.
Yeah.
It's dark. Anyways.
I caught the wave, and it was something to the point that she was not to return where she came from. And I picked it up, and then she goes, how'd you know? And I'm like, I don't know, I just picked it up, you know? We went to go get some snacks, some chips, like just, you know, just talking. And thanks to Brian, she was able to stay where she is right now for a while. And we found out that I'm pretty much, she's Rogue and I'm Logan, but at the same time, because, you know, I have Sheila Wolverine and all that stuff. But at the end of the movie Logan, he saves a little girl. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's you, Aaron. And we couldn't believe it. So she discovered she's Rogue as well. If you guys watch the X-Men movies, like this is the type of things that happen in a conference. Like, whoa, I just remembered a past life or who I am, you know, or X character.
That's funny because I thought Susan was supposed to be Rogue.
Yeah. I wonder what she's thinking of through while she
She doesn't look like she's enjoying herself at all.
She's not that engaged.
That's typical though, but yeah.
Where she is right now for a while, and we found out that I'm pretty much she's Rogue and I'm Logan, but at the same time, because, you know, I have Sheila Wolverine and all that stuff. But at the end of the movie Logan, he saves a little girl, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's you, Aaron. And we couldn't believe it. So she discovered she's Rogue as well. If you guys watch the X-Men movies, like this is the type of things that happen in a conference. Like, whoa, I just remembered a past life or who I am, you know, or X character, whatever. Does that happen to you guys too? Like, I guess we can ask Susan or whoever wants to talk, or Aaron. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I resonate to Gambit. The psionics. I resonate to Gambit with the psionics and the cards. Every time I watch X-Men and I see Gambit, I'm like, my head peeks up and I'm like focused.
That is so cool. When they can freeze time. Susan, were you gonna say something? Or?
Yeah, I mean, that was Merlin that thinks Jean Grey was created from, you know, my abilities, but I don't know if you noticed it lately, but I'm not doing it right now, but I'm tired. Like when I was on Rob's podcast a couple weeks ago, I was glowing. Like, when am I going to be able to make my fire aura again? So yeah, and Merlin got me looking at the history of Jean Grey, and I was like, wow, that's weird. Even her body changed like mine did in different decades, which was
Jean Grey,
really
not
bizarre
Rogue.
for me. So okay, but then I also kind of resonate with the Black Widow too. There was just so many different programs, because I remember being an assassin and slitting guys' throats. But yeah, try not to laugh at that, because some of those memories are pretty grotesque, you know, what we did to people. It was kind of funny. Brian brought up that one thing I used to do to people. The attempted rapist. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that stuff. Oh my gosh. What was I gonna say? Siren, did you meet any people? I know we had Miles Johnson from the UK, Laura Eisenhower, other people like Jean. I forgot his name, John or Jean from Paris. Did you get to meet any of
Jean-Charles.
Yeah, that one. Say it again.
Jean-Charles.
Jean-Charles.
Jean-Charles Moyen. I spent 3 years in Paris. That's why I can speak French. But also I was learning it a long time before that. But, well, let me just, since I'm talking now, I just want to say that I got a lot out of being there and meeting everybody, a bunch of new people. Some people I knew already from other conferences, but I hadn't gotten to go to one in a year and a half or something. And I feel I got this cool crystal at my last day, so I'm happy about that. And that girl who was selling them, she has a son that came at the end, and I wanted to try to work out with Brian next year. If other people want to bring their kids, we could arrange some childcare. That might be cool. But anyway,
because we're not really supposed to take children because
we're not.
No, but I'm glad he did.
Did he say that?
Takes his daughter. Well, that's what they told us in the March 2021. But Brian was not like a part of that yet. And then that's when he. So yeah, childcare would be cool. I mean, Brian takes his baby, and Obi is wonderful. He was very well mannered. I know Amadia took hers, and I hadn't seen.
Well, he's 20, and so he's a grown up, really hip kid. He knows all this stuff or a lot of it. So
yeah, he was with us in the one in March of 2021, and she brought all her kids. So there was just some people saying we shouldn't bring kids because of the stuff we talk about. But if you can, maybe just make sure they're not around when we talk, especially when we talk about Montauk or
Well, he was listening. My son was always listening to something himself, and I think it's good. But he did pick up stuff from the people and different ideas than he gets from the normal internet, where more counterculture,
Right. I wouldn't mind taking my kids. I even told they're grown, but I said I hope one day you guys can go with me. That'd be cool.
That'd be cool if they had a conference where they wanted to bring their kids. That'd be awesome. Everybody can meet everybody's kids.
Yes, that's a good idea. Sybil, we can ask Brian for childcare or whatever. That'd be awesome.
I mean, just like one person could watch him at the pool for a couple hours, and then another person could, stuff like that.
I like that idea. So, Siren, what are you gonna do next year? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go again? Or what are you gonna What if you do some of your singing or clearing for people? Because I know it was your first time, and you brought a lot of your artwork. I hope that they got to see it.
Well, what I brought was the physical representation in a way of what I do through energy and through frequency, through sound, because the art is somatically created.
Is she a robot?
With geometries and layers of light color. So it was to give that experiential and ability to, have activating healing art.
It's like a
to
buzzword
take
machine.
home with the people that are called to the art. But what I actually initially asked was to present and talk about the different.
I wonder if she went
modalities,
missing
light
at
language,
night
'cause there's so many
and
perspectives
jumped into the
and
ocean.
understandings about it. Share some information about the ancient technology of it, and then after the discussion, offer a sound activation. That's something that I feel guided to do, or even sound immersion / activation. Where it's intuitively. For what the energies are at the time. So that would be my intention, and that's actually what I'm doing at some other conferences coming up. But there wasn't, at the time that I signed up, there wasn't space for that with any more presenters, but I'm definitely interested in that. So, if Brian's interested in that, I'm happy to do that, because I do create a lot of meditations, activations, on my YouTube and things for people to experience as they're evolving, opening, clearing, expanding, etc. So yeah, that'd be great.
These are all
I like
keywords
that
for
idea.
bullshit, by
Go
the
ahead,
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has any of you kept count of the amount of buzzwords, lady speaking?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like
it's off the
buzzword,
charts.
buzzword.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just all fluff.
There's nothing about this lady that's authentic. Yeah, and right down to her polka dotted. Okay, let me not talk about it.
There's a lot going on for sure.
Yes.
So why did Veronica decide to stop dyeing her hair blonde?
Because Tom doesn't like blondes.
Oh, well, there it is.
She's been accused of also being activated because she's in her sex bomb character with the blonde hair or something like that. So yeah, so I think she's avoiding the blonde because she doesn't want people saying that she's in her whatever character.
All right.
Ask her about
Still
light,
looks
energy,
like a
colors,
trance.
frequencies, things like that. So when you do your work,
well, is that Texas?
I was saying she still looks like a trance.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Well, she's the She-Hulk, so she's got a lot of masculinity going on behind her. According, you can see that she's wearing her She-Hulk shirt.
Yeah, it's all muscle under there.
And
no, you didn't.
by
know
the
that?
way, I created that artwork that's on her shirt.
Oh,
I'm
really?
not receiving any money from this either. Yeah, I created that artwork on AI. I didn't draw it. I created it on AI.
Oh, okay.
That artwork that's on her shirt. So
Did
it's
she
not
got a-
like I own it.
Did
'Cause
she
you don't
make
own
one
it.
shirt or did she make a lot of shirts?
I'm just seeing the one right there. That's the first I've seen it.
Okay.
So I'm imagining she's selling shirts now with a big old square picture in the middle of it. That looks stupid.
It's
Okay.
it's really tacky. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. She may be better equipped than I am.
That's the red.
Stop.
It's the red kryptonite on her necklace. All right. I'm trying to be nice, but we got Siren that might jump into the ocean, according to Brenda. So, so whatever.
And I do have the lady down below. She is an artist. There's another lady that's a photographer named Gloria Toss, and so I had the two confused.
Okay.
But it's fine. They're both, they're both the same. Go ahead.
Do you see certain colors with certain sounds and notes?
Well, yeah, and I actually started when I was an infant. I would see people's thoughts with the geometry. So, like, I could see the sine waves of energy, the color, the shapes, and then I would make sounds with my mouth as a small, child, and I would watch how it would change energy. And then I was like forming and working with my hands, and what I could see as symbols when I was young, could see the symbols. I didn't have
It's like she's talking with her thoughts. Her video is not even 1 frame a second here.
name for it per se, but that's what I was learning how to navigate through as a very small child. And what I do, that's how I see things, is through the colors, the waves, the sounds. Even in a conversation, like, I can see that change as people are talking. I can see the different sine waves shifting and changing, or the color tones, or energy, or the room's energy, all those different things about it. Subtle changes of energy.
Okay, so question, do you think she's actually seeing this stuff?
I don't know.
Like, this is a gift she has, but I'm wondering
that
if
would be a little different if it is,
Because, like,
she says she can see colors and makes noises using her mouth.
I mean, the only other people, she's not even. It looks like she's not even using her mouth to speak because her frame rate's so bad. But I'm saying, like, I've known tarot card readers to say that they could see auras and colors.
Right.
So I'm wondering if that's something similar, like there's some legitimacy to that. Or if she's just writing that out, like, just bullshitting. It's hard to tell.
That's a coin toss there, yeah.
Given the amount of buzzwords, I'd say it's all fluff.
Yeah. Me too.
Okay.
I lean towards that.
All the time.
Well, when you were doing your opening, I saw ancestors, like there's like ancestors around a campfire. It was really cool. The sounds seemed timeless. It was really cool to hear you do it.
Thank you.
That is so neat. I will. Well, actually, you can just message Brian, because I think he's trying to put something together for all of us to be at the Sedona place, because he's getting ready to purchase a huge landmark there. And it's actually the conference room where Deepak Chopra, I don't know how to say his name very well, but that he spoke. So that's his intention, is for us to be there either before the year's over, or anywhere, he said, between like October and February. So I'm pretty sure we'll get an invite or something, and then next year, of course, it's going to be in July. So Siren, make sure, you tell him, hey, I'd like to present this and that, because it's basically, most of it's going to be guided for healing, but at the same time, we might do, like we did there, speak in the Super Soldier panel, and like maybe Tom too as well. I did suggest my friend, her name is Lisa Weaver, that she can take her horses. She is like a horse whisperer. She's the owner of Turquoise Ranch in Texas, and she said, yeah, she would love to. So, well, there's just a lot of possibilities. He's also saying that perhaps we'll go speak in UK, like a few of us. I don't know. We'll see. I told him that we were going to go international, and he was like, wow, yeah. And then we already have people coming from, from out of the country. So there was a few guests. Some were from Canada. It was a nice couple that I met. A lady from Poland. Her name is Angelica. I got to interact with her. We got to host, Brian and chose like a little group. Susan was there too. We were there hosting the guys from Denmark, Lucas Alexander and Loudon. He was actually, Lucas Alexander was actually married to the queen of punk. And he's putting out a movie. But of course, he can't really say it's real, which it is real, but they would like want to take it down. The story of his life. So I met a lot of interesting people. I met Sarah Adams finally. She is a beautiful soul. Sometimes we hear things, we're listening to certain people throughout the ages. I mean, I started listening to her and Max in 2016 and James Caswell and a bunch of super soldiers, and that's how I had my awakening. So, some people will create rumors or whatever, and then you're like, oh my gosh, you start believing it. So it's like, it's not until you meet someone and you look into their eyes. When I met Tom and all of you guys, like Simon in person, Sybil in person, Elizabeth, I knew Susan already, Michael. It was just like, wow, we're actually here, and I can see the beauty in your souls and the passion that you all, we all have to contribute to the world, to let them know, hey, this is disclosure now. We are disclosure, because we know that the UFOs and things like that, the CIA is pretty much behind it and has CIA people like Luis Elizondo. He's still CIA, even though he says he's retired. Bullshit. So all I know is that we are disclosure now, and we are in need of other people to also go and just dig deep through all this year. If anybody's interested in going, like, find out what your abilities are, what you're here to do. Like, for example, I finally got this book by Arthur Christenberg, The Invisible Rainbow: A History of Electricity and Light, and he was the one that warned us a lot about our cell phones, how we're being
I've read
tracked,
that book.
You know, the satellites that were under.
What are your thoughts on it?
It was interesting. It shows how the first signs of mental anxiety or mental illness came out around the time that electricity did with the operators and the phones and stuff. He kind of makes a connection between the gridding of the earth and the electrical magnetic interference and mental insanity.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Cool. Thank you for saying that you read it. Because I'm looking into the energy grid stuff, and that sounds like it kind of falls into place with that.
But it was on Audible. It was an Audible book. But yes.
Oh, okay. No, that's a fine.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I also
you need
have
to
a
consume
physical book, but sometimes it's easier when you have long drives to just listen to your books.
Oh, yeah.
And I go back and forth between the two, but it was an okay book. Yeah, he had a good point. I don't know if she's saying she met this guy or what is she saying?
I think
Why
she
is she
said she
promoting
picked
the book?
Yeah, she like picked it up. Hold on.
Like, find out what your abilities are, what you're here to do. Like, for example, I finally got this book by Arthur Christenberg, The Invisible Rainbow: A History of Electricity and Light, and he was the one that warned us a lot about our cell phones, how we're being tracked, and you know, the satellites that were underground and things like that. He warned us about Elon Musk. So did Tom. Tom warned us about Elon Musk a long time ago. Some people are like, oh my gosh, I love Elon. I'm like, really? You have no clue what you're doing.
Did you see what we discovered? Did you see what we discovered? It was just sent to me. Did I show you that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh
Tell
my
me.
God. Everybody have a second? Can I throw it?
Yes, go for it.
Are you ready for this? It was sent to me. So my family ancestry comes from Bern, Switzerland. Where
Oh my God, let me show you. Rightio.
royals from Swiss royalty. They just sent me that Elon Musk's ancestry comes from Bern, Switzerland. We have the castle, the Treacle Castle in Bern, Switzerland. So also, Elon Musk's family line and mine also came over in the 1600s from Switzerland. Also, we have the Mennonite background. Also, he was accepted at Penn State University, as I was. Also, his great-great-grandfather's buried in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. That's where I went to school at Central Bucks West, which is in the Matrix, Doylestown, Pennsylvania. And then the Neuralink is mine, and they gave it to him. We have been crossed parallel paths the whole way. It's like, he said yes.
The Neuralink is mine, and they gave it to him. What a wild claim. The Neuralink is mine. He's claiming all of, like, think about this. All the research that goes into implementing this in a physical way to be put into people's bodies. He's claiming that's all his. He's not even there. It's like an absent father. Yeah, that kid's mine. Yeah, but you haven't been around for 20 years. Yeah, but that kid's mine. It's like, what the fuck? And that's going off the basis that he's telling the truth that it's his, which we cleared up today. No, he doesn't have patents or anything on this shit.
I'm actually curious how many on that panel would actually believe it.
Well, Susan looks like she is not believing a damn word any of them say.
She seems to be the only one on point. The rest is just, there.
Yeah, they're
Susan is invested in this a little bit, so she's invested a little bit, but she is authentic as well. I mean, this conference is just a romper room, and she's a little bit invested in all of that, but you can tell, yeah.
The other four are just going to go along with whatever's happening, it seems.
Yeah. And if she doesn't agree with something, you may not necessarily know it. She's just, it won't come out of her mouth, I guess. So she's a hard one to read, yeah. But she's definitely authentic. Like she's psychic.
All right.
So then I said no.
She's read me before and done quite well.
She what before?
Read me before, read my energy. Told me a message that was coming through her to me, and it was exactly the way I meditate and exactly what I do, and they're telling me to keep doing it. So she's pretty spot on.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to continue.
Neuralink is mine, and they gave it to him. We have been cross parallel paths the whole way. It's like he said yes to them, I said no. And then they put this thing about, Spielberg had this thing up about, you have the two, and the strong eats the weak. Well, he wasn't able to eat me. Now it's what they would consider weak with compassion is superseding the strong, if they want to put it that way. So everything is turning around in such an amazing way, where Elon and I were supposed to go parallel the whole way. I was supposed to encourage him to do the right thing. He's not going to listen to me. He's too into the lust side. So I'll finish the job without him. But we're now reclaiming it, like the patent attorneys and everything else. But that blew me away. But I did want to throw something to Siren again, if I may, not to just blow your mind and throw it. Orpheus. Orpheus in the Greek mythology could soothe anything, even the sirens and the animals and the beasts and the people. So do you see, I don't see it anywhere yet, I haven't seen it, where music or notes or tonal qualities are employed to reach other animals, reach them and find out what frequencies they are soothed by or connecting with us. Because I do believe there's going to be a reconnection with us and the animals, that will come back to a peace chord of harmony with our fellow beings and sister beings. So I think music's going to be part of that, just like the Greeks had Orpheus. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I do, and I feel that as well. And I mean, we're energy, we're frequency, and really, if we're starting and beginning with ourselves and what we're harmonically existing at, like how we're emitting. When I walk every day and I'm communicating with the animals, with the birds, with dragonflies flying so close to my body, and it's not like something that would be normally perceived, where the animals are as close to me as they are, but it's because I'm toning when I'm walking, I'm sounding when I'm stepping, and we all can communicate telepathically innately. And as we're tuning, we can really do that, where we can communicate with the animals, and also even beyond that too, the inner earth, all the inner earth beings, that everything is opening up through the earthquakes, right, and all the other earth shifts and temperature changes, etc., that we are meant to co-create and communicate with everything else, and that begins with frequency. And all of these higher, more evolved, when I say higher, I mean more acceleratory, vibrationally living harmonically in union with source energy, they can communicate telepathically, and they can hear what we're emitting, whether we're aware of it or not. So that will create that resonance if there is a communication with other animals, birds, insects, whatever it is. It's just a matter of us becoming present and aware how we're going to.
Yeah, I think it'd be really amazing. As you talk, I could see a TED Talks or something where they start showing certain tonalities that, and showing the effect it has, where there's a bridge in communication, and that'll help humans understand more that animals are actually more intelligent than we give them credit for, and that they have something to teach us. So I think it'd be really cool to show examples of that connection through certain music, and that would be the language, like a universal language that would then reach these different creatures. Like I would see that with dolphins and things like that. They use tonals already.
Well, I have to tell you, Tom, you brought up dolphins. Can I? Yeah. So one of the nights, because we couldn't really swim during the day, I think I only got to swim during the day like 1 and a half day, because we were like working. So I would swim at night, and everybody else, like Brian and everybody, would like swim at night. So that night it was just me going to the ocean, and then like 10 minutes later I was singing, and then 10 minutes later my friend Amy, the one that does the jewelry, showed up, and I'm like, hey, let's just sing, right? Because I just love singing. I was singing already. Mother Earth, the ocean, the water beings, dolphins, and then so we like whatever tone we wanted, just really happy. And then I'm like, let's float, right? So then we both decided to take a break from singing, and we started floating, and I made sure that the water was like covering my ears, I could breathe, like floating. And then I heard, you ready? I'm like, oh my gosh, the dolphins are here. She goes, what? And then she did it, and she heard them. And I was like, what? We were so happy. Oh my gosh, they were like 3-4 miles north of us. And other people said that they saw them during the day, and I was just so grateful. And that night I had found one seashell. It was really big, but I couldn't find my towel for some reason, and so I'm like, oh well, I guess I'm not gonna be able to take it with me, but I really wanted to. But I'm like, oh well, somebody else will pick it up. So then the day, I think it was the day when Sybil, we saw those huge ships around the tower, and you were taking pictures of us, and I said, look what I found. And there was 2 huge heart-shaped shells open and 2 small ones. And they had barnacles and seaweed growing out them. I'm like, thank you, dolphins. And I brought them to show my kids. I was so excited. And just coming back and recalibrating in the salt water, I needed that. Because I have what I call sea legs. I get like cramps all the time. So I have to like take myself to the water in the tub. I do like, what is it called? Magnesium chips, or Epsom salt or whatever, borax, whatever I can find. And I just.
She has sea legs. What has she got on the ship half the day? That's what sea legs are. You get back off the ship and you're like wobbling around. Whatever. This is why my earlier stream was going for 6 hours. I'm just stopping commenting on all this. All
yeah,
right.
and when you connect to animals truly, like I can, it's frustrating to listen to them talk like this, like they're Snow White walking through the forest and all the birds are flying around them. You connect to animals and you allow them their space.
You hit that on the head with that.
it's
hit the
just
nail on the head.
it's not like what she's saying. And animals are amazing to connect with, but their own energy, I don't know. So I'm not following her with that, but and you can sing, like I will sing or hum, and I don't sing pretty, but they don't care. But the deer, just as long as you're just kind of talking casually and really calm, they don't really care that you come near them. I understand what she's saying, but it's a little different than the Snow White version she was talking about. But
Yeah, because Siren was saying about the dragonflies being by
Yeah.
her, and she's like humming, like that's just like
Yeah.
Snow White.
They come up
The
to
dolphins.
me because they're curious and they're nosy, or whatever. But that not because I'm like Snow White walking through the forest and I got all these animals dancing around me, but I can still connect with them, in my own way. Not like what she's saying though. Yeah, we can keep going though if you want. Yeah.
Love being in the water, and that helped me to just heal. Even my friend Lisa was like, "Oh my gosh, when you left," because I told her, "Dude, we're going to the lion's den."
Yeah, I'm on it for a second. Okay, I'm on a round table show.
Like, we're going to the lion's den, right? And so she said, "I saw your transformation and everybody's transformation. How
Okay, I'm gonna make those in 1 second.
So I saw that transformation, and I'm very highly telepathic with my animals. All my fur babies are rescue. I have 2 cats. One is a Russian blue, the other one's a Turkish, and then I rescued Lola, my German Shepherd, and her 11 puppies. But I came back more aware, even though I was, but more patient with them. And I was just so happy that I met you guys. I'm so happy I met you all, and everybody had.
Yeah, real quickly here. So we're watching a video, and I have everyone in the smaller screen on the corner that's with me: Brenda, Chad, and Texas Learning. And I should be up in the left-hand corner. But, yeah, that was Chad that was talking, and Bounty Hunting Bear said, "I agree with the man talking. Can't read the name, I apologize, but I don't agree with her." Being Veronica. So, just more confirmations in the chat here. We're on the right track. And, they also said Neuralink, Bill Gates has the same thing, just works different. Elon, drill in the head is old tech compared public awareness. Gates companies, Synchron, it grows around the brain, no surgery. And then he said she's spewing delusional that was shown to her by a not nice. Just say it that way. I don't want to piss anyone off. Yeah. And Learning says, Bounty, try counting the buzzwords that Siren is talking.
Story and has a story, so
There's a lot of them.
continue with whatever you guys want to talk about, and we'll continue inviting more people. Even those that didn't go to the conference, it's fine. I mean, it's not just, oh my god, it's just us, okay? No, it's for the world. We're here for us. We're here to tell our story.
Jay, what if I showed up? What would they do? They ask me to leave? Probably.
We're here to say what our breakthroughs were, whether health or, writing your books, writing your stories. I was able to touch many lives, and they touched mine. And I encourage, even this guy at the airport, I'm like, so, how do you like live?
Yeah, Siren's tatted all the way down. You can see her arm on the side there now.
Okay.
That's tattoos, Brenda. Hey.
That's lizard skin.
It is. I was going to say the same thing. It doesn't mean bad, right? Lizards aren't, but it is lizard.
I picture her tongue coming out and catching those dragonflies.
Oh.
Both sides of them.
Working or living at the airport, he's like, man, why don't you write a story about what it is being in the airport? He's like, what? I've never thought about that. Like, I just want everybody to write and enjoy themselves and play their instruments. And, enough said, I do sing a lot to my fur babies and play my instruments, but I want to hear about you guys. So if anybody else wants to go, I'll shut up for now. Thank you.
I love that you call them fur babies. That's so cute. And I got a Turkish also, by the way, Turkish kitty cat. So very lovable.
I came back.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I came back and I have 2 fur babies, and they were very happy to see me. And but they had a good week with their dad. So it was kind of a growing experience for us all. But oh yeah, I was thinking, as Tom was talking about animals, sometimes I have a feeling that one of them, or
especially one of them, she's telepathing with me or trying to, and are you stupid? I'm trying to tell you. You know, they're smart. They're telepathing, and sometimes we don't get it.
So we were talking about at our table too, about how cats will fixate on something that doesn't look like it's there to us, and they'll like fixate on it. And you're like, what's here? You know, it's like, I thought it was really fascinating.
Yeah. Real quick. So Susan, I would tell her about my cats.
Yeah. Bounty Hunting Bear says, in my opinion, this is a group that is misled. All their energies aren't good. Yep. We're watching this mostly for Tom and Veronica that's on here. I don't know any of them, like any of the other ones. I personally don't know Veronica. The only person I know on this panel is Tom. But for like how he turned out, how our business relationship turned out, it's just not, it's all sour to me now, so I don't believe a word he says at this point.
So Susan basically is checked out of these people. Michael needs to run for the hills.
Yeah.
Erin now, she's lost. She's a lost child. Siren,
she needs therapy, really bad.
she needs to jump back into the ocean where she belongs. That's all I got to say.
But I agree with you, Brandon.
And I gotta tell Veronica, that wasn't dolphins you heard going ee 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 ee. It was Siren. She was probably debating whether or not to eat your ass.
Yeah.
Probably debating whether you're male or female.
Oh my goodness.
I don't want to be a dick, but it's like a drag queen, you know?
Veronica.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't know what to say. Because I haven't heard that
Vernon.
about her yet, so.
It's always a first.
Chaz?
Yep.
Is she
Yeah.
Veronica or is she Vernon?
I wouldn't know.
Vernon or Veronica?
It's Ron.
Veronica.
Oh, Lord.
We never went there.
Oh, good.
She may be Veronica. Who knows?
Yeah.
It sounds like a lucha libre.
I mean, Tom,
Veronica.
and look at Tom. He looks like he's like one of the Beach Boys with his patted down hair pullover.
Oh, he normally doesn't wear a shirt like that either. The V-neck.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't wear those kind of shirts. He never wears a necklace.
Yeah.
You know, his hair is horrible.
Yes.
I mean, what?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Who
And
is
the
he?
shirt open thing is just
It's not him.
yeah. It's something I did because I was hung in a lifetime, so I always have my first two buttons unbuttoned usually, you know. So
I mean,
but
when
for
he
a
first...
show I'll only unbutton one and I'll leave the top one, you know, the next to the last one button,
Right.
though, not like him.
When he first came, when Penny started dragging him on my show, and he was on my show all the time, I used to tell Penny, tell him he needs to loosen up, because he used to come on there all the time in a shirt and tie.
Yeah.
All the time. The rest of us, heck, half the time I was wearing my pajamas. I didn't care. But he just needed to loosen up. So apparently she told him that. Because the next time he came on, he had on a blazer and no shirt at all, and he went like Chippendales. I was like, what are you doing? God. But, you know, this look right here is not Tom.
The pearls?
I don't know who this is.
Is it the pearls?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, because he doesn't wear necklaces. He just doesn't. This is not Tom that I know at all.
He's going through his 7th midlife crisis, right?
Probably. He probably bought a motorcycle and it's sitting in his driveway because, he's going right through his midlife crisis again and he hasn't learned how to ride it. I don't know what he's doing.
In the past, before I had Lola, she's like, I hate cats. And then I'm like, you better watch. And then she gets a cat. Like it goes into her neighborhood and she's like, oh man, there's this cat here. And I'm like, it's there to take care of you. And now she just loves it, right? Right, Mom?
My cat was a Velcro cat when I came back. Well, mostly I was mad that I was feeding all these people, my money. And then I have feral cats on the porch and I don't want to feed any more animals. But yeah, but now that I just had a cat, he showed up actually last year when I went to the conference. So I was a speaker last year and my dad died. So I didn't get to wear my costume because I had to go home to Pennsylvania, Delaware area. And I got to wear my costume this year. That was good. And then I got to see you and Amari. I haven't seen you guys since 2021. I got to meet Tom and I got to meet Sybil and Aaron and Michael in person. So that was really nice. And I think my favorite part of the whole thing was the costume party because I spent a lot of money on that Jean Grey X-Men Last Stand costume. So that was nice getting to wear that. And I met so many people that have just followed their life on Facebook that were the same in person. So you feel like you already know them. So that was really nice. But I didn't talk to Randy and I didn't talk to Jean-Charles, and now I'm wishing I did. But what's the original question? I forgot.
He was talking about your cat.
Oh, he was, first when I walked in, he was like, where have you been? And was trying to ignore me, but then he was rubbing all over me and wanted to kiss my face and was trying to pet my face in my bed. I was like, get out of here. He's like, kind of silly. And then he was all curled up next to my head. He usually just sleeps at the end of the bed, but yeah, I could tell he missed me. He's laying right here asleep in my massage room here. But yeah, he's usually near me or he gets upset by accident. The other day when I went to work, I was in a hurry because I didn't get home till late Monday and then worked Monday morning. I realized I locked him in my craft room bags because I came home from work and I was yelling, little bit, where are you? Didn't hear anything. And then I went upstairs and he was trapped in a room upstairs, couldn't get out. I don't think he left any presents for me. I didn't smell anything anyway. So that's
It's funny. Keep in mind too that when you get back, they are really close to you. Like my Turkish cat, and then the other wild cat is just all over me. But somehow they feel when they get really close to you, that means okay, now we're close. Now we can share your food. So it's like now it's like climbing up, climbing, get the food. I'm like, where'd this come from? It's like we're best buds now, so let's share food. And so it seems to be the deal.
I do share my food with them. You guys?
Well, I find it interesting that there's some food my cat won't eat. Like it won't eat the salmon from Aldi, but it'll eat tuna out of a can, and it'll eat eggs. What else was eating this week? I forget.
Does it eat pate? Those cat food pates like in the can? Mine won't touch that. They're like, what is this garbage?
Yeah, I don't buy that. It just seems like a lot of extra trash. I just get the dry food and I'll give them some of my.
Bought it once, never again.
You know what? I found Tiki Cat. It's like organic, non-GMO. They like it except for like the crab part. Like they don't really like the crab, but they'll eat like the tuna and the fish and all that. And I don't like to get it all the time because I like to share my food. And then, oh my gosh, we're talking about animals. I just love animals. Anyway, I can go on and on. Michael, you want to say something? Or?
Just real quick though, I just feel in real. A comedian talked about this too. A comedian came on recently. I saw this where he said like, why would you feed your cat beef? Your cat's not going to track down a cow in the wild. It's not going to eat beef. So I was like, that makes sense. It's like they're not going to do that. Anyway.
Yeah. They like both.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, if the cow is dead.
Because big cats will eat anything, really.
That's the first thing I was thinking too, Brian, with big cats.
But big cats will track down meat and eat it, beef, anything they can get their claws into. And is Tom turning into a crazy cat guy?
Oh, he has 2 cats now, yeah. He had one cat when I was there. And
yeah, I remember he had one.
It wasn't allowed up on the island, and he was shooing it off when I was there. Now I guess he just invites it up on the island and whatever.
Yeah, it was such a difference hearing Susan talk compared to the other folks. She actually sounds like grounded.
Well, what I don't
like
understand
more in reality,
You know what I don't understand about this whole thing is Tom is not the UFO guy or psychic or spiritual.
No, where would you fit him in on all this? He's a...
He is... See, so the way he is dressed and with his necklace and everything, it tells me that he is trying to do things to fit in to that group.
Yes.
So before you know it, he's going to be wanting to do card readings and God only knows what else.
Yeah, I could see that happening. I'm staying away
like
from
a
the card
dolphin.
reading. See, I did card readings on Brenda's channel. I was accurate with all my readings, but I just don't feel right doing them now.
But they weren't. Yeah, but they weren't. None of them were negative. They weren't negative readings.
Yeah, they were all positive.
Yeah. Yes. But
It takes energy to do that. I got tired after that.
these people right here, some of these people, God. I think that if I was pulled up on a panel with these people, half these people, I would probably say, you know what? Y'all have a good night. Crazy. And just leave. You know?
I would actually enjoy seeing that. Seeing Brandon on a channel like this. Seeing how his
leave.
response, it will be...
I would be like, Susan, are you getting the same drift I'm getting here?
I mean, just imagine someone like Brenda or like Abe or Josh, if they come on the channel like that, and
Josh would respond. Josh would destroy everyone here.
I would love to see that.
He's really
Abe would tell them they all need Jesus, because basically, yeah, especially the siren over here. You know, you can't. The sirens are not good things. It's been proven they are not good. They are evil of the sea.
Yeah.
You know, they lure people to their deaths.
Yeah.
You know, they're not. It's why would you want to speak their language?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's like, oh, they want to play. No, they want to consume you.
And what is intergalactic energy, by the way?
Intergalactic energy?
Yes. The siren wind.
Oh man.
You know what?
Oh, there's one person I forgot. If we got Jesse on this channel, he would actually have a blast.
Oh God.
He'd be like, hey, what are those big things on your ears?
He'd be like, did y'all bring your Scooby snacks? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Bounty says, Bounty Hunting Bear says, yes, there's a conflict between the things that aren't photographic unless they want to be on film. And then he says, he has, and I think he's referring to Tom, he has been biohacked. You can tell. It changes a person's personality and the little things those close to him would notice.
Yeah. I mean, look, Steve, you interviewed him for 2.5 years. Did he ever show up with a necklace and an open button shirt?
That's not like him, no.
No.
It fits the character because it is all performative. He just blends in. I mean, that's classic narcissism.
You got it, yeah.
Those patches.
Very well can be.
Biohacking.
Yeah. I agree with that and what Bounty Hunting Bear is saying.
Yeah, and I mean, those patches, if they don't have like herbs and stuff in them and they're electronic.
That was wild hearing that. They said it's nothing that's like herbal or like you have like eucalyptus oil and stuff sometimes in some of that stuff or nicotine. They're saying it's some technology. Like he's talking about how like Neuralink's bad and he's wearing this fucking like he's wearing this chip patch. Like what the fuck? It makes no fucking sense, right?
Y'all just run out there and throw a patch of mRNA on you. Follow some graphene, would you? I mean, good God. Ain't no way.
Yeah, and then he's not wearing the shungite anymore, so whatever could be interfering. Yeah,
pearls or puka shells or whatever those things are.
That looks like something I got. No, it looks like some shell necklace that,
Yeah,
like, I got
baby
one
shells.
one from Hawaii. So,
Yeah.
it probably is from Hawaii. It's probably from when he stayed
Well,
there
he was
now.
just in Florida, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he probably got them there.
Probably the shirt too, probably, because he didn't have a shirt like that. He used to say he doesn't wear black because it's negative, and here he's wearing black. All these contradictive things all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Cats like salmon, and when I make salmon, I give it to them. Now my Kiki, my Russian blue, oh my gosh, she goes crazy when I make chicken, and she has to have like a little piece. Sorry, there's a thing here. A little piece of. But you're not supposed to. I guess I don't know if you're supposed to or not. Like some people say, well, you can't be feeding them raw chicken.
Table
But
food,
I
don't
give
feed
it a
table
little
food.
bit. Huh? What's up?
They say don't feed them table food, but my cat loves chicken too. Like, just loves chicken. I'm like, okay, here's more. But yeah. And you were speaking about frequency too, Siren. And it's like, I just realized cats taught us about frequency. Because the purr, they said the purr, something about you guys can fill this in. The purr is one of the most soothing things to humans. Like, they learned a language for us that soothes us. And I forget what that frequency is matching that they picked up and somehow developed. The purr is.
I'm going to say right now that cats did not teach humans about frequency. We knew about frequency a long time ago, and we just forgot about it. But with the fact that cats are in Egyptian culture and everything, I think they did have something to do with that. Like, they were more understanding of it.
Their purring is like, when I didn't feel good, my cat would lay on my chest and vibrate my chest by purring, and she would make me feel better. So they have like calming. Their purrs are a good vibration for healing or calming.
It's called endorphins, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, and also the resonance helps. Like, you have the tuning forks, Brenda. That
Yes,
stuff's
I
a
do.
very similar thing. It's all about the resonance, the harmonics. And of course, cats will have that too. Our voices have that. That's why this siren girl's walk. I don't know how slow does she walk if she's like humming at the same time?
I don't know.
Like moving like a ghost. Slow motion. All right, I want to keep it moving.
For humans. So
It's the from Mother Earth. Oh, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Siren. I'm gonna say something in chat here.
Well, that's what I was going to say before when you were asking Tom about the tones, the different tones and what they do. I actually, I made a video before with examples of, say a tone that would basically open a shape, open a door, window, a portal, etc. How that would sound in the tone, and then showing with my hands what the energy is actually doing as it's opening to remind also people that that's how you can do that too. Everyone can do that with these different tones. And like, for example, the Om or different key tones, if you're utilizing them in a way where they're active, you're as activated, you can actually do that, or you can close, open,
What the
move,
shit's going on here?
move, matter, etc. There's all different functionality, and that's one of the things about light code and us all being coded very specifically is that the code is like instruction, and that's technically, so it has potential.
This one on the bottom moved to a different room, and she's still getting interruptions here.
To do that, just like cats, cats are vibrating and oscillating at a certain frequency. I mean, if you ever really look at or feel a cat, they're weaving between all these dimensional planes and seeing so many different things at once. They're very evolved. The way their multidimensionality is in a body.
Oh my god.
Well, I got to give cats like aces over humans on being focused. I mean, cats know how to focus. Humans are always distracted. Cats really pretty focused. And I was when you were doing your opening too, I was fascinated by your hand movements. Is that a language? Your hand moves because you went like this at one point. You went like this, like a wiggle move. What does that mean when you do your hands like a wiggle?
Well, and that's part of when I am working with energy, whether it's like individually or with groups or say with the land, earth energies, etc., is that I'm using my hands very fast. And what my hands are doing is moving, shifting, opening, clearing, depending on what movement or what code is part of light language comes through the voice, it comes through the tone, it comes through sound, through, people call it mudras, hand movements. It's part of moving, shifting, transforming, opening energy in different ways. But I don't know specifically what I was doing at that moment. If I was doing that, it was probably flowing something through or centering it, harmonizing through.
Well, you made me think too that if aliens would meet us, maybe language to the hands is a good way to open up rather than.
If aliens aliens would meet. No aliens are gonna meet you, Tom. I'll just say that straight up.
No, and there are people that channel aliens like Docturians, and their hands go and that's spell casting. What their hands are doing.
Yeah.
While they're it is working energy, but is it them working the energy, or is it something inside them nefarious?
And that lady that was just talking is just saying on and on and on and on. It's just talking without saying anything. And she got a direct question, and it still took her ages to get there. Not even sure if she...
Some would say light years.
And you guys are correct. She is tattooed. She is tattooed from the neck down.
God. That was a very good one.
All the way down her arms, and her torso. I don't know if she's done on her legs, but I found her on YouTube, and I'm looking at her right now. And yes, she is.
Well,
she's a lizard.
Does she have an OnlyFans?
No.
I just want to see if she's fully tatted or not,
Oh yes, raise my frequency.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely upper body, arms, neck all the way down, and her hands are tattooed on the tops, and then nothing, and then she's got like signs on her fingers that go down her fingers. Like trying to make out what they might be, but she does a lot of alien and galactic.
It's awesome.
How much money would that cost to tattoo your body up like that? Like 10, 20 grand?
Probably. And it takes a long time because they can't do a whole entire torso and body like that in one sitting.
Yeah, it needs to be done in sections, yeah.
Right.
And also the time to heal from it, too. Why
Just
black,
walk
though?
away.
Like, she's just missing her face. Just do the face, too. Unless someone told her don't do blackface. Like, what?
Could be. That might be.
And then the last thing she'll have to do is dye her, the whites of her eyes. And then get those contacts that are like, the lizard eyes.
Because if I were to see her when I was walking in the woods, and we were to cross paths, it would creep me out.
I would think she was a skinwalker, and
That's what I'm saying.
I'd probably have to try to take her out.
I'd be a little confused.
Yeah.
If you ask this lady how she's doing, you get like a 5-minute tangent about spirits and frequencies before you actually get an answer. So how you been? Yeah, the frequencies and vibrations that I just felt in this nature, and about the intergalactic travel, and 10 minutes later, so yeah, but I've been doing alright.
I mean, she's into... Look.
If you get an answer.
Susie and I found out that Galactic Federation of Light, that is actually a very demonic thing.
Yeah.
And this woman's channel is nothing but that.
No, that's everything.
And she talks about light, what does she call it? Light speech. Energy.
I got something about that.
Speech.
First off, if you're actually surfing the good side, would you get the inclination to be like, yo, let myself be all inked up? I mean, you won't get that.
Yeah. I mean...
And light language is channeling.
Yes, and I, having the abilities I have a very hard time with channeling, with channelers. Because channelers can get voices from demonic, or they can be totally frauds and tell you whatever it is that they think you want to hear. So I don't trust them.
In either case, you shouldn't want them. because maybe this may be a tangent, but I've encountered a lady at some point who was also a channeler, and she did channel for real, but what she was channeling were demons.
Yeah. Most people that channel, that's what they're channeling for.
And the funny thing is, it was at some kind of a festival, with like 4 days spiritual retreat. I'm like, all right, let's just see that.
Yeah.
Because why not? And I talked to her. Say, yo, you say you channel? So, yeah, I do. I said, okay. So how does it sound like? Or how do you go about it? And she said, oh, I'll just speak through them, and everything they say, they use my voice box. I said, okay. So how does it sound like? And she said something, and it was not in the human language. So when she was finished, I said, okay, I have no idea what you're on about. So, oh, that's all fine, but if you channel with me, then I'll make sure you can hear it. So, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So I asked, so I did ask her, okay, but you don't today you don't have time anymore. She said, no, not today. Tomorrow I got a place for you. So, okay, tomorrow around this time, see you then. So that time came. And by then I knew she was dealing with the demonic, but I got my own people.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? I'll bring the fight to her. So I went over there, I talked to this lady, about this channeling stuff. And she looked at me very confused. Said, what? I never said I channel. Said, I did talk to you yesterday. I said, no, I didn't. And she was completely oblivious at the time. So
yeah, if you open yourself up to channeling, and especially demons look for that because it's easier for them. And once you open it up for them like that, they're there all the time. And it's a hard thing to get rid of. So
you watched Abe's show as well, and he's talking a lot about spiritual openings. And what these channelers are doing, they are opening the door willingly.
Exactly. Yep. And people don't use discernment when they sit there and they try to open themselves up for that stuff. You don't. Like, I had a friend who used to tell me, she had a channeler friend, and she used to sit there and tell me, you really should talk to him. He's really good. No, that's okay. And she could never understand why I wouldn't have him on my show. I wouldn't have anything to do with him. And, then she tells me that she went to this UFO thing, and he was there, and there was Bigfoots there, and he was channeling the Bigfoots and telling me what they were saying about me and all that. And I'm like, girl, did you pay him for that? Because if you did, you're stupid. I mean, you just, no. Yeah, I stay clear of people that channel.
That's what you just said about discernment. I mean, not to make it a circle jerk or anything, but I just gotta say that the average discernment of the average person is pretty abysmal.
That's true.
If you look at this panel, for example, there's like only 1, maybe 2 people I can respect in that sense. 4 of them seem absolutely lost. They got no discernment.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially Aaron.
She's like a lost child. That's the way I see it. I mean, Simon is all fluff to me. Michael looks like special needs kid. Sorry to say, but
he needs to run for the mountains, like Brenda said. Though he's in that naive zone right now, where he doesn't know enough to. He's just taking in information. He's not deciphering it.
Yeah, both of the one below him too.
Every single one of these people. Every single one of these people on this panel. When they say that there's a big mothership that's landing on Earth, they're going to be the ones out there holding up the cardboard signs that say, "Welcome to Earth." And probably the first ones that those people are going to eat.
I just be a bit of an asshole at the moment? Because I got something.
Go for it.
Okay. This Michael, he looks like the kind of kid when you're in the 5th grade and you're with the classmates, and he's also there, but he's actually 4 years older than you.
And Bounty, it is bad that it's sad that they are lost, but you know what? I've had talks with some people like these and Tom himself. And you can try to help them, but it doesn't work because what they feel their God is an alien. They're and you cannot convince them that it's
Anunnaki.
not.
Yeah.
That's what you were saying, Texas Learning, right? They'll be the first eaten, or was that you, Steve?
That was me.
Yeah, it was you. Because they are. It's like their religion, and they're going to be out there like, save us. Bring us up.
If they're that naive to think that these things aren't interdimensional, and then on top of that, we're at some point going to have this false flag where it's the government creating a UFO first contact. Like, they will be the ones out there being like, welcome. It's like, you don't know this is like a performance?
And when they do this, it's going to be destructive because the government has got the power to be able to falsify a UFO that can also use lasers to destroy.
Yeah, and all they'll have to do is have they'll announce an attack, and then they'll put the whole world in lockdown. Every government will have to like conform to the the WEF, the World Economic Forum. They're gonna have to like, oh, you need to have everybody in their houses like 24/7 for the next 2 weeks. Sound familiar?
That's coming.
Yeah. Well, if they're doing this whole thing where they're releasing these demonic creatures on the planet, you want to just stay in your house, lock the door, and stay away from them, because this is not going to be pretty. Because you got to remember,
and don't invite them in.
Our government with false flags, they don't care how many of the people they take out. They don't care. The less people on this planet, the better off they are, because it's less people that they have to fight against.
Yeah, that's why it's called an agenda, because it's a means to an end. They don't care about they view us as cannon fodder. If they have to get rid of us, they will, in order to push their agenda. It sucks.
Yeah.
But at least we're aware of that. These guys, they don't even know.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Welcome to our planet. Please take my blood if you need it.
Like, if we were to ask Tom right now if he believed that UFOs are real, he'd be like, well, I think I'm starting to believe that they're real. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. You have no clue what you're talking about.
We have... I'm pretty sure there are spaceships that come, but they're not coming from the Galactics. They're coming from a different dimension. And I've seen things that I know were real. I smell things that I know damn well they're real. But I think those are things that have lived here underground for thousands of years.
Yeah.
I think that we are the aliens on this planet because we were
underwater.
And underwater, like Siren here.
Yeah, and Bounty Hunting Bear, I'm seeing all your comments, and I appreciate you sharing everything. I do want to say that it's that like this stream, everything I'm doing with this, with like covering what Tom's up to, is to keep these naive people in the know about what's truly going on here. That there's a lot of deception. Everybody's probably doing some sort of deception here on the panel. Like, there's no solid like determination here right now. All I know is Veronica and Tom are working together at this point, and Tom's been very dishonest. To this day, he's dishonest, and he's lied about me. Who knows what else he's lying about? Probably 99% of the things he's talking about are lies. And so that's why I'm also doing this, is so that we try to save people from falling into the trap of all this, like the time sink of just going in here. And I know I have viewers here that have watched through all of my interviews, and they love listening to me talk and my guests talk, but I had Tom on here for quite a long time, and I don't want them to just think like, oh, like I'm the turncoat. I'm the one that ended up like changing my point of view on things and like abandoned him. I told Tom I'd never abandon you. And he ends up like cutting ties with me because of the Penny stuff. That's really what it was about.
Now, there's one thing you don't see this Siren doing on here because her thing's freezing up. But on her other videos, she constantly blink, 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 blink. She blinks a lot.
Okay, then, yeah, that says a lot. Did you read Jason's comment about Michael?
Yeah, Michael on the panel is a good dude. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we said. He's like, he needs to run for the hills and get away from these people.
Yeah, he seems
real.
completely oblivious to the darkness that surrounds him here.
He's just taking in information. He doesn't have enough information in him to discern.
Yeah, and that's the same with Erin. Those two seem especially lost.
Yeah,
in that sense.
Jason, I think that her name is Sybil on the bottom. Yeah, the bottom right. Just says iPhone on her thing. She's still just getting into doing this live streaming stuff. She's not even like all set up, ready to go. She has stuff happening, and I know that it happens from time to time, but it's not anything she's prepared for. She's just like, she heard that this was streaming, and she's like, oh yeah, I'll be a part of it, which is fine.
It's like I'm a little concerned because Rob, the one that does the podcast where he has all these people on there, Sybil and like Siren and them, he went to the conference. When he came back, he automatically called Susie, of all people. He contacted her and said, hey, can you come on my show on the 12th? And I said, Susie, I like Rob and everything, but he just got back from that concert. With Tom and the thing with Tom and everybody. And I'm just hoping they don't put her in there and have other people come up there like Brian and all of them and attack Susie when she's by herself.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen.
No. And I told her that if she gets up there and she starts talking to Rob and anything like that happens, Brian comes up there or anybody else, tell him you have to go and just click out of it and leave. Don't. Now, if I can make it there in time, I told her, tell Rob I'll go with you. So she told Rob, and Rob goes, oh, okay. So if I can get back in time, I'll go up there with her. That way she won't be alone and let them try to strike at her. I would feel very, very sorry for every one of them. Because I will not shut up.
And Jason confirmed for us here that Sybil is the one that is the photographer that does the article on the SSP people, the individual article. And she is the one that the AI, but she's not the photographer. Okay. So Sybil does have a role. She goes through and she does an interview with a super soldier and then paints their essence and writes about their essence, basically, from her perspective. So
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason runs around to all these different things. That's where we can go to Jason for information. You want to know about this person? Ask Jason.
And so Tom's going to be on Veronica's show this Wednesday. Is that what he's saying?
I think he said Michael is, right?
Okay.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Unless
Susie's supposed to be on the 12th.
And which show is Susie going to be on again?
Rob's Topical Skeptic program.
Okay.
Yeah. Tommy goes on there once in a while. Tommy hasn't been on there for a while, though. I talked to him today. All of his stuff is still messed up.
That's good that you talked to him, though. That's important.
I'm thinking that when Susie gives me back the computer, I'm going to ask Tommy if he wants me to send it to him so that he can go ahead and do shows again. Or he can use it for his writing. That would be better for him. I don't know. I just know that the other guy, if we send it to the other guy, he's just going to pawn it for drugs, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That guy ain't getting it. No.
Secret agent?
So.
Secret agent?
Yeah. No, not secret agent. The one that was the life after lockup guy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not. No. Mr. Wheelie's in the parking lot.
I don't know how many of you seen that. I think Jason was there that night.
Or
when
donuts.
We had that guy, William, from that life after lockup thing. And he ended up getting arrested again because he, at his age, in a Cadillac, decided to think he could run from the police again. I'm just saying.
Oh, Jason says Rob is going on Veronica's show? And Tommy...
No.
Maybe I'm misreading that.
Oh yeah, Tommy was on there 2 weeks ago. Yeah, on his phone. Yeah. No, Rob wants Susie to come on his show. So, and she has no idea why. She doesn't really have a whole lot to contribute to Rob's show. Rob's show is these guys and
she should just turn it down.
Program.
Yeah, she should just turn it down then.
Well, that's what I told her. It's during the week and it's going to be 7 o'clock in the evening, and she has a hard enough time making my shows at 9, for crying out loud. Last night she forgot completely about having a show and didn't show up for 30 minutes afterwards.
Oh man.
I was like, oh, Susie. But I had that premiere going, so everybody was watching it while we were waiting for Susie. But, nice. So I don't know how she's going to do it. But I told her I would go with her as long as I make it home in time. So I have something that I have to do on that evening. So yeah.
Awesome. And it feels like I'm in a time warp today. This has been about 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
Just 4 hours, that's all.
So Rob is going to talk about
Veronica's show.
And is going to talk about Max Spears, who, of course, Veronica is in love with, and they have a child together in the astral or whatever, you know,
and Susie knew
whatever
Max,
else her imagination has going for her.
And Susie knew Max personally.
Yeah. He's not someone to play around with, yeah.
Veronica needs to shut up about Max.
And I think there's another guy out there that's saying he's Max's father. Or Max is his father, yeah. Not Jesse, but I won't think of his name.
Wow.
Alright, well, I'm gonna start playing this again.
But Veronica's in love. Yeah, they're in love with each other. And have a child together in the astral.
Oh, wow.
Oh. So I'm sure that'll be a great conversation with Rob. I'm
speaking.
sure Max's mother will appreciate it.
People kill me.
Hands would meet us, you know. Maybe language to the hands is a good way to open up rather than volume speaking. It makes it more peaceful to use the hands in the gesture to welcome them, you know, and learn a language together to the hands.
We doing the shimmy.
Yeah,
Hey,
see?
Because you know what got me? I was talking about Aloha spirit in Hawaii, you know, and that kind of thing, and how they were teaching us also, about love, like Lahaina, love, giving it love. Well, they got this new series coming out on Amazon about the Hawaiian kings and their clashing. And what really, really bothers me is they're losing the tonalities of, you know, the spirit of their language and everything, because they got them speaking English. So these Hawaiians in this ancient time, they do the costumes beautifully, they do the actions beautifully. I don't know what the series is called, but they have them speaking English. And then what they do to bastardize it worse is they go like this. They have them speaking in accent English. So the Hawaiian ladies are like going, we need to get you to move. I'm like, what's so ridiculous? It's like, let's go to the actual tonalities that were in the beauty of that language that was indigenous, and then we can go from there. But Hollywood has to put it in English. Just like aliens meeting somehow in Star Trek all seem to speak English, even if they don't have the international communicator.
Okay,
Well,
I know a lot of
that alphabet,
Hawaiians,
this language.
and they like to speak English. I know a lot of Hawaiians. Tom, you're not Hawaiian. You don't know what they like. Maybe you should shut up. And he's going to be out there, Steve. I told you. He's going to be out there with the UFOs doing hand sign things.
Yeah. He's like, dude, you can't. I don't know. He's gonna end up offending whatever's coming down here.
Oh my god. And you know why I walked away from these people? Okay, do you see why I stopped dealing with UFO super soldier program people? Okay? Because of people like this. I just couldn't with them anymore. And before I had any of them on my show and said, you know what? You're a dumbass, you're full of shit, get off my show, I figured I'd better just not do them anymore. Simple as that.
Yep. Yeah, I go to comment, and then it just removes the whole screen and goes into the infinity screen.
Well,
we're doing all right, though.
What I did was I used to have Tommy, if I had somebody come on that was part of a super soldier program, I would have Tommy talk to them. Like Rocco. I had Tommy talk to Rocco. And then Tommy would come back to me and say, oh, I don't know about this one. And that's all it took. Because I know what happened to Tommy. Tommy still bears the scars from what happened to him. And so if anybody told me that that's where they were from and started saying all this stuff, I'd sick Tommy after him. And Tommy'd be able to find out if they were telling the truth or not. So.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to hit play.
Okay.
All seem to speak English, even if they don't have the international communicator.
Right. Well, that alphabet, this language, and then all the different languages for different countries is like limited boxes where they're not communicating with each other. Because like this box over here, this state speaks that language, this country speaks that language, and they're not able to actually talk to each other. That was created, you know. But if we go back to our all possible for everyone to utilize our soul language, is everyone has the ability to speak light language, and that's felt. It's felt. It's a sensation. It's known from the heart, whatever system it's from, whatever it's.
I just realized that that other lady left.
Yeah, Susan.
Yeah.
I told you she was like, I've had enough of this shit. I'm out.
I can't deal with this.
You don't put a psychic on a panel with people that are not truthful, because she knows.
Yeah, she feels it. She feels it coming from these two, probably this siren girl too. All three of these ones. Bad Nojo, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like people will feel, they'll feel the intention or the energy of, or they'll have their own translation of what it is to them, and it'll transcend. Yeah.
Another point of which languages in the past. There's like how many that survived, 300 some or whatever languages are still recorded. They're trying to catch the ones that are going to disappear as people die off. They're trying to catch them, right? The clicking language and things like that we talk about. But I would love to know which ones have the most kind of a spiritual connection in their expression. Because I'll tell you what, English is one of the most guttural. it's one of the most ugliest language for expression of sounds. I think it's just abrupt and cutting, and it's like if you want to scare somebody, I think English is next to Klingon. So it's like, but if you really want to have a smooth language, you have to find the ones that are like that.
Well, they say that, you're right, Tom. They say that the Phoenicians made the English language and the cursive. That way we can make, they can use this for spell work. I do a lot of spell work. I do spell work and hex removal. So I've been studying that. It's very interesting. Santos Bonacci speaks about that. He has many videos on why they messed around with the English language. And of course, it has to do with the bankers in space that Terry Cassidy turned, which is, Lockheed Martin, Hughes, Dulles, all that. But Michael, thanks guys. You want to talk a little bit about the paranormal? Because I have a lot of experiences with the paranormal. And I'm going to make a joke. So how do ghosts talk to you? Do you use the replica app, or what do you use? Do you use any app, or do you use your intuition? Because a lot of people use the AI. I'm like, why? Why don't you use your intuition? Oh, go ahead.
So if I'm going to use an app, I use an app called Spirit Talkers, but normally I just hear with my own ears and see with my third eye, and I can feel the energy, because spirits give energy off. Even if they're in this dimension or another dimension, I can sense them around, and so yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's like I can walk in a room and be like, okay, there's a spirit over in the left corner.
Yeah, Bounty Hunting Bear says if you investigate the tech, follow the money, and island, it will all lead back to who is under the...
Not island, but investigate is what she meant to say.
Oh, and investigate, okay. All will lead back to who he is under the control of and doesn't even realize. Well, we do know that it's Michael Yako, Michael Jaco.
Yep.
Michael Jaco.
Yakko Wacko. So there's that, and
yeah, and now Veronica has this patch too, and she is not friends with Michael. Let me tell you, they are enemies. But now she's all about him, huh?
Yeah, that's a very interesting development with that.
I mean, there are videos with her on her platform calling him out. So
yeah,
whatever it takes to get to the conference is whatever she will do. And now she's wearing that same patch that Tom is wearing in the black shirt that Bounty's talking about.
And on a side note, we just hit the 10-hour mark.
Woo! Going from 6 to 10 hours wasn't bad at all. Didn't even realize that. It's like nothing.
Doing overnight.
Well, that means that we're doing some good streaming here. I'm not realizing how much time we're spending. We're in a time warp.
A good time.
Yeah, we're having a good time.
Does YouTube let you go over 10 hours?
Yeah.
Without cutting you off?
Yeah. I'm like...
still going.
I'm kind of grandfathered in a way, yeah. My account's like from 06. So it's nearly 20 years old. So, like, I have more permissions than a brand new account would have.
Right.
So, I'm sure I've never tried going past 12 hours. I haven't tried going past 6 hours. I've kept it under 6. And yeah, Bounty Hunting Bear says, yes, this tech can change you, manipulate, mind control. Man, it sure seems like it's slowly doing something to Tom here.
Yep.
That was around when he started taking that patch is when he decided to drop me, and yeah, that was back in October. So it's been 10 months he's had that patch.
I still want to know who's been dressing him, because he had to have somebody tell him that he needs to dress a certain way.
Yeah. Probably Jago. You gotta shave your head, Tom. Grow that beard
wife
out.
beater.
And between the two of them, I was just trying to figure out who was Little Spoon and Big Spoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna throw that out there between Michael and Tom in their brotherhood.
Yeah, shit. That's a good question, isn't it? Alright, I'm gonna continue playing this.
Spirit over on the right side. There's a spirit above us that's watching, and it's like I start mapping where they all are. And then I just see which one wants to communicate, and if none of them do, I'm just like, well, thank you for making your presence known, and I move on. I don't ever try to force communication or anything, and I'm one of those paranormal people that if you go in and you start yelling at the spirits to do stuff, I'll walk out of the room because I'm like, that's just rude in my opinion. And so I don't like antagonism. So I'm not going to antagonize a spirit to get any information or any proof of them being there using that. And so when I see people doing that, I tend to just turn around and be like, okay, I'll go talk to the nice ones over here because, yeah, you're going to get what you asked for. Probably not the way you think you're going to get it. And that's on you because you brought it up.
Can I ask you a question, Mike? You just raised something I never thought of in my entire life. Is on programs in Hollywood and in specials and shows, they always have the spirit is lost, disconnected, frustrated, searching. Do you ever come across a contented spirit? Someone who's like happy to be here on vacation and loving people and ready to see stuff and pet doggies?
Actually, that's most of the spirits I meet. I feel like the Hollywood version of the TV version is made just for ratings. That's not reality. And I'm a firm believer of, and anyone can speak about this, that spirits are energy. Energy can't be contained. So when they say, oh, this spirit is trapped here, I start to question that because I'm like, the spirit can go, if it wanted to France, doesn't need a passport, doesn't need a plane. It just goes. So how could it be stuck in a location?
That's really brilliant. So the spirit is more free than we are, in a sense.
That's what I believe. And I've never come across a spirit that they're like, the only time I have ever experienced like they think they're trapped is because another energy is trapping them there and is making them feel like they're stuck there. And so when you're dealing with, people and you hear them go, oh, well, this spirit is stuck here and it's not able to move on. I'm like, well, what's blocking it? Because all it has to do is just go. There's nothing holds it there. Like, we're held by gravity.
What's your thoughts on that, Brenda?
Well, he is correct. If you have a demonic spirit that can trap weaker spirits, that can happen. Sometimes, like I said, if it's a tragic, right away, immediate death, when the spirit comes out of the body, they're a little lost, like they're not sure, because they can still see things in real time, like cars and people and different things like that.
Would it work similarly to like these stories of these animals that are tethered to a chain out in the backyard and they've been there their whole life like that, and you unchain them and they remain
and they still
there?
Don't. Yes.
It's like the elephant being chained too.
Yeah.
It's like the spirit doesn't realize they're out of their body now and can travel, but
he is correct. Spirits can go anywhere. Like the one that was here at my house, I don't know where she used to go when she left. She would come and go. Who knows where she would go. But when she was finally done with whatever it was that she was here doing, that's when she came to me and said that she was ready to move on. And she was going to do that, so she left. And but I have seen it to where there has been a demonic presence that has kept weaker or younger spirits and has made it so they cannot go anywhere, or made them believe they cannot go anywhere. They were afraid of it. So that does happen.
Yeah, I agree. He makes actually a pretty good point. Yeah, I also think that sometimes a spirit just doesn't know how to go further because they just don't know. They don't know the way.
Yeah, sometimes, but I have ran across spirits that are perfectly fine hanging out here, watching over their loved ones, or that whole thing about they might have unfinished business. When my grandmother came to me, I know it was because my grandmother didn't want me anywhere near my daughter's dad. She knew what he was about. And it's like she tried to come to me to warn me that I really needed to just get rid of him. I needed to take the baby and I needed to leave. So sometimes spirits may have a purpose why they stay here. Steve, I mean, your cousin, who was it? Your cousin with the Legos?
Yeah, it's I call her my cousin. Yeah.
Okay.
Close enough family.
And I mean, after you spoke with her and you told her that, you were sorry for what happened to her and that, you spoke with her, the activity stopped. And
yes.
She was like, okay, it's time for me to go.
Yeah, I'll share that again briefly here. My uncle and I walked into the house. Well, we walked into her house. There was a lot of, heavy energy there. There had been activity there prior to us showing up. A pop can got, knocked off of a table. Like an empty pop can. Like someone hit it. And, her brother attributed that to the husband that did all of that, because it was I forget what you would call that whole thing. He shot her and then himself, so thank God he didn't take the kids out too, and the kids are doing good right now from what I've heard. But when it must have been like a week or two after we got back, after we brought everything back here, we came home from the store one night, and we heard an older woman's voice talking, deep in conversation. It sounded like, I swore it was a TV that was on in one of the rooms. And as we got toward that room, the talking stopped. I walked in the room and there was no TV on. The computer wasn't playing anything. I'm like, that's weird. Do you hear that? Did you hear what I heard? And he's like, yeah, a woman talking. And then we had 2 bins of Legos, which is still here. I'm still trying to get that stuff listed and sold to people who want it. But, I'm taking my time with it. It's not that big of a concern for me. But it was sitting in another room, in the front room, when the lid was landing on the floor. We'd walk into the room and the lid's on the floor. It's like, how'd that happen? Put it back on. Then it'd happen again. And it's not like it's just fallen off of the thing. And that kept happening for a while. I'd say a good handful of times. Anywhere between 6 to 10 times that happened. But we never witnessed it. We'd hear it happen for a few of those. We heard a noise and then we'd go out there and there's the lid on the floor. So I was in my basement where I keep a lot of my inventory for the store. And I straight up said, I acknowledged her. I spoke out loud and I talked about it. I know what happened. And we're aware of it, and we know that it was very sudden. But know that, what we did with bringing some of your belongings here is to help them find a good home, instead of everything just being thrown out. And I think by me speaking that out loud cleared the energy, because the lid stopped flipping off of the tote.
Ew.
So, I'm convinced that it was something to do with her, if not her. I think it was Gina herself that was just trying to understand what happened. Because
people...
Go ahead.
I was just saying, people need to process the death mentally as well. It just happens. Dying is not nothing, so we need to process it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why some spirits may linger.
Yeah, and I bring up Gettysburg a lot too, because there's soldiers there that still, it's like they're on a loop of their final moments. They don't want to accept what's happened. And that's why they're stuck there. but they have no concept of time, and they're just reliving. I don't even know if they're aware that they're reliving those moments over and over, like trying to make a different outcome. It's all speculation at this point for me, speaking about that. But that's one of the heaviest areas that has that type of phenomenon happening.
Well, one thing I can say, but what I do know for sure, is that some people, if not most, they will have like the guardian angel. That one will swoop down when at time of passing, and they just take the people by the hand and just fly off, because they have like guidance. Because you don't know exactly where heaven is or wherever you may want to go, but that's why your guardian angel is there. They just pick you up and say, "Oh, come on, we're going."
Yeah.
You know, the other night I ran across a video where, you know, most places where they have surgeries, where they do surgeries, there are cameras there. There are video that run when they're doing surgeries. And I should have saved that video when I found it, because I can't find it now, but it had showed what the video picked up was they were doing this surgery, and all of a sudden you hear the doctor say, "Wait a minute, we're losing her." And while they were sitting there trying to save her, the video picked up a light, a spirit that came up out of her body, sat up and went. And I was like, oh, they just lost her. And, you know, it was an amazing thing to look at. And it was the actual video from the hospital. It gave the date and the time stamps underneath. And it was a rolling video of them doing the surgery. You know, every now and then I'll catch videos of, you know, Dr. Pimple Popper or different stuff like that. So every once in a while I'll see, you know, videos like that. And it was just the strangest thing, just watching come up out of the body and just go and float. So it's very interesting.
Well, speaking of floating away, I'm about to call it a day. It's
Well,
right. It's 3:34 here, so I'm a bit past my normal bedtime.
Oh, you've been here the whole time, man. Thank you for hopping on here too and doing the Zoom. I appreciate it.
Yeah, likewise. I'm having a good time over here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Exactly. Have a good one, guys, and I'll see you next time.
All right,
Good night. I'll follow you later.
In the dream world. Don't
Right.
turn my dream into a nightmare.
No, never.
Okay, see ya.
Good night.
Awesome. Well, let's continue watching. We don't have too much left of this.
Yeah.
Because we believe gravity holds us down. We can't travel across water because we believe we need a ship or a plane to cross the water.
What about animal spirits?
I'm sorry, what kind?
Animal spirits. Like for those of us that have loved pets and everything else, we talk a lot about the spirit of our loved pet, you know, and other animals. Do you ever come across that, like the spirits of animals?
I have on several times, and I had one of mine passed away like 4 or 5 years ago, and for the longest time, I had carpet in my house in a hallway, but I would hear his pitter patter on like the tile part of the floor coming around the corner, and I'd be like, "Oh, he's coming to visit," and then I'd go, "Wait a minute, I don't have a dog right now," but I knew it was the spirit of, and so I was like, "Oh yeah, you know, it's so great that you came to visit, and you know, I'm glad you're feeling more playful. You're running around having."
I misread Jason's comment. He asked if that was Texas Learning on the bottom.
Oh,
I thought you meant if there was text on the bottom of the screen. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, that was Texas Learning. He was hanging out when I started the stream all the way through now. So he's been good with keeping company here. Yeah, and also, Jason says, I'm so anti-gravity, that subject just weighs too much on me. Yeah.
Which one?
Anti-gravity. He's being funny. But I was going to mention about gravity that concept, too, is flawed in its design because, really, I think we're dealing with density. And, like, you have mercury, like a pool of mercury, you put an anvil in it, and it floats. It all has to do with density. Because gravity is under the concept that we're slingshotting through space. Like, I don't know anymore. I've opened my thought process to really look into these concepts. But yeah.
As you should.
Thank you.
Fun, and I talk to my dog spirits all the time, and there's, I've even been where I've seen a cat walk by, and I'm like, oh, who owns the cat that just walked by? And everyone's like, there was no cat. So they'll make themselves known. People don't think to look for them because everyone's focused on, who lived here? Who did this? Who did that? Who's this spirit? And they forget about the animals.
I have one more and I'll shut up. I keep seeing a shadow of a cat, like it seems so real, and it runs from my hallway to the garage, and then I'll come out and run from the hallway to the garage. Like, I naturally would want to think, oh, I might have to go in the garage and search for something, but I don't know what to really make of it exactly. Even my mom had a discussion about this because it was so real. I'm like, what is this garage kitty thing? Do you have anything about cats trying to send us messages?
Well, it could be sending you a message of, be aware of what's around you, and maybe there is something in the garage that you're meant to find when the time comes. But another thing, too, is that the spirit of the cat may just be passing by just to say hello and to say, oh, you can see me. Well, I like that you can see me, so maybe I'll come back again, and just enjoys the energy of what's there. And another aspect of it could be, and I know this kind of crosses out of the paranormal field, and I don't know why, I don't feel like it should, but I get told it does, is you could have a portal, and so the cat is coming out of a portal, walking, and then goes into the other portal. And so you could be right in that perfect line of sight to where you see it going from one plane to the next.
That's right. I had that happen too. Yeah, sorry, Tom. I had happen. One of the ladies I was helping 3 years ago, she told me, she was sending me pictures, and I'm like, okay, you have pretty much an open wormhole in your kitchen, I said. The light shined in a certain way that it didn't shine in any other place. And I said, you can either close the portal or leave it open. It's up to you, I said, but then you have to deal with the beings that are being sent to you or whatever. That's what I got. I got, like, that it could be a wormhole or a portal that's open in your space. And at the same time, I got that cat is also protecting you by, it keeps visiting you as well. But
there is a third option, Veronica.
Yeah.
Is you can leave the portal open, and whatever comes through, comes through. You can leave the portal open and put what's called guardians on it so that only certain frequencies can come through, and they will actually protect you from harmful energies or negative energies or dark energies, whatever you want to call them. They will actually prevent them from coming through. Even if you were to say walk in from, say, the conference and something happened and you're feeling really low, the second you pass through that doorway, you're gonna lift up, and whatever was bringing you down, they'll be like, you need to leave, and they will take and clear it out of your field if you tell them to do so. You have to give them directions of what their so-called mission is to do, or you can close it if you don't want to have that anymore.
No, you're right. I use black salt, sometimes pink Himalayan salt, copal, sage, palo santo, holy water. I make my own holy water. So I have many ghosts that, well, I'll just call them ghosts since I was a child. We could probably do a podcast on that one, Michael. But some of them I let stay with me as long as they don't prank my kids. Or there's a little girl that was with me for years, and my son and my daughter even would hear rattling in the kitchen, and my cats were with me. So I told that little girl, because I heard her say, "Mama," this was back in 2017, and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do, right? So I said, okay, you either have a choice of going to the nearest hospital if you want to reincarnate, or I can help you go through a wormhole or portal to go back to where you want to go. You can hang out with me, but I don't want you to scare my kids. Things like that. When I moved into this apartment, I didn't know. I felt a presence of a female, like something's going on here. I started feeling depressed, and I'm like,
do you want to say something, Brenda?
Did she say go to the nearest hospital if you want to be reincarnated?
I think so.
Is that what she said?
Her
That's
saying,
not how that
"Oh,
works.
This was back in 2017. And I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do, right? So I said, okay, you either have a choice of going to the nearest hospital if you want to reincarnate, or I can help you go through a wormhole or portal to go back to where you want to go. You can hang out with me, but I don't want you to scare my kids. Things like that. When I moved into this apartment, I didn't know. I felt a presence of a female, like something's going on here. I started feeling depressed, and I'm like, this is not right. So a year later, I talked to a neighbor, and she's like, do you know that a lady committed suicide? I'm like, oh shoot. I'm like, no wonder I feel it in the bathroom. You know, I don't know exactly. They didn't know. They didn't want to tell me. And then a year later, her brother that lived here died. So I had already done cleansing, but I had to do more cleansing. Real quick before I forget, there's a lot of videos out there that show people in the grave. They show like people with an O-meter or E-meter reading, and that's because they're still being used, like in video games and in other dimensions. Okay, so just because we die and they put us underground, especially if they put us underground, that doesn't mean we're dead. You know what I mean? We're eternal. So if you listen to Sabrina Wallace.
Oh, she's trying to say that like spirits are being kept in video games. Did I hear that right?
Okay. I really need to call and get her some help, because you don't go to the hospital to be reincarnated. And if she's telling spirits to go to the hospital to be reincarnated, then that would be why they would hang out there all the time, waiting. That's not how that works. That's not... No. The universe is what does that.
That sounds more like possession to me.
Yeah.
Like
go hang
possess
out at the
the baby.
hospital.
And just jump in any of those little baby bodies.
Right. What the hell?
No.
Yikes.
In her defense, she's sleeping with spirit at night, Brenda.
She's what?
She sleeps with spirit at night, like Lucifer and different things in her astral. And angels, and she's always...
So she's a hoe in the spirit world.
Yes. Yeah, and when I was interacting with her, I had them trying to test me out to figure out what I was attracted to and taking notes and presenting me different things. So she does legitimately, have that connection, I believe. I just don't believe you should be sleeping around with spirit.
I don't know. I mean, wow.
And she so casually said it too, like she does that all the time.
It's probably, yeah, I know, right? It's probably like a good thing I've never had her on my show.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Veronica, you need to be slapped a little bit, okay? Maybe Spirit will slap you next time.
Yeah, Archangel Michael's always trying to sleep with her in the astral.
Oh, good
like, is that
God.
the real Archangel Michael? It's little things like that, yeah. And of course Lucifer and different things, yeah.
She just thinks she's a bag of chips and all that, don't she?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And that's because they're still being used, like in video games and in other dimensions. Okay, so just because we die and they put us underground, especially if they put us underground, that doesn't mean we're dead. You know what I mean? We're eternal. So if you listen to Sabrina Wallace, she explains everything. Also DNA sequencing, we call it timelines. She calls it DNA sequencing. And there's a movie that I always mention. It's called Gamer. Gamer is a perfect example of how they can use us. But you have to say, I do not consent. We still have to fight our way through when we're done here to go home or wherever we want to go. And I think a lot of the ghosts will say that get caught here is because of the MK Ultra programming. Like, you're going to heaven or hell, And so I think fear, a lot of the times, plays a game on that. Now, two more things.
Well, real quick, Veronica.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I want to add is when we're talking about spirits, I have recently started to discover we think they're ghosts that are deceased people here, but they can be alternate timeline or dimensions that have bled in. So we're seeing someone's life without realizing we're seeing someone's life. And the other thing is, I have a feeling some of these beings that we've met aren't spirits or ghosts as we think we are. I think they might be star beings that are trying to make contact by going through a different route instead of coming down through the sky and saying, okay, park the ship, everybody remember where we parked and come and say hello. Is they're coming through other means. And because our minds don't know how to perceive Like, if a Pleiadian was to walk up in front of me, my mind would be like, this has to be a ghost. This has to be some kind of phantasm. So it's going to create the image of that, where I'm actually meeting an alien being, but the mind can't comprehend that, so it creates a closest image.
There's another part too.
I'm also gonna go ahead. Sorry.
I didn't interrupt. Sorry. Sean Bond and I were having a talk. He met me. I met him for the first time. We were talking, Sue and I, talking about time traveling tourists. That in the future, people want to come back in time to witness certain events. And it's almost like you can feel them around. It's almost like tourists around you. Doesn't sound so glamorous, but I think there is that possibility. It's at key moments. It feels like there's a crowd, which have paid tickets almost. I think that there will be tourism.
I'm going to correct Tom on this again.
Yes.
It's already happening. There's time traveling already happening.
Yeah.
I was just listening to an Art Bell show from 2015. Yeah, it's already... And it's mostly... You can travel back to when a device or generator is started. And so the only way you could go back to the past further is if you go to... you use a device that's been on longer than the one that, like, let's say you turn on right now. Like, if you were to turn on a device to travel, you'd only be able to go back to the moment you turned it on. But you can go to the future, but you can only go back so far. And that's my understanding of it right now. But it's so concealed. We're not aware of these beings that are traveling. But I don't think it's a tourist thing. Like, there's intentions behind going back and forth in time like that. It's not like just a trip to Paris or some shit.
So we've talked before about remote viewing, okay? And when somebody is remote viewing, yes, to the naked eye, you cannot see them. If you're an average person, now you'll feel them if you're a sensitive person. You can tell if there's somebody there. But I don't agree with it's not necessarily a spirit. You're saying it might be somebody from another dimension. Well, if that's the case, it's not going to show up like a spirit shows up. It's going to show up like, well, maybe a dark figure, or you would see a human. But from what I'm to understand, things like that can see us, but we can't see them. You know, most other dimensions, unless they want to be seen, then they come into view, but you can see them. But you wouldn't see them. Well, I don't know what they're considering spirits, because when I see spirits, I see kind of like a light and kind of like a plasma type looking thing that's bright with a light. I don't see like human form features, you know, their face, or, you know, sometimes you can tell just by the way it looks whether it might have something on, but for the most part you don't. So he lost me there when he started talking about that. Yeah. I was like, oh, wait a minute, no, hang on.
But I'm going to see what you thought of that.
Exactly. And I was just going to say the time traveler's wife. A lot of people can time travel. I'm a time traveler. So I can go in and go.
Oh, now she's a time traveler.
A lot of people get scared. It's like, oh my gosh, Veronica, I saw your eyes and I got scared. And I'm like, okay, well, don't get scared. Just say, you know, what do you want to do while I'm there? A lot of people they'll time travel. Like, you guys have to watch Time Traveler's Wife. It's about this. And I know I'm also in the Edwardian time. So there's about this guy who, it starts out that he goes to, like, say a Goodwill and gets like an old, like, Edwardian time suit. And he gets his old watch, his old, how do you say, pocket watch. And he wants to go back and see the love of his life in the Edwardian times, and she's already, gone. But he can go, and he holds like the you can hold either a penny or a certain old thing that you have of that person, and go back in time. But I'm not going to spoil the movie. That you read my mind, Tom, because it's true.
Well, yes, it was big. That's why. But I want to hear. Yeah, that's beautiful, because I wanted to hear what Michael said about this too, because it almost seems like I worked at Colonial Williamsburg and other places too, where you had the people come through and you do the acting and the exhibit, and it feels like people are almost like they're told to be at a certain distance, like they're don't cross this line, don't hit the barricade, and watch what's going on and be respectful. It's almost like they have rules for coming back and seeing us. It's really freaky. But I wanted to have your guys' thoughts. But no.
Oh, does he think this is some sort of joke? Or that he thinks it's cute? He thinks it's cute. This whole concept of what they're talking about. He approaches it very naively. I don't know. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and there's actually I think it was a TV movie or a movie where people actually were like on an airplane and selected what time period they wanted to go to, and they started figuring out they could interact. And so somebody tried to go back and erase an event in history and caused a whole lot of problems because it was breaking the time system. Because if you go back and change something, then you're altering the future. And the thing about time travel is in the programs, time runs differently. And so I was talking with Christy Campbell, and I don't know if Susan, you and I talked about this, but the fact of like werewolves in history, it's like I wonder if it's us went back in our alter forms and somebody witnessed it and we created the vampire and the werewolf lore because they saw us doing something and they're like, oh, this looks like something that we need to record history of, and it appears out of nowhere, and we're like, wait, that could have been us.
Can I add one more layer then? You guys are firing it off here so good. Or do you want to respond, Susan?
Well, the werewolves in Irish mythology protect the children, and I do remember seeing them transform people into werewolves in the programs, or these lichen-looking things, and because they did that to my counterpart, and he was killing all the white coats, just throwing them against there was glass walls where I could see going down this hallway, and I guess it wasn't. I was laughing. I was like, get the white coats. So it's not a good idea to get me to calm somebody down, especially when you're doing something to them I don't like, because I'll just get more riled up. But I do remember them making him into a lichen, and somehow they made me into like this brown house cat. We had talked about it when we were talking back in the day, and I remember him being a lichen, and I was a brown house cat. And he said, I remember them sending me back and me telling my mom about Brownie the cat. And I said, that was me. They put my consciousness in a house cat.
Oh, it's true. They used us in Montauk. I have in my book Sheila Wolverine Mars and Montauk. I talk about the different. I've dealt with so many. I've dealt with the dogman, the wolfman, but I'm also a wolf. I'm like Anubis, but then a werewolf. There's also I'm also a lichen, like an evil. What is that movie? Evil, Resident Evil. That is part of the Montauk program. That is real. You can actually take us and transform us humans.
He's not part of the Montauk program,
especially if it's.
Yeah.
She's not.
Mm-mm.
Why does she believe she is?
Exactly.
I think she just says she is.
She wants to be included?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is real. You can actually...
No, go for it.
It just bothers me too what she says, because like in the space program, they take your energy, whether it be while you're sleeping or whether it be a physical abduction, and they split it apart and somehow clone you, all right? Or get a body, but it's not you there experiencing that, even though it's your energy. It's split off of you. It doesn't have your memory. They've erased it and they just used that. So she keeps saying, I'm this up there and they did this to me, and I'm Sheila the She-Hulk, and I'm this, and I'm a werewolf, and I'm a lichen, and I'm maybe your energy beyond what we can even comprehend really, is experiencing that, but not you personally. And she sees that in movies, and then she relates to it, like she thinks she's also Maleficent, but then also Arkim's wife thinks that she's Maleficent, and Veronica says she can't be Maleficent, I'm Maleficent. And then it's like owning these characters in these movies as if they were made after them, and that's them, you know, or one of their alters. It's just a little schizophrenic.
Hey, I got a question. How can someone like Siren just have the same face the whole stream? That same,
she is
like,
not human.
It's like a plastered smile. Yeah.
I'm telling you. I'm looking at her in this other thing, and she's blinking constantly. She's not real. She is not human.
Or enhanced.
There's something wrong with her. She's not, there's something wrong with her.
And her hair's kind of like...
Always.
Her hair is
That's the way she wears it.
It's combed back.
Yes, always.
With the stuff, yeah.
That's the way she wears it. That's everything that I have seen of hers. That's the way she wears it. Period.
Wow.
Never changes.
But
Never
like, yeah,
changes.
facial expressions this entire time haven't really changed. And only when she speaks, her video just goes into glitch mode. And when she's sitting there, then it's like the frame rate's a little faster. But the moment she speaks, it's just her video just goes all nutso. Just an observation. I'm glad you caught on to something weird going on there, too.
Evil, what is that movie? Evil, Resident Evil. That is part of the Montauk program. That is real. You can actually take us and transform us humans into werewolves and lycan. That shit.
Especially if it's in your bloodline history, because all the stuff, all those legends were actually things our bloodlines could do. You know, and that's what they were going for. But I've had people here locally. This one lady, she's got this huge lichen. That's one of her guides. But I don't know. She might have been in the programs with us too, because I know I saw her son in ancient Sumeria when I went to work on him once. I said, "Do you have any memories about ancient Egypt?" Because he looked like, I saw a version of him where he had the little pot belly.
I noticed that rapid blinking from Siren there. I'm going back just so we could watch that once more.
On him once. I said, "Do you have any memories about ancient Egypt?" Because he looked like, I saw a version of him where he had the little pot belly. Remember the pot bellies? People, he looked like that. Where, you know, regular humans don't look that way.
What's she smiling about? It's got that constant smile. I don't know. I'm not looking too much into it. It's just kind of creeping me out at this point.
Pot bellies. People, he looked like that. Where, you know, regular humans don't look that way. And then he said no. And then at the end of the session, he's like, "Oh, well, me and his mom were talking." And he's like, "Oh, I do remember being in ancient Egypt." I was like, "Dang it, I had you right there and I could see it." And you were like, no, this isn't me.
Yeah, what it is, we're layered. You know what I mean? Like Tom talks about layered thinking. We are also layered with animal DNA. It's not, the human is actually different kinds of animals and, you know, and other creations. It's not just, come on. Why is it that, you know, I can talk to, I always see myself as Anubis or a werewolf. Why is it that I can talk to Lola, my German Shepherd, telepathically? One time I saw her, I woke up.
She says she talked to Moloch?
No, her dog, Lola.
Oh, Lola, okay.
Whew. Telepathically.
I was gonna say, what's she talking to? Okay.
I always see myself as Anubis or a werewolf. Why is it that I can talk to Lola, my German Shepherd?
Lola.
One time I saw her. I woke up, right as I opened my eyes, she had her paws on my bed, but it wasn't Lola. It was a female that had curly, bright red hair, like her eyes were half moon, little nose, and cute little lip. And she had Edwardian time lace all the way to her neck and like a beautiful, like a corset and a red coat. And then I did that.
Oh, what's she doing with that knife there? You see that shit? Crazy bitch in the...
I saw it. She's cooking dinner.
Okay.
I saw the knife like that, yeah.
It's like showing it off. Like, hey, look what I got.
Little lip. And she had
Chefs
Edwardian
do
time
this.
lace all the way to her neck and like a beautiful, like a corset and a red coat. And then I did that and it was Lola. And I'm like, shit.
Well, you know, it's so plausible. You think about it with T cells and things like that. You have pictures online of people with tails, human tails of the tailbone, and they work with chickens where they get the claw and the teeth again, and they can work with humans. And it's not far off to have the science right there to have us free furry again and activate certain past, So it's like, I think probably we're getting that more and more, and probably being done right now all the time.
Well, shoot, I've seen my Lyran, my Dragon, and my Light body, so all those, you can activate all your starseed DNA.
Yes, you can.
I got pictures of it.
Yeah.
The text below said that Tom said free furry.
What? Tom's a furry now?
The science is right there to have us free furry again. Like what, he wants to get turned into an animal because we have tailbones?
Oh, good God.
I don't know.
Like, I think probably gonna get that more and more, and probably being done right now all the time.
Well, shoot, I've seen my Lyran, my Dragon, and my Light body, so all this you can activate on your Starseed DNA.
Yes, you can.
I got pictures of it.
Yeah, I had a dream that I had to fight this little. So what happened is I woke up I went to bed here, and I woke up in a bed. I usually wake up in a bed, or I'm flying somewhere or swimming somewhere. So I wake up in this bed, and my family members are around me, and I'm like, what am I doing here? I go to the kitchen. Okay, so then the kitchen turns into one of my sister's house. I'm cleaning, and then all of a sudden I go to one of the rooms, and there's a whale that has sheepskin on it, and it's a hybrid. It's a child that they have hybridized into a whale and a sheep. And there's a bunch of kids, and I'm like trying to to get them out of there. And then these two men, I go and ask for help, see who else is gonna help me. I go outside, and then I'm transformed into a melanin dominant black woman wearing yellow, and I have long braids, and it's me, and she tells me go back. So I go back in this form, and there's an old man with white hair that says, okay, he signals another guy, and the guy's trying to stab me with a pen to like shut me up, to kill me. And then I grab that pen and stab him in the in the neck. I know it's gruesome, but then they try, these two men in black, it turns into the house in that area where I'm trying to save the kids, hybrids, it turns into a church, okay? And then these two old men in suits sick onto me, a child who's like 12-year-old boy, and then he has a suit, and he turns into a werewolf and tries to like bite me, and then I open his mouth and just throw him and save the kids. So some of the stuff that I'm in the astro, I'm like, what the hell? But real quick, and I'll end with this. At the conference, Somaara had something touch her leg. And I said, okay, do you have an animal that you've lost? Did you lose like a cat or something? She goes, yeah. Okay. I said, okay, it's your cat taking care of you. And the next day, I didn't tell anyone until what happened because something happened at the conference. I was there, I hadn't drank or anything, like alcohol or nothing. I was waiting for my food. And then I feel a tug on my waistband. And I was like, what the, And the next day, that's when the whole shebang happened with two people. I had to intervene and ask for the mic back. It was just crazy. Some hoopla happened. So we have to also be aware of people that should actually be banned from these conferences, which I'm not going to get into. But I find it very interesting. As long as we're doing the good work, as we are here, all of us here.
What? I wonder what those two people said.
There was a problem with one of the girls went into Brian and said that the one guy that has been around her and been her business manager and supporting her for years, he did something to her, and Brian was threatening him, and I already heard about all that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't go to these things, but yet somehow I seem to hear about things that happen there.
And if you want to hear Brian threatening somebody, I have something posted on Facebook.
Oh, crap.
It's a private conversation between him and somebody, and he threatens him mafiosa style.
Oh, Jesus.
Bounty is really putting some good stuff out here on the chat. And she also said that she's been banned from every platform. I love it. You're at the right place.
Yeah, I mean, this channel's been pretty healthy overall with not getting in trouble, right? We're not saying anything bad.
Yeah.
I'm just here speculating and sharing stories, and so are you guys. Well, that's interesting. Jason says he thinks he heard the same convo.
Yeah. It had to do with some little... We know who she is. Sarah Adams. Little Miss Sex Kitten. I don't know.
Oh, sweet. We're almost done here. 4 minutes to go. They're going to say their goodbyes, probably.
We will be warned and protected. What do you guys think?
I agree, and unfortunately, I have to check out because I have to feed my fur babies and get ready for a show, and I have to call my guest. She's been texting me questions. So thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it's a good time to wrap this.
Yeah, that's a wrap. How can people get a hold of you? And then we'll go around the room, and how can people get a hold of each of us? And then we'll end. Thank you, Mike.
I'll send you my link tree, but you can find me on Rumble. The show is Riding Through the Unknown. I'm on YouTube and Facebook under Michael Koff. Those are the three main places that and I'm on LinkedIn too, but I don't know if anybody uses that really anymore.
Thank you, Michael. Looking forward to another video with you. Have a great day.
Yes.
Nice to meet you again.
Thank you.
Have a great show. Thank you. let's see who wants to go next as far as how people can get a hold of you. Siren?
Yeah. I'm on Divine Connections with Susan.com, and I'm on Facebook, IG, and TikTok.
DivineConnections.com. Thank you, Susan. And Siren, and then we'll do Tom, and then Sybil.
You can find my YouTube channel at Siren Win, just like the spelling of my name. Otherwise, all the links are on innergalacticenergyhealing.com, and it's inner, INNER, galacticenergyhealing.com. All the links for everywhere else will be in that main site.
Okay, thank you, Siren.
Get a better internet connection, Siren. What the
Yeah. Okay, TomAlthouse.com. I want to show you something really cool. This is a picture of my grandfather there, right over on this
Oh my
side.
gosh, you look like him.
And what's funny is that looks like Draco, who I just met, and we were like best friend brothers.
Wow.
So there's my grandfather with his best friend, and it looks like the guy that I became best friends at the conference with. So I'll be doing the show with Draco too.
Draco?
It's kind of cool. I thought it was kind of cool.
Really?
Anyway, TomAlthouse.com. You guys are over.
Thank you, and let us know when you're going to be on Drago's show so I can share it, or any other show with Roseanne. Oh, Sybil, you're.
My gosh. She can flip, huh?
Yeah.
She hates that man.
Draco?
Yeah. Oh my God, tell me when you're going to be on his show and then I can put it on. Okay.
Sociopath. Alright, that's the only explanation. Why would they flip like that?
She's chosen the dark route, man.
Yeah.
And she knows I know.
Look at Sybil. So innocent. Has no idea what's in store for her. She's like, oh.
Depends on what her AI tells her.
Thank you, and let us know when you're going to be on Drago's show so I can share it, or any
It
other
seems to know
show
the
with
future
Roseanne.
for her.
Oh, Sybil, you're muted. Let me ask to unmute. Okay, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, I can't wait to see your show with Drago. I also got to meet him, and I had a really good, but brief talk. But his eyes, it was cool to look him in the eyes, and he's intense. And and I saw most of his talk, not all of it, but it was amazing. Well, I have my Substack, so I'm kind of an SSP historian, I guess, in a casual, fun way, because I'm an artist, really. So I've been writing too. But anyway, that is awareness of what is hidden awareness-of-what-is-hidden.substack.com. And then I'm at Facebook, Sybil Haynes, and Instagram, Figure88. But I don't know, it's better, the Substack is better, so.
Yeah, everyone, if you don't mind sending me your links, I have Tom's and Susan, so.
I'll do that.
Yeah, and then that way I can just copy and paste on this. As far as the thumbnail, I don't know if I can get all of our pictures on there, but I'll just pick something beautiful. Thank you all. Thank you, Sybil. Thank you, Siren.
Veronica and everybody.
Thank you. Guys. We'll see you, Mama. Thank you, Susan. Thanks, Michael, Aaron, Elizabeth. See you next time, guys. Please like and subscribe, and see you later. See you next week.
Oh boy. That was hard to watch.
Yeah, that sure was.
Wow. Huh.
I'm trying to get us all here on the screen. Going through this time warp tunnel.
All right.
Yeah, we've been on 40 minutes, right? That's it.
Feels like it.
10 minutes, not 10 hours.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
8 minutes, it'll be 11 hours.
Uh-oh.
I can't even see how many people are watching. That's all good. The OBS finally glitched out, huh? Look at that.
Well, poor OBS.
Wow.
Yeah, and what?
No, we got through what I wanted to today, but it took all day. I guess that's what I get for putting this stuff off for so long.
Where's Steve?
It's all good.
Oh.
Bounty Hunter is still saying it's the tech.
what?
The tech? I guess she's referring to the patch.
Oh, jeez.
That must be.
Yeah,
but Bounty, it was channeled. It was channeled from higher beings.
So
Gotta be good.
So I am so glad that Tom thinks so much of this Neuralink. Because, you know, if you pay attention to much of the Bible, it is the mark of the beast.
Yeah.
So,
and he loves talking about the positives and the negatives, but like, he didn't create the technology.
No, he didn't. And I've heard people talk about that technology way before Tom's interaction with anything.
Yeah. And Philip K. Dick was talking about the Matrix well before Tom. He didn't even know about, or he said he didn't know about it. It's probably plausible deniability standpoint from him, for all we know.
I don't know. Did you hear that they had a fight break out? Because apparently what they're doing now in New York is they have the whole thing set up, and I don't know who's actually going and having these surgeries done, but there was a fight in New York in a Whole Foods store over somebody paying for their groceries with the palm of their hand.
I know this Whole Foods store, probably. It's right across from Dean and DeLuca.
So
what was the fight about?
People putting those chips in their hands already here? I know they were doing it in China.
Huh.
What was the fight about, though?
Because the guy turned around and said something to him because he wasn't allowed to pay with cash or card. He had to use his chip.
Oh.
Wonders never cease to amaze me. I cannot believe that people are so uneducated and dumb about some of this stuff. I mean,
wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they do put in some high-tech stuff in some of those stores in Manhattan, and it's been years since I've been there.
Well, they're using it as a testing ground, obviously. I wouldn't be surprised if Chicago has it.
You could walk into Prada and see what the clothes looked like on you, just because it would show you an AI image of you, I think, on a screen in it or something like that to see how it would fit.
What?
Yeah, I didn't do it, but but that was the story that was there. Yeah, it's a pretty high-tech store.
People, go home and play with your computers and your cell phones. Leave the rest of that shit alone. What is wrong with you?
And I once worked in this restaurant there called Bar 89, and they had this unisex bathroom with see-through stalls. So you walk in and you each get your own personal stall, but it's glass doors.
Oh.
And you go inside, and as soon as you lock it, it fogs up. So.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was a unisex bathroom, so it kind of catches people off guard when they first walk in. They're like, "Am I really supposed to go in there?"
I know, right?
You know, and if you saw one light on and two people went into the bathroom, you knew it was going to be a while.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, before they returned to the table. Oh, you could see the lights when we went behind the scenes. You could see which stalls were on or not.
Wow.
But they like to use tech there in New York for sure. Yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me. Like you said, testing grounds.
Wow.
Yeah, it'll only go so far, though, I think. Like,
everybody needs to learn that universal language. Bah. Wow. Mm-mm. Disgust me. Really does.
So, couldn't you get a watch instead, or do you have the chip?
I don't know. I thought it was bad enough because they
My
put those
phone
little
comes
chips.
with a chip. You
Yeah,
know?
I thought it was bad enough they put those little chips in our cards and you just scan it. And now they're talking about in your hands. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You go right ahead, people.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be a good thing if it starts
Nope.
getting forced.
Yep.
And then people will cut your hand off if they want to steal. You know, if they want to mug you.
Yeah.
Well, you
cut
know,
your hand off. Oh, that'd look a little weird going through the register with a severed hand, but I guess.
Sorry, I can't use my.
Well, there's that. I still have to watch this movie called In Time, and it's made by the same director as The Truman Show.
Oh God!
And it stars Justin Timberlake, but basically the currency is time, and their arm has a little counter on it of how much time they have left. And this one guy, I guess, like stole a bunch of time, and he's like a fugitive now.
But why would they go after him? He's gonna live longer than everybody else.
Yeah.
He's got everybody else's time.
Well, that's probably why they went after him, because they want the time from him.
Good luck there.
Yeah, I do have to watch it, Jason. Jason says it's a good movie.
I've never heard of it.
It came out, well, easy 10 years ago at least.
Is it on Netflix?
It should be.
Oh.
And I have my little 1 month of Netflix right now. I probably should use it.
I'm still watching Travelers.
I got Netflix to watch WWE SummerSlam.
Well,
I had to see Cody Rhodes win the title. It's the only reason.
I binge watched Stranger Things because I haven't seen it for a long time, and they got season 5 supposed to be out. So I binge watched it so that it didn't not make sense to me. And then Susie told me about that show called Travelers, and I've been watching it, and it's pretty good. It's about like people from the future. They come back, but their souls go into somebody that's getting ready to die, and then they try to change certain dramatic things that happened in the past for humanity in the future. Like they would go back, like per se, to change 9/11, try to stop it from happening, or what have you, so that they could save people, so they could save humanity, and whatnot. It's pretty interesting. I kind of like it. So, but I haven't been binge watching it. I just watch it when I have time. But lately, like Abe and I were talking about the other night, I've been going up there with Abe, and we've been talking, and we've been so tired, both of us. Just our sleep's not right. We're not right. He asked me, how have you been feeling? I said, I feel like even if I go outside in the sun, it just seems dark. The air seems stagnant. It's really, I don't feel right.
Well,
I don't feel the same.
Today, I woke up feeling very groggy, which was part of me kind of considering not doing a show today. But look at this. The longest show I've ever done today.
That's the way I've been for the last couple days, and it's been hectic. Death in the family, Friday.
I'm sorry.
Saturday, I wasn't gonna do, and I didn't do a show on Friday. I did end up going up there with Dave for a little while, until other people came in and went up there with him. I feel bad sometimes. I don't like to leave him alone, and until other people come and join, I'll go up there with him, and we'll just sit and we'll talk. And then, so Susie wanted to reschedule the show for Saturday. So I said, well, I've got a premiere playing on Saturday night. I said, so I guess we can do one after that. And thank goodness that show was one that you were on, and it ran overtime because Susie, I called her. It's 9 o'clock, Susie, where you at? She said, I said, are you coming? She goes, where? I said, we have a show. Remember, you're the one that wanted to reschedule it. And she said, oh, crap. Let me jump in the shower. So 30 minutes later, I wish you would have, because I played the premiere so I wouldn't have to do a show on Saturday either, because I knew I just needed some time. And so she forgot about it, and I was like, oh, great. But I was on the premiere recorded show, and I was sitting there talking to everybody there while we were waiting for the live to start. Thank goodness the other show was on, because Susie was 30 minutes late. And Brent was the only one in the live chat, and I'm like, Brent, we'll start here as soon as Susie gets here. She forgot. She forgot. So, but I could have stood for going to bed, and I ended up after the show last night. I ended up Scott came on the show last night, so he was on there with us talking. And after the show, I ended up laying down, and I fell asleep for a little while, and then I got up. Then I went to sleep a little while longer. Then I got up early this morning. Then I was up, and then I passed out here watching the show.
And now you're back. Now you're back up. And
I came back. And I'm starting to wear down again. I do not know what is going on, but I'm here to tell you that it needs to stop. Whatever it is, it needs to stop. I've had headaches. Oh yeah. I've been getting headaches. I've been getting very weird tone rings in my ears. Some high, some low. One ear will ring high, the other one will ring low.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's been a pain. So whatever it is that's going on, it's really kicking my fanny.
I want to share an interesting dream I had.
Oh.
So, I was going around some building. It seemed like I was at Columbia College, Chicago, but that's kind of irrelevant because it turned into some bizarre thing. Near the end of the dream, I had some device, and I was running through this building, but it looked like it was daylight, but it was very white in there. And I'm running towards these doors, and I lose grasp of the I don't know what I would call it. I'd say it looked like a dumbbell, but a lot thinner. And it fell out of my hand, it just went out of my hand, and it went out the door. And there was this courtyard that it looked like glass bridges.
Whoa.
And all I knew was that the thing that flew out of my hand was going to hit one of these things, and it did, and it shattered the whole bridge. And there's just one bridge. It shattered the whole thing. And I'm like, oh man, I got to get back inside because this is going to cause a chain reaction. So I went inside, and it seemed like I was in a mall now. It was like a mall type of setting, indoor mall. And there were a bunch of people in there. And then all the lights started to go out in that mall. And I'm like, oh, I have to keep running towards where the light's at. So I kept running and going through places. I got to this back room that kind of looked like it had a single lane, bowling lane. It looked weird. It was like a combination between a bowling alley lane and a movie theater. And something was happening in this room where I ran to. And it turns out there was a DJ or something that was just blasting sound.
but it was like they were doing this sound thing to like off themselves, to like kill themselves.
What?
Like they didn't want to be in this dark mall with no light, so they just blasted themselves with sound to like kill themselves. It's really bizarre. And I was like, I want to see what this sound is. Like, why are they doing this? It was like bassy. It was like just... So I went in there, and I felt like an outline around my whole body. Like, it was a bad feeling when I went into this, I guess the direct line of the sound. I'm like, this isn't good. I gotta get out of here. And that was some of the last moments of the dream. I was leaving the area, and then I woke up.
Wow.
But I haven't had that, like, descript of a dream like that for quite a while. So it went from me, like, losing something out of my hand, some device, some object, that shatters a glass bridge that then takes all the light out of the building. And then people in the building were so afraid of being in the dark there that they wanted to just off themselves with sound. It made no sense. But I think it's also because I'm reading into the sound harmonics and all that. But wild.
What do you think about? Do you go to malls often? Because I don't, and I always end up in malls and doing weird things like that, like going into weird scenes sometimes, you know. And I think it's a mixture of what happens behind us, you know, in that world that I was talking about that they get to tune into, you know, sometimes like Veronica or whatever claim to, that we're not supposed to know about. You know what I mean? Like, because as above, so below, that sort of thing, within, without. It just seems like everything kind of cycles out or whatever. And so we all kind of go through something similar. We have our 3D experience of what we're doing, and then we have our fantastical experience happening in the astral or in another dimension or with other technology, you know, that they've done. And I think sometimes in our dreams, we're just tuning into all of that, because I'm like, how do I dream this stuff? Like, I didn't... glass bridges, like you were saying, you know, that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But it's interesting you end up in a mall, because I end up in that too. And I'm like, I don't hang out in malls, really, you know, but but it's usually something going on, like a game or a chase, or, you know, like there's something going on around me, like we're in a different zone and it's a different time. Yeah.
The element there with the lights going out, I got the impression that wherever these people were at in the building, like they would get stuck there if the lights went out.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't be able to move in the darkness. And they'd have to wait until the light comes back on.
So instead of waiting, they were using whatever they were using.
Oh, these people off these people off in another room were just like, fuck this. Like it's like one visual I saw, like they like jumped up into the sound and like pushed them back, but it's like it's killing them. It's like vibrating them and just killing them.
Wow.
So this is how bizarre. Like last night in my dream, it was a mall thing, but I got to see the other dream characters. Usually, you know, that's not real common with me, but one of them took a personality on their own and grabbed whatever it was that was needed. And it felt like me, but it wasn't me, because I was watching the guy, but he was in a big body, and he was using his mass, and he ran right through the glass, like a big glass wall, shattered it, kept running, and they were shooting at him, but he had to get that information, or he had to get whatever it was over to the other side, and he was just relying on his mass and everything to do it. And I was like, my God, he's going to make it. You know, it was just interesting watching the back of some character run away and run through a glass. That's bizarre dreams, but...
So between the two of you, it sounds like we got a pretty good movie going on here.
I know. That's why I'm like, well, were we dreaming the same dream?
We might have
been. know.
I don't write any of that off. Like Brenda says she shares dreams with Susie, or finishes dreams.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm tapping into something though. I know I'm focusing on making sure that like I'm doing things like in an even balanced energy during the day here. and I've like withdrawn myself from like doing certain things. Like I'm just making sure I'm not like overexerting my energy. And
So-
I think I've been able to stay in this like neutral like density for the time being. Because you guys are saying, I know Brenda, you said that there's been a lot of weird energy happening, like
Yes.
off balance, and then here I'm kind of just I feel like I'm sitting out of the pool just waiting. Like,
Sitting out the pool. Steve's out there on a floaty.
no, like I'm sitting outside of the pool, like something's happening in the pool, everyone's in, and I'm just like, no, I'd rather. I don't know. It's not like a choice either. It's just
your dream is, if there's darkness, Steve, don't go in it. It'll kill you. Chaz's dream is doors are opening, and if it doesn't open, crash through it. There you go.
There you go.
There's an assessment.
Yeah. Dreams have an interesting way of, I think they combine what we do in our 3D, what happens behind us that we're not supposed to know, and then whatever movies we're watching or whatever we tune into, and it just sticks it all together, and you get this bizarre, like you said, bizarre thing going on where you're... It felt like it made sense when I was in it and doing it all, but then when you get out of it, you're like, what?
My dog needs a CPAP so bad. Or breathe right strips, one of the two.
Aww.
He is snoring like a banshee over here.
last week I had a different dream, similar vibes, but I was going back to school. I don't know why. There's these dreams where you just go back to school, right? So this one, I was like paired up with like a home. It was like everybody was paired up with another person, and that was like your homeroom person. That's how this was in the dream. But I had to go to an office and be told that my person I was paired up with would no longer be paired up with me, and I had to pick someone else now. And it felt like either the government was studying that other person, or there was something with me that these people were interested in, and they wanted to pair me with a different individual to like match the energy or something. Like we were savants or something at this school, and they wanted me to pick a person, and I couldn't pick it right away because there was all these like pictures of people to pick from, and I'm like, how am I supposed to just pick a person based off how they look? Like I can't just do that. I need to meet the person, or I need to like have more time to like look over this list. And there was this like woman in a I don't know, those like, what would you call the suits?
Onesies?
No, it was like a suit like Hillary Clinton would wear or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Pantsuit nation?
Pantsuit, yeah. So there was this chick there that was like that, and I was like telling her no, like I can't make the decision right now. And they're like, well, you have to make it now. And I'm like, it's not going to happen. And they're like, okay, well, you could still make the decision by tomorrow, but like you just have to make sure that you contact me by tomorrow. And I'm like, well, give me your information so I can contact you. And she was still trying to leave the room and everything. I'll just give me a moment and share the information, and then I'll get back to you. And I think it was like I was supposed to pick something, and in my dream state, I'm just like, no, can't do it. Sorry. Not going to just make me choose something I have no knowledge about. And so that was another odd dream that I had
I
recently.
feel like that's technology. I feel like they're inside your head trying to figure something out from beyond, like whoever it is that does that. Either is voice to skull or whatever technology that they have. Because I've had them sit on the side and take notes. My sister goes to bed too, and she's pretty psychic, but she'll go to bed and she always follows a little white stream that goes off, and then she'll end on another planet or something like that. But she never talks about this, but she always has people standing on the side taking notes, and she just kind of ignores it. And I always wondered what that was, but I do feel like there's...
I have an impression. Yeah, I know what you're getting to.
Yeah.
I have an impression that there's beings that visit us in our dream state to study and to find things out. Like, they can't figure out what we are. That, like, there's something special about all of us.
They don't know. They're trying to figure it out. I'm like, I'm not attracted to blonde. I'm not attracted to. They're trying to figure me out.
I've got an answer to that. I have a problem solver to that.
Yeah.
I just sleep with no clothes on, scared the shit out of them, and they just leave me alone. Oh shit! Yeah. Those people that watch you through the cameras on your TV. Every time I get out of the shower, they're asking for a raise. They're like, "You've got to be kidding." Yep. Hope you like that. Well, shit. You know, if you can't make fun of yourself, who the hell's going to make fun of you?
They're probably, to me, they're going like, why are you so damn hairy? They're trying to figure out if I'm like related to Bigfoot or something, right?
You Bigfoot? Are you a Bigfoot child?
Why hair all over body but not on head? Explain. Explain.
Why all over body and not on head? Your hair fell down.
It's all here now. It's all here.
Yeah.
Went down into my face.
I do. I think about that every time I go to get dressed or something, and I'll go to lean over on the bed to stand up to pull my britches up, and I'm like, I hope you're enjoying looking at my behind. Hate to be you. Jack would be in the room going, who are you in there talking to? Nobody. The dog. You shouldn't go out there with nothing on. You know they're watching. Good. And I hope like hell that they quit their job or get sick or, you know, ask for a raise and get plugged in the head. I don't know. I don't care. This is my house. Like, man.
Yeah, it's really, it's been weird in the dream state for sure lately.
Yeah.
My dreams are always weird, so I'm kind of used to it.
Mine ebb and flow. Yeah.
Yeah, there's times when I don't remember dreaming. Like long periods of time I don't remember dreaming.
I mean, the only time, like if I have a dream about someone else and it's off, that's usually about the only time I'll say anything. Other than that, I just sit and think, okay, so what did this mean? Like that time that Susie and it took a while for us to figure it out because I couldn't understand why I had a dream of Tom of that sort because I didn't even look at him like that, you know? And come to find out, and the reason why Penny got
he was
so mad,
dreaming about you.
No, it was a dream that I had coming from Penny's perspective. Because she got mad. She got pissed that I even had that dream. And, you know, when I first said it, because here's what it is. I'll tell you what it was. We were all out at Susie's, and we were, like, around this campfire thing and talking. And I had said, you know, hey, everybody, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. So I went into the house, and there was a fireplace and a bearskin rug on the floor, and there was Tom in all his glory. And I woke up like, what in the hell are you doing in here? Now, I had never at that time been in Susie's house that Penny used to stay in. So I didn't know they had a fireplace in there. And so I was describing what the inside looked like, only, of course, you know, Susie wouldn't have a bearskin rug. So, and I was explaining it to her what it had looked like. And it wasn't until I had went there and stayed there that I had told Susie, that's the same kind of damn fireplace that I seen. I said, come to think of it, the room was set up the same way. And she said, oh my God, Brenda, you had a dream from Penny's perspective about Tom, because we all know is she doesn't hide it well. Penny's in love with Tom. She just doesn't cross that barrier, apparently. So, and that's one of the reasons why she got so pissed at me that I had a dream about Tom. Why are you dreaming about Tom? Well, hell, I don't know. Why don't you go ask my dream? Because I don't look at him like that. So I don't think of him like that. So it had to come from somewhere.
Do you think it's a mixture of you, like, how often do you think that happens to you in a dream state? Where you're at the perspective of someone else?
Not a lot. Every once in a while, and usually there's something else to it. So when I have a dream like that, I have to take some time to sit and think about it, and usually I'll sit and talk to Susie about it, and we'll pander it back and forth, and then we'll end up figuring it out, you know, that that's not what it was, that it was just something else. I've done that with people that have been like really good friends of mine, and it was because we were just that close, you know, but it wasn't supposed to be to where my dream put it, you know, it was just something different. And like with Tom, I had no, you know, it wasn't like I was like, oh, hey, Tom, what are you doing? Let me sit here on the rug with you. No, after I seen that, I woke up. I was like, "Good the hell you say?" You know. So, you know, it was one of them things. So yeah, but it was kind of weird because when I had that dream, I had never been into that house where Penny stayed ever. So, but I described it to Susie, and she was like, "Oh my God, that is the inside of the house." I'm like,
Oh,
well. She goes, "Brenda, I think you had a dream through Penny's eyes, the way she sees Tom." And I was like, you know, could be. That could be. So yeah.
that makes sense.
Well, I'm glad it was her because that made me sick. And my thought was, this boy needs a tan. So, hey, Tom, I don't care what you say to anybody else. I know about you and your build. And it's nothing to write home to Grandma about. So yeah. I don't know. I do weird things sometimes. Whether it's dreams.
He was no Burt Reynolds, huh?
Yeah. No. Definitely not. But so, you know, my dreams, I'm very careful with them. It's like sometimes they could get me in trouble. And I don't mean them to. It's not like I did it on purpose. You know? Tommy and I used to do that too. We used to have dreams back and forth.
Oh, wow.
Like, yeah. But I was pretty close with Tommy for the longest time, you know. And matter of fact, he told me the other day, I was looking, he wrote me a message that he was talking to his mom. He was sitting at the house talking to his mom, and he told his mom about the show. And then he said that he started talking to his mom about me and about Susie and how he considers us like family, you know. And I said, "Aw, ain't you cute?" But yeah, so I don't know. Man, if Penny's having dreams like that about Tom, I feel kind of bad for her. Maybe that's why she doesn't dye her hair back normal color. Maybe she has. Never know. What, Tucker? My special dog has issues. Special needs.
Hey, Ivy. Ivy's in.
Ivy!
Jason said earlier the Wachowskis would probably steal the dream idea.
Probably. Well, I don't know. Just don't take it to him.
Yeah, I wanted to end the stream long time ago, but it's been nearly 12 hours now. I can't believe I did it this long today. But
it was
I have
actually
the energy.
Texas's fault because he's the one who was talking you into going.
It's like, why not keep going?
Yeah, he's like, I have faith in you. You can do it. I believe in you. He was on here for a while, but he petered out on us about little after
honestly,
9, had to go to bed.
Like, if you guys want to see me and hear what I gotta say all day, like, I'm more than happy to do this. But this is the first time I've streamed for this long.
Yeah.
And for those, I think Jay Wild, he's gonna love this.
He was still here a little while ago. I don't know where he is.
He
was gone.
He's one of the other members of the channel here, along with Zenray here. It's awesome. We're slowly building it up. We've got a lot of people here from Abe's channel, so I appreciate that.
That's good.
So just seeing people pop in during the day, it's been cool.
Yeah.
And hey, we got through both videos I planned to get through, which just took much longer than I thought. But I had to share my opinions as we went along. It's like when like Tom's going on these shows, he's just going on and on and on and on, and nobody stops him. You notice that? Like, he just goes off the rails, just talks about like 50 million different things, and he just leaves everyone stunned. Like, oh, wow. But here I'm pausing every sentence, being like, oh, that's a lie.
Yeah,
oh, did you see this?
A lie.
Look, Roseanne just called herself drunk. Oh, look at what look at how she responded to this. Like, I just broke all of that down today. And it was good. I needed to go through watching that show, and I'm probably not going to watch it again now. I got everything out of it I needed to.
Yeah, we already seen it. We're good.
Yeah, I don't want to see that Queen and
I cannot believe
coronation. Man.
There is no way that thing is real. And after he leaves, Roseanne's gonna take it and just go, whatever. Give me some plastic.
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past Tom to actually have gone to like a jeweler.
Oh, he could have bought his own house, another house, a big house, an actual house. Had he had spent money like that on that thing if it was real. Hey, no way.
Well, if it was real, I'd say it's like halfway.
Yeah.
Now, if it had precious metals in it, it was just not too bright.
I can't believe that.
But he went out of his way. He went and found a crown to present to Roseanne. Like, you have to think about this. He planned this out. He's like, oh, yeah, I got the crown.
I did think about that.
Because I've gone to the store with him.
Oh, I got this great idea.
A normal thing for him for the birthday would be like a bracelet, maybe a necklace, a frickin' crown.
And she ate it up, man.
And the son was even saying, like, oh, don't feed into her ego anymore.
Yeah, she showed her ego then.
Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. That was Kind of funny.
And I put
Big
all of the
wedding
stuff. Look at it, like we had 12 Let's Talks. We have all of these shorts on my channel. I'm on different platforms. She said she watched his interviews. If she like hadn't seen an inkling of what I've said after he's cut off ties, like that's her fault. Like she should be asking the hard-hitting questions. She has such a platform where she could expose Tom for what he really is, instead of stringing him along. Really, she's stringing him along. He's probably thinking like that they're really married. Like, oh
God, did you know I married your
and he's gonna get everything.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what she said, right?
Yeah.
I will give you everything.
Straight up. That's what she said. It's like, I'd like to have that in writing, please.
Bad move. Bad move. Bad move on her part. Wow.
It's like if she ever cuts him off, it's like, what is he gonna do? Start being like, you said we were married.
Oh, God.
I have it on video.
I know. I gave you a crown. Called you my queen.
Coronated you.
No, oh my God.
Not official until it's consummated, right? Or
the New World Order queen.
I would have been a little.
World.
I would have been a little scared had he done something like that. I'd have been like backing up, going, maybe she said thank you, baby, because she's going to, I can tell him, oh, I don't want that, and he'll probably kill me with it. Stick it in my eye.
I'm gonna share this story. Well, because since I was over there, I was in person with him. We went out to Walmart, and this was like the second time we went. So first time, I found they had some new stock of the diecast cars. I found a chase car. Awesome. Found it in Texas. It's really hard to find these cars. Then the next time we went to go get the notebooks and the pens or pencils, actually. Got a bunch of pencils. Oh, it's like we're going back to grade school or something. But this was all for like the notepads for like writing down the notes for his book. And he's like, oh, I gotta go see if I can find a gift for Aiden's date. Because he really thought that like she was gonna be his girlfriend. And I guess they're boyfriend, girlfriend now. But he's like, oh, we went to the bedding aisle and he found like a sheet set of Hello Kitty themed bed sheets. And he bought them for Aiden to give. He's like, oh, this is such a great idea. Like, he can give this to her and it'll be a nice gift of bed sheets. And I'm like, do you hear yourself? Like these are teenagers.
Okay, how did he even know what size bed the girl had?
That's a good question. He might have. I don't know. I don't know. He might have asked Aiden what size bed she has, but like, why the fuck would he even answer him?
I know. Aiden would be like, what?
So like he presented that to Aiden, been like he did that upstairs away from me, but Aiden didn't want the bed sheets to give to his girlfriend, and I knew that was going to be the answer right away, because I'm thinking like, well, Aiden's probably going to think the girlfriend is thinking that he wants to sleep with her. That's like the message of the bed sheets, right?
Yes, very much so.
If
Hello Kitty
boy's father bought my daughter bed sheets,
Hello Kitty,
I would go over there. I don't care what they were. Cow jump over the moon. I don't care. But I'd have gone over there and unwrapped those bed sheets and probably wrapped them around his neck.
Yeah, and he probably, like, Tom would not like knowing that I'm sharing this, but game's over, pal. Like, this is stuff that happened to me. I was there to witness this stuff. Like,
And you do not buy your son bed sheets for his girlfriend's bed. That is taboo. That is a big no-no. That is a very creepy thing to do.
Yeah.
You don't ever do that. No way. Wow.
Yeah. Now, I shouldn't... keep in mind, Tom's like 60 years old. I shouldn't... He's nearly 60 years old. Or did you say 6?
Yeah. Hello, kitty bed sheets.
I shouldn't be the one to convince him not to purchase this thing. You know? Like, I was I don't think I encouraged him while we were there to get him. I'm just like, okay? Like, just do what you need to do.
Does he think that his son and his son's girlfriend are just little kids? I mean, hello, kitty bed sheets is not something you give a teenager, you know?
No, the implication is intercourse with that. At least that's how, from a teenage point of view, that's what the impression would be.
If Aiden would have given him to her, you know what she would have said? What does he think? I'm 6? What the hell's Hello Kitty?
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I mean,
now there might have been a thing there where like Aiden told Tom that she liked the Hello Kitty stuff. And maybe that's what made him buy it, but still, yeah. The whole idea is, no, you don't touch that stuff. Like you said, it's taboo.
yeah, you just don't. You don't. You don't do it.
Yeah, no lingerie, no negligee.
No.
Yeah, just buy like a crib.
Here, son, I got a teddy for your girlfriend.
Yeah.
What?
Get diapers for like the new grandchild you want. Like
Hit. That is just, I'm sorry. As a mother,
did I ever share
that's
that with
creepy.
you? Did I ever share that with you before? I don't think I have.
I don't think so. I would have remembered that.
Yeah.
Because that's creepy. As a mom, that's creepy.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Scooby-Doo, but you don't go around buying me little Scooby-Doo bed sheets. I'm a grown woman. I got Scooby-Doo tattooed on me.
There you go.
I mean, I could see maybe a throw blanket or something, but bed sheets?
You
Not
have
even a blanket.
Like, before I got there, like a month before, he had Danielle there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that whole thing was, like, I think he was trying to get her to move in with him there. So, and then he has the audacity to be on Roseanne's show that we just showed today, from July 4th, where he's looking into the camera telling Elon Musk, like, maybe you should get yourself a wife and raise a family together. It's like, this dude's done this twice, and it's like struck out big time. Like, twice divorced. Like, I don't know what he's thinking he's giving advice to Elon Musk for. And then the whole thing with Roseanne being like, oh yeah, that's the 6th stepdad that you'll be. It's like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, no. Oh no, that was number 4. So-and-so was number 3.
The way I took that as, do you remember way back in the day when Patrick was all drunk and he was backstage with us and he was talking?
Yeah.
And we told him the next day that him and I ran off and got married and engaged and all this stuff, right? So we played that game for a little while. But Roseanne needs to be careful.
She's playing with fire.
Yeah.
He'll take it
Doesn't
seriously.
Get burned. He'll drive her crazy. He'll be messaging her every night or calling her. Hi, how are you, wifey? Yep, I see it already.
So do you think that Roseanne normally gets drunk like that on shows, or did she do that knowing that she's interviewing Tom and she needed to drink to kind of handle that whole situation?
I've seen her kind of high before on some of her shows. Not really drinking all the time. But, I mean, sometimes I think I would have to get drunk to sit and talk to Tom anymore. Especially after seeing him on a bearskin rug. Oh, let me just pass that out of my brain.
Yeah, Jason in the chat says she kind of does that. Okay. But like,
I know she used to a long time ago, but I thought she kind of sobered up from booze and just went to smoking weed.
yeah, which I don't have a problem with the weed. It's the alcohol. Like, I can't have alcohol anymore. It's not good for me.
Yeah, I stopped drinking because I used to love tequila too much, and I lost too many articles of clothes that way, so I don't know. And I'm on medication. I can't drink anymore, so yeah, I haven't in years.
I think I lost a suit jacket.
Dude, I lost thigh highs and a skirt and a bra and a shirt, and don't know what happened to my shoes. And I walk into a strip joint and they're wearing them. What are you doing? Isn't that mine? I used to have a pair of saddle shoes, stilettos. They were awesome. You know how many of them girls used to sit there and tell me all the time, "Oh my God, I wish your feet were bigger. I would buy those from you." No, thank you. Go get your own. These some bitches were expensive. No. But yeah, so drinking was just way too much for me anymore. Yeah, no. Alcohol is bad news.
Yeah. Should I even... Okay, you know, I'm gonna share. My last time I got drunk and I blacked out. It was not a good night. But I was told I was going on about how I was a soldier in the War 1812.
Oh, maybe you were.
Yeah. Now, I don't like humoring that idea, but it's popped up more than once with that. Like, I had a visceral reaction to the White House burning in a History Channel documentary.
Wow.
Like, really? I got pissed. Yeah. It was like I had like this deep sadness and anger about that. So maybe based off of that, then in my drunken state I was just talking. But who knows? But that was the last time I drank. And I got drunk. I got really drunk. So it's good to just be able to cut yourself off like that. I know not everybody can do that. It's an addiction for others. I mean, it was becoming a problem for me, so.
Did you ever see that show that Roseanne did when she went on Penny's show one time? And they had the guy on, the flat earther guy on there. And she was on there, she started to argue with him about it. Well, then he brought up some very good points. And she's like, wait a minute. And she starts rolling a joint. She's smoking her weed. And she's like, okay, now say that again.
She was on Penny's show once?
Yeah. Yeah, because she'd gone out. I think she went out to Susie's ranch and met Penny and them. And
no way.
Yeah. She went on Penny's show. But the more he made sense, the more weed she had to smoke.
Wow.
Like, I never thought of that. Oh my God, you're right. It was pretty funny. But yeah, she's been on Penny's show before.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It is.
Yep.
Jason says he went to a cannabis farmer's market today. How was it?
You did?
What state do you live in, Jason? Sounds like fun. Bounty Hunting Bear, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't healthy for me whatsoever. I was unproductive. I'd be letting things just carry over and things just weren't getting done. Plus, my health was being affected majorly, and I'm sure that was opening up some stuff for like negative attachments to come in. I don't want to deal with that.
See, I didn't do it all the time. Mine was just like the night I lost my clothes. I had gotten married and took my husband there that night. And he was supposed to be babysitting me, and he fell miserably. And I made him understand. I went home in some man's big top, and I did not know where it came from. And I told him, "You are now fired from babysitting. You were supposed to watch me. You were not supposed to let me drink almost a whole freaking gallon of tequila." Okay? Yeah. And then I think another time was my birthday. But boy, when I did it enough for a whole year. Yeah, it had to have been that way because I wouldn't do it until like the next year. I worked with a lot of drunks all the time, so they would really piss me off. So I think that's why I was, but I was the kind that when I drank, I loved everybody. I loved everybody, even my worst enemies. I love you. You know, I did. I loved everybody until I went out in the bushes and puked, and then I came back going, "Why'd you let me do that?" But I wasn't mean when I drank. Even with tequila, now I could be if I got set off wrong or someone seriously pissed me off, but I loved everybody so much when I was drunk. Everybody used to say, "You're so cute." Good girl. But yeah. And then after I got on medication and stuff, being on 2 blood thinners, you're not supposed to drink because that causes you a whole lot more problems than what you need. So I don't even go anywhere near it now. Now I have nothing but water, and on occasions, I have tea. That's
the tea's good.
Yeah. I have these little packages, and they're like peach tea, and I put them in my bottles of water, and there's no sugar in them, and so I can have them, and I'll have those every once in a while. Because sometimes I will drink so much water that my doctor will tell me when he does my blood work, "You're drinking too much water again." So, and the first time that I ever got told that, I was like, "Wait a minute. You're always told to hydrate. Water's good for you. Why are you telling me I'm drinking too much now?" And he's like, "You're drinking too much water. You're taking the salt out of your body." Oh, so if I drink salty water, I'll be okay. So he says, "You drink too much water," but that's all I like to drink, you know, anymore. I have a cup of coffee in the morning. And like I said, on occasions, if I feel that I've been drinking too much water, I'll switch and I'll drink the tea. So it doesn't make any difference. Everything's made with water in it anyways. I don't understand the concept, but all right. I don't know.
I'm a
I don't drink
kombucha.
sodas.
I'm a kombucha-aholic, though. I like kombucha.
What
I
is
do a
that?
lot of water. It's like a fermented tea drink. It's all bubbly.
Oh.
Kombucha.
Kombucha. That kind of sounds
Yeah, it's like a living drink, but it
sounds dangerous.
I know.
I've seen how they make that stuff.
The fermented.
They have like a large jar, and it's just like this blob that sits at the top of the water, and it's living. It's like a biological thing. It's living in there.
Oh.
And it just grows and ferments.
Is that healthy?
Called a SCOBY.
Apparently, yeah.
Really?
It's not my cup of tea.
I'm
poking it, going, I'm going to drink you.
I can go through a big one in one day if I'm bad, but I don't do it all the time. You can't afford it, but it is my treat.
Oh.
Otherwise, I'm water. I like water and fruit, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Is it good for like your like gut bacteria and all that? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So my doctor says, when you get bloated, there's things you can do. I said, why would I spend money and buy all that? I'll just fart. It'll be all right. He just shakes his head and laughs at me. He's like, man, you tell me I'm bloated. Well, you know what you do with that? You just get gassy. Eat some beans. You'll be okay. I'm